In an extremely spacious and exquisitely decorated auditorium, the captain of the Konoha Umbu, Kakashi Hatake, called out in a very solemn tone towards the entrance, "Let's give a warm welcome to the two newlyweds, Luohao and Tsunade." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Under the gaze of numerous envious and blessing-filled eyes, Luohao, dressed in a groom's outfit, and Tsunade, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal robe, appeared at the door and slowly walked towards the center of the auditorium. Absolutely stunning, Lord Fourth Hokage. Only a legendary woman like Tsunade deserves to match the Fourth Hokage. Sigh, my prince is becoming a husband from today. In the auditorium, Luohao's little fans stared at Tsunade with fiery and envious eyes. From their expressions, it was as if they wished to replace Tsunade and be the one walking into the wedding hall with Luohao today. Jiraiya, stop making that face as if you've eaten something unpleasant. After all, you're not losing to just anyone, but to him. In looks, achievements, and strength, you've lost utterly, so there's no need to feel so bitter. In the audience, after watching Luohao and Tsunade walk into the auditorium, Orochimaru shot a sideways glance at Jiraiya sitting next to him. Damn Orochimaru. Your disciple not only took my disciple's position as Hokage but also stole the goddess of my heart. And here you are, making sarcastic remarks. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression instantly fell. Although he had often been rejected by Tsunade in the past, at least she was still single. But now, he could only watch helplessly as his beloved goddess entered the wedding hall, the groom being none other than his childhood rival Orochimaru's disciple. Don't be so pessimistic. As for Tsunade, you have no chance anymore. However, your disciple Minato still has a shot at the position of 5th Hokage. Although Orochimaru said this, the smile in his eyes could not be concealed. There were two things he was most proud of in life. One was breaking free from the cycle of life and death, achieving immortality, the other was taking Luohao as his personal disciple. Minato, don't lose heart. Although what Orochimaru said may not be pleasant, he's not wrong. You still have a chance for the position of 5th Hokage. Jiraiya glanced at his disciple, Minato Namikaze, recalling how he had lost to Luohao in the competition for the 4th Hokage position not long ago, and he couldn't help but comfort him. Teacher Jiraiya, I'm not disheartened. Losing to Luohao, I fully accept it. Minato looked at Luohao in the center of the hall, who appeared spirited and confident. Although a hint of melancholy showed in his eyes, his tone held no jealousy, only genuine admiration. Just learn from Minato. At your age, still having a crush like a schoolboy, you don't know how to admit defeat. Orochimaru teased Jiraiya, then without waiting for him to react, he sat down in a chair at the center of the auditorium with the retired 3rd Hokage. Bow to heaven and earth. As Kakashi Hatake's voice fell, Luohao and Tsunade simultaneously bowed to heaven and earth, allowing the heavens and earth to witness their marriage. Bow to the parents. After bowing to heaven and earth, Luohao and Tsunade, both having lost their parents in the Ninja World War, respectively bowed to their teachers Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Good. Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged smiles. Spouse bow. Upon hearing this, Luohao and Tsunade turned to face each other. In their mutual gaze, there was only deep affection. Everything else in the auditorium seemed to fade away from their sight. The ceremony is complete. Bring them to the bridal chamber. The officiant Kakashi Hatake, seeing that Luohao and Tsunade had completed their bows, immediately shouted. Damn it, Kakashi, it's not you who will be in the bridal chamber, why the rush? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya in the audience felt tears welling up. No matter how bitter his heart was, at this moment, he could only use a blessing-filled gaze to watch Luohao and Tsunade walk out of the auditorium hand in hand towards their new home. Teacher. Minato looked at Jiraiya, unsure of how to comfort him. Although he had lost the position of 4th Hokage, at least he was no longer single. But Jiraiya had not only lost his beloved goddess but was still single. Minato, come drink with me. And you, Orochimaru, today only one of us can leave the auditorium sober. Jiraiya shook his head with a bitter smile, then pulled Minato with one hand and Orochimaru with the other, wanting to drink until he was completely drunk. On the other side, after completing the wedding ceremony, Luohao and Tsunade began to drink in their new house. However, they were not drinking away their sorrows but rather sharing a cup of wine together. After the cup was raised, with their eyes only on each other, they naturally took the most important step of their lives. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Before crossing over, Luohao did not deeply understand this saying. But now, having ascended to the position of 4th Hokage and marrying the most beautiful woman in the ninja world, he felt it profoundly. Ding! The multi-world chat group invites you to join the chat group, do you agree? In the bridal chamber, Luohao, holding Tsunade and ready to sleep, suddenly heard an unexpected voice that startled him, and he tightened his embrace around Tsunade. Illusion? No, it's not. Even though I don't have the Sharingan, there's no one in this world who could silently cast an illusion on me. Initially, Luohao thought it was an illusion. But as soon as that thought emerged, he dismissed it. After all, he was no longer the same person who had just crossed over to the Naruto world. Now, he had one foot on the peak of the ninja world, relying on his own strength to make the 4 major ninja villages unable to breathe, and had become Hokage. Multi-world chat group, is this a cheat? Luohao's eyes flickered slightly. After ruling out the possibility of an illusion, he immediately thought of another possibility. That was a cheat. Moreover, a cheat that was over a decade late. This is ridiculous. I originally thought I was the most unfortunate transmigrator, without even a cheat. I didn't expect this cheat just arrived late. Thinking of this, Luohao couldn't help but shake his head, both amused and exasperated. He had already reached the peak of his life. The position of Hokage was secure, and even Minato was not his opponent. The most beautiful goddess in the ninja world, Tsunade, he had just married and already shared a bridal chamber with her. Regarding this late cheat, he felt no overwhelming excitement. Instead, it was like seeing a toy, filled with a bit of anticipation and curiosity. He just wanted to know how many surprises this cheat could bring to him, who was already a winner in his new life. Agree. After making the decision, Luohao felt a stir in his heart and immediately agreed to join the chat group. You have joined the chat group. As the prompt sounded, a simple chat interface popped up instantly. Just as he was about to understand the functions of the chat group and who the members were, a very familiar avatar suddenly jumped out from the chat box. Goolalala, I'm preparing to attack the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace. If any group member can help me bring back my son, I'm willing to reward him with the tremor fruit. A familiar face. The iconic Whitebeard. And that bold and hearty laugh, as if it could contain the entire ocean. These 3 signatures made Luohao completely ignore the others in the group, quickly leaving a message, thanks for the invite. I'm currently in the Naruto world, just married the Hokage, and am busy in the bridal chamber, then decisively initiated a private chat with Whitebeard. Old man, private chat. He didn't know who else was in the group. Were they indigenous people like Whitebeard, or other transmigrators like him? For the sake of safety and to seize the opportunity, he almost instinctively initiated a private chat with Whitebeard. Private chat? Meanwhile, far away in the Grand Line, on the Moby Dick, heading towards the Navy headquarters, Whitebeard suddenly perked up. He hadn't expected that his casual remark in the newly joined chat group would immediately attract someone to private chat him. To be honest, he was already old. With chronic illnesses and an aging body, he had to exhaust all his energy to recuperate before the war. So although he had joined the chat group, he hadn't spent much time researching it. After all, for a sea overlord like him, compared to the completely unfamiliar and uncertain multi-world chat group, he preferred to trust his own strength. However, someone replied instantly and initiated a private chat, which calmed his earlier concerns about adjusting his condition. Forget it. Adjusting my body doesn't matter for a few minutes. Perhaps chatting with him could increase my chances of saving Ace. Thinking of this, Whitebeard began to chat with Luohao. Kid, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Upon hearing Luohao's voice, Whitebeard could tell instantly that the other party was very young. I'm in the ninja world, already the Hokage, just married Tsunade. Luohao smiled slightly, proudly introducing himself. For him as a transmigrator, being able to reach the peak of life without a cheat, becoming Hokage, and marrying Tsunade was indeed something to be proud of. I'm in the Grand Line, already one of the 4 emperors. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard also became interested. Thinking Luohao was a longtime group member, he followed his lead. I know all this, no need to elaborate. Just tell me how far you've progressed now? Are you on the way to battle, or have you already started? Did the great whirlpool spider poke you? Luohao waved his hand, quickly leaving Whitebeard confused with his few words. What? The great whirlpool spider poked me? He's my son, how could he poke me? If he didn't know that Luohao wasn't from his world, he might have given Luohao a shockwave right then and there. Wait? This kid isn't from the Grand Line, and this is our first meeting. So how does he know about the Great Whirlpool Spider? And why does he insist the Great Whirlpool will poke me? Can he predict the future? Although Whitebeard was angry, he was, after all, a sea overlord who had experienced countless storms. His anger didn't cloud his intellect. After thinking it through, he realized the crux of the issue. The young Luohao not only knew him well but also seemed to know the people around him very well. Look at you, full of spirit and still have the leisure to private chat with me. You must not have started the battle yet, at least not been ambushed by the Great Whirlpool Spider, right? Before Whitebeard could speak up, Luohao took the initiative to say. You? How do you know this so clearly? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked calmly. He had originally approached this with a tentative attitude, but now he felt a strong interest in Luohao. His intuition told him that the key to saving Ace might lie in this private chat with Luohao. If I knew nothing about you, do you think I would take the initiative to private chat with you? Luohao replied mysteriously. You even know about my past? Whitebeard pressed on. Not just your past, but even your future, I'm well acquainted with it. Luohao spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Future? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed even further. At your current state, you probably find it hard to unleash your conqueror's haki freely, right? Luohao's words caused Whitebeard's expression to change drastically. What else do you know? Whitebeard fell silent for a moment before asking again. Regarding the assault on the Navy headquarters, you are destined to meet your demise. The son of the Pirate King, Firefist Ace, will also not escape. Luohao stated with certainty. Why? Whitebeard asked in a low voice. If it were anyone else making such bold claims in front of him, he would have punched them. But at this moment, Luohao's words inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. On the eve of the battle, the Great Whirlpool Spider will secretly ambush you. After the battle starts, your internal injuries will explode, leading to serious injuries from Akainu. Luohao's words furrowed Whitebeard's brows tightly. You mean I will be killed by that kid Akainu? Whitebeard found it hard to believe. Despite his weakened strength due to aging and internal injuries, even so, defeating Akainu should not be difficult. No, it's Fire Fist Ace who will be killed by Akainu. After you defeat Akainu, you will be ambushed by the Blackbeard pirates. Originally, you would have had a chance to kill Blackbeard before you die, but because of a moment of compassion, you will end up heavily injured and perish. Even your tremor fruit will be stolen by Blackbeard. Luohao spoke slowly. Goo-la-la-la, you private chatted me out of concern that my tremor fruit would be taken by others in the group? Whitebeard suddenly revealed a smile. While my main goal is indeed the tremor fruit, no one in the group is more capable than me to help you rescue Ace. Luohao nodded frankly. I'll temporarily believe what you say. If you can really help me rescue Ace, then I have no problem giving you the tremor fruit since you're the first one to private chat me. After thinking for a moment, Whitebeard replied. The tremor fruit could be given to anyone, what mattered to him was whether he could save Ace. Compared to those group members who knew nothing about him, Luohao, who seemed to understand his future, made him feel more at ease. I can impart the strategies for the Marineford War to you and help heal your body. As soon as Luohao finished speaking, Whitebeard's heart raced. Are you serious? A hint of urgency crept into Whitebeard's tone. For someone as self-confident as him, he preferred to rely on his own strength over others. If Luohao could truly restore his body, the tremor fruit would be of little significance, especially with the added strategy for the Marineford War. Without saying a word, Luohao sent a scroll to Whitebeard. Ding group friend Luohao has sent you a file. Do you accept? Accept. Whitebeard hesitated for a moment before clicking to agree. Instantly, a scroll flew into his hand from the private chat window. This is a ninja scroll from the Naruto world, capable of sealing certain items within. Just open the scroll, and you can retrieve the sealed items. Luohao explained. What is this? Whitebeard followed his instructions and opened the scroll. With a pop, a cloud of white mist emerged, revealing a syringe filled with green liquid and a book labeled Marineford War came into view. Hashirama's cells. As long as you inject them into your body and overcome the rejection response, your vitality will rapidly increase. While it won't restore your youth, it will definitely eliminate diseases and internal injuries, giving your body a fresh start. Luohao said. Since becoming the fourth Hokage, he had not only reversed the outcome of Orochimaru's defection but also fully supported Orochimaru in various research endeavors, whether in materials or funding. He was very generous. Orochimaru did not disappoint him. Not long ago, he had made breakthroughs in Hashirama's cell research, creating cells that ordinary ninjas could fuse with. Goo-la-la-la, you're not afraid I'll take this and go back on my word? Whitebeard suddenly wore a playful expression while holding the syringe of Hashirama's cells. I've said it before, I know everything about your past and future. In the pirate world, specifically in the Grand Line, the name Whitebeard stands for many things, one of which is credibility. Luohao spoke with a facade of righteousness, but in reality, Hashirama's cells held little value to him. As the fourth Hokage, he could have as many as he wanted. He firmly believed that Whitebeard would not act dishonorably. Even if he were to go back on his word, his loss would only be a negligible Hashirama cell. Goo-la-la-la, I'm starting to like you more and more, kid. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard laughed heartily, then without a care for the Hashirama cells, he directly injected the syringe into his arm. What a tough character. Watching Whitebeard calmly inject the Hashirama cells, Luohao couldn't help but secretly admire him. Even though the Hashirama cells made by Orochimaru had an over 80% success rate for ordinary ninjas, the fusion process was excruciating. However, after Whitebeard injected the cells, he surprisingly sat on the deck, drinking and chatting with him, remaining completely composed for the 30-minute fusion process. This feeling, this power. Goo-la-la-la. I'm back. As the rejection reaction between his body and the Hashirama cells dissipated, Whitebeard's body suddenly shook, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki that he hadn't felt in a long time surged through the skies, enveloping the entire Moby Dick. Faced with the overwhelming conqueror's haki that only he could unleash at his peak, many pirates on the Moby Dick fell to the ground like wheat being harvested. Even the more than a dozen captains of the Whitebeard pirates were stunned by the pressure of this conqueror's haki, their eyes drooping, their minds buzzing. Some of the weaker captains even collapsed directly on the deck. Good luck, Akainu. Seeing Whitebeard's invigorated demeanor, Luohao could only silently pray for Akainu. Without being struck by the great whirlpool spider, Whitebeard could easily overpower Akainu. And now that he had fused with Hashirama's cells. As for what else he could do for Akainu, Luohao couldn't think of anything apart from wishing him well. You really didn't lie to me. After calming down and feeling the unprecedented changes in his body, Whitebeard immediately clicked the send button in the private chat window. Ding, group friend Whitebeard has sent you a file. Do you accept? Accept. After Luohao agreed, a devil fruit suddenly flew out from the chat window, landing in his palm. Is this the tremor fruit? Luohao examined the tremor fruit for a moment before taking a bite. The taste was indeed as legendary as described, worse than eating something unpleasant. What are you eating? At that moment, a pair of jade hands wrapped around Luohao's neck. It turned out that Tsunade, who had been sleeping in his arms, had already awakened. This is... After finishing the tremor fruit, Luohao's eyes suddenly turned cold. At the same time, a loud explosion suddenly erupted outside the window, abruptly interrupting what he was about to say. Whitebeard, I have a mission, let's talk later. Luohao first replied to Whitebeard in the private chat window, then released Tsunade, who was now his wife, saying, something happened at Minato's place. I'll come back later to talk to you. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed his clothes beside him, and before Tsunade could say anything, he instantly disappeared from the bed. Idiot, even if I'm married, I'm still one of the legendary three of Konoha. Tsunade scolded him in annoyance, then used the healing technique to cure her discomfort, quickly donned her battle attire, and rushed towards Minato's home. When Luohao utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear at the entrance of Minato's house, he was greeted by a sea of flames and Minato, who was breaking through the fire while cradling a baby. What happened? Luohao reached out and pulled up Minato. Fourth Hokage, someone broke through the barrier. Their target should be the Nine Tails. When Minato mentioned the Nine Tails, his eyes were filled with worry. Kushina has been captured? Luohao's gaze turned slightly cold. Leaving aside the fact that he was Konoha's Hokage, anyone daring to come and seize the Nine Tails on his wedding day and wedding night was enough to earn a death sentence in his heart. Yes. Minato nodded grimly. First, secure the child. That guy I will handle. As Luohao spoke, he snapped his fingers. The reason he could overshadow Minato and secure the position of fourth Hokage was not just because his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique surpassed Minato's but also due to his sensory abilities that rivaled the second Hokage. In the blink of an eye, Luohao sensed the location of Uzumaki Kushina and jumped through space to pursue. Please, fourth. Minato felt an immense admiration for the fourth Hokage upon seeing him rush over on his wedding day. If it were him, even without being immersed in tenderness, he would likely be late. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Konoha, a masked man threw Uzumaki Kushina to the ground and quickly began forming seals. You really want to get your hands on the nine tails? I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, when the fourth and Minato arrive, you won't only fail to get the nine tails, but you won't be able to leave in one piece either. Despite being in a perilous situation, Uzumaki Kushina remained undaunted. Is this what they call a heavenly ninja? He truly is a formidable opponent. But even so, Minato won't be able to save you, and I won't let him either. The masked man spoke, but his hand seals were completed at a significantly faster pace than before. It was evident that he was far more nervous internally than his words suggested. Break! Knowing the heavenly ninja and the yellow flash could appear at any moment, the masked man dared not let his guard down. In less than 3 seconds, he completed the hand seals and pressed his hand against Uzumaki Kushina's abdomen. At the same time, his eyes behind the mask transformed into crimson, three-tomo Sharingan. Roar! As the Sharingan spun, a tremendous amount of Nine-Tails chakra erupted from Uzumaki Kushina's body like a volcanic explosion. At this point, even if the heavenly ninja arrives, what of it? I can still make the Nine-Tails break free. The masked man's tone turned arrogant as he saw the Nine-Tails about to successfully escape. In his view, with the power of the Nine-Tails backing him, he could stand against even the heavenly ninja. Have you had too much to drink? You're so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Just as the masked man was feeling pleased with himself, a cold, sharp voice pierced through his eardrum like a sword. Almost simultaneously, a foot, moving faster than sound and enveloped in a white sphere of light, crashed down onto the masked man's face. Crack! As the soul made contact with the mask, the white sphere shattered instantly. The moment the sphere broke, the air seemed to explode, with visible cracks spreading across it like shattered glass. From a distance, it looked as though the entire space had been crushed under that foot. Ah! The masked man, caught directly in the impact, had no time to react and could only let out a shrill scream as his head and mask exploded like a watermelon. Fourth. Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Luohao, who descended like a deity, her eyes flashing with pain and sorrow. Although the masked man had been crushed by Luohao's kick, the Nine-Tails was now released. She knew all too well the fate of a Jinchuriki who lost their tailed beast. The thought of being separated from her son, whom she had just become a mother to, felt like a knife cutting through her heart. Don't speak. Naruto is fine. Just rest, and leave the rest to me. Luohao took off his divine robe and gently draped it over Uzumaki Kushina before turning to face the fully freed Nine-Tails, which was now lurking outside of Konoha. Will you return to Kushina's womb peacefully, or do I need to force you back in? Facing the Nine-Tails, whose vertical pupils were filled with rage, Luohao maintained a calm demeanor. Fourth, who do you think you're talking to? The Nine-Tails roared in anger. It was the mightiest of the tailed beasts, and in the ninja world, aside from the deceased god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara, who would dare to underestimate it. Now, Luohao had the audacity to treat it with such contempt, as if he thought just because he became Hokage, he could treat it like Hashirama. Crack! As the Nine-Tails finished speaking, Luohao had already flashed to its front, raising his fist enveloped in a white sphere of light. Crack! A vast area was shattered in an instant as an overwhelming force erupted like a tsunami, a hemispherical shockwave engulfing the Nine-Tails within 100 meters. Ah! The Nine-Tails, who had been snarling at Luohao just a second ago, was sent flying like a dead dog to a forest hundreds of meters away with a single punch. This power! I've never seen before. Could it be that Luohao developed a new technique after becoming the fourth Hokage? At this moment, Minato Namikaze, who had safely placed Naruto, finally arrived at the scene. However, as soon as he arrived, he was deeply shocked by the sight of Luohao punching the Nine-Tails. Minato knew Luohao well, having competed against him since their days at the Ninja Academy, especially during their contest for the fourth Hokage position, where they had fought a fair duel in front of Konoha's higher-ups. Although he had lost that battle and avoided marrying Sakura, he was very aware that Luohao's strength was far greater than what he was witnessing now. Dealing with such a giant as the tailed beast really shows how useful the Tremor fruit is. The first time Luohao used the Tremor fruit in the ninja world, it showcased such immense power, first instantly killing the masked man and then successfully subduing the Nine-Tails. He felt quite satisfied. Even without the Tremor fruit, he could have handled the Nine-Tails and the masked man with his own strength, but it wouldn't have been as quick and satisfying as it was now. What kind of technique is this? Why have I never seen it before? A few hundred meters away, in a deep pit, the Ninetales shook its dazed head. When it looked at Luohao again, the arrogance and disdain in its eyes had vanished, replaced by deep apprehension and disbelief. Having lived from the Sage of Six Paths era until now, it had never encountered such a domineering technique. To unleash power capable of shattering the earth and tearing the sky apart with just fists and feet was something even Hashirama Senju, with his sage body, could not achieve merely through physical strikes. When did this fourth Hokage develop such an outrageous technique? Having been hidden within Uzumaki Kushina, the Ninetales was well aware of Luohao's power. Because of this, it had underestimated Luohao, the fourth Hokage. In its eyes, none of the Hokages after the first, including the second and third, were worthy opponents. But now, after just one punch from Luohao, it felt as if it had been knocked down like a youth who had faced harsh realities, and a trace of fear began to rise within it at the sight of Luohao. I will give you 10 seconds to willingly return to Kushina's body. Remember, time is of the essence. Luohao stepped forward and instantly teleported to the Ninetales side, hundreds of meters away. His proficiency in the instantaneous technique far surpassed that of Minato Namikaze. Just in terms of speed, he was already on par with the fourth Raikage at full power. Kid, who do you think you are? Just because you've developed a new technique, don't think you can boss me around. In my eyes, aside from Hashirama Senju, none of you so-called Hokages are worth mentioning. Despite feeling nervous, the Ninetales' fury was ignited by Luohao's continuous disdain. The intense emotional upheaval caused a surge of dark and malicious chakra to erupt from within it. A violent whirlwind radiated outwards from its body, pressing forcefully in all directions. I'll give you another chance to rephrase that. Luohao quietly watched as the Ninetales entered a rampaging state. Roar! In response, the Ninetales let out a thunderous roar directed at Luohao. It then opened its mouth, rapidly gathering chakra between its rows of sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, a tailed beast bomb the size of a small mountain was formed and shot towards Luohao at an incredible speed. It's a tailed beast bomb. Fourth, be careful. Minato felt a surge of anxiety at this scene. Although he believed Luohao had grown stronger, he feared that if hit by the tailed beast bomb, Luohao would likely meet a swift end. Let's use the Flying Thunder God to transfer the tailed beast bomb away. With that thought, Minato immediately flashed in front of Luohao, pulling out a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. No need. A cold glint flashed in Luohao's eyes. Before chatting with Whitebeard, using the Flying Thunder God to dodge the tailed beast bomb was indeed the best option. But now, his right hand opened gently. With a pop, a white, transparent sphere appeared instantly in his palm. Facing the incoming tailed beast bomb, he did not dodge or evade. Under Minato's stunned gaze, he slapped the tailed beast bomb with his palm. Crack! As his human-sized palm came down, the atmosphere exploded around it. When the menacing and blinding spatial cracks faded, an overwhelming shockwave erupted from Luohao's palm. Boom! This shockwave, more ferocious than a mountain flood or tsunami, transformed into a colossal wave of force. In a series of deafening booms, the Ninetales' tailed beast bomb was effortlessly shattered like a balloon by Luohao's single slap. What? The fourth, he actually shattered the Ninetales' tailed beast bomb with his bare hands. Both Minato and the barely conscious Uzumaki Kushina stared in disbelief, lost in shock. After all, this was the Ninetales' tailed beast bomb, and it was unleashed in its complete state. In their view, aside from the late god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara, there was no one in the ninja world who could withstand the Ninetales' tailed beast bomb. Have I unknowingly fallen so far behind him? Coming back to his senses, Minato looked at Luohao's back and felt a deep sense of helplessness rising within him. Although he had lost to Luohao in the competition for the fourth Hokage position, it did not mean he had given up. On the contrary, that previous defeat had ignited his fighting spirit, pushing him to train diligently day and night, pouring all his thoughts into developing new techniques. He had originally thought that even if he was not as strong as Luohao, he would at least have closed the gap. Monster! It wasn't only Minato feeling helpless. After witnessing Luohao shatter its tailed beast bomb, the Ninetales felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. You, come here. Luohao waved his hand, which had just shattered the tailed beast bomb, and then extended a finger towards the Ninetales, lightly beckoning. The Ninetales was momentarily stunned. At that moment, it didn't want to easily back down, yet it felt fear towards Luohao's overwhelming strength, caught in a dilemma. To give in would mean losing face after just boasting, To resist, however, would mean facing the memory of Luohao shattering its tailed beast bomb, instantly draining all of its courage.
Do I need to ask you again to come over?
Luohao's brow furrowed slightly, and his voice turned colder.
All right. This lord will. I'll come over right now.
The Ninetales forced out a strained smile, then moved its heavy limbs, as if filled with mercury, and walked towards Luohao slowly, like a tamed fox, putting on a forced grin.
Is it over? Minato Namikaze looked at the once arrogant Ninetales, now appearing docile and submissive, and he released a breath of relief. However, recalling Uzumaki Kushina's current predicament, his heart tightened once more. Don't look like you've lost your wife or something.
With your luck, getting promoted and making money is a sure thing, but if you really lose your wife, that would be quite a challenge, Luohao teased, glancing at the downcast Minato.
Can you really save Kushina?
Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes nearly filled with tears of excitement. Consider it her good fortune.
If it were any other Jinchuriki, even a deity couldn't save them. But Kushina is from the Uzumaki clan, known for their strong vitality. Even after having the Ninetales extracted for so long, she's still alive and kicking. As long as we can reseal the Ninetales back into her before she passes out, everything will be fine. As Luohao said this, his gaze inadvertently fell on the Ninetales. At the mention of being resealed, the Ninetales' expression instantly soured. Do you have something to say about what I just mentioned? Why don't we all speak our minds and have a good chat?
Luohao looked at the Ninetales with a faint smile on his face.
No. I have no objections at all.
Seeing this, the massive fox head of the Ninetales began shaking like a rattle, fearing Luohao might act against it again.
Is this really the same proud Ninetales I knew? Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened in shock.
Having spent over a decade with the Ninetales, she knew its character all too well. Yet now, the Ninetales was not only uttering the most cowardly words but also behaving in the most cowardly manner.
Are you going to get in by yourself, or do I need to throw you in?
Luohao gazed at the now obedient Ninetales with a satisfied expression.
I'll do it myself. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales eagerly raised its paw towards Uzumaki Kushina. It's all right now, Kushina. Everything is over. Minato smiled reassuringly at Kushina, but just as he did, the Ninetales, which had just been beaten into submission, suddenly swung its sharp claws towards Uzumaki Kushina. No! Minato's face changed drastically as he rushed forward to stop it, but it was too late.
At that moment, a fist materialized in midair, and with a loud bang, invisible shockwaves surged through the void. The Ninetales was sent flying like a cannonball, both fox and claws soaring hundreds of meters away.
Damn Ninetales! Minato, still shaken, took a deep breath.
Usually so sunny and magnanimous, he was now furious.
He never expected the Ninetales to feign submission and suddenly attack as it approached Uzumaki Kushina. Look at the Ninetales' eyes.
Just as Minato was about to retaliate, Luohao suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder.
Ha! It actually has Sharingan. Minato managed to calm down slightly and looked up to see the Ninetales, now several hundred meters away, its eyes transformed into blood-red three-tomo Sharingan. The heavenly ninja truly lives up to its name. But your power is still nothing in the face of Uchiha's ocular abilities.
Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from behind.
You're still alive?
Minato turned around and was shocked to find the masked man, whose head and mask had been shattered by Luohao's kick, now standing unharmed on a tree dozens of meters away. The Uchiha Tsunade is indeed impressive, but it does waste Sharingan. Luohao glanced at the masked man, instantly seeing through the secret of his resurrection.
Who are you?
Minato glared at Uchiha Obito, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. Mastering the Uchiha's forbidden technique Izanagi, possessing spacetime ninjutsu, and having the power to control the Ninetales, these three abilities made him think of one person.
Don't you already have the answer in your heart? The masked man chuckled softly, then spoke slowly. My name is Uchiha Madara. Sure enough, it's you.
I can't believe you survived under the first Hokage. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression grew serious.
The name Uchiha Madara represented absolute power. Since you already know, you should be quite aware of the gap between us.
Even though the injuries left by Hashirama still affect me, with the Ninetales, dealing with you will be a piece of cake. The masked man seemed to feel that by impersonating Uchiha Madara, he could emulate his power. With every word he spoke, his aura seemed to rise, and by the end, he believed he was invincible again. Even facing the combination of the Heavenly Ninja and the Yellow Flash, he felt that his Ninetales could take them both on.
Do you really think so? Minato, who had appeared grave, suddenly wore an odd expression. Was the Ninetales really that powerful?
A minute ago, if someone had asked him, he would have answered without hesitation, extremely powerful. But now, his understanding of the Ninetales had been completely rewritten. The Ninetales' moment of cowardice had left a deep impression on him, causing him to seriously doubt its strength.
Do you really think that the two of you together can contend with me, Uchiha Madara, and the Ninetales?
The masked man slowly raised his right hand, his crimson Sharingan looking down on Minato like a supreme emperor. After successfully controlling the Ninetales with his Sharingan, it felt as if the entire ninja world was under his control. Even facing the Heavenly Ninja and the Yellow Flash, he remained unconcerned.
Uchiha Madara?
Just as the masked man reveled in his invincible demeanor, a haunting voice suddenly echoed from behind him. A hand enveloped in white light struck down on the back of his head like lightning. As the masked man's head was struck, the surrounding space exploded with shocking cracks, as if a bomb had detonated. As the spatial fissures dissipated, a tidal wave of shockwaves surged outwards, wreaking havoc within 100 meters. The ground seemed to be crushed layer by layer, as if an invisible force was tearing it apart. Countless plants and stones were swept away by some mysterious power, rippling outward like waves.
Do you really think the same trick can work on me again?
At the center of the shockwave, the masked man slowly turned around, his exposed Sharingan gleaming with disdain. He seemed to transcend the confines of space, impervious to the destructive shockwaves.
It seems you still don't understand the evils of society. In response to the masked man's contempt, Luohao silently reached out and grasped.
The next moment, the once disdainful masked man's expression changed drastically. Luohao's hand seemed to disregard the barriers of space, grasping directly onto the masked man's eye socket, then pulling and tearing gently.
Ah!
The masked man let out a shrill scream, covering his eyes with one hand while his body convulsed and trembled as if struck by an electric shock.
Uchiha Madara, is this all you've got? Luohao pinched the kaleidoscope Sharingan between his fingers, staring apathetically at the masked man.
No, his mask had been shattered, revealing a familiar face.
Toby.
Minato, who had previously harbored deep hatred for the masked man, was now frozen in shock upon seeing the other's face.
Why? I clearly used Kamui to transfer my body to another dimension. How can you still harm me? Uchiha Obito did not respond to Minato.
He was too busy covering his eyes, his face contorted in disbelief and pain, as if he had truly been beaten down by society. You're a disciple of Minato, don't you know that my Flying Thunder God technique is stronger than your teacher's?
Luohao glanced at the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his hand, unable to suppress a sigh.
Indeed, Obito's Kamui was a major advantage. Even Minato, who was proficient in spacetime ninjutsu, would face limitations against it.
Unfortunately for Obito, today he was up against Luohao. How is this possible? A mere Flying Thunder God can perform spatial jumps like Kamui?
Obito screamed in disbelief. He knew Luohao's Flying Thunder God was superior to Minato's, but as Minato's disciple, he had always understood that the Flying Thunder God could only teleport within the ninja world, not freely enter another dimension as Kamui did. Because of this, even knowing that Konoha had two powerful users of spacetime ninjutsu, he dared to cause trouble. Other people's Flying Thunder God might not be able to do that, but I can.
Luohao's calm voice was laced with unyielding confidence. The Heavenly Ninja truly lives up to its reputation.
But you don't need to be so smug. I may have fallen into your hands today, but it's not without gain.
At the very least, Konoha will accompany me to the grave.
Obito, now darker and more deranged, seemed to regain his composure in an instant.
As he spoke, the Ninetales in the distance suddenly condensed a massive tailed beast bomb and launched it towards Konoha.
Obito!
Stop! Minato shouted in agony at Uchiha Obito.
However, he could no longer afford to deal with Obito, nor could he investigate how Obito was able to control the Ninetales after losing his Sharingan.
Even you, the Heavenly Ninja, cannot save Konoha. Obito seemed to envision the magnificent and historically rich Konoha being destroyed under the bombardment of the tailed beast bomb. Crack!
As the tailed beast bomb hurtled towards Konoha's gates, Luohao appeared before it as if traversing space. He raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the tailed beast bomb. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, the tailed beast bomb was sent soaring into the air above Konoha. Simultaneously, the pitch-black bomb, which contained enough destructive power to obliterate a ninja village, began to crack with startling fissures. As these cracks snaked around the entire bomb like a serpent, it burst like a balloon, unable to withstand the force of Luohao's kick.
Teacher, did you hear that? With a bang, the Konoha you poured everything into has just vanished.
But you should be grateful to me. You lost the Hokage position to the Heavenly Ninja, and I, your disciple, have destroyed Konoha in front of him.
I guess that helps you vent some frustration, right?
With one Sharingan using Izanagi and the other Kaleidoscope Sharingan lost, Uchiha Obito had effectively become blind.
Upon hearing the deafening explosion, he immediately concluded that Konoha had been destroyed. Minato, your disciple really cares about you.
Before Minato could respond, Luohao, who had returned, spoke up first.
Am I wrong?
Although I didn't destroy this false and hypocritical world, at least I destroyed Konoha.
Obito let out a mocking laugh, seemingly proud of what he had done. Destroyed Konoha?
Luohao shook his head with a faint smile.
Obito, that tailed beast bomb did not destroy Konoha.
Before Obito could reply, Minato interjected.
Impossible. Obito reflexively shouted in anger. Before you used Izanagi to resurrect, the Nine Tails had already used a tailed beast bomb against the fourth Hokage. Minato's words momentarily silenced Obito.
He must have used Flying Thunder God to escape or to transfer the tailed beast bomb.
Obito declared confidently.
No, he shattered the tailed beast bomb with his bare hands. The tailed beast bomb that was shot at Konoha was also kicked apart by him.
Minato's words left Obito dumbfounded. Since awakening his Kaleidoscope Sharingan and receiving Uchiha Madara's teachings, his strength had skyrocketed.
During this time, even Nagato, with Madara's eyes, was toyed with by him, which inflated his confidence. But after being utterly defeated by the heavenly ninja Luohao, his confidence was shattered. Just when he had regained a bit of it, Minato's words crushed it again in mere seconds.
Fourth, the tailed beast bomb aimed at Konoha has nothing to do with me, it was all that brat from Uchiha. I won't take the blame for this. If you want someone to blame, go find Danzo.
After all, he has been taking the blame for you all these years, this time won't make a difference. He has a Sharingan too, so it would be fitting for you to blame him. At that moment, the Nine Tails, with a heavy yet timid voice, chimed in.
Obito was completely stunned, unable to believe his ears. Was this really the same violent, terrifying, and arrogant Nine Tails he knew?
Not only did it immediately distance itself from him, but it also shifted the blame entirely onto him while not forgetting to involve Danzo.
Nine Tails.
Not just Obito, but even Minato and the barely conscious Uzumaki Kushina found it hard to watch, it was just too embarrassing. One of the 9 great-tailed beasts, second only to the 10 tails in chakra, had become this cowardly.
However, in Luohao's view, he couldn't blame the Nine Tails.
Although the 9-tailed beasts possessed incredible talents and immense chakra, aside from the tailed beast bomb, they had little else to show for it. Thus, Luohao not only shattered the tailed beast bomb but also shattered the Nine Tails' mindset.
Get out of here, this isn't your business. Go do whatever you need to do.
Luohao waved his hand at the Nine Tails, treating it as if he could summon or dismiss it at will. This was a stark contrast to the difficult situation Hokages had faced when dealing with the Nine Tails after the death of Hashirama Senju. In this moment, he seemed to reclaim the authority of the Hokage during Hashirama's reign, and even if Hashirama were to be resurrected in the future, he could confidently tell him, dealing with the Nine Tails doesn't require any deaths.
I'm leaving.
The Nine Tails breathed a sigh of relief, then, with a hint of a timid fox-like smile, it voluntarily returned to Uzumaki Kushina, all under Minato's anxious gaze. Not only that, but when the Nine Tails returned to the dark and damp ceiling space, it willingly entered its cage like a tame sheepdog, even closing the cage door behind it.
Kushina, are you alright?
Minato hurried over, his face full of concern.
I'm just a bit tired, I should be fine. Uzumaki Kushina felt as if she had just returned from the brink of death, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank you for saving Kushina, Lord Fourth. Hearing this, Minato finally felt completely at ease.
He walked up to Luohao and said respectfully. In the contest for the Hokage position, although Minato was defeated by Luohao, he accepted Luohao as the fourth Hokage with both respect and reluctance, refusing to give up. As Luohao's rival, he still quietly competed in his heart.
No need to thank me. As the fourth Hokage, protecting Konoha and its people is my duty. Moreover, Kushina taught me sealing techniques back in the day, I must save her, Luohao said, waving his hand with a firm tone.
When he first crossed into the Naruto world, he had nothing.
Aside from the medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength he learned from Tsunade, The sealing techniques taught by Uzumaki Kushina were the first secret arts he encountered. Thank you. Minato and Uzumaki Kushina expressed their gratitude to Luohao repeatedly, their appreciation evident.
Alright, the troubles have been resolved. You should take Kushina back to recuperate. Luohao nodded and then turned his gaze to Uchiha Obito.
Lord Fourth, though I may overstep, I still want to ask, how do you plan to deal with Obito?
Minato sensed a flicker of killing intent in Luohao's eyes, and his heart sank. After all, Obito was a student he had raised, making it difficult for him to let go. Konoha's prison will not harbor him. Luohao's words struck like a hammer, shattering the last glimmer of hope in Minato's heart. No matter how atrocious Obito's actions were, Luohao would not easily forgive him, especially after he dared to cause trouble on his wedding night.
Unmatched speed.
Power strong enough to shatter a tailed beast bomb. The flying thunder god that allows for effortless spatial jumps. The ability to intimidate the Nine Tails.
So this is the heavenly ninja.
Obito bitterly twisted his lips as he heard footsteps approaching. All his previous experiences felt like slaps across his face, awakening him from his arrogance and inflated ego. He finally understood that the heavenly ninja was on an entirely different level, far beyond what he could aspire to after only a few years of learning from Uchiha Madara.
Luohao walked up to Uchiha Obito, quietly observing him.
He clenched his right fist tightly, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently.
Are you not interested in why I've become like this? Don't you want to know who has given me this power?
Though Obito was blind, he could feel the destructive power contained in Luohao's fist.
No need.
Whether it's a conspiracy or the people behind you, I can resolve it with just a few punches. As Luohao spoke, he struck out with his right hand.
Wait. Minato rushed forward, grabbing Luohao's wrist. Don't forget, you're not only a ninja of Konoha but also Kushina's husband and the father of your newborn son.
Luohao turned slightly, anger flickering in his eyes.
I'm sorry, but Obito is ultimately my student.
Lord Fourth, please allow me to deal with him.
Minato knelt on one knee, his expression earnest.
All right. Luohao gave Minato a deep look before dissipating the shockwave around his fist.
You're doing this because of Rin, right?
Minato looked at Uchiha Obito with a complicated gaze.
You don't deserve to speak Rin's name.
Obito snarled at Minato like a wounded beast. It was my mistake for not taking care of him. Minato sighed, filled with guilt. The time you and Kakashi were attacked by the rock ninja, you were late. The time Rin was captured by the Mist Village, you were late. The time Kakashi killed her, you were still late.
Why?
You and the Heavenly Ninja are both teachers, masters of the Flying Thunder God technique, but while Guy and the others faced ambushes from the 7 ninja swordsmen or thousands of rock ninja, the Heavenly Ninja always arrived on time, yet you never did.
Obito's emotions surged, as if hitting his most vulnerable spot, transforming him into a melodramatic youth.
I'm sorry. A shadow of sorrow crossed Minato's face.
Indeed, you're just a loser. In the battle for Hokage, you lost to the Heavenly Ninja.
In terms of strength, you're not his match.
Even as a teacher, you fall short of him.
After Obito's furious outburst, he seemed exhausted, slowly lowering his head.
Go ahead, Golden Flash,
he said to Minato, falling silent.
I'm sorry, Obito.
Minato sighed deeply, suppressing his guilt and sorrow as he launched a Flying Thunder God kunai. With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and Obito's neck was suddenly thrust upward, a spurt of blood erupting from the wound.
Rin, I've come to find you.
In his final moments, Uchiha Obito seemed to see the figure of No-Era Rin, whispering softly as his body slumped weakly to the ground.
Luohao, are you alright?
Teacher, I'm here. After Minato personally dealt with Uchiha Obito, several figures suddenly descended from the sky. The newcomers included Tsunade, who had just married Luohao, as well as his disciples, Might Guy, and the third Hokage.
I'm fine, Luohao said, wrapping his arms around Tsunade and gently patting her waist.
What in the world happened? Seeing that Konoha had suffered no casualties, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing Uchiha Obito's familiar face, he was momentarily taken aback. As you can see, third Hokage, Uchiha Obito's target was the Nine Tails. He had been plotting this for a long time, deliberately choosing my wedding day when Konoha's elite forces were gathered at the Hokage building to attack Kushina. Luohao detailed Obito's actions. I never expected Obito to end up like this. Kakashi Hatake, who arrived late, looked sadly at Obito's lifeless body.
There are likely many hidden secrets behind this. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious expression. Having been the Hokage for many years, he had turned Konoha into a powerful village but had also become adept at sensing schemes. He immediately caught the scent of conspiracy surrounding Obito's actions. Let Minato handle this. As Obito's teacher, it's most fitting for him to resolve it, Luohao suggested. I will definitely get to the bottom of what happened with Obito. Though Minato appeared somewhat downcast, he spoke with determination. He needed to find out who had driven Uchiha Obito to such depths. Alright, everyone disperse. Guy, go inform the Umbu and the guard force that they can lift the secondary state of emergency. After giving instructions to Might Guy, Luohao vanished with Tsunade. The third Hokage and the others had no objections. After all, Luohao was not only the fourth Hokage but also on his wedding night, and with Obito dealt with, there was no reason for him to stay and clean up the aftermath. Wow, you've hidden yourself well. You've developed a technique that can shatter even the nine-tailed beast bomb with your bare hands. Why not show it to me? Back in their bridal chamber, Tsunade couldn't help but ask about the tremor fruit. Don't you think discussing ninjutsu on our wedding night is a bit of a mood killer? Luohao said this, but he still indulged Tsunade's curiosity. In front of her, he demonstrated the abilities of the tremor fruit. I've already taken this new ride for a spin, what's the hurry? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Luohao, then eagerly examined the white aura surrounding his right hand. Even with her naked eye, she could sense a terrifying power. What exactly is this technique? Tsunade gazed intently at Luohao's right hand. You can think of it as a technique that allows me to create vibrations at will. Luohao briefly explained the capabilities of the tremor fruit to Tsunade. Wow, creating vibrations. Then you can create earthquakes at will? Tsunade gasped, finally understanding why the white sphere had left her feeling astonished. As a top-tier figure in the ninja world, she knew what the phrase creating vibrations implied in terms of terrifying power. But it's not just earthquakes. The uses of this ability are quite broad. Luohao's lips curved slightly upward. Hey, I suspect you're making some suggestive remarks, but without any evidence. Noticing the teasing smile on Luohao's face, Tsunade's heart raced. Even though she had only just married him today, she was well aware of what kind of new car she had gotten. Well, I'll give you proof. Luohao swept Tsunade up in his arms and returned to the enchanting wedding bed. As Luohao was practicing in the Hokage world, far away in the pirate world, Whitebeard was studying the top war strategy he had obtained after chatting with Luohao. Old man, you can actually use Conqueror's Haki now? After Whitebeard activated the Hashirama cells and unconsciously unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, his ship doctor and confidant, Marco, rushed over. What's going on, old man? Alongside Marco was Daimon Jozu. You'll understand when you see for yourself. Whitebeard hesitated for a moment but turned around. Old man, your face has actually become youthful. His turn startled both Marco and Daimon Jozu, who had still been half asleep. They immediately perked up. I look like this because I joined a group chat. I was pulled into one called the Infinite Worlds chat group. Remembering the information he had gathered from the top war strategy, Whitebeard ultimately decided not to hide it from Marco and Daimon Jozu. Infinite Worlds chat group? Marco and Daimon Jozu exchanged glances, astonished. As trendsetters of the Great Age of Pirates, they had never heard of such a chat group. It's a tool that allows people from different worlds to chat across dimensional barriers. I just received Hashirama cells from a group member who became the Hokage, which is why I look like this now. When Whitebeard mentioned the Hashirama cells, a hint of joy crossed his brow. The effects of these cells were far better than he had imagined. They not only completely healed his hidden injuries but also allowed him to freely use the long-lost three-color Haki, seemingly adding 10 years to his lifespan. Did you also get the top war strategy from the Hokage group member? Marco asked, both surprised and delighted. Correct. Thinking of the difficulties Marco faced during the top war, Whitebeard handed the strategy to him. This, could it be? Upon taking the strategy, Marco was stunned after just one glance. Daimon Jozu, curious, leaned in to look at the strategy as well. Whitebeard has 3 defeats, 1, age and declining health, 2, soft-hearted towards Blackbeard. The very first line of the opening left Daimon Jozu shocked and furious. Old man, is everything written in this strategy true? The more Marco read, the more alarmed he became. To me, everything written in there should be true. Whitebeard sighed heavily. Since everything in the strategy is true, then the great whirlpool spider. Daimon Jozu stood up abruptly, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. What are you planning to do? Whitebeard frowned and pressed down on the bloodthirsty Diamond Jozu. Of course, I'm going to kill that idiot great whirlpool spider. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have been injured before the battle and wouldn't have triggered hidden injuries during your fight with Akainu. Such a rat should not be allowed to remain in the Whitebeard pirates, and he certainly doesn't deserve to be your son. Diamond Jozu said passionately. Don't worry, old man. I know you can't do this, but leave it to me. I'll handle it.
With that, Diamond Jozu made to get up, determined to eliminate the great whirlpool spider to prevent future troubles.
Have you forgotten what I've said before? Once you're on the ship, I am your father, and the sea is your mother.
Even if one makes a mistake, as long as they are willing to repent, I will forgive them. Whitebeard said gravely.
But,
thinking of how the Whitebeard pirates had suffered defeat largely due to the great whirlpool spider's actions, Diamond Jozu could not calm down.
Jozu, stop talking. We should listen to the old man.
Before Whitebeard could speak, Marco stepped in to reprimand Diamond Jozu.
Fine.
If Whitebeard was like a father to him, then Marco was like an elder brother.
With both the father and elder brother saying so, although Diamond Jozu was still unhappy, he reluctantly nodded. That's my good son. Whitebeard smiled happily. Old man, have you finished reading the strategy? After stopping Diamond Jozu, Marco turned to Whitebeard and asked. About done. If you want to read it, just take it.
After all, you and Jozu suffered greatly in Marineford, it would be beneficial to take a look.
Whitebeard said.
To him, while the strategy was important, what mattered most was himself.
As long as he stood tall, the Whitebeard pirates would not fall. Then old man, you should rest first. Jozu and I will study this strategy. Marco nodded, then pulled Diamond Jozu away from the deck.
Sengoku, Akainu, and that brat Blackbeard, just wait for the surprise I'll bring you. Whitebeard gazed towards Marineford, his eyes growing deep. If before joining the chat group he had been prepared to die at Marineford, now his thoughts had changed. He would go to Marineford, fight in the top war, and save Ace. But how to go about saving and fighting would be entirely his decision.
Idiot, you know how Dad is, so why are you talking nonsense in front of him? Marco scolded disapprovingly. As one of Whitebeard's earliest sons, he understood their father's temperament better than anyone else on the ship.
I was just frustrated.
How can I stay indifferent knowing that the great whirlpool spider is going to stab Dad in the back? Diamond Jozu replied, feeling wronged. Of course not. Marco answered without hesitation.
When it came to loyalty to their father, he was undoubtedly the most devoted in the entire crew.
Then why did you join Dad in scolding me? Diamond Jozu was taken aback upon hearing this. That's why I called you an idiot. You know there are some things Dad can't do, so why would you bring it up in front of him?
Marco glanced at the bewildered Diamond Jozu and continued, remember, some things you shouldn't even mention in front of Dad. At this point, the dazed Diamond Jozu suddenly came to his senses.
You mean? His expression brightened as he focused intently on Marco. Didn't Dad just say that he is our father and the sea is our mother?
Dad is broad-minded and can forgive the great whirlpool spider, knowing he has ulterior motives, but our mother might not be so forgiving. A hint of shadow flickered in Marco's eyes.
So what should we do? Diamond Jozu asked, an eager expression on his face.
Since the great whirlpool spider has committed an unforgivable sin, we naturally need to help him return to our mother's embrace. As Marco spoke, he looked in the direction of the great whirlpool spider.
I understand now. Diamond Jozu's eyes sparkled with a cold glint.
Make it quick and clean, let him go comfortably since he hasn't done anything yet. After Marco finished speaking, he picked up the top war strategy and continued to read intently.
Got it. Diamond Jozu sneered, quietly leaving the Moby Dick.
Using the cover of night, he stealthily approached the great whirlpool spider's room.
When you were wiped out by Roger's crew, Dad should never have taken you in. Diamond Jozu blared at the disheveled and treacherous-looking great whirlpool spider.
Previously, he thought the spider merely looked scruffy, but after reading the top war strategy Luohao had sent Whitebeard, he now found the spider's appearance utterly repulsive. The great whirlpool spider, after all, was a pirate who could stand in the New World. Although Diamond Jozu had concealed his presence, he was soon awakened.
Even though you haven't done anything yet, for Dad's sake, I'm afraid I have to inconvenience you.
Seeing the great whirlpool spider about to wake up, a ruthless expression crossed Diamond Jozu's face. His arms suddenly glimmered with shining diamonds, and he quickly covered the spider's mouth while gripping his neck.
You? The choking pain quickly jolted the great whirlpool spider awake. Just as he was about to make a sound, Daimon Jozu's armed hockey-wrapped right hand swiftly crushed his neck. Ah!
The great whirlpool spider's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Daimon Jozu, as if questioning why he was being killed.
Dad has been so kind to you, and you dare stab him in the back? Do you think I'll let you live? Daimon Jozu whispered into the great whirlpool spider's ear. Whitebeard knows?
Anger and hatred surged in the great whirlpool spider's eyes as he regretted not acting sooner. He should have made his move earlier.
Indeed, you had plans to stab Dad in the back. Noticing the change in the spider's gaze, Daimon Jozu became even more furious.
If it weren't for Marco instructing him to keep it clean, he would have not only hung the great whirlpool spider up to whip him but would have even killed all the pirates on the ship.
Phew.
Taking a few deep breaths to calm his inner fury, Daimon Jozu grabbed the great whirlpool spider's corpse and quietly made his way to the back of the ship, tying it to a stone and sinking it into the sea. Watching the great whirlpool spider's body disappear into the ocean, Daimon Jozu felt a weight lifted from his heart, a wave of relief washing over him.
Wishing you happiness, great whirlpool spider.
On the Moby Dick, Marco, who was seriously studying the top war strategy, felt a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth. He didn't know if the great whirlpool spider would truly find happiness in death, but he knew that with the spider gone, he, Whitebeard, and everyone in the crew would feel a sense of relief and happiness. The night of indulgence did not affect Luohao, the fourth Hokage, in maintaining his normal routine. The day after the Ninetales incident, he simply slept alongside Tsunade until 5 in the afternoon, arriving at the Hokage building just before work hours were over. To this, Kakashi Zayan, who had been waiting in the office for quite some time, was already accustomed. As one of the elders who had witnessed Luohao graduate from the Ninja Academy and grow over the years, he knew Luohao very well. In Kakashi Zayan's view, Luohao was the most powerful Hokage in Konoha's history, yet he also had a laid-back style and truly understood how to enjoy life.
Uncle Yun, you're really early. Luohao greeted Kakashi Zayan as he walked into the office, raising his hand.
Lord Fourth, you are Hokage now, just call me by my name, Kakashi Zayan replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. He sincerely recognized Luohao as Hokage. If it hadn't been for Luohao during that public relations crisis, he might have ended up like Uchiha Obito last night, succumbing to guilt and self-blame. Thanks to Luohao explaining to him the two great wills of Konoha, the will of fire and the lesser-known will of the pot hidden deep within Konoha, he understood that as long as there was a pot, it must relate to Danzo's Hokage principles, allowing him to rise from endless guilt. You know, I'm Hokage now, I'm the highest authority in Konoha. I can call you whatever I want, and who can stop me?
2 advisors, don't you think I'm right?
Luohao said casually, glancing back at Mito Kazan and Tokashika, who stood behind him.
Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a virtue, indeed.
Mito Kazan coughed lightly, feeling the weight of Luohao's gaze. Zayan, since the fourth has said so, you shouldn't refuse, Tokashika chimed in. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, or the future Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, these 2 advisors had not held back on their chatter during their terms. But with Luohao, they dared not act superior nor speak unnecessarily. The reason was simple: Luohao had made it clear on his first day in office that he intended to dismiss them, sending them off to retirement, which made them hesitant to disagree with him. Well then, I won't be polite, Kakashi Zayan thought it amusing to see Tokashika and Mito Kazan, who had previously given him a hard time, now acting so subservient. This was the charisma of Luohao, who had risen to power through strength. Had it been anyone else, these old stubborn advisors would have jumped out to make a fuss long ago.
Back to the point, what was the reaction from Danzo during the chaos caused by Uchiha Obito last night?
Luohao lightly tapped the desk with his hand. Tokashika and Mito Kazan immediately closed their mouths, standing obediently behind him. They understood that to keep their positions, they needed to speak less and do more. As you expected, after you issued the wartime alert, Danzo immediately recalled all root ninjas and did not deploy them as per your command. Kakashi Zayan nearly instinctively began to say Pot King. To this, Mito Kazan and Tokashika pretended not to hear, adopting a posture of observing the nose and the heart. It seems our Pot King has been quite at ease lately. When I was handling the Ninetales last night, I think I heard him mention Danzo. A barely noticeable chill flickered in Luohao's eyes.
Both Mito Kazan and Tokashika, who had close ties with Danzo in the past, were instantly on edge. They dared not defend Danzo, instead, they silently prayed that Danzo would be fine.
Lord Fourth, besides Danzo, there was another ninja clan that disobeyed your orders last night. Kakashi Zayan realized another pot was about to be placed on Danzo's head, but he felt no pity for it. After being enlightened by Luohao, he had learned a truth: regardless of right or wrong, as long as it was a pot, it should be thrown onto Danzo.
Who?
Luohao narrowed his eyes, already having an answer in mind.
The Uchiha clan.
Kakashi Zayan said the 5 words slowly.
Must be severely punished. I suggest extermination.
Before Luohao could speak, Tokashika and Midokazan jumped in eagerly as soon as the Uchiha clan was mentioned. They sounded as if they had deep-seated grievances against the Uchiha, each more vicious than the last.
2 advisors, what exactly are you targeting in the Uchiha? Feel free to be honest with me, are you after the Sharingan or coveting the Uchiha family's assets?
Luohao tilted his head slightly, wearing a playful expression as he stared intently at Midokazan and Tokashika.
We are simply disgusted by the actions of the Uchiha.
While you, Lord Fourth, are fighting on the front lines, they disregard your safety and that of Konoha. It's utterly unforgivable. Midokazan and Tokashika spoke in unison, as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times.
Sharingan! Danzo exclaimed in horror, unable to believe that Uchiha Fugaku had hidden such a powerful ability.
All this time, he had thought the Uchiha clan only had Uchiha Shirsue's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. I must have those eyes.
Danzo's eyes were filled with greed as he gazed at Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, the desire almost palpable.
He had lost hope of obtaining Uchiha Obito's eyes, but Fugaku's were still within reach. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku dares to openly demand Mangekyo Sharingan from the Fourth. It turns out he possesses a pair himself.
Kakashi Zayan suddenly understood.
Uchiha Obito could control the Ninetales with just one Mangekyo Sharingan, so it was no surprise that Fugaku, with a complete set, would seek the eyes of Uchiha Obito from Luohao.
Susanoo.
Realizing the change in expression among the people in the Hokage office, Uchiha Fugaku's heart sank. He had ultimately revealed his hand. But at this moment, he had no time to hesitate. Facing Luohao's fist, which was almost within reach, he immediately activated his Susanoo. A massive yellow skeletal figure appeared, enveloping him as he shed blood tears from his eyes.
Crack!
However, when Luohao's fist struck the skeletal frame, the overwhelming shockwave cascaded through the Susanoo, shattering the massive skeletal structure from the inside out. Uchiha Fugaku, protected by the Susanoo, felt as if his internal organs were being crushed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Susanoo? Is that all you've got? Luohao sneered, glancing disdainfully at Uchiha Fugaku. Fourth, I, Uchiha, am a member of Konoha.
I do not wish to be your enemy, nor do I wish to be an enemy of Konoha. But you should understand this: the Mangekyo Sharingan can only reach its full potential when it forms a complete pair.
Uchiha Fugaku gasped, still reeling from the impact. Are you implying that Uchiha Obito could defeat me with just one eye?
Luohao replied slowly. If you want to interpret it that way, go ahead, Uchiha Fugaku responded frankly. He aimed to convey a message to Luohao: while he had absolute strength to become Hokage, if he could not defeat Uchiha Fugaku, then even if he remained Hokage, his position would not be as secure.
Well, let me tell you something.
Luohao emphasized each word. It seems you've forgotten how I became the 4th Hokage. As his voice fell, he vanished again, moving faster than before.
No would release.
This is the Flying Thunder God's 3rd stage.
Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted.
He had witnessed the fierce battle between Luohao and Minato Namikaze for the position of Hokage, where Luohao had showcased unprecedented speed. Now, he was experiencing that extreme speed once more. I can barely see it, but my body can't react at all. Uchiha Fugaku's face turned pale with shock. He had believed that activating his Mangekyo Sharingan would allow him to at least put up a fight against Luohao, but now he realized that even seeing Luohao's movements was a challenge, let alone facing him head-on.
Susanoo.
At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku recognized that his actions today had been reckless, but it was too late to turn back. Enduring the pain in his eyes, he once more summoned Susanoo. This time, however, it was not a mere skeleton but a complete form, covered in a yellow Tengu armor complete with flesh and muscles.
Lightning release, thunder shock.
Just as Uchiha Fugaku summoned the mature form of Susanoo, Luohao had already teleported to his left side and raised his fist to strike at the waist of Susanoo.
Sizzle. Unlike before, this time, the fist was not covered in a translucent white sphere but rather a blue sphere crackling with brilliant arcs of electricity. Crack. When his fist made contact with Susanoo, the Tengu armor covering it was shredded into countless tiny fragments.
In the next moment, the flesh, veins, and even the skeletal structure of Susanoo began to shatter layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Fugaku's enormous Susanoo, which had nearly filled the Hokage office, was obliterated by Luohao's punch.
Ah!
As Susanoo crumbled, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been protected inside, convulsed as if electrocuted, collapsing to the ground as the sound of bones shattering echoed.
Clan leader
Uchiha Shisui, witnessing the scene, let out a sigh and rushed over to try to pull Uchiha Fugaku up from where he had fallen.
"There's no need to be so tense, I just held back a little."
"He won't die, at most he'll just have some severe broken bones," Luohao said, brushing the dust from his hands as if it were nothing more than wiping away a speck of dirt after beating Uchiha Fugaku to such a state.
"Fourth, you might want to reconsider.
Although Fugaku has derelict his duties, he is still the leader of the Uchiha clan. If you kill him so brazenly in the Hokage building, it might lead to negative perceptions among the other clans in Konoha."
The commotion in the Hokage building immediately drew the attention of various clans in Konoha.
Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had pretended to retire but was truly in seclusion after Luohao took office, hurried over. He, who always valued stability, felt that Luohao's methods were too radical and forceful.
"There's nothing inappropriate about it."
When faced with issues, he shrinks back, openly defies the Hokage's orders, and dares to demand spoils from the Hokage afterwards, even speaking disrespectfully to the Hokage. Any one of those charges is enough for him to die 10 times over.
Besides, he's still alive, isn't he? What does it mean to be resolute? This is what it means.
Luohao used his actions to demonstrate to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the various clans of Konoha what it means to be strong and what it means to be willful. Since he had already taken the position of Hokage, he could no longer be timid, he had to act freely in every word and deed, otherwise, what kind of Hokage would he be? In his eyes, only a Hokage recognized by everyone was a true Hokage, so he needed to maintain strength at all times, ensuring that everyone in Konoha acknowledged him. "Shisui, take this troublemaker back to the Uchiha clan and let him retire in peace," Luohao said to Uchiha Shisui after rebuffing Sarutobi Hiruzen.
"Yes, Lord Fourth."
Uchiha Shisui let out a silent sigh of relief. It seemed that while the fourth was strong, he was also a magnanimous person. Uchiha Fugaku had openly defied orders and spoken disrespectfully to him, yet he only suffered broken bones, and not only could he live, but Luohao also wouldn't pursue the responsibility of the other Uchiha clan members. Danzo, who had initially hoped to take advantage of Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance to pressure Luohao into demanding Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, immediately shut his mouth and stood quietly to the side when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen rendered speechless.
He still wanted to continue his scheming en route and didn't want to end up like Fugaku, retiring early. "Alright, it's quitting time.
Those who need to leave should leave, those who are retiring should retire, don't all crowd around here." Luohao waved his hand dismissively at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, sending them on their way.
What could Danzo and the others say?
Naturally, they dared not voice any complaints. If Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed a complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, couldn't withstand Luohao's 2 punches, they certainly didn't want to follow in his footsteps. After all, they were old and couldn't take such shocks anymore. "Uncle Yun, notify the construction team from Dei to come and repair the Hokage building, and also improve the landscaping with wood release," Luohao said as he returned to the only intact chair in the office. "Understood." Kakashi Zayan nodded and immediately began to arrange for the repairs of the Hokage building. The life of a Hokage is really dull and tedious, chatting is much more interesting, Luohao sighed as he sat in the Hokage chair, his thoughts drifting back to the chat group. For him, who had already become Hokage and married Tsunade, the life of a Hokage was almost devoid of excitement and passion. It was unavoidable, people who start off as Hokage tend to be willful.
Since becoming Hokage, aside from the unknown sage of the six paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki sealed on the moon, only Uchiha Madara could provide him with a bit of amusement.
As for the other 4 great shinobi villages, he had already dealt with them during the Third Shinobi World War, and they were likely licking their wounds in their respective countries, not coming to trouble him anytime soon. Ding! Just as Luohao was about to open the multiverse chat group, he suddenly heard a crisp notification sound, and the multiverse chat group shook a few times. When the chat window stabilized, he was about to check what was happening when Whitebeard, who had entered the chat earlier, jumped out first.
Whitebeard, oh? A newcomer has joined? Whitebeard, I wonder which world this new member is from.
Seeing Whitebeard's messages, Luohao quickly realized that the shake of the multiverse chat group was a notification for a new member entering.
It seems the multiverse chat group randomly pulls in new members at irregular intervals.
I wonder who this newbie is, Luohao thought with interest.
Compared to his dull life as Hokage, chatting and driving with Tsunade were much more captivating.
Just as he was about to check the member list for this new addition, another message popped up in the chat window.
Jang Chulan, what the hell? What kind of chat group is this? Jang Chulan, Whitebeard, Aizen, Isdef. Are you guys playing cosplay chat? Or did I get hit in the head by my junior uncle and am seeing hallucinations? Whitebeard, looks like you've heard of my story. Luohao, it turned out to be Jang Chulan. Just from those 3 words, he recognized the identity of this newbie.
Unlike the typical overpowered protagonist in anime, this newcomer named Jang Chulan not only failed at showing off but also lacked any protagonist flair, earning him the nickname No Shake Billion. In the world of Irinjisia, Jang Chulan's peaceful life was shattered after encountering Feng Baobao, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Just when he finally escaped a mess with the corpse catcher Lu Yinyan and returned to school to get some rest, he was dragged out again by a group of supernatural beings claiming to be from the Tianxia Association. Before he could deal with the Tianxia Association, a junior uncle appeared and directly pinned him down for a beating. With all his pent-up anger having nowhere to go, he vented it all on Zhang Lingyu, his junior uncle. However, reality was cruel. Every time he tried to show off, he was met with a harsh slap in the face. Just as he was getting beaten down and couldn't lift his head, he suddenly heard a voice in his head inviting him to join the multiverse chat group. Dazed from the beating, he muddled together and agreed, still feeling a bit dazed since joining. Aizen Sasuke, newbie, although I don't know how bad your situation is, you better understand that what you see is not an illusion. Jang Chulan, indeed. It seems there's currently no chat software that can be operated directly with the brain. Jang Chulan, if you're not playing cosplay, then you're really Whitebeard, Aizen, and Isdef? Aizen Sasuke, from your tone, it seems you not only know me but every person in the group. Jang Chulan, not everyone, at least I don't know that guy named Luohao. Whitebeard, oh? I thought you seemed to recognize me. I assumed you and that Luo kid were from the same world. Jang Chulan, Luo big brother? Which one? I don't remember knowing any nameless nobody. Seeing Jang Chulan trying to show off, Luohao wasn't even angry. After all, the result of No Shake Billion trying to show off would always end in a slap to the face. Even entering the multiverse chat group wouldn't change that. Whitebeard, Gorarara, Luo kid, why don't you come out and introduce yourself? Luohao, currently in the Hokage world, married Tsunade. Jang Chulan. Jang Chulan, you're actually a transmigrator? Not only did you cross into the Hokage world but you also married Tsunade. Regarding Jang Chulan seeing through his identity as a transmigrator, Luohao didn't mind. At this point in his life, he stood at the peak. No one alive in the Hokage world could threaten him, and compared to the likes of Aizen Sasuke and Whitebeard in the group, he felt he measured up just fine. If he had been pulled into the chat group right after his transmigration, he might have been more cautious about pretending to be a newbie, but now, even if Jang Chulan didn't mention it, he would find a chance to reveal his identity. Whitebeard, Tsunade? Is she a very powerful woman? Whitebeard, I heard Luo kid say he is the 4th Hokage. Jang Chulan, Luo big brother, you actually married Tsunade and defeated Minato Namikaze. Luohao, weren't you just saying I'm a nameless nobody? Jang Chulan, no, you're the true main character. That was just me not recognizing the mountain,
you can consider it as me just letting out a fart. Aizen Sasuke, Transmigrator? It seems Mr. Luo is quite an extraordinary person. Jang Chulan, everyone, can we not talk about Luo's glorious deeds for now? I'll tell you all about him later. Jang Chulan, you guys should help me first, I'm about to be beaten to death by my junior uncle. Coming. In the Hokage world, Luohao's lips curled up slightly. He knew Jang Chulan was about to showcase his abilities. After today, the name No Shake Billion would likely break out of Irinjisia and become famous across countless worlds. Aizen Sasuke, what do you want us to help you with? Jang Chulan, Aizen, could you lend me the mirror flower, water moon? Aizen Sasuke. Jang Chulan, Dad, I recognize you as my father now. I wonder if the dark fruit is still on your ship. Whitebeard. Jang Chulan, Luo, do you have any extra Rinnegan? If not, an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan will do. Luohao. Sure enough. The comments from the netizens were absolutely spot on. This No Shake Billion Jang Chulan truly lived up to his name. In different worlds, Luohao, Aizen Sasuke, and the usually quietest Death almost simultaneously opened the video that Whitebeard had sent to the chat group. Jang Chulan, you little brat, stop trying to butter me up. When did I ever say I'd recognize you as my son? Bah! I thought you were someone like Luo, but it turns out you're just a shameless brat. Whitebeard shouted angrily in the video, even at over 70 years old, causing Luohao to worry if his cells could handle the outburst and hope Whitebeard wouldn't burst a blood vessel. After watching the video, not just Aizen Sasuke, but also his Death, who had been lurking, surfaced and even tagged Luohao. Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, you really are a talent. If you were born in Soul Society, I'd definitely grant you a swift end myself. Istef, at Luohao, can you help me get in touch with the junior uncle Jang Chulan mentioned? I developed a few new tortures I want to share with him. Faced with the outrage of the group, Jang Chulan didn't know if he was too beaten up by his junior uncle to respond or too scared to show his face, so he simply went silent. How could this happen? How come Luo, after crossing into the Hokage world, can defeat Minato Namikaze and marry Tsunade, while I, as soon as I speak, get attacked by all the group members? In the world of Irinjisia, Jang Chulan saw the members of the group wanting to chop him up, and he didn't dare to speak up. At this moment, he felt extremely wronged. Being a punching bag in the Irinjisia world was one thing, but why was he still being hunted down in the multiverse chat group? Fine, if you're not going to help me, I'll do it myself. Even without your help, I can take down Zhang Lingyu. After being beaten by Zhang Lingyu in the Irinjisia world and being hunted down in the multiverse chat group, Jang Chulan finally decided it was time to rise up. He resolved to unleash his long-hidden Yang 5 thunder and reclaim his title as the king of show-offs. Group member Luohao sent a lucky draw red envelope. Suddenly, a red envelope popped up in the multiverse chat window. Red envelope? Should we open it? What is Luo Kid up to? Facing the sudden red envelope, the seasoned veterans like Whitebeard and Aizen Sasuke were cautious, not immediately opening it but carefully observing, afraid that a careless click might lead to danger. However, one person was the exception. Almost the moment Luohao sent the lucky draw red envelope, Jang Chulan decisively clicked to open it. Jang Chulan, oh yeah. I'm the first to grab it. Jang Chulan, as expected of Luo, he doesn't hold back, it's actually an explosive tag from the Hokage world. Luohao, at Jang Chulan, that's not an explosive tag, it's a lightning cutter tag I developed. Jang Chulan, what? Is it the lightning cutter that Konoha's Kakashi uses? Seeing the exchange between Luohao and Jang Chulan in the group chat, Aizen Sasuke and the others realized that the lucky draw red envelope was not a dangerous item but rather a treasure sent from the Hokage world by Luohao. Understanding the situation, Aizen Sasuke and the others quickly opened the envelope. Aizen Sasuke, image, at Luohao, I can feel a burning energy from this paper. Whitebeard, at Luohao, what's special about this chakra armor you have? Istef, image, at Luohao, why did you only send a sword hilt? Where's the blade? Luohao, at Aizen Sasuke, that's an explosive tag used by ninjas during battles in the Hokage world. Luohao, at Whitebeard, the chakra armor you have is a trophy I collected after taking down the land of snow. It has decent defense and can even fly. Luohao, at his death, that's the Thunder God sword. Pressing the button on the hilt will unleash the blade. Group member Luohao's lucky draw red envelope has been fully claimed. His death is the luckiest. Originally pleased with his lightning cutter tag, Jang Chulan nearly drooled at the sight of the Thunder God sword that his death posted. In the world of Irenjisia, Jang Chulan stared at the Thunder God sword in his death's hand for a long time before reluctantly shifting his gaze away. Even though my lightning cutter tag is a one-time use, its power definitely surpasses anything else my group members grabbed. Jang Chulan consoled himself. After all, he had managed to get through many hardships over the years just by relying on his resilience and exceptional self-comforting skills. Jang Chulan, is that all you've got? At this rate, you don't even qualify to participate in the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. Suddenly, Zhang Lingyu's indifferent and disdainful voice broke through. Don't blame me, you forced me into this, Zhang Lingyu. Jang Chulan's eyes turned cold, and a defiant smirk crept onto his lips. At the same time, his right hand discreetly activated the video streaming function in the multiverse chat group. Group member Jang Chulan started a video livestream. As Aizen Sasuke and the others were examining the explosive tags, Thunder God Sword, and Chakra Armor from the Hokage world, they immediately set aside the ninja tools in their hands and clicked on Jang Chulan's livestream link. Through the livestream, they felt as if they were personally present in the world of Irenjisia, closely observing the standoff between Jang Chulan and Zhang Lingyu. I had intended to live incognito for over a decade, wanting to interact with everyone as an ordinary person. But who would have thought that my good intentions would only earn me your repeated contempt, disdain, and attacks? I've had enough. I've decided to stop pretending. Today, whether it's you, Zhang Lingyu, or the sky, I'm going to take you all down. Jang Chulan slowly stood up from the ground, dusting himself off, and fixed a proud gaze on Zhang Lingyu. Luohao. Whitebeard, perhaps I underestimated him. If this kid were born in the Grand Line, he would surely have the qualities of a king. Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, you really are something. While Jang Chulan was live-streaming his show-off moment, he cast a glance at the chat in the multiverse group, the curve of his lips becoming more pronounced, and at the same time, his air of arrogance intensified. I don't know if you can take me down, but with that feeble golden light of yours, don't even think about it. Zhang Lingyu casually glanced at Jang Chulan. Humph. Zhang Lingyu, keep your eyes wide open. From the moment I strike, it'll only take an instant for you to fall. Zhang Chulan spread his fingers as if he were about to grasp the entire sky. At the same time, his left hand, hidden from view, quietly ignited the lightning cutter tag he had obtained from the red envelope. Crackle, crackle. The sound of thunder erupted like 1,000 birds chirping, echoing across a 1,000-meter radius. Almost at the moment the thunder roared, a dazzling circle of lightning formed around Jang Chulan's feet. As Jang Chulan's outstretched fingers suddenly grasped downward, the lightning circle that surrounded him erupted with visible arcs of electricity. These lightning bolts, resembling electric serpents, surged into his palm, forming a lightning cutter that pierced the night and illuminated the sky. Yang 5 Thunder. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lingyu's pupils constricted sharply. Earlier, he had suspected something, and that was why he had treated Jang Chulan with such contempt upon meeting him. Jealousy was the reason. It's actually a lightning technique. And it seems he has cultivated it to a very high level. No wonder my father values this Jang Chulan so much. The onlooking Feng Xian and others were also stunned by Jang Chulan, who wielded the lightning cutter. Remember, don't blink. Perhaps in the moment you do, you'll already be down. Jang Chulan held the lightning cutter and donned a black cloak. Oh. Although your performance is somewhat unexpected, that's all there is to it. Zhang Lingyu's gaze turned cold as he slowly raised his right hand. Lightning techniques aren't exclusive to you, I have them too. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, dark, ink-like lightning surged from his right hand. Black lightning? A mocking expression appeared on Jang Chulan's face. In the next second, he vanished from sight. So fast. Zhang Lingyu's expression changed drastically. Under the astonished gaze of his eyes,
the vanished Jang Chulan suddenly flickered in front of the black lightning he had shot out, then struck down with his right hand.
Swish! The dark lightning, resembling a thunderous serpent, was cut apart by Jang Chulan's lightning cutter like tofu.
Impossible! Zhang Lingyu's eyes widened in shock.
There's nothing impossible.
After severing the black lightning, Jang Chulan instantly flashed to Zhang Lingyu's front, and before Zhang Lingyu could react, the lightning cutter in his hand pierced through Zhang Lingyu's protective golden light, aiming straight for his throat.
Could Yang 5 Thunder really be that powerful? Even my Yin 5 Thunder and protective golden light can't withstand a single strike from it? Zhang Lingyu felt a severe shock inside.
Faced with the sharp lightning cutter, he had no time to react, and his mind went blank. Just when he thought he was either gravely injured or about to die, he realized that Jang Chulan had not pierced his body with the lightning cutter but had stopped it just 1 centimeter from his neck.
Yang 5 Thunder.
Coming to his senses, the still frightened Zhang Lingyu stared intensely at the lightning cutter so close before him, and 4 words emerged in his mind, terrifying indeed.
Your lightning technique is indeed impressive.
But I must tell you something, on a stormy night years ago, I used this move to cut through the thunder from the sky. Jang Chulan, cloaked in black, maintained the lightning cutter's position at Zhang Lingyu's throat. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, Aizen, and the other group members watching the livestream in the multiverse chat were dumbfounded.
Was this really the same Jang Chulan who had shamelessly asked them for the mirror flower, water moon, and dark fruit?
Luohao, cutting through the thunder from the sky.
Have you considered how 50-50 feels?
Whitebeard, if this kid Jang Chulan came to my world, he would definitely be hailed as the biggest show-off in the world. Aizen Sasuke, I've never feared anyone when it comes to showing off, but today I acknowledge you, Chulan.
Luohao.
Whitebeard.
Aizen Sasuke. Is death.
Indeed, this was the Zhang Chulan they were familiar with, shameless and unyielding.
Group member Luohao sent a red envelope, please check. Group member Aizen Sasuke sent a red envelope, please check. Group member Whitebeard sent a red envelope, please check. Group member Is Death sent a red envelope, please check.
Given that Aizen, Whitebeard, and the other group members had seen their fair share of grand occasions, they were somewhat taken aback by Zhang Chulan's direct begging behavior. However, after watching the livestream, they couldn't bring themselves to act as if nothing had happened. Luohao, on the other hand, was already used to it before his transmigration.
Could a streamer who doesn't beg fans be considered a good streamer? Clearly not.
Although he wasn't particularly concerned about face, as the notable 4th Hokage, it was only appropriate for him to take out some pocket money to support and reward Zhang Chulan.
I'm hitting the jackpot.
Luo is the 4th Hokage, Aizen is the super boss of Soul Society, Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, and His Death is the strongest general of the empire.
Any little thing they drop will be a treasure for me. Zhang Chulan hadn't really expected much, he was just habitually begging.
To him, only the generous Luohao, who had reached the pinnacle of Hokage, might reward him. But he didn't expect that not only did Luohao send a red envelope, but others did as well. You opened the red envelope from group member Luohao and received explosive tag ×1, lightning cutter tag ×1, water prison tag ×1, hardening tag ×1, damage reduction tag ×1. You opened the red envelope from group member Aizen Sasuke and received black cape ×1. You opened the red envelope from group member Whitebeard and received 10 gene of large sea king flesh. You opened the red envelope from group member Is Death and received Minister Key 1 character ×1.
What the hell? Am I about to become rich overnight?
Jang Chulan's eyes bulged as he felt like a small streamer who suddenly encountered a wealthy benefactor, nearly fainting from happiness.
TSK, Luo is really the ultimate winner in life, able to defeat Minato and marry Tsunade, he is so generous.
Just sending me a wave of red envelopes provides a complete set of 5 elemental ninja tools. After a moment of recovering from intense happiness, Zhang Chulan began to count his total earnings from this livestream. Fortunately, the multiverse chat group had a built-in storage feature, allowing group members to store items, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to move everything Luohao and the other benefactors gifted him back home. After counting his earnings from the livestream, Zhang Chulan immediately opened the multiverse chat group.
Jang Chulan, thank you, Luo. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Aizen. Thank you, Your Majesty. Love you all. Moa. Luohao, you'd better pray that the Flame Emperor and the 50-50 don't get pulled into the chat. Old man, so I'm just destined to recognize you as my son today, huh? Aizen Sasuke, kid, I see you have quite the talent for showing off. I hope this black cape helps you go further on that path. Isteth, nice, from now on, you all shall call me Your Majesty. Jang Chulan, thank you all for your encouragement and support. I, Jang Chulan, promise all my group members that I will do increasingly better in each livestream. Is the Yang 5 Thunder really that powerful? Even my Yin 5 Thunder and Protective Golden Light cannot withstand a single strike from it? Zhang Lingyu was deeply shaken internally.
Facing the sharp thunder slash, he didn't have time to react, and his mind went completely blank. Just as he thought he was either gravely injured or about to die, he realized that Jang Chulan had not pierced his body with the thunder slash but had stopped it just 1 centimeter in front of his neck.
Yang 5 Thunder.
Coming back to his senses, the still frightened Zhang Lingyu stared fixedly at the thunder slash that was so close, and 4 words appeared in his mind, terrifying indeed.
Your thunder technique is indeed impressive.
But I must tell you something, on a stormy night long ago, I once used this move to sever the lightning from the heavens. Zhang Chulan, cloaked in black, maintained the position of the thunder slash at Zhang Lingyu's throat. Meanwhile, the friends in the chat group, including Whitebeard and Aizen, who were watching the live broadcast, were dumbfounded.
Is this Zhang Chulan really the same one who shamelessly asked them for the mirror flower water moon and the dark fruit? Luohao, severing the lightning from the heavens, have you considered the feelings of the 5-5 opening?
Whitebeard, if this kid Zhang Chulan came to my world, he would definitely be called the man who can show off the most in the world. Aizen Sasuke, I've never been afraid of showing off, but today I acknowledge you, Chulan.
Luohao. Whitebeard. Aizen Sasuke. Isteth.
Sure enough, this is the Zhang Chulan they are familiar with, shameless and unyielding. Friend Luohao sent a red envelope, please check it. Friend Aizen Sasuke sent a red envelope, please check it. Friend Whitebeard sent a red envelope, please check it. Friend Isteth sent a red envelope, please check it.
Friends like Aizen Sasuke and Whitebeard had seen big scenes before.
Faced with Jang Chulan's direct act of begging, they were somewhat caught off guard, but after watching the live broadcast, they ultimately couldn't bring themselves to act as if nothing had happened. As for Luohao, he had already gotten used to this before crossing over.
Can a streamer who doesn't beg fans be considered a good streamer? Obviously not.
Although he wasn't someone who cared much about face, as the 4th Hokage with a reputation, it was only right to take out some pocket money to support and reward Billion.
I'm going to get rich.
Boss Luo is the 4th Hokage, Aizen is the super boss of the Soul Society, Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, and his death is the strongest general of the empire.
Just a little bit from them is a treasure for me.
Zhang Chulan originally didn't have high hopes, just begging out of habit. In his view, only the generous, top-tier Hokage Luohao might reward him. But unexpectedly, not only did Luohao send a red envelope, but the others did too. You opened the red envelope from friend Luohao, obtained, explosive tag times 1, 1000 birds tag times 1, water prison tag times 1, hardening tag times 1, pressure damage tag times 1. You opened the red envelope from friend Aizen Sasuke, obtained, black cloak times 1. You opened the red envelope from friend Whitebeard, obtained, large sea king flesh times 10 gene. You opened the red envelope from friend Isteth, obtained, subordinate tool Toikamanji times 1.
Wow! Am I about to get rich overnight?
Jang Chulan's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, he felt like a small streamer who suddenly encountered a wealthy patron, almost fainting from happiness.
TSK, Boss Luo truly deserves to be the life winner who can defeat the 4th Hokage and marry Tsunade. His generosity is astounding.
Just casually giving me a wave of red envelopes is like a complete set of 5 elements ninja tools. After a while, once he calmed down from the intense happiness, Zhang Chulan immediately began to count his total earnings from this live broadcast. Luckily, the chat group from the Myriad Realms has its own storage function, which allows friends to store items, Otherwise, it would have been a hassle to carry back the things gifted by his patrons like Luohao. After counting the income from the live broadcast, Jang Chulan quickly opened the Myriad Realms chat group.
Jang Chulan, thank you. Boss Luo, thank you. Dad, thank you. Aizen, thank you. Your Majesty the Queen, love you all. Moa. Luohao, you better pray that Yen Emperor and 5-5 opening don't get pulled into the group chat. Dad, so it seems I have to recognize you as my son today?
Aizen Sasuke, young man, I see your show-off skills are quite impressive. I hope this black cloak helps you go further on the path of showing off.
Isteth, not bad, from now on, you all call me Your Majesty the Queen. Jang Chulan, thank you all for your encouragement and support. I, Jang Chulan, promise to do better in each live broadcast from now on. Do you want to keep fighting? If you're not convinced, I can give you another chance. In the world of Renjixia, Jang Chulan exhibited a remarkable duality. He was groveling before the likes of Luohao and Whitebeard in the chat group while displaying an air of confidence that he could take down the heavens right in front of Zhang Lingyu. Jang Chulan, you've done well.
You haven't tarnished my perfect image of the heir to Yang 5 Thunder. In the Renjixia world, Zhang Lingyu looked deeply at Jang Chulan and said, I, Zhang Lingyu, acknowledge you. Now, I officially represent the Tianchi mansion of Longhu Mountain to invite you to participate in the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, where we can settle the score. With that, he turned and left decisively. If you're in a hurry, there's no need to wait for the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony.
I can give you another chance to taste defeat right now.
Jang Chulan casually rested his right hand behind his back, his gaze looking down on Zhang Lingyu. At this moment, having just received a generous reward from Luohao and the other bigwigs, he stood tall, and his voice was louder than usual.
No need, let's call it a day. We have plenty of time for the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony.
Zhang Lingyu paused briefly but continued to walk away without looking back. Since you want to experience defeat again, I certainly won't hesitate to give you another chance. Jang Chulan felt a bit carried away. Ever since he joined the multiverse chat group and met a bunch of influential friends, coupled with the recent wave of red envelopes, he was no longer willing to be the humbled no-shake billion. From now on, he would not only show off with pride but also ensure that the heavens could not cover his eyes, the earth could not hide his heart, and everyone would understand his intentions while the Buddhas could only quietly watch and show off.
Defeat? You start showing off for a bit and then get carried away, huh? Have you really forgotten who you are? Do you believe I won't bury you right now?
Just as Jang Chulan was feeling triumphant and wanted to show off in front of Luohao and the others through the livestream, a voice filled with a strong Sichuan accent suddenly came from behind him.
Bi Bao Jia.
Upon hearing this, Jang Chulan immediately froze. He turned around to see Feng Baobao, looking disheveled, standing behind him without him realizing it.
What did you call me?
After locking eyes with Jang Chulan, Feng Baobao raised her right hand to reveal a Okamoto 001, all while holding a shovel in her left hand.
Master, no, why should I still call this crazy woman master? Jang Chulan blurted out and then quickly shook his head. Crazy woman, listen carefully. I am no longer the same person I was yesterday.
From now on, our roles must be reversed.
I am the master, and you are the slave.
At this moment, with the lightning cutter in hand and a collection of ninja tools and gifts from the bigwigs in his pocket, he was clearly unwilling to continue living a life subjugated by Feng Baobao.
Oh? So you've grown bolder because you defeated that Zhang Lingyu? It seems I didn't hit you hard enough before. A glint of mischief appeared in Feng Baobao's adorably innocent eyes. The Jang Chulan of today is not the same as yesterday. With the lightning cutter in hand, I can easily take down even the heavens.
Jang Chulan spread his right hand, preparing to reveal the lightning cutter, only to find that it extinguished like fireworks in an instant.
Oh no, the lightning cutter tag's time is up. Jang Chulan's expression instantly turned pale. He had been so focused on showing off in front of Zhang Lingyu that he almost forgot the lightning cutter tag had a time limit. Your lightning cutter seems to have lost its power. Then let's try my Okamoto 001.
Feng Baobao flashed a dangerous smile and instantly dashed toward Jang Chulan, slicing him repeatedly within moments.
Crazy woman, you're forcing me.
After taking several hits, Jang Chulan finally found an opening and drew out the key one character from the chat cloud.
Let me show you my treasure, key one character. Clang.
Just as he finished speaking, the key one character he had just drawn was easily severed by Okamoto 001.
What the hell? My queen, you didn't give me a fake treasure, did you?
Jang Chulan looked at the broken blade in horror, his eyes nearly popping out in shock.
Luohao, is death, is this really a treasure? You wouldn't just grab a random long knife to trick him, would you? Whitebeard, little girl, that's a bit unkind.
Aizen Sasuke, it seems I sent the wrong item. I shouldn't have given him a cape for show-off, I should have given Chulan a shallow hit. It's death, maybe this treasure has been sitting in the treasury for too long and got a bit rusty. At that moment, Jang Chulan, nearly pushed to the brink of despair by Feng Baobao wielding Okamoto 001, had no time to respond to Luohao and the others.
Fortunately, while my queen is unreliable, I still have Luo. The items produced by a man who can take down Minato Namikaze surely won't be bad.
Facing the aggressive Feng Baobao, Jang Chulan decisively discarded the useless Key 1 character and pulled out a water prison tag from the chat cloud.
Crazy woman, take this. Water release, water prison technique.
Jang Chulan shouted, raising the water prison tag.
What is this thing?
Caught off guard by the sudden water prison tag, Feng Baobao was immediately enveloped by a torrent of water.
Sure enough, Luo's items are more reliable. Jang Chulan thought, watching Feng Baobao trapped in the water prison.
However, before he could catch his breath, a flash of blade light suddenly erupted from the water prison. To his astonished gaze, Feng Baobao had already cut through the water prison and was charging at him again.
How could this happen? Can even the items produced by a man who can take down Minato Namikaze be ineffective? Or is this woman truly that formidable?
Jang Chulan nearly panicked at the sight of Feng Baobao lunging at him. He turned and ran while hurling the 4 ninja tools he had stored in the chat cloud at Feng Baobao.
Crazy woman, look at my explosive tag. Damage reduction tag. Hardening tag. Lightning cutter tag. What the hell? Why is nothing working?
Jang Chulan, having exhausted all his resources, watched in despair as Feng Baobao pushed through his 4 ninja tools and closed in on him. In the multiverse chat group, Luohao and the others, witnessing Jang Chulan's disastrous situation through the livestream, couldn't help but start discussing.
Whitebeard, Luo kid, your ninja tools aren't rusty too, are they?
Aizen Sasuke, Your Excellency the Hokage, forgive my bluntness, but why do I feel like the power of the 5 ninja tools you gave Jang Chulan is far less than that lightning cutter tag he used in front of Zhang Lingyu?
Luohao, they're not rusty, it's just that the ninja tools I gave to Billion were made when I was still in ninja school, so you understand.
Luohao, this set of ninja tools is fine for dealing with ordinary supernatural beings, but against Feng Baobao.
I can only wish Billion good luck. Jang Chulan.
Seeing Luohao's comments in the chat window, Jang Chulan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood.
So those 5 ninja tools were his student days masterpieces.
No wonder they were ineffective against Feng Baobao.
Don't say I'm bullying you.
I'm giving you a chance right now, bring out any treasures you have. Feng Baobao, holding a knife in one hand and a shovel in the other, looked at Jang Chulan as if he were a dead man.
Bibauer Jia, how about we find a place to talk calmly?
I recently got a piece of Sea King meat, and I was just thinking of cooking it for you to taste. Jang Chulan pulled out the 10 pounds of Sea King meat that Whitebeard had rewarded him with, saying with a face full of flattery.
What did you call me? Feng Baobao replied expressionlessly. BB Master. Jang Chulan forced a smile while silently shedding tears.
He knew that the grand image he had just established of being able to take down the heavens had completely collapsed. With the utterance of Master, his name No Shake Billion was not only firmly established but would become known across the 5 realms. Thinking of this, he regretted it immensely. If he had known that after showing off in front of Zhang Lingyu, he should have closed the livestream, he wouldn't have turned a show-off session into a face-slap livestream.
Luohao. Whitebeard. Aizen Sasuke. It's death.
The 4 people from different worlds watched this unfold, quietly shutting off the livestream, unable to bear to see Billion being trampled upon.
After all, they were all group friends, and there were still many days to come to spend together. Usually, they'd see each other frequently, so they had to leave Billy in with at least a small shred of dignity. That was exciting. To exchange a set of 5 elemental ninja tools made during my student days for such a livestream is simply worth the ticket price. In the Hokage office, after closing Jang Chulan's livestream video, Luohao couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, compared to the dull and monotonous life of a Hokage, the group chat was much more lively and interesting. What he needed to pay for this was just a few ninja tools. This kind of thing, not to mention the Konoha Ninja Tool Store, he had dozens of pounds of it just in the scrolls he carried with him. After savoring the pleasure brought by Bilian's livestream, Luohao intended to close the multiverse chat group and head home. Although the group chat was fun, he had just acquired a new car at home. Since it was the second day after getting married and he was off work, it was only natural to go home and properly break in the new car. At Luohao, group friend Aizen Sasuke has initiated a video chat with you. Do you accept? Aizen? He wants to video chat with me? Luohao was a bit surprised. His hand, which was about to close the multiverse chat group, paused slightly. After a moment's thought, he clicked to accept. Video chat connected successfully. The next second, the chat interface changed. A video clearer than blue light popped up from the chat group. Looking into the screen, Luohao saw Aizen Sasuke, with his dense brown hair, black-framed glasses, and brown eyes, appearing before him in a gentlemanly manner. I'm very glad to meet you this way, Hokage. Although we've communicated a few times before, this is our first official meeting. A gentle smile gradually appeared on Aizen Sasuke's face as he tightly stared at Luohao. If it weren't for his deep understanding of Aizen's character, Luohao might have found it hard to resist seeing Aizen as a paragon of virtue just from this first impression. I'm also very pleased to meet you, Captain Aizen. Luohao looked at Aizen Sasuke with great interest. He did not believe that someone as meticulous and calculated as Aizen would initiate a video chat without a reason. Hokage, it seems you are quite eager to hear what I have to say? Normally, given that this is our first meeting and our interactions have been limited, you shouldn't display such expressions during our first video chat, Aizen Sasuke observed, a subtle glint flashing in his eyes, yet his smile remained as gentle as a spring breeze. Even though the information Jang Chulan revealed was very limited, with your outstanding intellect, Captain Aizen, it shouldn't be difficult for you to guess why I might react this way. Luohao leaned back in his chair, casually shrugging. If it were the Luohao who had just crossed over, he would have felt a hint of fear facing a boss with Aizen's almost monstrous IQ. But now, not only was he unafraid of video chatting with Aizen, he felt no intimidation even in a face-to-face confrontation. After all, before being pulled into the Myriad Realms chat group, he had fought his way to the pinnacle of the ninja world without any bloodline, secret techniques, special physique, or external aids, achieving peak mastery in illusion, physical combat, ninjutsu, and swordsmanship. Even if Aizen possessed the terrifying Mirror Flower Water Moon, he had enough confidence to handle it. I think the key lies in your unique identity as a traverser. Even within the chat group, Aizen Sasuke's smile grew more pronounced. Indeed, Captain Aizen, you live up to your reputation. I knew I couldn't hide this from you. Luohao gently applauded. From the moment Jang Chulan revealed his identity, he understood that it was impossible to keep it a secret from Aizen, the king of show-offs. Despite the limitations imposed by different worlds, eras, and cultures, it wouldn't be difficult for Aizen to deduce the implications behind the word traverser. I feel that this version of me should be more pleasing to your eyes, Hokage, Aizen Sasuke said as he slowly removed his black-framed glasses, then gently brushed his bangs aside, allowing his sharp gaze to be fully revealed. With the application of Aizen's signature hairstyling gel, his hairstyle transformed dramatically, and with a small tuft of bangs falling forward, his demeanor shifted from that of a gentle teacher to an imposing, domineering CEO, all with just a touch of gel. I didn't expect that after crossing into the Naruto world, I would witness such a spectacular scene from the Soul Society. Captain Aizen, your hairstyling skills are indeed unparalleled. Honestly, you look much better now than before. Luohao couldn't help but give sincere applause as he witnessed Aizen's transformation through the video chat. When it comes to showing off, he only bows to Aizen. Aizen Sasuke, the king of show-offs, never needed excessive dialogue to embellish or enhance his presence. With just his hairstyling skills and a glance, he could achieve a magnificent transformation from a loser to a domineering figure. Compared to Aizen's styling prowess, Jang Chulan's earlier attempts at showing off seemed utterly juvenile.
Indeed, as a traverser, your inherent position is even higher than Jang Chulan's. If Jang Chulan merely knows about my world and Whitebeard's, then you not only understand all of us but also have complete clarity on Jang Chulan and the world he inhabits. Meanwhile, we know nothing about you, not even Jang Chulan, who only knows you as a traverser in the Naruto world, but nothing about your life before that, Aizen Sasuke articulated, his demeanor changing completely with the removal of his glasses. When he wore them, he gave an impression of warmth, but now, every word he spoke was like a sharp blade, brimming with undeniable authority.
I've long been aware of Captain Aizen's intelligence. You wouldn't be video chatting with me just to show off your intelligence alongside Jang Chulan, would you? Luohao remarked, devoid of any surprise. I am not that child Chulan, I wouldn't engage in meaningless showboating. You should know my character well, I have no interest in showing off.
Aizen Sasuke replied, his expression unchanging.
Is that so? Luohao stared intently at Aizen Sasuke, internally critiquing, can you really say that? Don't you know who you are? As the king of show-offs in the Soul Society, responsible for over 90% of the realm's show-off moments, how can you dare claim to not enjoy it? Is there a problem? Aizen Sasuke felt a surge of unease as Luohao looked at him with an odd expression. Captain Aizen, do you know how the people on my side evaluate you? Luohao said with a playful expression. I'd love to hear more.
Aizen Sasuke's intent for the video chat wasn't merely for the pleasure of it, his primary aim was to gather information about himself and the world he inhabited from Luohao.
King of show-offs, Aizen.
Luohao enunciated each word clearly. That's just the perspective of some ordinary people who don't understand me. Aizen Sasuke's eyelid twitched slightly, even with his deep cunning, he couldn't help but feel puzzled about what he must have done in the future to earn the title of King of Show-Offs. Forgive me for being blunt, but when it comes to showing off, I only bow to you, Captain Aizen.
Luohao said earnestly. Hokage, what on earth have I done in the future? Am I destined to be either showing off or on the way to showing off like Jang Chulan during his stream today? At this moment, Aizen Sasuke felt a bit restless. The mere thought of potentially ending up like Jang Chulan made his head ache.
Captain Aizen, I can only tell you this, in the Soul Society, you alone account for over 90% of the show-off moments. Furthermore, nearly all of the classic show-off quotes originate from you. Trust me, you are truly deserving of the title King of Show-Offs. Luohao's words left Aizen Sasuke stunned. He couldn't fathom how many times he must have shown off in the future to gain such significant fame in the realm of boasting. Originally, he had wanted to inquire whether he would ascend to the vacant throne of the King of Heaven, but instead, he discovered that he had firmly secured the top position in the show-off world. Reflecting on this, Aizen Sasuke fell silent, deciding to remain vigilant and avoid unnecessary show-off behaviors in the future. I am pleased, Hokage, that you could share such important information with me. However, compared to my future show-offs, don't you think that as young people, we should focus more on the Myriad Realms chat group? After a while, Aizen Sasuke calmed down from the shocking news Luohao provided and spoke again. What do you mean, Captain Aizen? Luohao narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, here it comes. He knew Aizen had his sights set on the Myriad Realms chat group. I'm sure you've noticed that while we are members of the Myriad Realms chat group, we don't have control over it. From my observations, the chat group randomly pulls in people from different worlds at intervals.
As time goes on, more and more people will join the chat.
When the number of members reaches a certain scale, it means that powerful individuals will also increase. Aizen Sasuke spoke calmly, his tone and charisma naturally drawing people in to listen carefully.
And then?
Luohao replied nonchalantly. At that time, not only will we no longer be the big shots in the chat, but we might also become targets of amusement like Jang Chulan, Aizen Sasuke stated as if he were recounting a foregone conclusion.
You want to team up with me?
Luohao's lips curled slightly, speaking in a certain tone. Among the members of the chat group, only you qualify to enter my purview. While the number of members is still small, we should join forces to share the resources of both the Naruto and Soul Society worlds. I believe that as long as we take the lead now, even as the chat group grows larger in the future, we can still maintain our position at the top.
becoming one of the few who will always stand at the pinnacle. Aizen Sasuke spoke in a highly persuasive manner. Friend Aizen Sasuke sent a red envelope, please check. Ha! Luohao glanced at Aizen Sasuke, noticing the smile on his face. Open it and take a look. Aizen Sasuke gestured for Luohao to open the red envelope. You opened the red envelope from friend Aizen Sasuke, obtained, Zanpakuto, Shallow Strike, ×1. Upon hearing this, Luohao reached out to open the red envelope, and a yet-to-be-released Zanpakuto, or rather, a Shallow Strike, instantly landed in his hand. Zanpakuto? Captain Aizen, you really are generous. You gave me something so important for a Soul Reaper as a welcome gift in a red envelope. Luohao lightly waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, the blade cutting through the air with a hissing sound as it sliced through the airflow. This is just a small token of my appreciation, Aizen Sasuke replied with a calm smile, fully aware that one must give to receive. Faced with Luohao, who held a much higher status in the chat group, he knew that to gain something, he must first part with something, and he was quite adept at this game of give and take. Captain Aizen values me so highly? You should know that I'm not the only strong one in the group. Whitebeard and his deaths are both exceptional masters, and even Billion is a hidden dragon. Luohao expressed confidence in his standing within the chat group but never underestimated any member, regardless of their strength or world of origin. Anyone who could be pulled into the Myriad Realms chat group was undoubtedly someone fortunate. Even if they were currently at a low point, that was merely temporary. Hokage, I trust my judgment. You are different from Urahara Kisuke. Both you and I are unwilling to be beneath others and aspire to become kings, even to sit upon the supreme throne of the heavens, rather than bowing 3 times and kneeling 9 times. Only between kings and gods can there be the possibility of an alliance. As for Chulan and the others, while they are outstanding, they currently lack such qualifications. Moreover, the throne of heaven is too small, and the number of seats it can accommodate is extremely limited. Aizen Sasuke's tone was filled with a commanding confidence and a sense of authority. I must say, Captain Aizen, you are indeed a very persuasive speaker. Luohao nodded with a smile and then sent Aizen a red envelope. Friend Luohao sent a red envelope, please check. Friend Aizen Sasuke sent a red envelope, please check. The two seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, sending red envelopes to each other almost simultaneously. You opened the red envelope from friend Aizen Sasuke, obtained, Encyclopedia of the Soul Reapers, author, Aizen Sasuke. Luohao opened the red envelope, and the book that came into view truly lived up to its name. Aizen Sasuke detailed the methods of spiritual power cultivation for Soul Reapers in the book, as well as including all 4 major skills of a Soul Reaper: swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, Kido, and Shuanpa. Mastering the knowledge within the book and successfully cultivating it would undoubtedly allow one to become a captain-level Soul Reaper. I believe Hokage will be quite busy from now on, so I'll take my leave, Aizen Sasuke stated. Although he was new to the chat group and, like many users experiencing chat apps for the first time, enjoyed initiating video calls, Aizen's mental fortitude was exceptional. Remembering that he had important matters to attend to, he decisively kicked his internet addiction and hung up the chat. Talk to you later. Luohao nodded and then ended the video call. In the world of Bleach, after hanging up the video chat, Aizen Sasuke could no longer resist his urge to open the red envelope and immediately tore it open. Clearly, having never participated in a chat group before, he had recently become enthralled with video chatting and opening red envelopes. You opened Luohao's red envelope, obtained, Chakra Refinement Scroll ×1, Body Switch Technique ×1, Shadow Clone Technique ×1, Transformation Technique ×1. Aizen Sasuke looked at the Chakra Refinement Scroll and the scroll for the Shadow Clone Technique in his hands, and even with his deep cunning, a hint of joy flickered in his eyes. So this is what Chulan referred to as the 2 most precious scrolls of the Hidden Leaf Village, known as essential techniques for a Hokage? I thought that in establishing a cooperative relationship, I could at most receive the Chakra Refinement Scroll from him, but I didn't expect this 4th Hokage to be even more generous than I imagined. Truly deserving of being a friend whom I, Aizen, have my eye on. Aizen Sasuke praised Luohao's generosity and promptly opened the Chakra Refinement Scroll to study it carefully. He had already learned from Jang Chulan that chakra was the core of the power system in Naruto. Everything revolved around the 3 characters of chakra. Once he mastered chakra, wouldn't techniques like wood release and dust release come easily? Captain Aizen, you seem busy. Rukia has already been taken back to the Soul Society. Don't you want to check on her? Just as Aizen Sasuke was engrossed in studying the chakra refinement scroll, Jin Ikemaro suddenly walked in through the door. What's done is done, there's no need to check. Jin, you can leave now, I have matters to attend to, Aizen Sasuke said, discreetly closing the scroll. In his view, the Hogyoku Rukia had was already firmly under his control, and he didn't need to pay too much attention to it. Instead, he found a completely new power system more enticing and believed that with his intelligence, he might discover a method to break the boundaries between the Soul Reapers and the Hollow World. Not even concerned about the Hogyoku? Does he have absolute confidence in his control over everything, or is there something more important to him than the Hogyoku? Jin Ikemaro pondered, his eyes casually glancing at the scroll in Aizen Sasuke's hands. Since Captain Aizen has important matters to attend to, I'll keep an eye on Rukia for you. Jin Ikemaro said, both speculating about the contents of the scroll and addressing Aizen Sasuke. Thank you, Jin. To have you and Kira as my capable assistants is truly a blessing for me, Aizen. With both of you around, there's nothing for me to worry about, Aizen Sasuke replied, a pleased smile on his face, having already put his glasses back on and styled his hair to its previous state. Captain Aizen is too kind. I'll go watch over Rukia and won't disturb you any longer, Jin Ikemaro said. Although he was curious about the secrets contained in the scroll, he had always been patient and restrained, using his snake-like tenacity to suppress his desires. Go ahead. Aizen Sasuke chuckled and nodded, watching Jin Ikemaro leave his quarters before immediately reopening the chakra refinement scroll, immersing himself in understanding its knowledge, entering a state of enlightenment where he lost track of time and self. On the other side, in the Naruto world, after Luohao hung up the video chat with Aizen Sasuke, he didn't immediately close the chat group. Instead, he sat quietly in the Hokage chair, staring at the Encyclopedia of the Soul Reapers written by Aizen Sasuke, as if waiting for something. At Luohao, friend Jang Chulan has initiated a video chat with you. Do you accept? So Billion finally showed up, Luohao thought, seeing Jang Chulan initiate a video chat. There was no surprise on his face, rather, he looked as if he had anticipated the arrival. Video chat connected. As Luohao accepted the call, Jang Chulan's bruised face appeared on the screen. It was clear he had been beaten up by Feng Baobao. Boss Luo, I hope I didn't let you down. Right now, I bet Aizen is proudly holding the chakra refinement scroll and shadow clone technique in the Bleach world. Jang Chulan said, a sly and smug smile on his face. Don't get too cocky, showing your hand could lead to trouble. You know Aizen's intelligence. Once he figures it out, I may be fine, but you'll be in danger, Luohao warned, though he couldn't help but smile slightly at having tricked the nearly genius Aizen with just 2 ninja school textbooks. After all, in the Bleach world, it was always the king of show-offs who played tricks, not the other way around. Trading 1 chakra refinement scroll and 1 shadow clone technique for the entire Soul Reaper cultivation system was undoubtedly one of his most brilliant moves this year, even more impressive than trading Hashirama's cells for the Gura Gura no Mi. It's fine, although the chat group has the function for members to traverse worlds, it currently doesn't have the power to enforce it. As long as I don't pull Aizen into my world, even if he realizes he's been tricked, he can only vent his frustration in the chat group. Jang Chulan said, his panda eyes showing complete disregard for Aizen. It's not that I look down on Aizen. In terms of fighting, he can take me down with just his hands and feet, and even with just his tongue, he could poke me to death. In terms of strategy, he could calculate me with his toes. But when it comes to keyboard skills, 10 Aizens aren't my match. Watching Jang Chulan, who was timid in reality but could strike back hard in the chat group, Luohao couldn't help but laugh. The king of show-offs, Aizen, had met his match in Jang Chulan, and it was indeed unfortunate for him. Besides, I have you, Boss Luo, backing me up, right? You wouldn't want a loyal subordinate like me to be taken out by the king of show-offs. Look at how capable I am, shouldn't you give me a little more money? Jang Chulan held up 2 fingers and rubbed them together. Here you go. Luohao, seeing Jang Chulan's money-hungry demeanor, didn't hold back and sent him a red envelope. Friend Luohao sent a red envelope, please check. Jang Chulan eagerly opened the red envelope.
You opened the red envelope from friend Luohao, obtained Jonin Training Guide ×1, author, 4th Hokage Luohao, Chakra Test Paper ×1, Thunder God Sword ×1, Explosive Tags ×10. Wow, as expected from Boss Luo, so generous. Being with you is truly a stroke of luck, Jang Chulan exclaimed as he looked at the items in the red envelope, his excitement palpable. Upon opening the Jonin Training Guide written by Luohao, he found it not only detailed the methods for refining chakra, as well as its properties and transformations, but also included numerous elemental ninja techniques. Most excitingly, it even contained the thunder slash he had used to show off in front of Zhang Lingyu, developed by Kira's 5-5 opening. Facing this series of surprises, even though he was marked by his grandfather Zhang Chulan, it felt like he was experiencing the thrill of driving ahead of time. Are you satisfied? Luohao asked with a smile while looking at the video of Jang Chulan. Very satisfied. Jang Chulan nodded repeatedly. Do you want more money? Luohao asked with a grin. No need. Although Jang Chulan wanted more, he knew when to take a step back and shook his head. Then I'm hanging up. Luohao said, preparing to end the video call. Wait, Boss Luo. When you sent that lottery red envelope last time, didn't the Queen take the Thunder God Sword? How come you have another one now? It's not another replica you made in ninja school, is it? Jang Chulan asked, eyeing the Thunder God Sword in his hands, realizing he was now wary of Luohao's gifts after being tricked with ninja tools before. You mean the Thunder God Sword? This isn't something I made. 2 years ago, I conquered the craftsman ninja village and recruited all the craftsmen there to decipher the technology of the second Hokage's Thunder God Sword, allowing for mass production. Now, the Thunder God Sword is no longer unique in Konoha, every jonin in the village has one. Luohao replied nonchalantly, as if he were discussing a minor event rather than a major undertaking. If you want another one, I can give you one more Thunder God Sword. He had no less than 20 in his personal scrolls. Considering that Billion helped him trick the king of show-offs, giving him another Thunder God Sword was nothing. As long as he asked, the craftsmen in the village could start production right away. Jang Chulan's mouth dropped open, wanting to say something but unsure of how to express his thoughts. He never expected the precious Thunder God Sword to become so common in the hands of Luohao, akin to a stone found on the roadside, so easily given away. Don't want it? Luohao said with a teasing smile. No. I don't want it. What you've already given me today is enough to make me wealthy overnight. Jang Chulan fought to suppress his excitement and reluctance and shook his head in refusal. Then I'm hanging up. Luohao looked at Jang Chulan with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Billion truly understood when to advance and retreat. He clearly wanted it, but he could restrain his desires. While Luohao would have given it to him if he insisted, he admired Billion's refusal even more. For a university student to be able to act like Jang Chulan did was indeed not easy. Take care. If you need anything, at me. I'm always available 24/7, ready to serve your commands. Jang Chulan respectfully bid farewell. After Luohao hung up the video call, he could no longer suppress his excitement and cheered on the back mountain of the university. Awesome! Once I master all the techniques in Boss Luo's Jonin Training Guide, I might just be able to break the curse of the Hogyoku. Even if that doesn't work, I can use the sealing techniques in the scroll to seal it. At that point, I can go clubbing and maybe even find a car to race. Jang Chulan thought about his long-desired driving scene, his face reflecting deep yearning and intoxication. Indeed, he was so dedicated to working for Luohao and helping him trick Aizen because Luohao had previously mentioned that sealing techniques could seal the Hogyoku. As the saying goes, a soldier dies for his confidant. With Luohao understanding him so well, how could he not go all out for him? Having possessed extraordinary powers since childhood but living a life more bitter than ordinary people, Jang Chulan didn't place so much importance on power. Instead, he longed to break free from the constraints of the Hogyoku and become a qualified driver, fully enjoying the various luxury cars of society. If Aizen Sasuke, who was currently studying the chakra refinement scroll in the Bleach world, knew that Jang Chulan had sold him out just to experience the thrill of driving, he would surely have different thoughts. After hanging up the video call with Jang Chulan in the Naruto world, Luohao slumped into the Hokage chair like Guyu, looking leisurely yet bored.
The chat group is done, and this time is just so hard to bear. Is there really nothing to do besides clocking in at the Hokage building at 5 in the afternoon?
I've already driven all night, I can't just go racing again after barely half an hour of work. Luohao sighed helplessly.
He really had nothing to do.
Fortunately, he had married yesterday, so he could always spare 7 or 8 hours a day to drive around with Tsunade, honing his driving skills.
Otherwise, he would probably be even more bored.
This was also because he had become Hokage in such a legitimate manner, unprecedented. Unlike Tobirama Senju, who inherited from his brother, or Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was appointed in a time of crisis, he had fought his way to become Hokage. He had nearly taken down all 4 great ninja villages during the Third Great Ninja War, and as a result, very few dared to oppose him within and outside Konoha. With no one to challenge him, he had no rivals, and thus, nothing to do.
Each day was filled with clocking in at the Hokage building or driving around at home. The chat group really doesn't offer much fun anymore, but life must go on.
Although life as Hokage is dull and boring, if I put my mind to it, I can still find some enjoyment. I can't just stare at the chat group 24 hours a day, Luohao pondered seriously, falling into deep thought. Usually, when people traverse into the Naruto world, they consider how to leverage external aids to quickly become stronger, how to find a powerful ally, or how to train. But he felt no such necessity and had no such thoughts. After all, he was already Hokage, and he had married Tsunade. No matter how diligently he trained, he had no idea who he was doing it for.
Why not just go and wipe out a ninja village for fun?
After a long time of contemplation, Luohao could only think of this one way to inject some excitement into his monotonous life as Hokage. Only the Fourth Great Ninja War could stir a ripple in his stagnant life.
Yun, Juku.
Once the thought of destroying a village arose, it surged forth like a flood, impossible to restrain. Luohao merely called out, and the 2 Anbu hidden nearby quickly went to summon Kakashi Hatake and Nara Shikaku. Before long, both Kakashi, who was busy arranging the reconstruction of the Hokage building, and Nara Shikaku, who was at home taking care of his newborn child, arrived at the Hokage office, which had been blown apart by Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo.
What do you think? If I were to choose one of the 4 great ninja villages to go to war with, which one would be the best option? Luohao wasted no time and got straight to the point upon their arrival. What? Hokage-sama, are you really planning to instigate the 4th Great Ninja War?
Both Kakashi and Nara Shikaku were taken aback, completely stunned. This was far too sudden, and they were caught completely off guard. The seriousness of instigating a ninja war sent a chill down their spines. There are only so many resources in the ninja world, and 5 ninja villages simply can't share them. The 4th Great Ninja War will break out sooner or later. If that's the case, I might as well destroy a ninja village now, Luohao stated matter-of-factly, completely unconcerned about the massive uproar his words would cause in the ninja world. In truth, his desire for war wasn't merely out of boredom. Even before he ascended to the position of the 4th Hokage, the plan to eliminate the 4 great ninja villages and let Konoha dominate had already taken shape in his mind. He was simply bringing the plan forward a bit. While I don't know what led you to this idea, I suggest you think it over carefully and ideally abandon this notion. Nara Shikaku glanced at Luohao, inwardly muttering, what kind of scheme is he up to now? Having grown up alongside Luohao, he knew all too well the temperament of the 4th Hokage. Things were manageable when they were still in the ninja academy, but ever since Luohao graduated and made a name for himself during the Third Great Ninja War, he had started to become somewhat arrogant. Not to mention roasting the semi-god Hanzo's salamander or turning Chiyo's puppets into figurines. The most classic incident was during a covert operation in the Mist Village, where Luohao not only extracted the 3 tails from the 4th Mizukage, but also stole the first prodigy of the Mist Village, Terumi Mei, which often caused Shikaku to clean up after him. I'm not going to take your advice, Luohao replied directly, not putting on airs as Hokage since they were childhood friends. I knew it would be like this, Nara Shikaku sighed and covered his forehead in resignation. Even if you don't take Shikaku's advice, Hokage-sama, starting a war really isn't a good idea. Seeing Shikaku yield first, Kakashi stepped in, trying to dissuade Luohao from this dangerous notion. Why not? Is it because I'm not strong enough? Luohao asked, looking puzzled at Kakashi. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words in response.
Could he honestly say Luohao wasn't strong?
During the Third Great Ninja War, there were only 5 Kage among the 5 great ninja villages, and 4 of them had met their demise at his hands. Rumor had it that even the third Hokage nearly perished during an encounter with Luohao. Faced with the true Kage Slayer, Kakashi couldn't bring himself to falsely claim that Luohao wasn't strong.
You're strong. Nara Shikako had to chime in. Then what's the problem?
Luohao was even more confused.
This isn't about how strong you are.
The third Hokage signed a peace treaty with the 4 great ninja villages right after the Third Great Ninja War ended. Especially with the Cloud Village, they even sent people over to sign a defensive alliance treaty with us. If we calculate the time, they're supposed to arrive tomorrow, Nara Shikako patiently explained.
Let them go back where they came from. Konoha is now under my command as the 4th Hokage.
As for peace and alliance treaties, they can go find the 3rd Hokage. I won't recognize any of that here. Luohao declared firmly, his tone filled with undeniable authority. A Hokage who fought his way to the top is indeed troublesome.
Nara Shikaku felt a headache coming on.
In the past, he thought Luohao's legitimate rise to power was a good thing, but now he felt an immense sense of worry. Luohao's position as Hokage was so legitimate that he could do whatever he wanted without any reservations, acting with wild abandon. In the vast Konoha, no one dared to challenge him, nor could they balance his power, and instead, he garnered the support of the vast majority of ninjas. This led to a situation where whenever Luohao came up with some dangerous ideas, he and Kakashi Hatake, like submissive wives, could only exhaust their efforts to appease and dissuade him, trying every possible means to eliminate his dangerous thoughts. 4th Hokage, the most critical issue isn't whether you recognize the peace treaty. The real problem is that once you tear up the peace treaty, no matter which ninja village you decide to attack, the end result will be that all 4 great ninja villages will unite against you. Kakashi Hatake saw that Nara Shikaku was somewhat at a loss for words, caught speechless by Luohao's stubbornness, and he immediately stepped forward to continue persuading.
It doesn't matter, I can take on all 4 Kage by myself. Luohao thought for a moment and then confidently declared. You can indeed take on 4 Kage, but Konoha, having just gone through the Third Great Ninja War, cannot withstand an attack from all 4 ninja villages at the same time.
Nara Shikako said helplessly. If they really want to go to war, Konoha won't need to fight all 4 villages at once. We only need to engage on 3 fronts, and before the other 3 villages can react, I can wipe out one of them. Luohao said with a hint of disdain on his face, as if proclaiming an already settled matter, his tone full of certainty. In fact, with his current strength, if it weren't for Konoha holding him back, he could easily flatten one of the ninja villages by himself. If he disregarded Konoha's survival and fought without restraint, he could completely annihilate the Cloud, Sand, Mist, and Stone villages. However, considering the timing in Konoha's future, he couldn't do that, otherwise, not only would Konoha cease to exist, but the ninjas within would also dwindle to almost nothing.
Then why not attack the Mist village first?
The 7 ninja swordsmen have already lost 4 to Kakashi, and the remaining 3 were taken out by you. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, even had the 3 tails extracted by you. Currently, among the 4 great hidden villages, the Mist village is the easiest to conquer. Kakashi finally understood. Luohao was determined to reduce the 5 great ninja villages to 4.
Mist village?
That's just a poor, remote place, it's far away and not worth attacking. Let's choose another one. I think the Cloud village would be pretty good.
Wiping out those brutes, Konoha would immediately gain 2-tailed beasts.
Luohao replied, his mind flashing back to Terumi Mei's graceful figure and her stunning driving skills from 2 years ago.
You're just saying that. Do you take me for a fool? You could easily attack the weakest Mist village, yet you choose the strongest Cloud village, and isn't it because you previously took advantage of their 5th Mizukage and made a 3-year agreement not to attack the Mist village?
Nara Shikaku felt the weight of being Konoha's chief strategist growing heavier. Not only did he have to come up with strategies for Luohao's public affairs, but he also had to clean up after him in his private matters. What frustrated him the most was that Luohao had used the Flying Thunder God to race with Terumi Mei and dragged him along to stand guard at the entrance. But, the Cloud village is not only the strongest of the 4 great ninja villages,
but it also has the most comprehensive strength. Kakashi expressed his concerns, clearly unaware of the many undisclosed matters between Luohao and Terumi Mei. Strong? Can they be stronger than me?
Uncle Yuan, don't worry, I've already decided to destroy the Cloud Village.
Even the Sage of Six Paths can't stop me. I mean it.
Luohao decisively concluded, not giving Kakashi or Nara Shikaku a chance to argue.
Then it's settled.
Shikaku, you go discuss it with the think tank and write up a perfect blitzkrieg plan for me tonight, and have it on my desk by tomorrow morning.
After giving his orders to Nara Shikaku, Luohao stood up and left the office to accompany Tsunade. Shikaku, do you think the Cloud Village accidentally stepped on the fourth Hokage's tail? They're coming to Konoha tomorrow to sign a defensive alliance treaty. Are we really going to draft a battle plan to attack them tonight? Once Luohao left, Kakashi immediately vented to Nara Shikaku.
Regardless of whether our fourth Hokage has suddenly lost his mind, he's set on taking down the Cloud Village, and as his subordinates, we can only follow along. Nara Shikaku sighed helplessly.
Are we really going to instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War?
Kakashi asked, his expression serious. Our fourth Hokage may seem impulsive, but to be honest, I actually support his decision to go to war. Although the Third Great Ninja War has just concluded, the power and achievements he displayed during the war were truly incredible. He single-handedly defeated the Cloud, Stone, Sand, and Mist villages with remarkably low casualties. If the third Hokage hadn't been in power at the time, and if Konoha hadn't been held back by Danzo, the Uchiha clan, and others, today the ninja world would only have Konoha standing strong, and there wouldn't even be 5 great ninja villages. Nara Shikaku suddenly shifted from his earlier strong opposition to war in front of Luohao. Then why did you oppose the fourth Hokage earlier? Kakashi Hatake looked at Nara Shikaku with confusion written all over his face. I was just trying to annoy him a bit. He can go home to hug his wife and sleep soundly, while I have to pull an all-nighter working tonight, Nara Shikaku replied with a smile, patting Kakashi on the shoulder.
Don't overthink it, Lord Kakashi.
The fourth is a man capable of creating legends, we just need to follow in his footsteps from behind.
With that, he turned and left the dilapidated Hokage office. Do you believe in the fourth? Indeed, even during the Third Great Ninja War, he created countless legends. Kakashi gazed at the Hokage rock behind the office, his eyes fixated on the statue of Luohao, the fourth Hokage, lost in thought. The next day, Luohao, having just acquired a new car, broke his usual habit of waking up in the afternoon to check in at the Hokage building. Instead, at noon, with the help of Sage Mode, he got out of the car after dropping off Tsunade and headed straight to the Hokage building to clock in. However, today he didn't go to the newly rebuilt Hokage building led by Yamato's team, but instead headed to Hokage Rock. Notify the Jonin class as well as the third Hokage and the 2 advisors to gather at Hokage Rock immediately. Luohao called out to Uchiha Shursui as he stepped onto the statue of the third Hokage. Yes. Uchiha Shursui responded and quickly disappeared.
It's worth noting that since the last time Luohao helped Uchiha Fugaku break every bone in his body and retire to live a quiet life, the position of Uchiha clan leader naturally fell to Uchiha Shursui. Now, he held multiple roles: clan leader of the Uchiha, captain of Luohao's personal guard, and leader of a division in the Umbu. With these 3 positions, the young Uchiha Shursui rapidly became a rising star among Konoha's elite, even receiving equal respect from the renowned Danzo. After Shursui left, Luohao, having nothing else to do, rubbed his sore back from last night's drifting at high speed, and opened the Myriad Realms chat group that had been closed all night. Messages flooded in immediately.
Whitebeard, hey kid, I've reached the Navy headquarters underwater. Should I give the Navy a surprise?
Whitebeard, your strategy really works well, the Navy's movements are exactly as you wrote.
Whitebeard, kid, why aren't you replying? Friend Whitebeard sent you a pop-up. Friend Whitebeard sent you a pop-up. Jang Chulan, old man, stop spamming pop-ups. Look at what time it is.
Jang Chulan, boss Luo just got married to the goddess Tsunade the other day, he's either busy with that or driving.
He doesn't have time to chat with you.
Whitebeard, the youth of today really, sigh. Whitebeard, this is typical youthful ignorance, only to shed tears in old age.
Aizen Sasuke, Whitebeard, from your tone, it sounds like you have a story to tell? Jang Chulan, old man, spill the beans.
Looking at the chat, where Whitebeard, Aizen Sasuke, and Jang Chulan had seemingly stayed up all night chatting, Luohao couldn't help but shake his head.
What kind of stories could a 70-year-old virgin with 2 adopted sons have? Luohao, at Whitebeard, old man, do you need something from me? Jang Chulan, at Whitebeard, old man, boss Luo is here. Whitebeard, nothing much, just that I've started a war with the Navy and wanted to ask if you're interested in helping out? Luohao, crossing over to your world? Jang Chulan, wait. Crossing into One Piece? Old man, please take me with you.
Whitebeard sent a short video, duration 30 seconds. Upon seeing the video, Luohao, Jang Chulan, and Aizen Sasuke immediately reached out to open it.
Ice Age. At Marineford, Akiji soared into the air, shooting 2 ice pillars toward the sea. In an instant, dozens of miles of ocean were frozen into a winter wonderland, with numerous pirate ships stuck in the ice. Volcanic meteor.
Akaino stood defiantly beneath the execution platform, raising his hands. With a plume of noxious smoke, enormous magma fists erupted into the sky, followed by a rain of fiery meteorites crashing down upon the Whitebeard pirates' ships and crew.
Yada no Kagami.
A flash of golden light appeared as Kizaru descended from midair. When he spread his arms, engulfed in golden light, he transformed into a massive golden shuriken, and then a barrage of light bullets rained down like a laser storm. In an instant, numerous pirates were ruthlessly harvested like wheat. The 30-second video vividly showcased the brutality of the Marineford War and the might of the 3 admirals. Witnessing the video sent by Whitebeard, aside from Luohao, who was already familiar with the strength of the 3 admirals, the other group members were shocked by the top-tier combat power of the Marine headquarters.
Jang Chulan, the might of the admirals is truly terrifying. Is death, ice users? I really want to crush his mind.
Aizen Sasuke, his ice-controlling ability exceeds that of Captain Hitsugaya.
Whitebeard, Billion, do you want to join? Jang Chulan.
Jang Chulan, old man, sorry for interrupting. In the world of One Piece, after Whitebeard pierced a magma fist that flew toward him like a kebab, he opened the chat group again.
Whitebeard, at Luohao, young man, you have a long future ahead.
Don't waste your best time just driving.
Whitebeard, while you're young, travel around the outside world more. Luohao, old man, you really know how to pick the right time to find me. Luohao, I just planned a war, and I probably won't be able to leave anytime soon. The earliest I can go is after this meeting. Whitebeard, are you going to war on your side too? Jang Chulan, is it the 4th Great Ninja War? Jang Chulan, boss Luo, didn't you just take down Minato and become the 4th? Isn't it at least a decade away from the 4th war? Luohao, I find married life too boring.
Since I have nothing to do every day, I decided to wipe out the Cloud Village for fun.
Jang Chulan. Jang Chulan, boss Luo, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you just finish the 3rd Great Ninja War? Luohao, is there a problem?
Jang Chulan, it's barely been a few years since the 3rd war ended, and you're already stirring up the 4th. I bet the 3rd Hokage and Danzo and that bunch of old fogies won't agree with your decision.
Luohao, that's why I called them all over to discuss this matter. I believe that after I persuade them, they will agree. Luohao, they're here, do you want to see? Jang Chulan, start a video. Whitebeard, I also want to see what a Hokage war looks like.
Friend Luohao initiated a video live stream. Whether it was Whitebeard, who was battling at Marineford, or Aizen Sasuke, who was scheming for the Hogyoku, both had long been curious about the world of Naruto where Luohao resided. As soon as Luohao started the video stream, they all clicked to watch.
Everyone gathered? Then let's begin the meeting.
On Hokage Rock, Luohao glanced around at Kakashi Hatake, Minato Namikaze, and the other top brass of Konoha before delivering his first sentence, instantly making the atmosphere in the office feel extremely oppressive. The division of power among the 5 great ninja villages has persisted for nearly a century, and it's time for a change. As soon as Luohao said this, apart from Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, and a few others who were already aware of the situation, everyone else's faces changed dramatically.
4th Hokage, what do you mean? Minato's expression grew serious.
I plan to destroy one of the 5 great ninja villages.
After last night's discussion with Uncle Yun and Shikaku, I've chosen the Cloud Village. Luohao's words brought an overwhelming sense of impending doom that swept over every Konoha leader present. Unacceptable. Hiruzen Sarutobi was the first to jump in. Almost the moment the third Hokage opposed him, the Myriad Realms chat group erupted into a heated discussion about Luohao's declaration of war. Jang Chulan, I knew it. When Boss Luo declares war, Sarutobi will definitely be the first to disagree. Whitebeard, what kind of place is the Cloud Village? How does it compare to the Navy headquarters I'm currently attacking? Jang Chulan, though the Cloud Village isn't as strong as the Navy headquarters, it is still one of the 5 great ninja villages and has some power in the ninja world. Isdeth, the third Hokage, immediately jumping in to oppose this shows that it won't be easy to start this war. Jang Chulan, looking at the history of the Hokage, Sarutobi, Danzo, and those higher-ups may not be good at fighting, but they are the best at dragging Konoha down. Aizen Sasuke, indeed, no matter the world, there are always some old fools who are stuck in their ways. Jang Chulan, whether this fourth war can happen depends on Boss Luo's political skills. However, being young, I'm personally not optimistic about him. Just as Jang Chulan and the other group members speculated on how Luohao would respond, the third Hokage was already pressing him, trying to dissuade him from this dangerous idea. Not to mention that we have already signed a peace treaty with the Cloud Village. Konoha has only just recovered from the Third War, and now we should focus on recuperation and not rashly engage in war with other ninja villages. What kind of person was Hiruzen Sarutobi? As a Hokage who had single-handedly turned Konoha from a king-level power into a bronze-level power, as long as he was around, he would absolutely not allow Konoha to rise again to its former glory. Third Hokage, please don't rush. Even if you're going to oppose, let me finish my speech first. This script was written by Shikaku after staying up all night. At least give him some face and let me read it all. Before Luohao finished speaking, he instantly flashed in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, placing a hand on him to stop him from speaking. Sorry, I was being impolite. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a jolt in his heart. Just the casual display of Luohao's skills left him greatly shocked. He's stronger now than when he fought Minato. As an expert, Hiruzen could see through the intricacies. Although Luohao didn't display an overwhelming aura, the ability to press him back with mere movements was indeed frightening. I don't have much to say, just one thing. Luohao raised a finger and said solemnly, I want to destroy the Cloud Village. Who agrees? Who opposes? After finishing, he looked indifferently at the high-ranking officials before him. Before the officials on Hokage Rock could respond, Jang Chulan's brows furrowed involuntarily, and he quickly shared his thoughts in the chat group. Jang Chulan, I don't know why, but this scene feels eerily familiar. Whitebeard, Billion, is there something off? Isdeth, this is just a normal inquiry, what's special about it? Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, do you sense something? Jang Chulan, I can't quite pinpoint what feels familiar, it's just a gut feeling. I think there's something significant behind Boss Luo's words. If the Konoha leaders could see the discussions happening in the chat group, they might have been alerted. However, at that moment, they saw Luohao being so reasonable, no longer acting as autocratically as before, and even democratically soliciting their opinions, causing many high-ranking officials to be moved to tears. I oppose. I also oppose. Konoha is indeed not in a position to go to war right now. Under the leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3 advisors, Danzo, Koharu Udatane, and Midogate immediately cast their votes against the proposal. The former Hokage and the 3 elders still held considerable influence in Konoha, and their collective opposition successfully pulled Jiraiya into the anti-war camp as well. I support it. With opposition comes support. As the saying goes, a couple united can cut metal. As Luohao's newlywed wife, Tsunade naturally stood firmly behind him, unknowingly being the first to support him. I support it too. Following Tsunade was Nara Shikaku. As Luohao's staunch ally, who even dared to stand guard when Luohao sneaked out to the Mist Village to race with Terumi Mei, Shikaku would never cast a dissenting vote. If my disciple is going to stir up a storm in the ninja world, as his teacher, I have no reason to oppose. Orochimaru, who received substantial research funds from Luohao each year, seized the opportunity to support him, casting his vote in favor. Phew. I also support it.
Kakashi Hatake hesitated for a moment before casting his vote for approval.
The support from Tsunade and the others didn't surprise Hiruzen and the others.
They had never expected Tsunade and the others to stand against Luohao. In fact, their only hope lay with Minato, who had lost his bid for Hokage.
Fourth Hokage, before the vote, please allow me to ask you a question. Facing the eyes of everyone, Minato stood tall and looked at Luohao. Ask away. Luohao nodded, signaling Minato to proceed. What is your original intention behind insisting on going to war? Minato asked solemnly. Unification.
Only by achieving unification can I establish a Konoha empire in the ninja world, free from war, discrimination, and hunger. Facing Minato's sincere gaze, Luohao felt a slight stir in his heart. He saw the longing for peace in Minato's eyes. This longing compelled him to voice the dream he had already set during the Third Great Ninja War. While the desire to wipe out the Cloud Village stemmed from the boredom of married life, no amount of justification could overshadow his deepest, most genuine wish to establish a Konoha empire.
And to realize all this, the 4 great ninja villages must be eliminated.
The boredom of married life was merely a catalyst for implementing this plan a few years earlier.
The Konoha Empire. Minato's eyes widened, and he trembled as if struck by lightning. He finally understood. He had always felt lost. He wanted to bring peace to the ninja world but didn't know how to do it. For that, he could only, like the future Naruto, pin his hopes on becoming Hokage, believing that once he achieved that, all problems would be solved. But now, he was no longer confused. The 4 words Konoha Empire rang in his ears like a morning bell, provoking deep thought. They also served as a guiding light, showing him a path to bring peace to the ninja world. Oh! The Fourth's methods are truly remarkable. Minato was going to be swayed by his words. Seeing Minato's expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others felt a sense of impending doom.
They never expected that Luohao, who usually solved problems with his fists, would possess such profound persuasive skills.
Sarutobi, what should we do?
Danzo shot a worried glance at Hiruzen. Minato, whom they had high hopes for, was now being manipulated by Luohao's words.
Stay calm, I've got this.
Hiruzen returned Danzo a reassuring look, as if to say, don't worry, with me here, Konoha won't be easily controlled by him.
Everyone, I understand your thoughts.
Now please stand in 2 rows, those who oppose my plan to destroy the Cloud Village on the right, and those who support it on the left.
Luohao's words left many high-ranking officials puzzled, but they still complied and arranged themselves into 2 lines. You all oppose my plan to destroy the Cloud Village, right?
After Tsunade, Hiruzen, and the others stood in position, Luohao turned to them with a smile. Without waiting for their response, he clenched his right fist and struck the air violently.
Crack!
In the stunned eyes of the crowd, the atmosphere above Hokage Rock suddenly shattered, leaving behind cracks that spread like glass.
Boom!
Before the cracks disappeared, a suffocating sense of oppression enveloped the entire Hokage Rock. As terrifying fissures covered the rock, the massive structure began to collapse, crumbling downward. At that moment, Hiruzen and the others snapped back to reality, but before they could react, the overwhelming shockwave erupted completely. Facing the tsunami-like force, the opposition led by Hiruzen was instantly thrown off balance, unable to move, and were buried beneath the collapsing Hokage Rock.
Now then? Regarding my plan to destroy the Cloud Village, who supports it? Who opposes it?
Luohao stepped on Hiruzen's hand, which was the only part visible, his gaze sweeping over the entire assembly. The sight of the collapsed Hokage Rock was deathly silent, with only the frozen expressions of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the others remaining.
At the same time, in the Myriad Realms chat group, Jang Chulan and the others who witnessed the entire scene through the livestream were left dumbfounded. Jang Chulan. Whitebeard. Is death. Aizen Sosuke.
They had imagined various scenarios, heated debates, sharp retorts, or even Luohao compromising, but they never expected him to collapse Hokage Rock and bury people alive just because of a disagreement.
Luohao, alright, after my little persuasion, it seems no one opposes anymore. Jang Chulan, Boss Luo, does that mean your idea of holding a meeting was just to bury anyone who disagrees with you? Luohao, what else did you think? It's death, this isn't persuasion, it's outright violent suppression. Luohao, this is what we call stabilizing the internal before repelling the external. Aizen Sasuke, that's ruthless. Well done. Luohao, as expected, Captain Aizen understands me. Whitebeard, so, the Gura Gura no Mi can be used like this. I've learned something new. Jang Chulan, Boss Luo, with that method of burying people, I can guess what fate awaits those who opposed you becoming the fourth. Luohao, enough of this, I need to continue the meeting. I'll be back in a bit. Minimizing the group chat, Luohao turned his attention back to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the others. Since everyone is in agreement and no one opposes, I now officially declare the Cloud Village collapse plan has passed unanimously and will be executed immediately. With his overwhelming popularity and prestige, Luohao once again gained the unanimous recognition and support of Konoha's upper echelon, a pleased smile appearing on his face. He felt that while Konoha had its dark and decayed sides, under his leadership as the fourth Hokage, it had finally learned to unite, support, and care for one another, no longer calculating against each other like in the past. Fourth Hokage. Just as Luohao reveled in his leadership abilities, a timid voice suddenly broke through. Huga clan leader, do you have something to say? Luohao turned his gaze over the crowd to lock onto Huga Hizashi. And no, fourth Hokage, I absolutely have no objections. Under Luohao's intense gaze, Huga Hizashi trembled like a frightened rabbit. You have no objections and yet still speak? Although Luohao's voice wasn't loud, it frightened Huga Hizashi considerably. I just wanted to ask, about the Cloud Village's envoys? After all, they came to sign the alliance treaty and are already at Konoha's gates. Huga Hizashi cautiously glanced at the buried Hiruzen and the others before asking. How to deal with them? Luohao looked to Nara Shikaku. Fourth Hokage, this is the collapse plan for the Cloud Village that you asked me to prepare last night. I managed to finish it overnight. Nara Shikaku presented a plan before Luohao could speak. This showed that Nara Shikaku was not merely serving as Konoha's chief strategist due to his connections with Luohao, he had genuine capabilities to rise above others even amidst opposition. Luohao took the plan, first giving Nara Shikaku a fierce glare before occasionally glancing at Huga Hizashi. Did I upset the fourth Hokage with my previous words? I'm such a fool. Mentioning the Cloud Envoys was simply adding to the trouble for the fourth. As Luohao kept looking at him, Huga Hizashi began to panic. He was keenly aware of the fourth Hokage's ruthlessness, able to bury the third Hokage and high-ranking officials like Jiraiya with a single disagreement. He certainly didn't believe that his position, or even that of the Huga clan in Konoha, could compare to theirs. Hizashi. Just as Huga Hizashi was in a state of panic, Luohao's voice rang out. I was wrong, fourth Hokage. Hizashi quickly admitted his mistake. Seeing this scene, Kakashi and the others shook their heads helplessly. Luohao's prestige in Konoha was evident, and this moment reflected it perfectly. Jang Chulan, wow. He didn't even do anything, just one word made the Huga clan leader admit he was wrong. Whitebeard, how did this kid become the fourth Hokage? It's death, same here. Aizen Sasuke, no wonder he's a man I hold in high regard. Witnessing all this through the livestream, Jang Chulan and the others were amazed by Luohao's high standing and could not help but wonder how he had become the fourth Hokage. With such intimidation, not burying 8,000 or 9,000 people wouldn't be enough. No, not only are you not wrong, you have done a service for me, for everyone, and for Konoha. Luohao walked briskly to Huga Hizashi, looking at him with firm determination. I've done a service for the fourth Hokage? Hizashi was stunned, he couldn't recall doing anything particularly great. You may not have done much now, but you will soon. Luohao patted Hizashi on the shoulder, as if encouraging him. Fourth Hokage, please forgive my ignorance, I really don't understand your meaning. Hizashi racked his brain, but apart from giving himself a headache, he couldn't come up with any answers. Didn't you just ask how to deal with the Cloud Envoys? Regarding this, Shikaku and I have already thought it through. If we execute according to the plan, we can not only silence the other ninja villages' accusations of Konoha tearing up the treaty but also make our action against the Cloud Village well known. Luohao said confidently. You clearly spent the whole night racing with Tsunade. Do you really think you had time to think this through? The only thing you came up with was the titled Cloud Village collapse plan, while the rest was all my work from an all-nighter. Nara Shikako silently scoffed. However, he only thought this in his heart, knowing that he had to shoulder the blame and let Luohao take the credit. He certainly wouldn't out him, otherwise, he might find himself buried here alongside Hiruzen and the others. However, for this plan to execute smoothly, we must slightly inconvenience you, Hizashi. Luohao placed his hand on Hizashi's shoulder, looking as if he had high hopes for him. No inconvenience. As long as it helps the 4th Hokage and wins victory for Konoha, I would willingly sacrifice my entire Huga clan. Hizashi exclaimed resolutely. Did everyone see that? This is the will of fire that has been passed down through generations in our hidden leaf village. Hizashi is the perfect embodiment of that will. Luohao smiled with satisfaction, then dissipated the white light sphere enveloping his right hand. Inside the Hokage building, 4th Hokage, the envoys from the Cloud Village have arrived. Kakashi Hatake led the envoy, headed by the elite ninja Anoki, into the Hokage's office. Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi. You can go about your business now. Luohao waved his hand to dismiss Kakashi, then focused his gaze on the 3 cloud ninjas before him. The envoys from the Cloud Village, Anoki, Samui, and Karui, greet you, 4th Hokage. The moment Luohao's calm gaze fell on them, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of Anoki and the others. The reputation of the 4th Hokage was like a looming shadow. He was not only a fearsome character in the ninja world but also acknowledged as the strongest among the great ninja villages, including the Cloud Village. Be at ease. Luohao casually glanced at Anoki and the others before turning his gaze away. Phew! As Luohao shifted his attention, Anoki, Samui, and Karui let out a sigh of relief, their bodies relaxing. Although they had mentally prepared to face the strongest ninja in the world, standing before him made them realize how trivial that preparation was. Even without any overt action from Luohao, his mere gaze felt like the embrace of death. So this is the aura of the strongest ninja, the man known as the Heavenly Ninja? Samui quietly took a step back behind Anoki, fearing that Luohao would notice the sweat soaking through her clothing. Speak, what does the 4th Raikage want with us? Luohao feigned ignorance, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Our Lord Raikage hopes to restore good relations with your village and establish a mutually beneficial alliance. We would like to know what you think, 4th Hokage? Anoki took a deep breath and forced himself to speak with a semblance of confidence. An alliance? Do you really understand what that term entails? Luohao leaned back lazily in his chair, and Tsunade immediately stepped forward, placing her hands lightly on his shoulders, expertly kneading them. As long as your village signs the treaty with us, it would not only mean that Konoha and the Cloud Village, the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, can share resources, but it would also represent that in facing other ninja villages in the future, we would advance and retreat together like brothers. Anoki's heart sank slightly. Luohao's lackadaisical attitude made him feel pressured. He couldn't help but lament internally that if Hiruzen were still in charge, given his character, Konoha would surely agree to sign the treaty without hesitation. Then who is the brother, and who is the younger? Luohao's lips curled into a slight smile, rendering Anoki speechless. Since this is a brotherly alliance, there should be no distinctions between Konoha and the Cloud Village, neither stronger nor weaker. Seeing Anoki sweating profusely, Samui had a sudden flash of inspiration and stepped forward. Not distinguishing between strengths? It seems you truly don't understand. Luohao glanced at Samui and gently shook his head. Please enlighten us, 4th Hokage. Samui felt a tightening in his chest. Shikaku, please explain this to the Cloud Ninja lady named Samui. Luohao didn't directly respond to Samui but addressed Nara Shikaku. White Fang. At the mention of Shikaku, Samui and the others instantly tensed up, as if facing a formidable enemy. The reputation of Konoha's White Fang needed no elaboration. While not as terrifying as the heavenly ninja Luohao who emerged during the Third Great Ninja War, he was formidable enough that all ninja villages issued orders to abandon their missions upon encountering him. Seeing Shikaku step forward made them feel as though a knife was at their throats.
Especially when their eyes fell on the white fanged short sword at Shikaku's waist, and uncontrollable fear surged within them. Only when both parties are on equal footing can there be talk of an alliance. Unfortunately, the Reikage and the Cloud Village do not meet this condition. In light of this, regarding the alliance proposed by your village, I simply want to say, do you think you are worthy to ally with our fourth Hokage in Konoha? Shikaku spoke as if he had fused with the white fan short sword, and as he spoke, a terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Under this pressure, even Inoki, an elite jonin, turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. As for Samui and Karui, the two elite Chunin, their minds went blank, and they didn't even realize their knees had buckled, collapsing to the ground while gasping for breath. What now? Luohao surveyed the remaining officials, stepping on the only visible hand of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The sight of the collapsed Hokage rock was silent, devoid of life, save for the stunned expressions of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the others. At that moment, Jang Chulan and the others in the Myriad Realms chat group, who were witnessing the live stream, were left speechless. Jang Chulan. Whitebeard. Is death. Aizen Sosuke. They had envisioned countless scenarios, intense debates, sharp retorts, or even Luohao compromising, but they never imagined he would collapse Hokage Rock and bury people alive just because of a disagreement. Luohao, alright, after my little persuasion, it seems there is no opposition anymore. Jang Chulan, Boss Luo, so your idea of holding a meeting was just to bury anyone who disagrees with you? Luohao, what else did you think? It's death, this isn't persuasion, it's violent suppression. Luohao, this is what we call stabilizing the internal before repelling the external. Aizen Sosuke, that's ruthless. Well done. Luohao, as expected, Captain Aizen understands me. Whitebeard, so, the Gura Gura no Mi can be used like this. I've learned something new. Jang Chulan, Boss Luo, with that method of burying people, I can imagine the fate awaiting those who opposed you becoming the fourth. Luohao, enough, I need to continue the meeting. I'll chat later. Minimizing the group chat, Luohao refocused on Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the others. Since everyone is in agreement and no one opposes, I now officially declare that the Cloud Village collapse plan has passed unanimously and will be executed immediately. With his overwhelming popularity and prestige, Luohao once again gained the unanimous recognition and support of Konoha's upper echelon, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He felt that while Konoha had its dark and decayed sides, under his leadership as the fourth Hokage, it had finally learned to unite, support, and care for one another, no longer calculating against each other like in the past. Fourth Hokage. Just as Luohao reveled in his leadership abilities, a timid voice suddenly cut in. Huga clan leader, do you have something to say? Luohao turned his gaze back to Huga Hizashi. And no, fourth Hokage, I absolutely have no objections. Under Luohao's intense gaze, Hizashi trembled like a frightened rabbit. You have no objections and yet still speak? Although Luohao's voice wasn't loud, it frightened Hizashi considerably. I just wanted to ask, about the Cloud Village's envoys? After all, they came to sign the alliance treaty and are already at Konoha's gates. Hizashi cautiously glanced at the buried Hiruzen and the others before asking. How to deal with them? Luohao looked to Nara Shikaku. Fourth Hokage, this is the collapse plan for the Cloud Village that you asked me to prepare last night. I managed to finish it overnight. Nara Shikaku presented a plan before Luohao could speak. This demonstrated that Nara Shikaku was not merely serving as Konoha's chief strategist due to his connections with Luohao, he had genuine capabilities to rise above others even amidst opposition. Luohao took the plan from Shikaku, first giving him a fierce glare before occasionally glancing back at Hizashi. Did I upset the fourth Hokage with my previous words? I'm such a fool. Mentioning the Cloud Envoys was simply adding to the trouble for the fourth. As Luohao kept looking at him, Hizashi began to panic. He was acutely aware of the fourth Hokage's ruthlessness, able to bury the third Hokage and high-ranking officials like Jiraiya with a single disagreement. He certainly didn't believe that his position, or even that of the Huga clan in Konoha, could compare to theirs. Hizashi. Just as Hizashi was in a state of panic, Luohao's voice rang out. I was wrong, fourth Hokage. Hisashi quickly admitted his error. Seeing this scene, Kakashi and the others shook their heads helplessly.
Luohao's prestige in Konoha was evident, and this moment reflected it perfectly. Jang Chulan, wow. He didn't even do anything, just one word made the Huga clan leader admit he was wrong. Whitebeard, how did this kid become the fourth Hokage? Is death, same here. Aizen Sasuke, no wonder he's a man I hold in high regard.
Witnessing all this through the livestream, Jang Chulan and the others were amazed by Luohao's high standing and could not help but wonder how he had become the fourth Hokage. With such intimidation, not burying 8,000 or 9,000 people wouldn't be enough. No, not only are you not wrong, you have done a service for me, for everyone, and for Konoha. Luohao walked briskly to Hisashi, looking at him with firm determination. I've done a service for the fourth Hokage? Hisashi was stunned. He couldn't recall doing anything particularly great. You may not have done much now, but you will soon. Luohao patted Hisashi on the shoulder, as if encouraging him. Fourth Hokage, please forgive my ignorance, I really don't understand your meaning. Hisashi racked his brain, but apart from giving himself a headache, he couldn't come up with any answers.
Didn't you just ask how to deal with the Cloud Envoys?
Regarding this, Shikaku and I have already thought it through. If we execute according to the plan, we can not only silence the other ninja village's accusations of Konoha tearing up the treaty but also make our action against the Cloud Village well known. Luohao said confidently. You clearly spent the whole night racing with Tsunade. Do you really think you had time to think this through? The only thing you came up with was the titled Cloud Village collapse plan, while the rest was all my work from an all-nighter.
Nara Shikako silently scoffed.
However, he only thought this in his heart, knowing that he had to shoulder the blame and let Luohao take the credit. He certainly wouldn't out him, otherwise, he might find himself buried here alongside Hiruzen and the others.
However, for this plan to execute smoothly, we must slightly inconvenience you, Hisashi.
Luohao placed his hand on Hisashi's shoulder, looking as if he had high hopes for him.
No inconvenience.
As long as it helps the fourth Hokage and wins victory for Konoha, I would willingly sacrifice my entire Huga clan.
Hisashi exclaimed resolutely. Did everyone see that?
This is the will of fire that has been passed down through generations in our Hidden Leaf village. Hisashi is the perfect embodiment of that will. Luohao smiled with satisfaction, then dissipated the white light sphere enveloping his right hand. In the Hokage office, it wasn't just Inoki and his companions who were left dumbfounded by Shikaku's overwhelming presence. Jang Chulan, who was watching the entire negotiation between Luohao and the Cloud Envoys through the livestream and the chat group, was equally stunned.
Jang Chulan, damn. This man is still alive.
Whitebeard, is this the ninja from the Cloud Village?
Their mental fortitude is incredibly weak.
Is death, what a waste. Just a few words from that guy named Shikaku and their morale completely crumbled.
Jang Chulan, old man, your majesty, you don't understand the intricacies of the situation here. Aizen Sasuke, I think this ninja known as White Fang must have an extraordinary background.
Jang Chulan, as expected of Captain Aizen, your insight is unmatched.
Whitebeard, Billion, what exactly is the background of this White Fang?
Jang Chulan, Shikaku's eye, nicknamed Konoha's White Fang, is one of the only two individuals in the ninja world who can command all ninja villages to issue orders. If a ninja encounters the White Fang while on a mission, they can unconditionally abandon the mission without it being considered a failure. Jang Chulan, Boss Luo is essentially closing the door and sending White Fang to negotiate with these little characters from the Cloud Village.
It's a classic case of using the strongest in the national server to bully the bronze-level small fry.
In the Hokage office, Luohao casually scrolled through the chat while leisurely waiting for the recently shattered morale of Inoki and the others to stabilize.
After a full 5 minutes, Inoki, as a jonin, finally managed to regain some semblance of composure.
Fourth Hokage, is this how you treat your guests in Konoha? We, the Cloud Village, came here in good faith. Inoki said with difficulty, his words dripping with reluctance.
Weak countries have no diplomacy.
Similarly, weak ninja villages have no right to talk about diplomacy. If your Cloud Village truly wishes to sign a treaty with Konoha, then you can only sign this one. Luohao flicked his fingers, and the alliance treaty along with another scroll that Inoki had just presented flew into his hands.
This is the Subordinate Ninja Village Treaty. Upon opening the scroll, Anoki's expression instantly turned grim.
Such a humiliating treaty would be unacceptable for the Reikage, he would never sign it himself. Signing would mean that the Cloud Village, once one of the 5 great ninja villages alongside Konoha, would fall a tier and become Konoha's subordinate village. The 4th Reikage, who used to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hokage, would now be reduced to the subordinate of the 4th Hokage.
Exactly. The Reikage and the Cloud Village are only worthy of signing this. If you're unwilling, then that's fine, you can go back where you came from.
Luohao spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority.
4th Hokage, whether we sign this treaty or not is not something we can decide.
Though Anoki felt immense frustration, he usually had a strong demeanor, and at this moment, he dared not lose his temper.
Konoha, under Luohao's leadership, was simply too powerful.
Not to mention Luohao himself, the overwhelming presence of the 4 figures standing in the office Orochimaru, Tsunade, Shikaku, and Minato was enough to make the envoys from the Cloud Village reconsider their position.
You have one night to consider. If you don't sign by tomorrow, then there will be no signing. With that, Luohao closed his eyes, quietly enjoying Tsunade's massage.
Kakashi, take the Cloud envoys down to rest, Shikaku called out to the entrance.
Kakashi, who had been waiting there, immediately walked in and led the pale-faced, trembling Cloud ninjas away. Luohao, is this really okay? What if they don't have the courage?
That Cloud ninja named Inoki may not be powerful, but he seems rather astute.
He might not follow the script Shikaku wrote for them, Tsunade asked with concern once Inoki and the others had left.
From the moment I decided to destroy the Cloud Village, everything was out of their hands, Luohao replied, suddenly opening his eyes with a glint of determination.
This is where you will be staying tonight.
While in Konoha, you may move freely around the village and visit, but it's best not to approach important places like the Hokage building recklessly.
Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety while in Konoha.
Kakashi instructed as he brought Inoki and his group to their quarters, outlining some precautions before turning to leave.
Too much. As soon as he left, Samui muttered angrily. Inoki, I see that Konoha has no intention of forming an alliance with us. You saw how their 4th Hokage looks down on us. Karui's face was also grim.
In his view, despite the Cloud Village being among the defeated in the Third War, it was still one of the 5 great ninja villages, and as representatives of the Cloud Village in Konoha, they should at least be afforded some respect.
Do I not know that the Heavenly Ninja looks down on us, looks down on our Reikage? But what can we do? The Heavenly Ninja is far too strong. Even the 3rd Reikage faced him and ended up being crushed to death at the gates of the Cloud Village. If it weren't for the circumstances, would the 4th Reikage not seek revenge for his father's death instead of sending us to negotiate an alliance with Konoha?
Inoki, as a representative of the Cloud Village and a trusted minister of the 3rd Reikage, felt a surge of anger. Of course he was angry, but beyond anger and frustration, he felt deeper fear. The power of the Heavenly Ninja and the might of Konoha made his nights restless.
Inoki, are you saying that you want to take the Reikage's place and sign that subordinate treaty?
Samui questioned Inoki, though her voice carried a hint of fear at the mention of the Heavenly Ninja.
The scene from years ago remained etched in her memory.
Although she had been just a lowly ninja at the time, she was one of the witnesses to the 3rd Reikage's murder. In that battle, the 3rd Reikage's unmatched speed, unbreakable strength, and impenetrable defense crumbled before the Heavenly Ninja, leading to his death without even being able to touch a single thread of the Heavenly Ninja's attire. As a jonin from the Cloud Village, even if we must fight to the last soldier, I will never sign that humiliating treaty. But I fear that if I refuse to sign the subordinate treaty, Konoha's Heavenly Ninja will use that as an excuse to declare war on the Cloud Village, Inoki said with a worried expression.
What should we do then? Samui felt a tightening in her chest. In a war between 2 villages, we must not harm the envoys.
If the 4th Great Ninja War truly erupts, we need to make the most of our time in Konoha to gather as much useful intelligence as possible. As Inoki spoke, he suddenly stopped. Inoki, Samui was about to say something when Karui suddenly reached out to stop her. Just as the room fell silent due to the three's contemplation, a figure cloaked in a black hooded cloak, with a fox mask covering their face, appeared abruptly before them.
Who? Samui reflexively drew her ninja blade from her back. It's me.
The newcomer slowly removed the mask, revealing a stunning chocolate-skinned face.
Amabai.
As soon as Samui saw the newcomer was Amabai, her eyes instantly turned fierce, as if she had a deep-seated hatred for her. You, the disgrace of the Cloud Village, dare show your face here?
Do you really think I won't kill you?
Karui shouted as she raised her blade, ready to strike at Amabai's head.
Stop.
Anoki quickly raised his hand to restrain Karui's wrist.
Anoki, why are you stopping me from killing this traitor?
Karui struggled and whispered angrily. Although she appeared furious at seeing Amabai, she didn't lose all rationality. She knew she was in Konoha and didn't dare make too much noise.
Indeed, Anoki.
If it weren't for Amabai's betrayal, the third Reikage wouldn't have fallen to the Heavenly Ninja after being transported to them using the Heavenly Transport technique. We might be facing war with Konoha tomorrow, so why not eliminate this traitor first and avenge the third Reikage?
Samui also said fervently. Be quiet.
Amabai is not only not a disgrace to our Cloud Village, but she is also an unsung hero. She has borne all the blame to infiltrate the Heavenly Ninja to provide our Cloud Village with intelligence from Konoha. Anoki suddenly shouted in reprimand against the two's blatant hatred and curses towards Amabai.
What?
Karui and Samui were both taken aback by his words.
You weren't supposed to know this. After all, the more people who know Amabai's true identity, the more danger she faces. Anoki shook his head. It's okay, Lord Anoki.
The more they hate me, the safer I am. Amabai, who had remained silent since entering, finally spoke. For the sake of the Cloud Village, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Anoki glanced deeply at Amabai.
Everything is for the Cloud Village. Now, I cannot stay here for too long. You must listen carefully to what I'm about to say, Lord Anoki. Amabai exhaled a deep breath and then spoke. Please go ahead. Anoki nodded.
At this critical moment, Amabai risking exposure to find him clearly indicated that she had obtained extremely important intelligence. Today, the Heavenly Ninja has gathered almost all the upper echelons of Konoha at Hokage Rock. I don't know what they discussed, but I do know that the Heavenly Ninja likely had a conflict with the other high-ranking officials. Ultimately, Konoha's Hokage Rock was collapsed by the Heavenly Ninja with a single punch, burying Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Danzo, and others alive.
Upon hearing Amabai's words, Anoki and the other two were left in shock. Are you sure the information is correct? Anoki's expression shifted as he recalled something, his face fluctuating with uncertainty. It's definitely accurate.
Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others were all taken to Konoha Hospital's intensive care unit for emergency treatment. Also, Uchiha Fugaku, the former clan leader, had his entire body broken by the Heavenly Ninja a few days ago, and he only just escaped the danger zone today, Amabai affirmed. Heaven does not abandon the Cloud Village. Whether we sign this alliance treaty or not is no longer up to us, and we can also carry out the other mission given to us by the Reikage. A determined glint flashed in Anoki's eyes. After learning this information from Amabai, he had made up his mind he would stir up waves on the land of Konoha. Another mission? Samui and Karui were taken aback by this revelation. They had assumed that their mission to Konoha was solely to sign an alliance treaty, so the mention of another task caught them off guard, especially since they were completely unaware of it. Too many people know. To prevent information from leaking, the Reikage only informed me about this mission. I had already decided to give up when facing the Heavenly Ninja, as Konoha is far too strong for us to provoke. However, the intelligence brought by Amabai has given me a glimmer of hope, Anoki said excitedly. Lord Anoki, what secret mission did the Reikage give you? Samui asked, her face filled with curiosity. Do I need to leave first? Before Anoki could respond, Amabai spoke up. No need. You are our unsung hero, and there's no need to hide it from you. Moreover, the success of this mission depends on you, Anoki replied. Please tell me. As long as it benefits the Cloud Village, I will do anything, Amabai nodded earnestly. I need you to use the Heavenly Transport technique to send me to the Huga clan, as close to Hinata Huga's room as possible.
Anoki clearly laid out the content of his mission. Lord Anoki, is your target the Byakugan, one of the three great dojutsu? Samui asked quietly.
The grudge against my father is unending, the Raikage certainly hasn't forgotten it. Since taking office, he has been training hard with the goal of defeating the Heavenly Ninja. While the Raikage has surpassed the third Raikage in speed, he hasn't been able to break through further. To combat the speed of the Heavenly Ninja, the Raikage thought of the Byakugan, one of the three great dojutsu.
Anoki spoke deliberately. With its 360-degree perspective ability far surpassing the Sharingan's insight. If the Raikage obtains this eye, even if he cannot defeat the Heavenly Ninja, at least he will have the strength to fight back. Samui couldn't help but reveal a glint of excitement in her eyes. But, doing this will surely offend Konoha. You know how powerful the Heavenly Ninja is, aren't you afraid of starting a war?
Karui expressed her concerns.
Afraid? Why be afraid?
Not only do I want to obtain the Byakugan for the Raikage, but I will also use the excuse of an attack on our cloud envoy by the Huga to retaliate against the Heavenly Ninja.
If they do not compensate us, then it will mean war. A fierce glint flashed in Anoki's eyes. What? Samui and the others were shocked by Anoki's reckless plan. Lord Anoki, you must not.
The Raikage sent us to Konoha to sign an alliance treaty, not to go to war with them. Karui quickly advised. Although they didn't understand why Anoki, who had been so submissive before the Heavenly Ninja, suddenly became so assertive after Amabai's arrival, rationality told them that going to war with Konoha was not a good idea.
Don't worry. It won't escalate. Though Konoha has many powerful figures like the Sannin, the Yellow Flash, and other shadow-level ninjas, they are also prone to internal strife. Just this fact alone is enough to give the Heavenly Ninja a headache.
I suspect he was mostly trying to intimidate us today. In reality, he desires to sign an alliance treaty with us more than anyone. Only when there's no external pressure can he focus on his internal conflicts.
Anoki's lips curled into a slight smile of confidence. It's Amabai's intelligence.
At this moment, Samui and the others finally connected the dots.
The Heavenly Ninja was indeed powerful, and Konoha was indeed strong, with a cluster of shadow-level strongmen that was daunting. But if those shadow-level figures were to engage in internal conflict, the thought alone was thrilling. A Konoha fraught with internal strife is no longer terrifying, no matter how powerful it is. Moreover, we have hidden allies in Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo.
Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his talents, I believe he can help us bring Konoha to its knees. Anoki seemed to gain a special insight, his eyes gleaming as if he could see the future. He had identified the weaknesses hidden within Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he firmly believed that any powerful being would only fall into his trap.
Just wait.
After I obtain the Byakugan, I will use the excuse of an attack on our cloud envoy to provoke the Heavenly Ninja.
By then, we will secure the Byakugan, sign the alliance treaty, and reclaim the humiliation we suffered today in the Hokage's office.
As Anoki spoke, his heart filled with ambition, he envisioned himself dancing through Konoha, showcasing the prowess of the Cloud Village. But my heavenly transport technique can only transport objects.
Amabai interjected with concern.
You don't need to worry about that. The Raikage has already considered this. He had Killer Bee seal a portion of the Eight Tails chakra within me beforehand. When I use the heavenly transport technique, this chakra will ensure I don't die. Anoki seemed to have gained Nara Shikaku's wisdom, dispelling Amabai's concerns with just a few words. Seeing how thoroughly Anoki had considered everything, Samui and Karui were gradually persuaded as well. The thought of reclaiming the humiliation they had suffered at the hands of the Heavenly Ninja filled them with an uncontrollable excitement.
When will we act? Amabai asked. Immediately. Anoki said without hesitation. Why not wait until nightfall? Samui frowned slightly, believing that the chances of successfully obtaining the Byakugan would be higher at night and that nighttime operations would be safer. Do you think the people of Konoha would suspect that the Cloud Village envoys would dare to infiltrate the Huga clan to steal the Byakugan in broad daylight?
I believe midday is actually safer, Anoki replied calmly. As a seasoned jonin who often walked the line between life and death, he knew that reckless actions were best taken during the day, when the risks were less likely to become a reality.
You don't need to worry too much. Lord Inoki's plan is correct. Besides, I've been to the Huga clan. I know exactly where Hinata Huga's room is. Later, when using the heavenly transport technique, I can directly send Lord Inoki to Hinata's room. Amabai's words further reassured Samui and Karui. Lord Inoki, be careful. You don't need to worry about our safety. As long as you can retrieve the Byakugan for the Reikage, it will be worth it even if we're killed by the heavenly ninja, Samui said, seeing the determined expression on Inoki's face, realizing he had made up his mind and no longer trying to dissuade him. Let's go, Amabai. Inoki nodded, then spoke to Amabai. Lord Inoki, after you leave, I will immediately head to the Huga clan to assist you. Once you obtain the Byakugan, I will secure it and then transport it back to the Reikage's office, Amabai said as she began to form hand seals. Thank you. Inoki formed a hand seal, and the eight-tails chakra within him was released from its seal. Almost simultaneously, Amabai activated the heavenly transport technique. Samui and Karui only felt a flash before Inoki disappeared from the room. In the Huga clan area, at the central estate of the clan leader, Inoki appeared suddenly, cloaked in the tailed beast's aura, and then stumbled awkwardly onto the floor. Is this Hinata Huga's room? Inoki shook his dazed head, barely able to take in his surroundings when a thunderous voice suddenly boomed from behind him. Brat, what the hell are you doing sneaking into my wife's room during the day? Before Inoki could react, a tremendous chakra slammed into his back, bursting out from his chest. 8 trigrams empty palm. Because he was already somewhat disoriented from the heavenly transport technique, Inoki was caught off guard and took the full brunt of the attack on his sturdy back, spitting blood and collapsing to the floor in a daze. Hinata Hizashi. As Inoki coughed up blood, he turned to see Hinata Hizashi standing at the door, his white eyes filled with fury, resembling a raging lion. I'm curious, Lord Inoki, why are you sneaking into my house? Can you give me an explanation? Just as Inoki pondered how to escape, a mocking voice froze his entire body. The heavenly ninja. Inoki struggled to raise his head, following the voice to find Luohao sitting in a chair nearby, holding Hinata Hanabi in his arms, watching him with a smirk. Upon seeing Luohao, he was completely dumbfounded, filled with confusion. How could the heavenly ninja be in Hinata Hizashi's wife's room? Could it be that he, like himself, had ulterior motives regarding Hinata Huga? Can't explain? Then let me remind you that since I became the 4th Hokage, I have repeatedly emphasized that no foreign dance kings are allowed to dance within Konoha. But you? In broad daylight, you dare to dance in front of me. Very well. Shursui, take him down. As soon as Luohao finished speaking, another figure appeared in the room. Uchiha Shursui. Upon seeing the Uchiha with the blade-like patterns in his Sharingan, Inoki's already chaotic mind began to clear. Genjutsu. It's you cast a genjutsu on me? TSK. I didn't expect your Mangekyo Sharingan to control others' thoughts so silently. But I don't even know you, how could you cast genjutsu on me? After a moment of confusion, Inoki finally realized that he must have fallen victim to a genjutsu. Although he didn't know that Uchiha Shursui had used Koto Amatsukami, he had already guessed around 70 to 80% based on his experience. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is beyond your comprehension. Shursui's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he stared intently at Inoki. Amabai, you used Amabai to cast genjutsu on me. Inoki seemed to have abandoned any attempt to resist. His thoughts became unusually active, and he quickly deduced the reason for his predicament. Damn it! After realizing everything, Inoki's eyes instantly dulled to a lifeless gray. He understood that he was doomed, but he hadn't expected his arrival to expose Amabai as well. In the chat group, viewers who had witnessed Inoki's dire situation through the livestream began to cast looks of pity towards him. Jang Chulan, he didn't even realize he was under a genjutsu and thought he could become the Cloud Village's dance king. Does he think he's Uchiha Madara? His death, like a pawn being manipulated at will, this is the tragedy of the week. Aizen Sasuke, this genjutsu is truly terrifying. To silently control the mind of a jonin using another person as a medium. Jang Chulan, Don't forget who that guy Truce is, he's the one with the strongest genjutsu known as Koto Amatsukami. Whitebeard, hey, kid, are you done playing around? Whitebeard, when I start fighting the three admirals, if you want to come, I won't have time to pull you in. Luohao, so impatient? There's still exciting drama ahead. If you're not watching, then just close the stream. Jang Chulan, no, we have to see it through to the end. Besides, this is a storyline that even the Naruto series doesn't have. Whitebeard, hurry up. I can see that the magma kid is about to lose his patience and come over to arm wrestle me. Whitebeard, if you take any longer, forget about watching the stream, I won't even have time to pull you into my world. Luohao, just enjoy the show. The group members quickly redirected their attention back to the video.
Aside from Whitebeard, who was engaged in fierce combat, Jang Chulan, Aizen, and his death were all enjoying the Naruto livestream while munching on watermelon. Instead of worrying about that woman, you should be more concerned about yourself. Uchiha Truce looked at Inoki, whose face was gray and seemed to have given up struggling, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. There's nothing to worry about, it's just death. Though Inoki's complexion was terrible, he still maintained the demeanor of a jonin. You dared to sneak into the Huga clan, attack the eldest daughter of the Huga family, and attempt to steal the Byakugan. Such heinous acts naturally warrant death. But do you really think you've harmed Amabai? Truce watched Inoki with a mix of amusement and disdain. What do you mean by that? A strong sense of unease surged in Inoki's heart. Fourth Hokage. Just as he was filled with confusion and anxiety, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after, to Inoki's stunned, perplexed, and then furious gaze, Amabai, who had just been at his residence, walked in. Not only that, but the same Amabai whom Inoki had felt guilt over harming was now kneeling respectfully before Luohao, leaving him utterly shocked. You! Amabai's kneeling made Inoki nearly spew another mouthful of blood. He finally realized that Amabai hadn't exposed him due to his intelligence report, nor had she already been exposed. The woman he regarded as an unsung hero of the Cloud Village had truly defected to Konoha. Amabai, I never expected you to truly become a traitor to the Cloud Village. Can you live with yourself after all the Third Raikage did for you? Inoki felt a burning rage, wishing he could dismember Amabai as he once had when he first saw her. You're rather loud. As long as I remain loyal to the fourth Hokage, that's all that matters. Amabai furrowed her brows slightly, and then, to Inoki's and the group's astonished gazes, she suddenly threw a kunai. Put! You, traitor! You'll die a horrible death. The heavenly ninja, he can betray us, and one day will betray you too. Inoki glared furiously, pointing his finger accusingly at Amabai and Luohao. Enough! As Amabai spoke, she lifted her foot and pressed it down on the kunai that had been driven into Inoki's throat. Crack! Already on the verge of death, Inoki's eyes lost their light, and after a few convulsions, he collapsed to the ground. Apologies, fourth Hokage, but I couldn't stand by while Inoki questioned my loyalty to you, so I acted, Amabai said casually after killing her former colleague. She then walked up to Luohao and half-knelt before him. He wanted to become a dance king and illegally dance in Konoha during the day. He deserved to die. How, and who kills him, is of no importance. Luohao glanced at the pool of blood on the ground before carefully placing Hinata on the floor of her crib. Stop the act, Hizashi. Call someone to clean up this blood. At the door, Hizashi, still visibly furious, immediately called in two branch family members to wipe the blood from the floor. Truce, inform Shikaku, and have him deliver a declaration of war to the Cloud Village. Tell them that the Cloud Village has torn up the peace treaty and is using the guise of an alliance to plot against the Byakugan of the Huga clan. Either the fourth Raikage personally comes to Konoha to offer a letter of surrender, making the Cloud Village a subordinate of Konoha, or we will go to war. Luohao's words sent a chill down the spines of Hizashi and the others. They understood that the Fourth Great Ninja War was imminent. Given their knowledge of the Fourth Raikage, he could only endure so much and would already have reached his limit by sending envoys to sign an alliance treaty, let alone allowing the Cloud Village to become a subordinate of Konoha. Just the demand for the Raikage to personally present a letter of surrender was enough to ensure that war was unavoidable. In a daze, they envisioned a horrific scene of ninja corpses piling up like mountains, rivers stained red with blood. Upon returning to the Hokage building, Luohao immediately opened the chat group. As expected, after witnessing the live stream of Inoki's death, Jang Chulan and the others began to discuss vigorously.
Jang Chulan, that was quite a hefty price. Is death, is it really just betraying one amoeba? How costly can that be? Aizen Sasuke Chulan, hurry and tell us the story behind this. Jang Chulan, cough, cough.
You may not know, but the world of Naruto was rife with something called bonds, a terrifying force that tightly connects the relationships between ninjas and their villages. Jang Chulan, once a ninja, has formed bonds, and with the various wills that flourish in the great ninja villages, like the will of fire in Luohao's village, that ninja becomes nearly incapable of betraying their village.
Whitebeard, bonds? Can they be stronger than the relationship I have with my sons? Jang Chulan, old man, didn't the great vortex spider stab you in the back?
Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you little brat, you call out to me more affectionately than anyone else, but you don't remind me when it really matters.
Jang Chulan, I'm reminding you right now, aren't I?
Whitebeard, why didn't you say it in front of my grave?
Jang Chulan, I really can't be blamed for this. Who doesn't know you're notorious for being overly protective of your sons? If I had said anything, you would have immediately killed me. Whitebeard, come over to my pirate world, and I guarantee I won't kill you.
As Jang Chulan and Whitebeard dominated the chat, Luohao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He knew exactly what kind of person Jang Chulan was. He was a crafty individual referred to as Little Fox by Kazama Masaru. In front of him, it was best not to talk about feelings and to focus on interests.
Aizen Sasuke, Whitebeard, did you really get stabbed or not? If not, then don't interrupt Chulan.
Whitebeard.
Is death, Billion, please continue your speech.
Jang Chulan, Amoeba is the kind of cloud ninja that has both bonds and the will of lightning. Eventually, she became the secretary of the 4th Raikage, and a person like her will absolutely not betray her own village.
Whitebeard, again with the bonds and willpower? Sounds nice, but in the end, it's just betrayal. Jang Chulan, old man, don't say that. Don't think everyone is as foolish as the great vortex spider, easily swayed into betrayal by a kainu.
Whitebeard, so what about her killing Inoki just now? Jang Chulan, this makes me suspect that Luohao has some ulterior motive behind his actions. After all, there's a reason for having a secretary. When there's something going on, the secretary is needed, everyone understands. Luohao, who had merely been watching the drama unfold, found himself compelled to step in when Jang Chulan dared to publicly accuse him. Although Tsunade could not access the chat records, he had to maintain his image as the 4th Hokage, especially since his death, known for her sadistic tendencies, was in the group.
Luohao, I didn't expect you to know me so well. Would you like me to bestow another Koto Amatsukami upon you? Jang Chulan, no.
I can't handle such a valuable gift like Koto Amatsukami. Better leave it for someone else, like Samui, she's close to Tsunade-sama.
Luohao, Hashirama sells and Koto Amatsukami, you understand?
Jang Chulan, Luohao, you've raised Uchiha Shursui so well.
Who would dare to mess with you? Is death, what the hell?
Aizen Sasuke, things like Hashirama's cells should be able to refresh the cooldown of Koto Amatsukami or significantly reduce the number of times it can be used. Upon hearing Aizen's words, the group members felt a chill run down their spines. Jang Chulan, the Cloud Village is finished, none of the ninja villages will be able to play their cards right anymore.
Aizen Sasuke, I think no ability is absolutely perfect, and Koto Amatsukami is no exception. Whitebeard, why think so much? I'm not in the Naruto world, and it's not my headache.
The other group members nodded in agreement, feeling that no matter how powerful Koto Amatsukami was, it was irrelevant to them.
The ninjas in the Naruto world could deal with their own headaches.
Whitebeard, hey, kid, are you done with your business?
Luohao, I'm mostly done for now.
The war with the Cloud Village won't start until tomorrow at the earliest.
Whitebeard, alright, then I'm pulling you over now.
In the world of One Punch Man, Jang Chulan watched as Whitebeard insisted on pulling Luohao into the world of One Piece and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Old man, you say I call you old man on the surface, but don't truly regard you as my real father.
But do you know, I was just racking my brain to remind you about Kotoama Tsukumi? And yet you still dare to invite Luohao to your world? Don't you fear him bringing Shirsue's eyes over and using Kotoama Tsukumi on you? Don't forget, after he transplanted Hashirama's cells, the cooldown for Kotoama Tsukumi is quite short. Jang Chulan sighed silently.
Ever since he learned that Whitebeard wanted to invite Luohao to participate in the Marineford War, he had been trying to find ways to remind Whitebeard of Luohao's dangers. In his view, among the 5 members in the group, the most frightening wasn't Aizen, who could manipulate the Gotei 13 at will, but Luohao, who was insightful and knew all the members' information.
Forget it, I can only do so much.
I can't offend Luohao just because of my appreciation for you. Besides, given your relationship with Luohao, if I say anything, I might end up making both sides unhappy, Jang Chulan reflected, ultimately deciding not to directly remind Whitebeard. Just like Luohao's opinion of him, they weren't close, so it was best not to discuss feelings, just focus on interests.
At Luohao, Whitebeard has sent you a crossing invitation. Do you accept? Is it the world of One Piece?
Luohao looked at the invitation sent by Whitebeard through the chat, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Since becoming Hokage, aside from being pulled into the Myriad Realms chat group, Whitebeard's invitation to cross over to the world of One Piece was the only thing that excited him and motivated him.
I accept.
As Luohao clicked to agree, the space before him was suddenly torn apart by a tremendous force, creating a passageway that radiated a ghostly blue light.
Is this the passage to the world of One Piece?
Luohao felt a mix of surprise and anticipation, then stepped into the passage.
Whitebeard, Luo kid, Marineford is waiting for you.
Jang Chulan, old man, I prepared the watermelon, I'm just waiting for your livestream.
Istef, I also want to see your battle with that ice-manipulating admiral.
Aizen Sasuke, the confrontation between Hokage and the 3 admirals is indeed something to look forward to. Group member Whitebeard has initiated a video livestream. In the world of One Piece, standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard opened the livestream, and immediately, a sound resembling glass shattering like the Gura Gura no Mi shattering space filled the air. Under the gaze of him and the members in the chat, the space behind him began to twist and tear, ultimately forming a ghostly blue void.
What is that?
Sengoku, who had just used the traps set up in Marineford and Akiji's freezing powers to seal numerous pirates from the Whitebeard pirates on the execution platform, widened his eyes in shock.
It looks like something is about to come out from behind Whitebeard.
Even Carp, who was initially heavy-hearted, watching his grandson Ace about to be executed, turned to look.
Is there going to be another person like the Great Vortex Spider trying to harm Pops?
The confused Marco thought of this and immediately transformed into his phoenix form, flying towards Whitebeard.
Istef, what is this birdman? A new species? I've never seen anything like it.
Aizen Sasuke, I've never seen this type of bird either. Chulan, come out and enlighten us. Jang Chulan, the first fierce general under Pops, is basically an immortal little bird. Just as Marco was about to kick the newcomer back through the passage, a hand shot out from the dimensional rift and grabbed Marco's forehead with lightning speed, slamming him down onto the bow of the Moby Dick.
Whitebeard, is this how you welcome me?
I just arrived, and your son already wants to kick me back. Luohao casually tossed Marco aside before stepping out of the dimensional passage.
Garararara. This is my world. What do you think? Is it acceptable?
Whitebeard looked at Luohao stepping out from the Naruto world like an excited netizen finally meeting a friend they had made online.
The air here is indeed fresh. Most importantly, to arrive in this world and witness such a grand scene right away is simply amazing.
Luohao stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, slowly surveying the entirety of Marineford, as if he wanted to take in everything about this pirate world. He then slowly opened his arms, as if to embrace this brand new world. At the same time, the members of the chat group watched in astonishment as Luohao really did cross over from the Naruto world to the One Piece world at Whitebeard's invitation.
Jang Chulan, damn. He really crossed over. Aizen Sasuke, the capabilities of the Myriad Realms chat group far exceed my imagination.
It's death, war. I really want to go to that sea and fight. Jang Chulan, with Luohao, the Hokage from the ninja world, joining the battle, my old man shouldn't suffer a crushing defeat this time.
Aizen Sasuke, crushing defeat? Does Whitebeard really stand a chance of losing this war? Jang Chulan, not just losing, to be precise, he could even lose his life.
In the world of Bleach, Aizen Sasuke's eyes lit up with anticipation upon hearing Jang Chulan's words.
If you hadn't appeared, would Whitebeard have died in Marineford? Then let's see if you can change the predetermined fate, 4th Hokage. Show me what a transmigrator like you is capable of.
A sly smile crept onto Aizen's face as he fixed his gaze on Luohao's figure in the video window. He was filled with curiosity and attention, not just regarding Luohao's strength, but also his unique ability to alter the course of destiny.
Who is that man suddenly appearing on the Moby Dick? On the execution platform in Marineford, Sengoku's eyes were locked onto Luohao, never allowing a moment of relaxation. Anyone who can chat so freely with Whitebeard is definitely not an easy opponent.
Carp gazed at Luohao, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within him.
Marshal Sengoku, how should we deal with this sudden arrival?
On the battlefield, Akiji took out a Den Mushi and contacted Sengoku on the execution platform. Clearly, even as an admiral, he dared not act recklessly in the face of Luohao's sudden appearance.
Not only him, but the other two admirals, Akainu and Kizaru, were also waiting for Sengoku's decision. Proceed according to the original plan. As for this unexpected man, we'll deal with him as well.
Sengoku pondered for a moment, and a sharp murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At such a critical moment, anyone who could appear and converse easily with Whitebeard, regardless of whether they were an enemy or not, couldn't be given any chances. Anyone associated with Whitebeard is sure to be on the side of evil.
Akainu's arms once again surged with boiling hot magma. Volcanic meteor.
With a plume of acrid smoke rising from his body, Akainu's arms transformed into two blazing volcanoes, unleashing hundreds of magma fists towards the sky above Marineford. These magma fists, which could potentially scorch the clouds, rained down like meteors, targeting not only the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates but also Luohao and Whitebeard standing at the bow of the Moby Dick.
Already being targeted by the Navy upon arrival? Am I too eye-catching, or have you dragged me into this?
Luohao looked up at the descending magma fists with no sign of panic on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this excitement. The last time he experienced such emotions was during the fierce struggle with the Third Reikage. Although the Third Reikage hadn't even touched the hem of his clothes, the thrill of that battle was deeply imprinted in his heart.
Shall you go first, or shall I? Whitebeard, gripping his supreme blade Murakumo, stood ready for action.
Of course, I'll leave it up to the host. Facing the dozens of magma fists that could fall at any moment, Luohao showed no fear and maintained a relaxed demeanor as he discussed with Whitebeard who would strike first.
You go ahead.
Whitebeard grinned, his eyes glimmering with anticipation.
Are you sure?
You're the main character in this Marineford war.
Aren't you afraid that if I take action first, you won't have a role to play afterward?
Luohao looked at Whitebeard teasingly. If someone else had said this, it might have seemed ulterior, but for Whitebeard, despite having lost the Gura Gura Nomi during their first private chat, he had gained a revitalized body. He understood that after years of being plagued by illness, aging, and hidden injuries, he was eager to showcase his prowess on this stage, and the upcoming Marineford War presented the perfect opportunity.
Garararara! You came all this way, I can't just let you stand by and watch. Besides, I asked you to dance, not to destroy the stage.
Whitebeard laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with fervor. In that case, we'll see if this stage built by the Navy can accommodate both of us. With a slight smirk, Luohao slowly raised his right hand, and the vast chakra hidden within him erupted like a volcanic explosion.
Jang Chulan, the Cloud Village is doomed. None of the ninja villages will be able to handle this.
Aizen Sasuke, I believe no ability is absolutely perfect, Koto Amatsukami is no exception.
Whitebeard, why overthink it? I'm not in the Naruto world, and it's not my headache.
The other group members agreed, thinking that no matter how powerful Koto Amatsukami was, it had nothing to do with them. Let the ninjas in the Naruto world deal with their own troubles.
Whitebeard, hey, kid, are you done with your business? Luohao, for now, yes.
The war with the Cloud Village won't start until tomorrow at the earliest.
Whitebeard, alright, then I'm pulling you over now.
In the world of One Punch Man, Jang Chulan watched as Whitebeard insisted on pulling Luohao into the world of One Piece and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Old man, you say I call you old man on the surface, but don't truly regard you as my real father.
But do you know, I was just racking my brain to remind you about Kotoama Tsukumi? And yet you still dare to invite Luohao to your world? Don't you fear him bringing Shirsue's eyes over and using Kotoama Tsukumi on you? Don't forget, after he transplanted Hashirama's cells, the cooldown for Kotoama Tsukumi is quite short.
Jang Chulan sighed silently. Ever since he learned that Whitebeard wanted to invite Luohao to participate in the Marineford War, he had been trying to find ways to remind Whitebeard of Luohao's dangers. In his view, among the 5 members in the group, the most frightening wasn't Aizen, who could manipulate the Gotei 13 at will, but Luohao, who was insightful and knew all the members' information.
Forget it, I can only do so much.
I can't offend Luohao just because of my appreciation for you. Besides, given your relationship with Luohao, if I say anything, I might end up making both sides unhappy, Jang Chulan reflected, ultimately deciding not to directly remind Whitebeard. Just like Luohao's opinion of him, they weren't close, so it was best not to discuss feelings, just focus on interests.
Add Luohao. Whitebeard has sent you a crossing invitation. Do you accept? Is it the world of One Piece?
Luohao looked at the invitation sent by Whitebeard through the chat, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Since becoming Hokage, aside from being pulled into the Myriad Realms chat group, Whitebeard's invitation to cross over to the world of One Piece was the only thing that excited him and motivated him.
I accept.
As Luohao clicked to agree, the space before him was suddenly torn apart by a tremendous force, creating a passageway that radiated a ghostly blue light.
Is this the passage to the world of One Piece?
Luohao felt a mix of surprise and anticipation, then stepped into the passage.
Whitebeard, Luo kid, Marineford is waiting for you.
Jang Chulan, old man, I prepared the watermelon, I'm just waiting for your livestream.
Istef, I also want to see your battle with that ice-manipulating admiral.
Aizen Sasuke, the confrontation between Hokage and the 3 admirals is indeed something to look forward to. Group member Whitebeard has initiated a video livestream. In the world of One Piece, standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard opened the livestream, and immediately, a sound resembling glass shattering like the Gura Gura no Mi shattering space filled the air. Under the gaze of him and the members in the chat, the space behind him began to twist and tear, ultimately forming a ghostly blue void.
What is that?
Sengoku, who had just used the traps set up in Marineford and Akiji's freezing powers to seal numerous pirates from the Whitebeard pirates on the execution platform, widened his eyes in shock.
It looks like something is about to come out from behind Whitebeard.
Even Carp, who was initially heavy-hearted, watching his grandson Ace about to be executed, turned to look.
Is there going to be another person like the Great Vortex Spider trying to harm Pops?
The confused Marco thought of this and immediately transformed into his phoenix form, flying towards Whitebeard.
Istef, what is this birdman? A new species? I've never seen anything like it.
Aizen Sasuke, I've never seen this type of bird either. Chulan, come out and enlighten us. Jang Chulan, the first fierce general under Pops, is basically an immortal little bird. Just as Marco was about to kick the newcomer back through the passage, a hand shot out from the dimensional rift and grabbed Marco's forehead with lightning speed, slamming him down onto the bow of the Moby Dick.
Whitebeard, is this how you welcome me?
I just arrived, and your son already wants to kick me back. Luohao casually tossed Marco aside before stepping out of the dimensional passage.
Garararara. This is my world. What do you think? Is it acceptable?
Whitebeard looked at Luohao stepping out from the Naruto world like an excited netizen finally meeting a friend they had made online.
You need to deal with the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, I'll handle that guy.
Akainu shot a fierce glare at Kizaru, ultimately taking Kizaru's place. He understood Kizaru's laid-back personality all too well. While it was no issue for Kizaru to confront a pirate like the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, expecting him to engage in a life-and-death struggle with an equally strong opponent would be quite difficult.
What about Whitebeard?
Kizaru shrugged, a playful expression on his face, indicating he was willing to step aside.
This, Akainu found himself in a dilemma.
The Navy's plans had already been meticulously arranged.
Marco was to be handled by Kizaru, and Diamond Jozu was to be dealt with by Akiji.
As for Whitebeard, it was his duty to confront him.
However, with Luohao's sudden arrival from the Naruto world, if he were to deal with Luohao, Whitebeard could charge straight toward the execution platform without any hindrance. Why worry about who should deal with me?
Just as Akainu was troubled over who should handle the situation, a voice filled with arrogance reached his ears, causing him to involuntarily look towards the source.
When you realize that even the Navy admirals are nothing but insignificant dust in my presence, just a matter of a few grains, do you still need to be troubled by such questions?
Luohao looked down upon Kizaru and Akainu, his gaze exuding a sense of superiority.
That proud, disdainful look seemed to convey a message to every member in the chat group and every person in Marineford. The highest combat power of the world government was nothing more than that in his eyes. In the chat group, Jang Chulan and the other onlookers were left speechless.
Especially Jang Chulan and Aizen Sasuke, who wished they could cross over to the Grand Line world, kick Luohao aside, and trample on the three admirals.
Jang Chulan, that aura. Luohao's aura is out. Istef, if only he were younger than me, he would completely meet my criteria for a partner.
Aizen Sasuke, for some reason, I feel like I've heard what Hokage said before, as if I've encountered it somewhere.
Jang Chulan, I feel the same, but I can't quite place it.
As Jang Chulan and Aizen Sasuke racked their brains over Luohao's ostentatious words, Akainu was directly provoked by Luohao's taunts.
Don't get cocky, brat. Do you think the title of Navy Admiral is just a joke?
The title represents the highest combat strength of the world government.
Akainu's body surged with searing magma, the intense heat making the surrounding air feel like it was about to solidify. Highest combat strength?
Please don't make baseless claims in front of me, that only exposes your cowardice.
A mocking smile crept onto Luohao's face. Looking for death.
Akainu unleashed the hottest magma from his body, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent.
Today, I, Akainu, will gamble my title as an admiral to kill you here.
With a roar like a volcanic eruption, Akainu stomped down, instantly creating a 50-meter wide crater in the solid ice.
Flame eruption. With a single step, Akainu flew to the front of the Moby Dick. His right arm instantly transformed into a magma arm larger than that of the giant race, capable of melting through icebergs in an instant. Die! Akainu shouted, swinging his massive magma fist down toward Luohao's head. Magma, huh?
Luohao glanced indifferently at the incoming flame eruption and slowly spread his hand open.
Boom!
The ice layer beneath the Moby Dick shattered, and torrents of water surged upward like dragons, gathering in Luohao's palm to form a rapidly spinning lance. Water style, great waterfall technique. As soon as the technique was formed, Luohao's voice floated softly from his lips.
Crack!
The ice layer that Akiji had frozen trembled violently, as if a massive sea king was violently crashing against the ice beneath. In a deafening roar, the ice within a few hundred meters was instantly shattered into countless shards, and the previously frozen ocean erupted in a furious wave. Under the terrified, dazed gazes of everyone present, the sea surged higher, rising to a height of nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Akainu's falling magma fists, like a meteor shower, became mere scorched remnants, unable to unleash their fiery power.
Damn it! He can actually provoke a tsunami? Akainu's face turned grave.
Not only was magma weak against water, but the ability to manipulate the ocean and control water naturally countered all abilities in the Grand Line.
Why was Whitebeard called the strongest man in the world? Aside from his unparalleled strength, his Gura Gura Nomi could trigger tsunamis and earthquakes. Scary. Are all of Whitebeard's friends capable of causing tsunamis like him? Kizaru looked at the devastation wrought upon Akainu's magma fists, unable to contain his astonishment. Is it a water fruit or some other special ability? Regardless, from today onward, this person will become the Navy's greatest enemy. Sengoku's expression darkened as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. He had already elevated Luohao's threat level to that of Whitebeard. Jang Chulan, that's a bit excessive. Luohao. Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, what's wrong with that?
Jang Chulan, Your Majesty,
if I told you that the ninja world's best at water style, the Mizukage Terumi Mei, could only spray out a river at most with the Great Waterfall technique, how would you feel? In the world of One Punch Man, upon seeing Luohao perform the water style, Jang Chulan spat out the watermelon he had been eating. It was simply too outrageous. That's excessive. The very identity of a transmigrator is already a cheat, and now Luohao has a chat group. Doesn't this mean he's going to dominate all realms? How can we, his group friends, have fun with him? Jang Chulan chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. If even a plain water style could be played out like this, he truly could not imagine how powerful Luohao was. After watching this live stream, he began to suspect that Luohao had reached the level of a ninja god solely through basic elemental ninjutsu. Akiji! Kark shouted as he watched the tsunami generated by Luohao extinguish Akainu's magma fists and rush toward Marineford. Frozen moment. Akiji nodded, raising his hand to shoot out 2 ice pillars. However, just as the ice pillars were about to touch the unstoppable tsunami, Luohao's right hand formed seals again. Not good, he's about to attack. Sengoku's expression changed drastically. He had kept his observation haki tightly focused on Luohao since the tsunami began. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Luohao's gaze had unknowingly fixed on Akiji. As he completed the hand seals, the solid ice layer exploded, creating 5 ice pits with a radius of 100 meters. Following this, 5 water dragons, each several hundred meters long, surged upward from the pits, crashing toward Akiji with overwhelming force. Trouble! Akiji's face tightened. While he wasn't afraid of water due to his ice fruit powers, others were not so fortunate. Sure enough, as he froze the ocean, the 5 water dragons slammed heavily onto Marineford. Boom! Not only were a multitude of cannons and Navy soldiers engulfed by the water dragons, but even the massive walls built by the Navy to confine the Whitebeard pirates to the execution platform were completely shattered. Awesome! The captains of the Whitebeard pirates cheered excitedly upon seeing this. Charge in and save Ace! Diamond Jozu shouted, witnessing the Navy's formation being devastated by the water dragons. He rallied thousands of pirates, charging towards the execution platform. No matter where Whitebeard found such a powerful ally, as a Navy admiral, I still cannot allow you to advance. A flash of light, and Kizaru stood in front of Jozu and his crew, seemingly unfazed by the thousands of pirates before him. Lightning release, false darkness. Just as Kizaru prepared to act, his lecherous face tensed up as he looked up at the sky. Boom! At some point, the sky above Marineford had been covered by thick clouds. Before the thunderous roar could echo, dozens of lightning spears, each hundreds of meters long, crashed down like collapsing pillars of heaven. Controlling the ocean and manipulating lightning, what kind of ability does he possess? Kizaru quickly dodged, feeling a twinge of caution. Facing a monster like Luohao, he was hesitant to use elementalization against lightning. Without the foresight of observation haki, who knew if Luohao had secretly added something special to the lightning? As dozens of lightning bolts rained down, Kizaru dodged skillfully, but the Navy soldiers who had been standing beside him were not so fortunate. Damn it! As a Navy admiral, how can you retreat in the face of pirates? Akainu was furious. He was a man of immense fortitude, even against the 70-year-old Whitebeard, he had no fear. He didn't care about the Navy soldiers who were struck down by the lightning. What mattered to him was Kizaru's retreat, which could severely impact Navy morale. Not dodging? Do you want the lazy Kizaru to tank it? Luohao chuckled at this classic move from Kizaru. He was not surprised at all. After all, Kizaru had repeatedly saved Luffy from peril, kicking him toward Whitebeard time and again. If Kizaru could do such things, it was no wonder he would choose to simply wander off to the side. I didn't expect him to be able to control lightning as well. Kizaru's nonchalant demeanor nearly provoked Akainu into throwing a punch filled with magma. Little bug. When Luohao made this remark, Akainu, whose temper was like searing magma, had veins bulging on his forehead and neck. If it weren't for realizing during their brief confrontation that his magma fruit was being utterly suppressed, he would have already attacked recklessly, turning Luohao to ashes with his intense magma. Do you not think your words are too arrogant? I admit your strength is indeed extraordinary,
but you are far from being able to look down on admirals and regard us as mere ants. Even Akainu, and especially Akiji, known for his good temper, was quite angered at this moment. After all, for the admirals of the Navy, while they might not be invincible in the vast Grand Line, they were undoubtedly among the elite few at the very top. Setting aside the already deceased Pirate King and Rocks, in today's world, only the four emperors could truly rival an admiral. However, even when facing the four emperors, aside from Whitebeard in his prime, the other three emperors could only manage to suppress and defeat an admiral under normal circumstances. It was exceedingly difficult to kill an admiral outright. If two admirals faced off against the likes of Shanks, Charlotte Linlin, or Kaido, there was no chance of victory for them. I don't mean to deceive, it's just that you both have not truly understood me, Luohao said calmly. Seeing Luohao begin to show off again through the live stream, Aizen Sasuke could no longer bear it and covered his head with his hands, revealing a pained expression. Aizen Sasuke, Hokage, could you please not steal my thunder? Death, Captain Aizen seems to be in a lot of pain. Whitebeard, I've never seen him like this before. Jang Chulan, he's really struggling. After all, Luohao is almost exhausting Captain Aizen's repertoire of cool lines. In the Soul Society, in the meeting room of Squad 1, Captain Yamamoto Genryusei Shigakuni suddenly stopped his movements and looked at Aizen, who had just removed his glasses and was gently wiping his eyes, with a strange expression. Ahem. Captain Aizen, the one facing execution isn't you, it's Rukia Kuchiki. Why are you getting so upset? Yamamoto said, unable to hold back a light cough. No, Captain. Although it's not me facing execution, just thinking about Soul Society losing such an excellent young Soul Reaper like Rukia, and Captain Kuchiki losing his sister, makes me feel exceptionally sad. Aizen, although he put his glasses back on, couldn't help but shed a tear or two as he thought about how he would have no lines left to use for his future showboating. Captain Aizen, you don't need to be sad about my situation. Rules are rules. Since Rukia has violated the laws of Soul Society, her execution is only natural. The usually cold Byakuya Kuchiki, seeing Aizen so upset about his sister's plight, couldn't help but offer some comfort. While that may be true, I still feel a sense of regret. Aizen shook his head and then apologetically addressed Yamamoto and the other captains. I'm truly sorry, everyone. I have lost my composure. Seeing Aizen display such genuine emotion, even the stern Yamamoto silently praised him in his heart, and he no longer blamed him. Who exactly are you? Akiji couldn't help but ask. Akainu beside him also stared closely at Luohao, eager to know who this man, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, truly was. Nice to meet you, I am the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Luohao slowly surveyed the surroundings, and under the gaze of many curious eyes, he revealed his identity. Hidden Leaf Village? Akainu and Akiji exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Clearly, they had never heard of this force. For ordinary people, the Grand Line was vast and boundless. But for admirals who stood at the pinnacle of the Grand Line, aside from the legendary unknown Raftel, the Grand Line was just that. Sengoku, have you heard of this force? Carp couldn't help but ask. No, even in the materials that only the admirals are qualified to review, this name has never been mentioned, Sengoku recalled seriously, confirming he had never heard of the Hidden Leaf Village. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Even if the force behind him is not as strong as the four emperors, judging solely from the strength this man has displayed, he is likely to surpass an admiral, especially with his diverse abilities, which are very effective against admirals like Akiji and Akainu who primarily rely on their devil fruit powers. Both Akiji and Akainu would find it hard to exert their full power under circumstances where their abilities are suppressed. Carp spoke earnestly. In the world of One Piece, while admirals were not ranked by strength, they were categorized by type. The current three admirals were skilled in hockey, physical techniques, and even swordsmanship, but they were primarily based around their devil fruit abilities. This type of admiral had obvious advantages, but they also had significant weaknesses. Like other devil fruit users, once their abilities were countered, their strength, even if not reduced by 8 or 9/10, would still be diminished by more than half. This was especially deadly when facing opponents of equal strength. In contrast, admirals who primarily relied on hockey, swordsmanship, and physical techniques were much harder to deal with. These types of admirals had refined every aspect of their capabilities to the extreme, leaving virtually no weaknesses. Facing such admirals, one could only defeat them with overwhelming strength, no tricks would work.
Carp, are you going to make a move?
Sengoku was also clear about Akainu and Akiji's situation. Faced with the diverse and powerful Luohao, both Akainu and Akiji would find it quite challenging to engage him in combat. At this, Carp silently turned his head away.
Hey! Sengoku sighed internally at the sight.
Given the current situation, it was clear that Luohao had been invited by Whitebeard to help. Forcing Carp to act in this scenario would be tantamount to making him personally snuff out Ace's chance of survival.
Akiji, Akainu, you don't need to worry about Whitebeard.
Focus on taking down this man called the Fourth Hokage as quickly as possible.
Sengoku took a deep breath. After all, he was the admiral of the navy.
In his position, he could only refrain from compelling Carp to act.
Sengoku, what if Whitebeard approaches the execution platform? Akainu did not immediately agree.
Although Whitebeard was older, his abilities were still terrifying. Especially since he noticed that the Whitebeard before him seemed to have regained his youth, looking even younger than a few years ago.
This realization sent a shiver down his spine. Under these circumstances, how could he easily allow Whitebeard to approach the execution platform?
Then I will personally confront him,
Sengoku stated firmly, exuding the aura befitting an admiral. Akiji. Upon hearing Sengoku's intent to take action, Akainu felt reassured.
As a monster from the same era as Whitebeard, Sengoku, while not as strong as in his prime, still possessed power that surpassed that of an admiral due to his superior physical conditioning compared to Whitebeard. He was well aware of this.
Are we doing 2 against 1? Luohao looked at Akainu and Akiji standing on either side of him.
Don't call us despicable. At least this way we acknowledge your strength. After all, you are the fourth Hokage who arrogantly claims we admirals are nothing but dust.
Akiji stepped forward toward Luohao.
I won't call you despicable, Luohao said as he raised his left hand.
Be careful. He's about to strike.
Upon seeing this movement, Akainu and Akiji became highly alert. Their observation haki activated, keeping a close watch on Luohao's every move.
Actually, this is the real 2 against 1.
Don't say I'm despicable, after all, you two call yourselves the highest combat strength of the world government.
Luohao's words fell as his hand seals were completed. Pop.
4 shadow clones appeared beside him.
Jang Chulan, he's finally going to make a move against Madara. It's death. Who is this Madara? Aizen Sasuke, I understand now.
Jang Chulan, Madara is the legendary Hokage dance king who can rival Captain Aizen, the god of death.
It's death.
Whitebeard.
Aizen Sasuke, I suddenly really want to meet that Hokage dance king named Madara. Jang Chulan, it's coming soon, I estimate Madara's coffin lid is about to burst. Damn it.
The aura of these 4 clones is exactly the same as the main body, these aren't mere illusions. Seeing this scene, both Akainu and Akiji, as well as Whitebeard and the chat members watching the livestream, were all taken aback.
I'll ask you a question. Do you think these 4 clones can use all my techniques?
Luohao said with a playful smile. Could it be? Upon hearing this, both Akainu and Akiji exchanged fearful glances.
Fire style, great fire annihilation.
Water style, great waterfall technique. Just as they entertained this horrifying thought, 2 of the shadow clones had already demonstrated their actions, turning their thoughts into reality. The clones have perfectly inherited all the abilities of the main body. Seeing this, Akainu rushed toward the clone using great fire annihilation without a second thought. Meanwhile, Akiji faced off against the clone performing the great waterfall technique.
Flame eruption. Frozen moment, capsule.
The 2 simultaneously unleashed the powers of their respective devil fruits, suppressing the fire and water techniques being executed by the shadow clones.
And there's something even more interesting.
Before they could catch their breath, the other 2 shadow clones had completed their own hand seals.
Wind style, pressure damage. Lightning style, false darkness.
Under Akainu's suppression of magma, the layers of burning flames merged with the wind style, causing the fire's intensity to surge several times, with temperatures rising dramatically.
Similarly, the waves infused with lightning style could not be frozen by Akiji's icy breath.
The shockwave of Akiji's cold air, upon touching the waves, was torn apart by the raging lightning intertwined within them. Why can this person consume such a devil fruit? He can control 4 natural elements and even combine them to significantly enhance their destructive power.
Akiji felt utterly frustrated.
As an ice fruit user, he was supposed to be least afraid of water, yet now he was being thrown into disarray by these lightning-infused waves.
Don't underestimate the Navy admirals. Akainu, filled with pent-up frustration, finally exploded. Magma is the superior form of fire.
Even with wind assisting you, my magma can still turn you to ashes.
With a roar, Akainu's arms transformed into magma fists.
Accompanied by the overwhelming flow of advanced armament haki, he swung his fists like a mad dog, striking at the roaring waves of flames. Each punch not only contained terrifying heat capable of incinerating flames but also had the power to punch through a mountain. With several punches, the scorching, violent force not only shattered the incoming waves of fire but also pierced the air, creating a massive magma shockwave aimed directly at Luohao.
Simultaneously, Akiji also created an ice knife. Wrapped in armament haki, with just a single slash, the lightning and tsunami were instantly cleaved in half and then frozen into icebergs.
Luo kid, be careful.
Akiji and that magma brat are serious now.
Their devil fruit abilities may be countered by you, but with the enhancement of advanced armament haki, they could even turn the tables on you. Whitebeard, who had been quietly watching Luohao show off from the bow of the ship, narrowed his eyes and immediately warned him.
Though there are counters to devil fruits, they are not absolute. For instance, Akiji, while countered by magma and fire, could still easily freeze lava from nature and even freeze volcanic projectiles ejected during eruptions. It's fine, old man. On my path, there are no rivals.
Luohao looked at Akainu and Akiji charging at him, his expression calm as water, as if he were not facing 2 admirals but merely 2 indistinguishable specks of dust.
Aizen Sasuke, Whitebeard, stop talking to him. Aren't you just building a stage for him to show off?
Jang Chulan, Captain Aizen, poor thing.
Is death, is this another line he came up with?
It sounds quite cultured. I'm even tempted to ask you to help me design a few.
Aizen Sasuke, and you. Hokage. Please stop showing off, I'm begging you.
Aizen Sasuke, let's end the show for today. You have to leave me some lines to use, right? Watching Luohao deplete all the cleverly prepared lines he intended to use for showboating in the future, Aizen felt an impulse to personally execute Rukia Kuchiki, take the Hogyoku, and immediately wage war against the Gotei 13. He feared that if he continued to dawdle according to the original plan, he would awkwardly find that all his showboating lines had been used up by Luohao during his eventual fallout with the Gotei 13 and his rule over Hueco Mundo. Whitebeard, although I'm not the one showing off, I still feel like I've done something excessive. Aizen Sasuke, Whitebeard, I owe you one, get down there right now and stop the Hokage from continuing to show off.
Whitebeard, but I invited Luo Kid here from afar, I can't just stop him from enjoying the fight, can I? Look how happy the magma brat and Akiji are making him. Jang Chulan, old man, if I'm not mistaken, Ace was killed by Akainu, right?
Whitebeard. Jang Chulan, if I remember correctly, after you were stabbed by the great vortex spider, Akainu immediately came over to challenge you.
Whitebeard. Clang.
A sharp sound of a blade rang out, shaking the eardrums of both Akainu and Akiji. Before they could react, a slicing light that split the atmosphere descended with a fierce invisible force from above. Whether it was the magma shockwave launched by Akainu or the ice slash from Akiji, they appeared incredibly weak in the face of this descending blade.
In a mere instant, the magma shockwave and ice slash aimed at Luohao were shattered by the incoming blade light. Boom!
Whitebeard. Akainu halted, glancing at the supreme blade, Murakumo, that was deeply embedded in front of him, and then his gaze, as sharp as a knife, fell on Whitebeard, who was leaping down from the bow of the ship.
The world's strongest man has finally decided to make his move? Sengoku on the execution platform observed as Whitebeard suddenly wielded Murakumo, his expression immediately turning extremely serious.
Even Akainu noticed Whitebeard's suddenly much younger appearance. As an old rival who had battled with Whitebeard since childhood, he certainly couldn't miss the changes in his face.
What has Whitebeard gone through? Carp's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity.
Even he, the world's strongest man, could not resist the ravages of time. They had already thoroughly investigated Whitebeard's information before the Marineford War. He was either receiving 4 drips or on his way to get them every day. With such a physique, even if he was the world's strongest man, how much strength could he have left? At best, he would only be slightly stronger than the 3 admirals. The one most excited by Whitebeard's personal intervention was not Sengoku or Carp, but Jang Chulan and Aizen Sasuke, who were watching the livestream.
Jang Chulan, everyone, look!
The world's strongest man, my father Jang Chulan, he can't help but start showing off.
Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, you're doing great. Aizen Sasuke, weren't you envious of the lightning sword that Hokage gifted to General Esteth?
I'll reward you with a shallow strike. I guarantee it's no worse than her lightning sword. Jang Chulan, whether it's shallow or not doesn't matter, I just want to see my father show off. Aizen Sasuke, I'll throw in a special prosthetic. With it, even if your body suffers irreversible damage, even if you're not a soul reaper, you can still contain your soul inside and survive for a year and a half.
Jang Chulan, thanks for the generous reward, Captain Aizen. I love you. Moa.
In the world of Akame ga Kill, Esteth was stepping on the heads of northern tribes while watching Jang Chulan skillfully beg Aizen for gifts in the chat.
Just as Luohao said.
This seemingly harmless little bug is actually incredibly scheming. Unbeknownst to him, he has already gotten quite a few good things from several group friends.
But, why are you doing this? You know this brat is as cunning as a fox and won't have any gratitude in mind, yet you still want to hand over the Jonin training guide to him? After pondering for a moment and failing to decipher Luohao's intentions, Esteth decided to stop overthinking. General Esteth, how should we deal with these northern tribesmen?
One of the beast warriors, Leva, approached Esteth respectfully and asked.
Bury them.
At the mention, images of her family being slaughtered by the northern tribesmen flashed through Esteth's mind, and she coldly uttered 2 words that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet.
Yes. Leva's pupils constricted slightly. After a while, he suppressed his horror and trepidation and went to execute Esteth's orders.
Finally, the northern tribes have been subdued.
Now I can finally take the time to focus on this chat group.
Otherwise, I might fall behind the other group friends. Esteth thought of the overwhelming strength Luohao displayed in the livestream, her eyes filled with uncontainable excitement and fighting spirit. Just as Esteth decided to shift her focus to the chat group, the Marineford War was momentarily interrupted by Whitebeard's sudden move.
Old man, did you not promise to let me show off? Why are you intervening so soon?
Luohao glanced at Whitebeard as he descended from the bow, landing beside him. I couldn't just stand by while they ganged up on you, you're my guest after all. I can't just watch you being surrounded while I do nothing.
Whitebeard knew that what he was doing was a bit underhanded.
However, after hearing a few words from Jang Chulan, he couldn't help but envision Ace being pierced through the chest by Akainu.
How disappointing. You owe me compensation.
Luohao shook his head.
He hadn't had a hot-blooded battle in years.
Under the siege of Akiji and Akainu, he had just begun to feel a long-lost fighting spirit, only for Whitebeard to intervene.
Once we save Ace, I'll teach you armament hockey, how about that?
As long as you cultivate armament hockey to the point of being able to release it at a distance, combined with your various ninjutsu, natural-type users will definitely suffer at your hands.
Moreover, the Gura Gura no Mi can only reach its maximum potential when combined with armament hockey.
Whitebeard said somewhat apologetically.
Alright. But you can only choose one of those 2. Luohao pointed at Akiji and Akainu.
His words immediately infuriated both admirals.
Arrogant fool. How dare you treat us admirals as if we were mere commodities to be chosen at will?
Akainu's eyes nearly spat lava. Akiji, while silent, radiated an icy aura that spread around them.
I choose the magma brat.
Whitebeard's gaze shifted to Akainu and Akiji, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes like a volcanic eruption.
He was willing to step in and interrupt Luohao's showboating just to avenge Ace, even though Ace was still safe at that moment. Whitebeard. In this fierce top war, Akainu had always regarded Whitebeard as his greatest rival. Now, seeing Whitebeard casually treat him like a mere object to be selected, how could he suppress his inner rage? Hiss. Under the stimulus of anger, the magma gushing from Akainu's right arm became even more violent and intense. Even before he threw a punch, the chilling aura emanating from him burned the surrounding air, causing it to hiss. Onlookers were astonished by the scene before them. The air currents surrounding Akainu's magma right arm exhibited a strange stickiness and distortion. Hellhound. As the temperature of the magma reached its peak, Akainu took a bold step forward, extending his arm as if it were an erupting volcano, unleashing a magma punch toward Whitebeard. Magma brat, do you want to show off like everyone else? Whitebeard sneered, stepping forward with his left foot and throwing a powerful right punch. Are you not using the Gura Gura no Mi? Akainu noticed that Whitebeard's fist did not manifest the signature white shield, causing a hint of doubt to creep into his eyes, which were already filled with rage. Jang Chulan, even though old man wasn't injured by the great vortex spider, it looks like the situation is dire. It's death, what do you mean? Jang Chulan, old man plays with the Gura Gura no Mi, but he's given that to Luohao. It's not good for him to fight the red dog. Aizen Sasuke, I disagree with this young man's viewpoint. The world's strongest man remains the world's strongest man, even without the Gura Gura no Mi. Jang Chulan, that line sounds familiar, I feel like I've heard it somewhere. It's death, why? Aizen Sasuke, I firmly believe that man can triumph over heaven. Even if Whitebeard doesn't use the Gura Gura no Mi and utilizes other abilities, he can still become the strongest in the world. Although Jang Chulan was clever among the younger generation in the One Punch Man world, his perspective was limited compared to Aizen's sharp insight. As Aizen expressed his views in the chat, Whitebeard was proving Aizen's statements correct through his actions in Marineford. Boom! Facing Akainu's magma punch capable of melting the Earth's surface, Whitebeard actually shattered it barehanded. What? Your body, your haki, Akainu's pupils constricted as if he had discovered something unbelievable. In shock, he involuntarily blurted out. Crack! Before he could finish speaking, Whitebeard suddenly thrust Murakumo into the ground and grabbed forward with his left hand. Utilizing his height and long arms, he seized Akainu by the neck. Amazingly, even as a magma being, Akainu seemed to have lost his devil fruit ability, unable to break free from Whitebeard's grasp. Die for me! Akainu, a hard-headed admiral, transformed fully into magma. His left hand morphed into a dog-headed magma arm, striking Whitebeard's chest like lightning. Dog bite Red Lotus. Clearly, Akainu intended to engage in a life-and-death struggle, leveraging his youth against Whitebeard. Humph. Want to exchange blood with me? I'll grant you that wish. In response to Akainu's rabid demeanor, Whitebeard snorted coldly, standing his ground without flinching, and swung his fist larger than Akainu's head directly into Akainu's face. Ah! Akainu's magma body appeared to be ineffective. When Whitebeard's right fist struck his face, it not only sent blood flying 3 feet high but also showed no signs of burns from the magma. More terrifying for him was that when his dog bite Red Lotus collided with Whitebeard's chest, it felt like hitting an invisible wall, and he was instantly bounced back like a clump of mud. Come on, let's keep hurting each other. Whitebeard displayed a menacing grin, maintaining his grip on Akainu while raising his right fist once more to deliver another heavy blow to Akainu's face. The method Whitebeard used to dominate Akainu was brutally simple yet extremely effective. Only someone with immense physical strength, unmatched armament haki, and a kingly aura could combine all 3 traits and employ such a straightforward and direct approach to overpower an admiral. Would anyone else dare to grab hold of Akainu, who had transformed into pure magma? Could they even succeed? Even if they could grab him, could they withstand Akainu's dog bite Red Lotus? Clearly, that was impossible. Only Whitebeard, who despite suffering from age and injuries, could charge forward, enduring Akainu's magma punches directly with raw physical might and turn him into a puddle of molten mud. Not good, this is serious. Whitebeard's body must be in trouble. Sengoku, watching from the execution platform, instantly paled at the sight of a frenzied Whitebeard. CP0's intel was wrong. Whitebeard's body isn't nearly as sickly as they reported, he can still utilize haki. Carp, who had been reluctant to engage, suddenly stood up. Damn Edward, damn CP0. Didn't they say Whitebeard's condition was so dire that he needed 4 drips to survive daily? He doesn't look like a sick man at all, he's practically the same as he was in his youth. Sengoku's expression darkened significantly. Facing a 4-emperor pirate crew, especially the leader Whitebeard, even with the Navy's strong military force and superior combat capabilities, it wasn't easy to initiate a conflict. In fact, when Blackbeard brought Ace to the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and the other high-ranking officials had no immediate plans to declare war on Whitebeard. This top war was a carefully orchestrated plan by the Navy, confirmed through extensive investigation by CP0 and their intelligence agencies regarding Whitebeard's health and overall strength before they decided to launch an attack. Even the Gorosei had taken a long time to agree to confront Whitebeard. No, to be precise, he's even more terrifying than in his youth. Sengoku, look at Whitebeard's armament haki, he hasn't even used the Gura Gura no Mi. Carp exclaimed, his eyes fixed intently on Whitebeard. For some reason, seeing Whitebeard before him reminded him of himself and of Roger. Even without any devil fruit enhancements, relying solely on his physical prowess and mastery of haki, he could dominate the world. Akainu. Akiji, beside him, was astonished that the hardest-headed admiral among the 3, Akainu, was almost rendered defenseless in a single exchange with Whitebeard. Reacting quickly, he immediately tried to move forward to assist. As an admiral, he understood the Navy's comprehensive strategy against Whitebeard and was well aware of Whitebeard's condition. Akainu was also aware of this, which is why he so recklessly engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard. But now, seeing Whitebeard so full of vigor, how could he still carry any semblance of a sick man? This path is blocked. A kunai flew from Luohao's hand, embedding itself in the ice layer before Akiji's feet. Those who pass the kunai will bear the consequences. Luohao warned Akiji before leisurely turning his head away to continue enjoying the spectacular scene of Whitebeard pummeling Akainu. As for Akiji, Luohao didn't even spare him a glance, showing no concern about a potential ambush. Jang Chulan, this doesn't make sense. Why has my old man suddenly become so fierce? Did he eat expired Viagra or something? Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, you're still too young. Jang Chulan, Captain Aizen, what do you mean by that? It's death, it's obvious if you think about it. Luohao, Billion, you don't actually think Whitebeard is giving me the Gura Gura no Mi for free, do you? Jang Chulan, boss, what exactly did you give my old man? I previously thought you just gave him a guide on how to win the top war. Luohao, nothing much, I just gave Whitebeard a large dose of Hashirama's cells, more than half of what Uchiha Obito had. Jang Chulan, shocked.jpg. Luohao, from Whitebeard's current condition, his integration with Hashirama's cells is unprecedentedly high, even surpassing Uchiha Madara. He hasn't turned pale like White Zetsu, nor has he developed Madara's face where Hashirama's flesh is implanted. Jang Chulan. Luohao, with this dose of Hashirama's cells, Whitebeard has gotten quite the bargain. Not only has he rejuvenated by over a decade, but he's also moving toward becoming a sage body. Aizen Sasuke, as expected, even without the Gura Gura no Mi, the title of the world's strongest man remains unchanged. Jang Chulan, did this dose of Hashirama's cells create a 1,000-handed Whitebeard? Good luck, Akainu. As Billion mentioned, Akainu was indeed in great pain now. Pummeled by Whitebeard's fists, he was sent soaring into the clouds. Though he fought back with all his might, the sheer pleasure Whitebeard's right hand brought him left him unable to control himself. At first, while his punches couldn't penetrate Whitebeard's body, through the immense destructive power of his haki and magma fruit, he managed to bruise Whitebeard's chest and abdomen, even inflicting some burns in certain spots. But gradually, Akainu found himself spiraling into madness and despair. His output was utterly ineffective against Whitebeard, which was no surprise. He could throw a few more punches and accumulate damage slowly. But as he continued fighting, he soon realized something was wrong. It seemed Whitebeard's body was undergoing some kind of hormonal imbalance, the damage he inflicted was vanishing inexplicably.
Under his dazed gaze, Whitebeard resembled a legendary hero, his wounds healed at an incredible rate, or rather, they were regenerating. What drove him mad was that the recovery effect surpassed his output. Kizaru, hurry and save him. Akiji watched Akainu's difficult situation with urgency. The two had always been at odds, having exchanged fewer than 100 words over the decades. However, as a member of the Navy, Akiji could not just stand by and watch Akainu get beaten to death by Whitebeard. Unfortunately, Luohao was blocking his path. Despite appearing relaxed as he watched Whitebeard live-streaming the beating of Akainu, Akiji could sense through his observation haki that most of Luohao's attention was focused on him. "Captain Marco, I'm pulling back for now, I'll come back to spar with you later." Not far away, Kizaru, using the unparalleled speed of his Pika Pika no Mi, had been steadily suppressing Marco. Upon hearing the call, he transformed into a dazzling flash, floating elegantly beside Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, have you ever been kicked by light?" As he kicked at Whitebeard at light speed, he couldn't help but add this cheeky line, which, while lewd, showcased his unique style. "Stay out of this." Whitebeard's lips curled into a sinister smile. His three-color haki was unleashed without restraint, and while he pummeled Akainu, his observation haki was fully activated. Before Kizaru could even reach him, Whitebeard had already sensed him coming. The right fist that was originally aimed at Akainu suddenly swept to the side. His fist emitted a brilliant white light, not from the Gura Gura no Mi, but from his armament haki, which was powerful enough to be projected outward, even forming a visible shockwave. "Humph." Kizaru let out a muffled grunt, his foot, charged with light, had not yet landed when Whitebeard's fist struck his face. The speed at which he arrived was nothing compared to the speed at which he left. "Nice to see you again, Kizaru." Marco teased upon seeing Kizaru's face, swollen like a pig's. He knew more than anyone about Whitebeard's condition. Since learning that Whitebeard had received a dose of Hashirama's cells, transforming his body constantly, Marco felt completely at ease, no longer worried about situations like the one with the Great Vortex Spider. "This guy is really like a monster." Kizaru's expression turned grim. Although he had always maintained a lewd demeanor, speaking in a sleazy manner, he had always kept a stylish pose when fighting or being hit. This time, however, he had failed to sneak attack and ended up with a swollen face. It was the first time such a thing had happened to him. "Get out of my way." At that moment, Akainu suddenly shouted angrily, transforming into a mass of searing magma, splattering in all directions. Kizaru's sneak attack may not have achieved its intended effect, but it was not without reward. The punch that was meant for his head was absorbed by his face. Seizing this opportunity, he used the fluid properties of the magma fruit to barely escape Whitebeard's fist. "Kizaru, you and Akainu deal with Whitebeard. Leave the rest to me." Sengoku's voice suddenly rang out from the back. He then tossed aside his admiral's coat, revealing his muscular old man physique. It was clear that both Luohao's sudden appearance and Whitebeard's transformation after receiving Hashirama's cells had completely disrupted Sengoku's original plans. This forced the Navy admiral, who had barely made an impact in the original Top War, to personally enter the fray. "What? Do you all want to attack me together?" Whitebeard, having allowed Akainu to escape, was unfazed. The previous round of beatings had sufficiently vented his anger. After decades of dealing with the Navy's tactics, he had grown accustomed to it. As the world's strongest man, when had he not been surrounded in battle? In the guidebook Luohao wrote, Top War Strategy, it was detailed that before Akainu challenged him, he had first let the Great Vortex Spider stab him, then had Kizaru and Akiji take turns to drain his stamina. Only when he felt it was safe did he roll up his sleeves to bully the old man. "Two admirals personally escorting you to your grave. You should enjoy this grand funeral, Whitebeard." Although Akainu's face was bruised and swollen, he had just gotten up from the ground and immediately regained his headstrong demeanor. "Don't blame us for our underhanded tactics. Being able to be attacked by two admirals simultaneously is our way of recognizing you. After all, you are the world's strongest man." The way Akiji spoke was filled with righteous indignation. However, when Kizaru said the same, it had a sleazy and sinister undertone. "I won't say your tactics are underhanded. On the contrary, considering you are still young, I will let you have both hands." Whitebeard crossed his arms, looking down proudly at Kizaru and Akainu. Clearly, he had learned the essence of showboating from Luohao through the chat. Seeing that Akainu had created an opportunity for him, the world's strongest man quickly turned his gaze toward Madara, likely referring to Luohao, preparing to showcase his might once more. "Whitebeard, you're seeking your own death." Akainu was immediately infuriated. What kind of day was it today? Why did both people and ghosts come out to show off? First, it was Luohao treating him and Akiji like insignificant dust, and now it was Whitebeard making him and Kizaru give up a hand each. Why not mention that you're not even using the Gura Gura no Mi now? Kizaru said, annoyed. Fine, I'll lay it on the line today. Not only will I let you each give up a hand, but I'll also throw in a Gura Gura no Mi to boot. Whitebeard's words left both Kizaru and Akainu dumbfounded, and even Marco and the other captains were shocked. Old man, don't joke around like that. Diamond Joser shouted excitedly after knocking a lieutenant general, Ghost Spider, flying with a punch, directing his voice at Whitebeard. Stop messing around, old man. If Sengoku hadn't been keeping a close eye on him from the execution platform, Marco would have already flown back to Whitebeard's side to stop him from entering that crazy rampage mode. Whitebeard, are you joking with us? Akainu snapped back to his senses after his moment of shock, unable to contain his disbelief. Earlier, when Whitebeard had suggested that they each give up a hand, he had felt humiliated. But now, with Whitebeard not even using the Gura Gura no Mi, he sensed something sinister. You're not using your hands, nor the Gura Gura no Mi, how are you going to fight us? Kizaru surveyed Whitebeard from top to bottom, seemingly trying to confirm whether Whitebeard was serious. Gurarara, of course, I'm going to fight like this. Whitebeard grinned widely, and suddenly, 8 massive wooden arms extended from his back, blocking out the sunlight. Everyone was stunned to see Whitebeard transform into a 10-armed giant. The fusion with Hashirama's cells has reached such a high level? He has never trained in chakra and doesn't know about hand seals, yet he can use wood release intuitively. Even Luohao, who had been quietly watching Whitebeard dance, couldn't help but turn his head. Jang Chulan, holy, is that really wood release? Aizen Sasuke, wood release, is it also a bloodline limit? Jang Chulan, not just any bloodline limit, it's the strongest bloodline limit, bar none. Istef, so it seems he wasn't just boasting about making you two give up a hand. Jang Chulan, Luo, did you give old man a tube of Hashirama's cells from 82? Not only does he have a sage body, but he even got a buy one get one free deal, Awakening would release too. Old man really hit the jackpot. Luohao, honestly, I didn't expect Whitebeard's compatibility with Hashirama's cells to be this high. Jang Chulan, now, no one can stop old man from going on a rampage. In the chat, aside from Luohao, no one understood the terrifying nature of wood release better than him. Although Whitebeard had never trained in the chakra system and couldn't use Sage Mode, his own physical attributes were outstanding. In terms of physical strength, aside from the 6 paths level beings, who could compare to Whitebeard in the entire Naruto world? Plus, Whitebeard had just been infused with Hashirama's cells, achieving an almost flawless integration. Jang Chulan couldn't believe that wood release, in the hands of a king like Whitebeard, would be anything like Yamato's, which was merely used for landscaping. Whitebeard, what's going on here? Akainu stared at the 8 wooden arms extending from Whitebeard's back, stunned. Aren't you a Gura Gura no Mi user? Akiji also asked. You'll have to ask Luo Kid about that. Whitebeard glanced at Luohao, who was watching the spectacle. So it was you pulling the strings. Akainu glared at Luohao. Whitebeard's body has not only improved but also rejuvenated, this is all you're doing, isn't it? Akiji looked at Luohao with a serious expression, suddenly realizing he had underestimated Luohao's danger. This man was even more dangerous than Whitebeard. If you think that way, then it's no problem. You seem quite interested in this. If you can find me a high-grade natural-type devil fruit, I can let you experience Whitebeard's current treatment, Luohao said, smiling indifferently at Akiji's icy gaze. Bastard! Do you think high-grade natural-type devil fruits grow on trees? Is there any room for negotiation for lower-grade natural-type devil fruits? Before Akiji could respond, an excited shout came from behind. Carp!
Upon hearing this voice, Sengoku immediately exploded with anger. How could this old fool still not know the situation? He was actually negotiating with the enemy. Did he really think Marineford was a marketplace where he could haggle freely? Lieutenant General Carp. Akiji also helplessly hung his head. But this truly fit Carp's style. Lower-grade natural-type devil fruits? What good are those? They'll be completely countered by higher-grade natural-type devil fruits. You either bring me a high-grade one or don't get in my way and mess up my business. Luohao flatly refused Carp's proposal. The relationship of countering among devil fruits is, in some respects, even more potent than the countering of ninjutsu. Knowing this well, Luohao believed that if he was going to deal with devil fruits, he should either get the best or not get any at all. He dismissed the idea that there were no trash devil fruits, only trash users. Just like Whitebeard, who developed an originally obscure Gura Gura no Mi into a power hailed as the strongest paramecia. How many legendary figures in the history of One Piece can achieve such feats? The other types of devil fruits won't do? High-grade natural-type devil fruits are closely watched by the Gorosei. Even if I wanted to steal one, there'd be no opportunity. Carp, sitting on the execution platform, somehow found a loudspeaker and shouted at Luohao from kilometers away. Carp! This old man is completely out of control. Daring to negotiate with the enemy at such a critical moment. Not only was Sengoku furious at Carp's actions, but even the Gorosei, who were far away in Mary Geos, were enraged when they saw this through the Den Den Mushi livestream. In particular, the elder holding the supreme great knife, Shodai Katetsu, was almost unable to restrain himself from ordering a ship to Marineford to personally cut Carp down. This really fits the old man's style. Ever since the Whitebeard pirates clashed with the Navy, Ace, who had been sitting silently on the execution platform, couldn't help but chuckle. Only someone as powerful as Carp, who was strong enough to defy nature yet had no desire for power, could dare to act so recklessly without facing consequences from the world government. Other types of devil fruits? That's not impossible. Luohao pondered for a moment and then directly disregarded Akiji, using Flying Thunder God to appear on the execution platform. What? Luohao's sudden spatial jump shocked Sengoku, the three admirals, and the Navy to the point that their eyes nearly popped out. Not just Sengoku, but even the thick-skinned Carp stood up in shock, his muscles tensed, ready to throw a punch. This speed, it's a spatial-type devil fruit ability. Kazara fixed his gaze on Luohao on the execution platform. Knowing he possessed unparalleled speed in the Grand Line, he understood that only spatial-type users could surpass him. Damn it! He can perform spatial jumps at will. This means he can go anywhere he wants in the world? Akainu abandoned Whitebeard and charged toward the execution platform. He couldn't shake off his unease about Carp. After all, Ace was raised by him. Hey, magma brat, you dare turn your back on me, where do you get the guts? Just as Akainu turned around, Whitebeard moved. He had maintained a crossed-arm stance, but the 8 wooden arms behind him wrapped in top-tier armament haki swung wildly toward Akainu. Are those just a few lousy wooden arms? You dare to show off with such abilities? Faced with Whitebeard's fierce attack, Akainu, who lacked Kazara's speed to escape, had to stop and turn to unleash a large fire attack toward Whitebeard. Gorarara! Hearing Akainu's taunts, Whitebeard's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Immediately, 8 more wooden arms extended from his back. What? Akainu's expression changed dramatically at this sight. But by then, it was too late for him to dodge. He could only raise his left hand to morph into a hellhound, attempting to push Whitebeard back. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compare to Whitebeard's wooden arms. Before his hellhound could even touch Whitebeard's chest, 2 of the wooden arms caught him, and then the remaining 6, infused with a pressure that distorted the air, smashed into Akainu's chest. Whoa! Akainu's eyes bulged wide, his body curling like a cooked shrimp. The next moment, a force more terrifying than a tsunami erupted. Using armament haki, wood release, and his own physical strength, Whitebeard's 6 punches produced effects akin to the Gura Gura no Mi. On the vast battlefield, everyone heard the sound of air bursting from Akainu's body. Crack!
The man heralded as the highest combat power of the world government was sent flying like a cannonball under Whitebeard's 6 punches. He flew thousands of meters away, finally crashing into the marshal's office in Marineford, causing the entire building to collapse before he came to a stop.
Crack! After delivering a powerful blow to Akainu, Whitebeard did not emerge unscathed.
At the very least, after executing a series of military-style punches, several of the wooden arms extending from his back broke upon sending Akainu flying.
"They seem a bit fragile," Whitebeard remarked as he glanced at the broken wooden limbs.
However, from his vantage point at the pinnacle of the Grand Line, he could still sense that these wooden arms held extraordinary potential, far from being just a pile of scrapwood that could be easily burned, as Akainu claimed.
Whitebeard. Kizaru's expression darkened.
He hadn't expected Whitebeard to deal such a significant blow to Akainu in just one exchange, effectively sending him back to the fountain.
"Kizaru, what are you dawdling for?"
Akiji snapped at Kizaru, who seemed lost in thought, watching the fight unfold instead of helping Akainu.
Akiji couldn't accept that while Akainu was fighting valiantly, Kizaru was merely lurking in the shadows, not contributing to the battle. Damn Conqueror's Haki!
Kizaru, usually calm and collected against any opponent, now showed signs of frustration.
Not only can he use observation and armament haki, but he can also unleash Conqueror's Haki at will? Upon hearing this, Akiji's pupils suddenly constricted.
He finally understood why Kizaru had been momentarily stunned. He had been overwhelmed by Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki from the start. Even Luohao hadn't anticipated that Whitebeard, after merging with Hashirama's cells and becoming incredibly strong, would focus on mastering the 3 forms of Haki. Not only had his armament Haki improved, but his Conqueror's Haki was also advancing toward a level worthy of the Pirate King.
Yada no Kagami.
Overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki, Kizaru was momentarily dazed, ultimately forced to watch as Akainu was defeated. He transformed into a beam of golden light, hovering above Whitebeard, before unleashing a dazzling torrent of laser beams akin to a golden sun.
Ice Age. After witnessing Akainu's complete defeat at the hands of Whitebeard, Akiji could no longer allow Kizaru to face Whitebeard alone.
Despite Kizaru's abilities being the most challenging to contend with among the 3 admirals, Akiji could not let him fight alone.
However, under the intimidation of Whitebeard's strength, Akiji inadvertently forgot one crucial detail.
He intended to team up with Kizaru to use their ultimate move, Ice Age, to subdue Whitebeard and create an opportunity for Kizaru to unleash his full power. But he had already stepped over the kunai Luohao had left embedded in the ice.
Those who pass the kunai will bear the consequences.
Just as Akiji prepared to unleash his ultimate move, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. "I knew it, even though he's gone to the execution platform, his attention has always been here."
Akiji's expression darkened instantly.
With his observation Haki activated, he had sensed Luohao's movements even before the voice reached him.
Without hesitation, he redirected his ultimate attack.
His Ice Age struck directly at Luohao, who had suddenly appeared behind him.
Crack!
Luohao, floating in midair and about to throw a punch, was instantly frozen in place.
Phew, Akiji was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a roaring flame and a sharp gust of wind suddenly erupted. Fire release, spiraling shuriken.
Before he could react, a red, fiery spiraling shuriken had already slammed into his side.
Ah!
A pained scream escaped Akiji as he was sent flying by the spiraling shuriken. The next moment, the shuriken exploded, creating a massive fiery storm that engulfed an area spanning hundreds of meters.
"I already warned you, this path is blocked. Knowing full well it is a dead end, you still chose to charge in?"
With a snap of his fingers, after dealing a full output with the fire release, spiraling shuriken on Akiji, Luohao vanished once more.
Alright, Carp. Let's return to our previous topic.
Back on the execution platform, Luohao spoke to Carp nonchalantly, as if he hadn't noticed Carp's clenched fists and the murderous intent radiating from him. Carp raised his fist, wrapped in a powerful armament Haki that made the air tremble, but ultimately lowered it in resignation. There was no denying that Luohao's Flying Thunder God was simply too overpowered. In an era before the Otsutsuki clan appeared, Luohao's 3-tiered Flying Thunder God could be considered the #1 spacetime ninjutsu in the ninja world.
If there are no high-grade natural-type fruits, Then let's trade for a Zoan or Paramecia type. But for Zoan, I only want mythical Zoan. Don't give me any ordinary animals like pigs, cows, sheep, or dogs. I don't want to deal with a bunch of bull-headed and horse-faced creatures every day. After finishing off Akiji, Luohao casually addressed Carp. Would an ancient type work? Carp hesitated for a long while before finally lowering his fist. He wasn't afraid of confronting Luohao. Despite Luohao's currently displayed abilities being quite overwhelming, as the strongest who dominated the Navy with his 3 forms of hockey and physical techniques, Carp had a fundamental difference from the 3 current admirals. Apart from the gap in power, he had no weaknesses that could be exploited. It was impossible for Luohao to counter him as he did with Akiji using fire release or with Akainu using water release. What truly concerned Carp was Luohao's continued recklessness during the Marineford War. That technique seemed to have no limitations, and it was the Flying Thunder God that allowed Luohao to move freely that was Carp's real worry. Let's do it this way. I'll get you a dinosaur, and you get me a batch of elixirs that can restore youth and grant super regeneration. Luohao countered. Little brat, your temper really is bad. Do you know anything about negotiation? You ask for sky-high prices and expect to settle at ground level. You have to give the old man a chance to bargain. Carp interjected, shoving a finger up his nose and enjoying the pleasure of picking his nose without a care. Didn't I give you a chance? I offered to let you trade a high-grade natural type for a high-grade Paramecia or mythical Zoan. What more do you want? Don't forget, I'm the only one in the Grand Line who has anything that can restore youth. Devil fruits aren't exclusive to you Navy and world government. Do you believe that if I announce to the world through Marineford's livestream that I'm trading a high-grade natural type for youth-restoring elixirs, people will line up to trade with me from Sabaody Archipelago to the New World in no time? Luohao clearly had Carp in check. He was the only one with Hashirama's cells, and he had painstakingly transported a large supply of them from the Naruto world to the One Piece world. If he couldn't profit from this in the pirate world, it would be better for him to find a tofu block to crash into. How do I know that what you offer is genuine? What if you trick the old man? What would I do then? If you give me a tube of poison, I'd be dead on the spot. Carp clearly had his reservations. After all, while the world government had many departments, there was no consumer association to turn to. If he was cheated, he wouldn't even know where to file a complaint. To be honest with you, old man. It's not that I look down on you, but with your frail old body, if I wanted to kill you, Carp, it wouldn't be difficult at all. I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Plus, isn't there a successful case in Whitebeard? If Whitebeard isn't afraid of being played, what are you afraid of? Luohao's words nearly provoked Carp to unleash a furious punch, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and held back. Don't compare me to that sickly old man. Even though I'm old, I'm not at the point where I need 4 drips to survive. Do you believe that if it wasn't my grandson being executed today but another pirate, I would have already jumped in to take down Whitebeard? Carp said, digging into his nose, looking quite full of himself. Are you sure? Luohao pointed toward Whitebeard, who was dominating Kizaru in the distance. Ahem, if Whitebeard were to return to his prime, of course, he wouldn't be able to take him down. I'm speaking from a basis where everyone is in their 70s. No joke, when it comes to fighting at 70, I would consider myself the strongest. Carp glanced at Whitebeard, who appeared as robust as a young man, silently calculating and realizing that he truly couldn't beat him. If it were a typical admiral, he could easily pin them down. But now, against the current Whitebeard, he felt utterly helpless. Then, do you want to be the strongest in every aspect? Luohao asked, pulling out a tube of Hashirama's cells. This is the thing that can make Whitebeard young again? Carp's eyes widened. Not just him, but Sengoku, who had been watching closely, also looked excited. Even the many leaders of various factions around the world, watching the live broadcast of this century's battle, were swallowing hard at the sight of Luohao revealing the Hashirama's cells. 1 dose, and it works immediately. 7-day, no questions asked return policy. Luohao pointed at the Hashirama's cells, presenting it as if it were the best deal ever. Is it really that miraculous? Carp was genuinely intrigued at this point.
Setting aside Luohao's presence, just looking at Whitebeard, Edward Newgate was incredibly powerful at this moment. Not only Akainu and the other admirals, but even Sengoku, whose strength still surpassed that of an admiral, would still be defeated by Whitebeard. Of course, Carp wouldn't be an exception. It would just take him more time to take him down. In this situation, Carp felt he couldn't get bogged down by personal feelings any longer. For the greater good of the Navy, this hero had to step up. "Hey, I'm Whitebeard." While Carp fell into deep thought, Whitebeard was busy using his 16 powerful arms to relentlessly pursue Kizaru. He took a phone snail out of his chest pocket. As the world's strongest man, he valued his word highly. If he said he wouldn't use his hands to defeat Akainu and Kizaru, then he definitely wouldn't. However, he could certainly use his right hand to answer a call. Is there really no room for negotiation on the price? On the execution platform, Carp stubbornly continued to haggle. "Lord Hokage, this is what the old man asked me to deliver to you." Just as Luohao was about to turn around, he noticed an unfamiliar, peculiar little bird flying from a distance. When he got a clear look at it, he realized it was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix. Seeing Marco approaching, Carp initially thought he was coming to rescue Ace. Just as he was about to leap into action to showcase his only achievement from the original Top War, punching the immortal bird, Marco simply tossed a phone snail to Luohao and flew away. As for Ace, Marco didn't even spare him a glance, appearing unconcerned for Ace's safety. "Phone snail?" Luohao reached out to grab the phone snail, curious as he asked, "Hello, I'm one of the 4 Hokages. Who's calling?" He was genuinely intrigued as to who would be calling him. After all, this was his first time in the pirate world, and aside from Whitebeard, he had no relatives residing here. "Nice to meet you, you must be the 4th Hokage from Konoha." "I'm Silver's Rley, known as the Dark King in the Grand Line." In Sabaody Archipelago, Rley greeted Luohao while watching the live broadcast of him through the phone snail. Clearly, Rley was well versed in some high-level operations. Although he hadn't been pulled into the chat group, he managed to engage in a pirate-style video call with Luohao in his unique way. "Pleasure to meet you, may I ask what brings you here, Lord Dark King?" Facing a man in his 70s, Luohao showed no interest in flirting. With good manners, he greeted Rley briefly before getting straight to the point. "I saw the new product you launched in the livestream and wanted to ask if you support remote orders with cash on delivery?" Rley inquired. "Of course. Just give me a location, and your order will arrive within 30 minutes, cash on delivery." Luohao immediately sensed a big business opportunity. Without hesitation, he set aside Carp, who was still furiously haggling and contemplating. "How much stock of this new product do you have?" Rley skipped the price negotiations and jumped straight to asking about Luohao's inventory. It was clear that they were gearing up for a significant deal. "Damn it, you've already retired, just find a nice place to enjoy your old age. Don't come out here and stir up trouble." Before Luohao could respond, Carp, sensing the crisis, shouted angrily. "This deal? If you can buy it, then I can buy it too. Are you trying to claim that Lord Hokage can only sell to you?" Rley grinned, provoking Carp, who was already furious. "Damn Rley, how dare you compete with the old man for business? If you have the guts, give me a location, and I'll go over there and beat you up right away." Carp roared in rage, prepared to abandon the top war to confront Rley for an old man melee. "Sure, once I've used Lord Hokage's new product, you're welcome to challenge me anytime." Rley, who had been retired for decades, had indeed had to step back due to health reasons. As someone who relied heavily on swordsmanship, hockey, and physical skills, he had seen a significant decline in strength as he aged. He could no longer face off against characters at the Yonko level without fear, and now he could only take on admirals at most. "Damn Rley, just wait for me. Get lost and don't interfere with my business." Just as Carp was about to point an accusatory finger at Rley, Luohao casually swatted Carp away like a fly. Crack! The seemingly gentle slap instantly shattered the air and space in front of Carp. "Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi." Carp's expression changed dramatically. At the critical moment, he revealed the fierce strength he had when chasing after the Pirate King in the past. His right fist, wrapped in nearly unmatched armament hockey, slammed hard into Luohao's palm.
Bang!
As their fists collided, the already shattered air and space became even more chaotic. With their power pouring out like a mountain flood, the execution platform beneath them was first reduced to powder by the violent force. Then, centered on the two of them, visible ripples like a storm spread out in waves, instantly affecting the entire Marineford. Pirates and Navy personnel engaged in battle were shaken and thrown to the ground by the shockwave created by the clash of Luohao and Carp's fists.
Did you forget what I just said?
Killing you, Carp, is really not a difficult task. Luohao said expressionlessly, watching Carp, who had managed to catch his palm but whose face was turning red with effort. The Gura Nomi had been developed by Whitebeard to the extent that Sengoku had once evaluated it as a power capable of destroying the world.
In Luohao's hands, the Gura Nomi was undoubtedly even more terrifying than it was in Whitebeard's.
If Carp were in his prime, he might have been able to trade blows with him. However, now, with strength only slightly above Sengoku and 2 lines stronger than Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, Carp stood no chance against him in a one-on-one.
This slap serves as a warning not to disturb my business. If there's a next time, you'll join Akiji and Akainu.
As he spoke, Luohao pressed down with his right hand. The space that had just been restored shattered again. Though he lacked armament hockey, he had chakra. Having only obtained the Gura Nomi for a few days, he had already perfectly integrated it with the chakra system. This palm strike, which seemed to carry the weight of collapsing the Red Continent, made even a powerhouse like Carp feel the overwhelming heaviness and helplessness. No matter how hard he tried to hold on, he ultimately found himself half-kneeling on the ground, unable to withstand Luohao's pressure.
Can you still hold on?
Luohao was slightly surprised. He had initially thought this second strike would be enough to send Carp flying, but he hadn't expected that even while half-kneeling, Carp would still manage to receive the blow.
Don't underestimate me. I'm a hero of the Navy.
Carp gritted his teeth, managing to force out a few words. The veins on his arms and neck bulged, but as a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Grand Line, the glory of the Navy prevented him from retreating even an inch.
Conqueror's hockey? So that's it, you're relying on this power to endure my 2 strikes.
A glimmer of light flashed in Luohao's eyes. From Carp, he felt a powerful force that directly affected the mind and could even influence matter. This had to be the unique might possessed by the rulers of this world, Conqueror's hockey. No wonder Carp was able to withstand his strike. Aside from his formidable physique, Conqueror's hockey played a crucial role.
2 strikes? I could take 3, 4, or even 5. Carp's voice revealed his determination.
The veins on his arms and neck were even more pronounced, but he still refused to back down.
Is that so?
A smirk appeared at the corner of Luohao's mouth. The next moment, he pressed down with his right hand again. Sizzle! This time, the space was not simply shattered. As his right hand descended, the white shield enveloping his palm suddenly burst forth with a soil yellow hue.
Earth release, tremor. A force far denser than before erupted explosively. Hold on!
Carp screamed in his mind.
However, despite his unwillingness to retreat, facing Luohao's strike that felt as if it were truly bringing down the Red Continent, he ultimately couldn't withstand it.
He was blasted backward, flying 1,000 meters before crashing into the deep pit where Akainu lay. Whitebeard! I won't die so easily in your hands.
Ha!
What the hell is this? Just as Akainu finally managed to catch his breath, he opened his eyes, only to be struck again by Carp falling from the sky, resulting in blood pouring from his 7 orifices and broken ribs. Initially, he had intended to drag his injured body back to fight Whitebeard again, but faced with Carp's sudden appearance, he could only be knocked unconscious once more.
I'm surprisingly unscathed?
Carp, who thought he would be severely injured or at least spit up blood, paused for a moment upon getting up from the ground. But when he noticed Akainu's face under his foot, he immediately realized what had happened.
My apologies, Akainu. It wasn't intentional. But I'll remember your life-saving grace.
Carp sincerely thanked Akainu, who was in a semi-conscious state, before stepping over him.
Interesting. There are not many people in the world who can take 3 of my strikes head-on. You, Carp, are one of them. Perceiving Carp emerging from the rubble, Luohao couldn't help but show a hint of appreciation. Aizen Sasuke, not bad, truly worthy of Lord Hokage, you make showboating look so effortless. Istef, I told you, he doesn't need my lines to pull off a captivating act. Jang Chulan, as someone well versed in the quotes of various showboaters, Jang Chulan felt quite conflicted at this moment. Could it be that Luohao was targeting a legendary monk named Jumozi this time? Thinking back to when he had boasted about wanting to take down the heavens, and Luohao hadn't dismantled his platform, he could only silently set down his keyboard and watch Luohao continue to deliver lines worthy of the Great Wheel of King. I hope the Great Wheel King doesn't get pulled into the chat group later, otherwise, there's a high chance he'll go mad right on the spot. Jang Chulan chuckled and shook his head. Alright, Rley. I've taken care of those who were interfering with our business. We can continue our negotiations now. After slightly praising Carp's performance, Luohao shifted his focus back to his major customer, the Dark King Rley. High-grade Paramecia and mythical Zoan types are available for trade, right? Rley inquired, astounded by the formidable power Luohao had just displayed. Absolutely. Even Carp, who only came to buy a single tube of Hashirama's cells, received a discount. As for you, a wholesale customer, I'll definitely give you a generous offer. Let me put it this way, as long as you place an order for Hashirama's cells, I'll cover shipping, support cash on delivery, and provide a 7-day no-questions-asked return policy. If you order more than 5 tubes of Hashirama's cells, I'll even throw in a god-slaying sword that can cut through iron like mud, Luohao said, conjuring a god-slaying sword and effortlessly slicing through the ice beneath him. In the era of Sengoku and the First Great War, this god-slaying sword was considered a divine artifact in the hands of the second Hokage, yet now, in Luohao's hands as the fourth Hokage, it seemed to have become rather commonplace. Watching Luohao sell Hashirama's cells in such a manner through the live broadcast, Jang Chulan didn't know what to say and could only shake his head in resignation. Oh? There are even bonuses? Judging by the sharpness of this sword, it seems far superior to ordinary good knives, Rley remarked, his eyes lighting up as he witnessed the power of the god-slaying sword through the Marine's phone snail set up in Sabaody Archipelago. With Roger deceased, and Rley growing older, alongside other comrades also entering their twilight years, retirement seemed inevitable. However, with Roger's son still alive and Whitebeard rejuvenated, it appeared that they could continue to dominate the Grand Line for decades. The era that was about to fade into obscurity was being rewritten, and Rley, keenly sensing that the situation in the Grand Line was on the verge of a dramatic change, made the decisive choice to get involved. How many tubes of Hashirama's cells do you plan to buy? Luohao asked, smiling as he held the phone snail. Although he had arrived in the pirate world somewhat hurriedly and didn't carry a large number of Hashirama's cells with him, he could still readily produce dozens of them, provided that Rley could offer enough high-grade Paramecia and mythical Zoan devil fruits. Well, since you, Lord Hokage, have offered a buy 5 get 1 free deal, I'll start with 5 tubes, Rley said, demonstrating the decisiveness expected of Roger's right-hand man. He didn't even attempt to haggle and instead went straight for a wholesale purchase of 5 tubes of Hashirama's cells. Alright, just send me your location, and I guarantee the Hashirama's cells will be delivered to you within 30 minutes, Luohao nodded in satisfaction. Wait! Just as Luohao and Rley were about to finalize the deal, Sengoku suddenly rushed to the already shattered execution platform, loudly interrupting. Are you also looking to participate in this transaction, Sengoku? Luohao's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness. He was on the verge of obtaining 5 high-grade devil fruits and didn't want anyone to ruin it. After all, he had crossed over to the pirate world at Whitebeard's invitation, and aside from assisting in the battle, his true aim was to exchange Hashirama's cells for powerful devil fruits. 5 high-grade devil fruits, regardless of the type, could immediately bolster Konoha with 5 more shadow-level powerhouses. No, I'm here to negotiate a trade, Sengoku surprised countless Navy personnel and even pirates with his unexpected words. A trade? You also want to buy Hashirama's cells? Luohao was momentarily stunned. While he could understand Carp's ridiculous actions, given that they were enemies, it wasn't too surprising for them to sit down and discuss business. But for Sengoku, who had been loyal to the world government, to do the same was truly unexpected. Search 1-440485057 for Admiral Sengoku.
Akainu, who had finally managed to climb out of the deep pit, nearly exploded with anger.
Shut up! This is a decision from the Gorosei. Do you dare to question it? Once Sengoku spoke, Akainu could only close his mouth forcefully.
Although admirals were indeed high-ranking officials in the navy, they were merely high-ranking officials within the world government. Above the admirals were the fleet admiral, the commander-in-chief, and the Gorosei, who stood above all three. Unless one possessed the strength, reputation, and status of Carp, even an admiral had no right to question the orders of the Gorosei. So the Gorosei is pulling the strings behind this. That makes sense. For these old monsters who have lived for over a century, Hashirama's cells, which can restore youth, are undoubtedly the most precious items, Luohao thought to himself, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. With the support of the Gorosei, it was no surprise for Sengoku to take such actions. For Sengoku and Akainu, their primary task was naturally to deal with him and Whitebeard. However, in the eyes of the Gorosei, power, life, and youth were what truly mattered. I want all the Hashirama's cells you have on hand. I can conduct a live transaction with you in 30 minutes. However, the Gorosei has two requests that I hope you can agree to, Lord Hokage. With the backing of the Gorosei, Sengoku was quite generous, opening his mouth to buy all of Luohao's Hashirama's cells. Go ahead, tell me, Luohao replied non-committally. The Gorosei were indeed generous, probably the most extravagant in the pirate world aside from the enigmatic Im-sama. However, whether he would engage in business with them depended on his mood. With the Navy's phone snails and Whitebeard's success as a case study, he had no shortage of customers in this pirate world. Even Rley, retired for many years, had come out, which was the best proof of that. Firstly, after the transaction is complete, I ask that you withdraw from Marineford and no longer interfere in the war between our Navy and Whitebeard. Secondly, please nullify the sale of the 5 tubes of Hashirama's cells sold to Lord Rley. As compensation, we will purchase those 5 tubes of Hashirama's cells from you, Sengoku stated, laying out the Gorosei's demands one by one. Those 5 old geezers. Upon hearing Sengoku's demands, Rayleigh's expression darkened. The Gorosei were typically the type to harm others to protect their own interests, just like when he faced Carp earlier. If Luohao genuinely agreed to these terms, then he, Whitebeard, and the entire pirate faction would find themselves in an extremely precarious situation. Unfortunately, he lacked the funds to buy all the Hashirama's cells in one go like the Gorosei. At that moment, he could only watch through the live broadcast on the phone snail, waiting silently for Luohao's decision. On the other side, Sengoku also remained silent, waiting for Luohao's response. He might have tried to pressure others, but after witnessing Luohao's abilities, he realized that even the mighty Navy headquarters could not coerce someone like Luohao, the 4th Hokage known as the Heavenly Ninja. I refuse. Under countless gazes, Luohao spoke. His response left Sengoku stunned and the Gorosei, who were observing Marineford, taken aback. Conversely, Rley burst into laughter. Hashirama's cells are indeed precious, but my personal reputation is even more important. In this world, business comes second, but reputation comes first. Since I've already promised to sell 5 tubes to Rley, I will never go back on my word, Luohao declared firmly. What were Hashirama's cells to him? He had over 100 tubes at home. If it weren't for the fact that only Orochimaru could produce this new type of Hashirama's cells and that Orochimaru had to focus on other research, the stock in his warehouse would likely far exceed 100 tubes. We can offer you high-grade natural-type devil fruits. I believe that even the Dark King Rley, Roger's right-hand man who has been to Laugh-Tale, cannot produce that many high-grade devil fruits. Sengoku's expression darkened, but he dared not show anger. The type of fruit doesn't matter, what matters is my face. Considering the Gorosei are sincerely seeking to do business with me, even though I don't have many Hashirama's cells left, I will find a way to get them 5 more afterward. Luohao shook his head, determination flashing in his eyes. Why does one live their life? Isn't it for money, women, power, reputation, and strength? He already possessed 4 of those. Of course, he had to value reputation. After all, he hadn't consumed the face fruit, and that reputation had to be earned bit by bit. Please wait a moment, Lord Hokage, I need to consult with the Gorosei. Sengoku said to Luohao before taking out the phone snail and reporting the transaction situation to the Gorosei without a care for anyone else around.
Jang Chulan, wow, Luohao's move is impressive.
He's turned the battlefield into a marketplace.
Aizen Sasuke, brilliant.
Lord Hokage's strategy is truly remarkable.
Not only did he effortlessly acquire treasures from the pirate world, but he also gained a transcendent status.
His death, Hokage and Pirate King, the only middleman, just by taking the price difference, he can make a fortune. Jang Chulan, by using the least valuable Hashirama's cells to pack away all the top-tier devil fruits from the pirate world, once this order is finalized, Luohao will take off.
Whitebeard, so this kid came to my world with so many tubes of Hashirama's cells for this purpose.
At this moment, everyone in the chat could see through Luohao's true intent in entering the pirate world. Helping Whitebeard was one aspect, but the key was to exchange Hashirama's cells for devil fruits.
Even Aizen Sasuke couldn't help but feel envious.
Dominating the trading rights of both worlds, with just that, Luohao had become a rapidly developing major figure in the chat group. At least after this order was finalized, Aizen would fall far behind Luohao. No, I must vigorously develop world trade.
Only by connecting with the worlds of other chat members can I secure my position as the #1 in the chat.
Aizen thought to himself, determined to emulate Luohao's operations after watching this cross-world livestream.
Luohao, if you have anything to sell, I can help you promote it. Jang Chulan, holy crap. Are you trying to be the first live streamer in our chat group, Luohao?
Isteth, are you sure?
Luohao, of course.
We're all members of the chat group. If you're good, I'm good, and everyone's good, that's what truly matters.
Jang Chulan, just asking, Luohao, do you charge for promoting? Luohao, have you ever seen a streamer promote without charging?
Alright, let's stop the chit-chat, the pirate promotion journey is about to begin.
If anyone wants to promote, please DM me. Sure enough, there's a fee. Jang Chulan, Isteth, and the others couldn't help but complain.
However, despite the complaints, through this live broadcast of the top war, they had certainly fixed their eyes on many good items in the pirate world. Not to mention the devil fruits, the mountain-splitting physical techniques, the sea-splitting swordsmanship, and the Navy's unique three-color hockey were enough to make them excited. Oh no, one step slow, and I'm in trouble. If the Heavenly Ninja starts this live promotion business, it would mean he's grasping the lifeline of world trading. While Jang Chulan and the others only saw the fees Luohao would collect from the live broadcast, Aizen Sasuke saw the terrifying threat lurking behind Luohao's live promotion. But helplessly, even if he exposed Luohao's intentions in the chat group, it wouldn't matter. Currently, Luohao was the only one who had successfully completed the cross-world journey to the pirate world. Even if he sought help from Whitebeard, trying to break Luohao's monopoly in live promotion wouldn't work. Just the fact that Luohao went to assist Whitebeard was enough for the fiercely loyal and straightforward Whitebeard to reject him. Just as Aizen was troubled about how to break Luohao's monopoly in live promotion, Isteth, who was deeply driven by her pursuit and desire for power, had already initiated a private message to Luohao. For her, the power that belonged to her was the most important. Everything else, even her imperial tools or the empire she was currently in, could be sacrificed. Isteth, I have various super dangerous species that can create imperial tools, as well as imperial tools forged by the empire.
Luohao, what price do you have in mind?
Isteth, swordsmanship and three-color hockey from the pirate world.
Luohao, not difficult.
Isteth, I don't care how much profit you take or how you sell it, I'll give you a complete corpse of a super dangerous species and 3 imperial tools. Isteth, as long as you can get me the specific training methods for the three-color hockey from the pirate world, you can handle the 3 imperial tools and the complete corpse of the super dangerous species.
Luohao, deal.
However, I must remind you that the Conqueror's hockey is a matter of luck. It's like the Bugatti Veyron, either you have it or you don't, and it's nearly impossible to acquire later.
Isteth, that works. As long as you can get me the specific training methods for the three-color hockey, I'm good.
In this different world, live promotions couldn't simply be consumed with money.
Bartering was the best approach.
On the other side, Jang Chulan also initiated a private message to Luohao, and he did so just a beat slower than his death.
Jang Chulan, Luohao, do you remember? I helped you trick Captain Aizen. Luohao, I'll give you a 5% discount. Jang Chulan, 9% off. Luohao, deal. Come on, show me what you have. Jang Chulan, Yang 5 Thunders. Luohao, keep it for yourself. Are you kidding?
Yang 5 Thunders, as the upper part of the 5 Thunders writes, was a divine skill coveted by all extraordinary beings in a world where one was beneath another. But for him, who started at the pinnacle of Hokage and married Tsunade, Yang 5 Thunders held no value.
A random S-rank lightning release technique could smash a mountain. What use was Yang 5 Thunders?
The most important thing was that he was now a married man with Tsunade, and he didn't know how many times he had driven her since their marriage.
What did it mean for Billion to give him a copy of Yang 5 Thunders? Did it mean he could see it but not practice it?
Clearly, Luohao's live promotion wasn't genuine promotion. He was purely using the guise of live promotion to legitimately take valuable items from the members of the chat group. Jang Chulan, boss, you're helping me promote while trading with the people of the Grand Line. You can't just consider whether the items I'm offering are useful to you.
Luohao, next. Jang Chulan, wait. Chi body source flow. Chi body source flow. Is that good enough? Luohao, wake up, kid. Jang Chulan, Chi body source flow isn't worth the price of the 8 wonders, right?
Luohao, stop rambling, I have to rush to the next member.
What do you want, say it. Jang Chulan, at least add a swordsmanship to it. Luohao, don't say I didn't look out for you. Among the 8 wonders, the skills of divine machine refinement, spirit summoning, 6 treasury immortal thief, and double completion are 4 of them. No matter how you steal or trick me, as long as you can get me one of those, I'll throw in a full-fledged observation hockey. As for the other 8 wonders, you can keep them to pass on to your descendants.
The 8 marvelous techniques truly live up to their name, and many of their abilities even impress Luohao. However, not all of the 8 marvelous techniques are useful to him. Techniques like the Tongtian Talisman, Fenghochiman, and the Daluo Cave Observation, which he doesn't fully understand, don't pique his interest and offer little help. The ones that truly capture his attention are the Shenjabalian, the Binding Spirit and Summoning, the 6 Treasury Immortal Thieves, and the Dual Talent Technique.
After ending the private chat initiated by Jang Chulan, Aizen Sasuke also came knocking.
As a member of the chat group with strength only second to his own, Aizen, after acquiring the power system of the Hokage, wasn't overly fixated on learning the power systems of the pirate world. He purely wanted to understand and study Haki and Devil Fruits to avoid being clueless in the future when facing power systems from other worlds.
Aizen Sasuke, one of each type of Devil Fruit, natural, animal, and paramecia.
Luohao, the complete corpse and Zanpakuto of a captain-level Soul Reaper, the complete corpse of a Vastalord, and the complete corpse of a Quincy.
Aizen Sasuke, are there any specific targets?
Luohao, for the hollows, there are no restrictions, you can choose freely. As for the captain-level Soul Reapers, you can pick either Byakuya Kachiki or Toshiro Hitsugaya.
Aizen Sasuke, Hokage-sama, you really know how to pick.
One is the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, and the other is a Zanpakuto that embodies showiness, romance, and beauty.
Luohao, these shouldn't be a problem for you, Captain Aizen, right? Aizen Sasuke, it's not a big issue, but they are my close friends, so you'll have to pay extra. Luohao, so even a king like you has friends, huh?
Aizen Sasuke, of course.
If I don't befriend them, how can I sell them for a good price when trading with you, Hokage-sama? Luohao, how much extra are we talking about?
Aizen Sasuke, observation hockey.
Luohao, deal. The conversation with Aizen Sasuke was straightforward and to the point.
They both knew each other well and had risen from blood and fire, standing at the peaks of their respective worlds. Even though their words were filled with chilling bloodshed and cruelty, their tone and manner of speaking felt particularly relaxed, as if they were trading not Soul Reaper captains or Vastalord, but rather cabbages picked up by the roadside.
Whitebeard, Kid Luo, I also want you to help me bring some things. Luohao, old man, why are you joining in?
You yourself are from the pirate world. Whitebeard, you're using treasures from my world to reap the benefits from other chat friends, you must be making a fortune. I won't take a cut, but you should at least show some appreciation. Luohao, I've already prepared it for you. After this livestream ends, I'll give you the complete would release secret techniques and the shadow level training guide personally compiled by me. Whitebeard, deal. Next time there's something good like this, remember to include me. Just as Luohao and Whitebeard reached an understanding regarding their transaction, Sengoku also finished communicating with the Gorosei. We can forego the Hashirama cells from Rley, but after this transaction is completed, you must sell us 5 tubes of Hashirama cells. Under the Gorosei's maneuvering, Luohao, who was invited by Whitebeard to assist, unexpectedly transformed into a transaction target for the world government right in front of major powers in the Grand Line. Okay. Luohao nodded. It was just Hashirama cells, he had plenty of ways to get them. He could go back and have Orochimaru create a few shadow clones to manufacture Hashirama cells for him. At worst, he could have Whitebeard run an errand to help deliver them. After all, they had already finalized their cooperation in the private chat. Also, you must withdraw from the war between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. In return, neither the world government nor the Navy will pursue your earlier mistakes or issue a wanted notice against you. This is our bottom line. Sengoku rarely took a strong stance. After all, the Navy had already paid a heavy price to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Naturally, they couldn't allow Luohao to continue causing trouble. Fine, as long as the Navy doesn't provoke me, I won't interfere in the war at Marineford. Luohao glanced at Whitebeard, who also looked back at him. Their gazes met in mid-air, as if reaching some tacit understanding. Old man. As soon as Marco heard that their strong ally was going to withdraw, he became anxious. Old man, he's our main output in the team. We can't let him just log off like that. Diamond Jozu also became agitated. After witnessing Luohao's incredible abilities in capturing, solo carrying, and team fighting during the Marineford War, how could he bear to let Luohao log off? Especially since Ace was kneeling at Luohao's feet. What's the rush? Luo isn't even a member of our pirate crew, he's just someone I invited to help us. Do you really want someone else to fight for you from start to finish? You're some of the top pirates in the New World, and Luo logs off, and you all look like this? Whitebeard said irritably. What do these two little brats mean? Luohao just showcased a few moves, and they seem to regard him as more important than themselves. Luohao is indeed impressive, having taken down Akiji in one go. But didn't Whitebeard just deliver a heavy blow to Akainu without any injuries? They're all part of the same group, in terms of skills and achievements, they are about equal. But what about my sons? It seems like they've all betrayed me. Old man. There are so many people here. The Navy is still live streaming. Can we wait until after the fight to scold us? Being reprimanded by Whitebeard in front of everyone like he was a child, Marco and the others felt their faces burning with shame, wishing they could find a crack in the ice to hide in and avoid embarrassment on the live broadcast. After we rescue Ace, just wait and see how I'll deal with you too. Whitebeard understood that his sons had grown up. After raising them for over 40 years, he should give them some respect as adults. After a few scoldings, he stopped reprimanding them. Stop. On the other side, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Luohao had agreed. Although he appeared strong on the surface, he felt increasingly empty inside and was uncertain whether Luohao would hold his ground. Now that he saw Luohao agreeing not to interfere in the Navy's war with the Whitebeard pirates, he immediately raised his arm and shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield of Marineford. Everyone, fall back. With Sengoku giving this courtesy, Whitebeard, as Luohao's close friend in the chat, naturally wouldn't undermine Luohao. Thus, under the live broadcast of the phone snail, the two most powerful factions in the Grand Line, the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters, temporarily ceased fighting because of one person. Although it was just temporary, those watching the war around the world were amazed to witness the orderly retreat of both the Navy and pirate forces back to their respective camps, all thanks to Luohao's influence and reputation. Both sides will cease fire for 30 minutes, is that alright, Whitebeard? Sengoku glared fiercely at Whitebeard, his face seemingly saying, you old ghost, don't get too proud. Once I get the Hashirama cells, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Carp next to him also glared at Whitebeard. This bastard had tricked his precious grandson and treated him like a son, which was utterly despicable. What angered him the most was that just now, Whitebeard had used his youth and strength to make him stand by and do nothing. Once the Gorosei's devil fruits were delivered and he infused himself with the Hashirama cells, he would see how Whitebeard would flaunt his power.
What are you staring at? If you have the guts, come fight me now.
Whitebeard provoked as he saw Carp and Sengoku glaring at him.
Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Carp immediately erupted with rage.
Carp, he's trying to provoke you.
Don't listen to him.
Once we have the Hashirama cells, we'll team up to take him down like we did with Shiki.
Sengoku quickly held Carp back.
Now, both he and Carp were in their 70s, no matter how well they maintained themselves, they were certainly not a match for Whitebeard.
Humph. Whitebeard, go ahead and be arrogant now.
If I don't pluck all your beard hairs out in 30 minutes, I'll write Carp in reverse. Carp gritted his teeth.
TCH, I'll be waiting.
What kind of person was Whitebeard? Even without the Hashirama cells, he dared to cause chaos in Marineford at his advanced age. Now that he had used the Hashirama cells, he wouldn't take Sengoku and Carp seriously even if they teamed up. At Luohao, your chat friend Whitebeard has initiated a voice chat.
Do you want to accept?
Standing between the two powerful factions, enjoying the spectacle of Whitebeard, Carp, and Sengoku, three relics of a bygone era, all over 200 years old, engaged in a verbal spar, Luohao suddenly paused and then unobtrusively glanced at Whitebeard. Upon looking, he found Whitebeard still focused on his banter with Sengoku and Carp.
This old man.
Luohao smiled slightly and then accepted the voice chat that Whitebeard secretly sent.
Kid, I'm a bit flustered. As soon as the voice chat connected, Whitebeard's voice came through.
Thankfully, the voice and video chat in the interdimensional chat group didn't require actual speech, one only needed to think it, and the other could hear.
You're flustered? Then why act so tough? Want to take on two at once? You're just an old man, not some armored dad.
But I have to say, you were pretty fierce just now. Luohao chuckled inwardly. He knew from the moment he saw Whitebeard initiate the voice chat that Whitebeard was feeling a bit anxious.
You brat, isn't my current situation all because of you? If you hadn't been live streaming and brought those Hashirama cells to trade with Sengoku and the others, would I be in such a passive position now? I told you, couldn't you wait until I rescued Ace, and everyone retreated before negotiating with Carp?
I could just go easy on them and not kill anyone. Whitebeard scolded him in frustration.
If it weren't for this critical moment, how could they bear to take out high-level devil fruits to trade with me? Of course, it's under my overwhelming pressure that they've seen the power of the Hashirama cells and are willing to invest heavily to buy from me. Don't worry.
Looking at Carp and Sengoku, those two old geezers won't actually kill you, at most, they'll just beat you half to death and lock you up.
Luohao couldn't help but tease Whitebeard. Quit talking nonsense. Don't think I don't know what tricks you're up to.
That guy Billion is shameless, and Aizen is treacherous, but you're the real villain. You came all the way to my world, and it's not just to help out or do some live streaming, is it?
Go on, what else do you want me to help you with?
Whitebeard had a look that suggested he had already seen through Luohao's intentions.
Don't rush.
As long as you agree, old man, I guarantee that even if Carp and Sengoku use the Hashirama cells, they'll still be pressed to the ground by you.
Luohao replied. Fine, you may be wicked, but you haven't fooled me. Whitebeard nodded. Chat friend Luohao sent a red envelope, please check.
This kid really doesn't let up until he gets results. Whitebeard thought to himself as Luohao sent him a red envelope right after he nodded. You opened the red envelope from chat friend Luohao and received Heroes Water ×1, Would Release Scroll ×1, Shadow Level Training Guide ×1, and Extra Large Hashirama Cells ×1. He could complain all he wanted, but his body was honest enough to open the red envelope.
What exactly is this Heroes Water? Whitebeard murmured softly.
This is a treasure produced in Longyin Village. Drinking it can cause a person's chakra to surge tenfold or even dozens of times, but the cost is death.
After hearing Luohao's explanation, Whitebeard's hands trembled while holding the Heroes Water. Was it that he had just regained his youth only to gamble his life away? Was he truly destined to die in this top war?
Don't worry, that side effect only applies to the original version of Hero's Water. The bottle I'm giving you has been modified by my teacher, Orochimaru, the chief scientist of the Hidden Leaf Village. With all those Hashirama cells protecting you, you'll be fine, Luohao reassured him.
Then what's the meaning of giving me this tube of Hashirama cells? Whitebeard asked cautiously. In front of Luohao, he completely lost the aura and might of the world's strongest man, especially upon seeing the so-called extra-large Hashirama cells, which made him feel a sudden chill. Though drinking the hero's water may not necessarily lead to death, it will exhaust your cells and draw a large amount of chakra at once, which naturally comes at a cost. But don't worry, I've thought this through for you.
Afterward, just take a tube of Hashirama cells and rest for a month, and I guarantee you'll be as lively as ever, Luohao said in a caring tone.
I've been a pirate since I was young, and I didn't read much. Don't try to fool me.
Whitebeard knew that the cost was certainly not as simple as Luohao claimed, but having already boarded Luohao's pirate ship, he could only hang up the voice chat and grit his teeth to drink the hero's water.
Drink it, it may not lead to death. But if he didn't drink it, he would definitely be beaten to the ground by Carp and Sengoku. Sengoku, what's that old Whitebeard drinking?
Carp, who had been focusing on Whitebeard, became alert upon seeing him take out a large bottle.
Calm down. He probably just had a falling out with us and is thirsty.
Sengoku glanced at the water bottle in Whitebeard's hand and, seeing nothing suspicious, comforted Carp.
Really?
Carp suspiciously looked at Whitebeard and then at Luohao by the side, feeling that something was off between Luohao and Whitebeard.
Of course. Look. Whitebeard is actually starting to read. What do you think? He must be panicking.
He knows we're about to regain our youth, and his mental state has collapsed, so he's trying to calm down by reading, Sengoku said with a chuckle after seeing Whitebeard finish drinking water and unexpectedly pull out a scroll to read seriously.
Whitebeard, doesn't he know how to read? How can he read a book?
Carp was also stunned. If he remembered correctly, Whitebeard had come from a poor background and had been a pirate since childhood, so he never had the chance to read. Speaking of which, Luohao had already scolded Whitebeard thoroughly in private chat about this.
Luohao, damn. You're over 70 and don't know how to read a single word, yet you claim to be the world's strongest man?
Whitebeard, I was poor as a child, and later I became a pirate with rocks.
When would I have had the chance to read? Luohao, you think being a pirate is honorable for the whole family? Whitebeard, stop bothering me about whether I can read. If you have that kind of free time, why don't you teach me how to read? Otherwise, if I can't learn the jutsu on this would release scroll because I can't read, and Carp and Sengoku end up beating me to death, I won't be able to help you. Luohao. Whitebeard, how do you read these characters? Luohao, would release, would clone technique. Whitebeard, what about these? Luohao, would release, birth of the tree world. 30 minutes is neither long nor short. However, for Luohao, Whitebeard, and Sengoku, this half an hour felt incredibly extended. Carp and Sengoku were eagerly trying to get their hands on the Hashirama cells so they could thoroughly deal with Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Luohao was painstakingly trying to teach Whitebeard how to read, to the point that his own patience was about to explode. As for Whitebeard, it was his first time learning to read, and he was struggling so much that he nearly wanted to skip class. Marshal Sengoku, this is what the Gorosei asked us to deliver to you. Thankfully, just as Luohao was about to lose it due to Whitebeard's reading abilities, several figures suddenly appeared in Marineford. These people wore masks and white suits. Luohao let out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew. Whitebeard, I have to tell you this, you are the worst student I've ever taught." Whitebeard quickly explained, "Don't say that. You know I'm over 70 years old, past the best age for learning. When you're old, it's natural to be slower at recognizing words than younger people." Luohao chose to ignore Whitebeard's excuse. After all, he had taught him everything he could, and given him all the materials he needed. If Whitebeard ended up getting killed by Carp and Sengoku due to his illiteracy, that was no longer his concern. "Okage-sama, here's what you wanted." Sengoku approached Luohao after signing for a box of devil fruits from the couriers sent by the Gorosei. "How many are there?" Luohao glanced at the box Sengoku was carrying. He knew that even the powerful Gorosei couldn't possess too many high-level devil fruits.
After all, the world government and the Navy had used these devil fruits over the years to cultivate talent.
I've counted already. 3 high-level natural type, 5 high-level paramecia, and 2 mythical zoan.
Sengoku opened the box, revealing a pile of high-level devil fruits that nearly blinded the eyes of the marines and pirates present. If it weren't for the presence of the hero Carp and several marine admirals beside Sengoku, someone might have rushed in to snatch them.
10 fruits, huh? That means 10 tubes of Hashirama cells. Don't say I'm cheating you, it's buy 10, get 1 free. This one is my personal gift to you.
You can find a death row inmate to test its effects, so the Gorosei can see the results with their own eyes and feel more at ease, Luohao said as he took a tube of Hashirama cells from his storage scroll and tossed it to Sengoku. See if the headquarters has any death row inmates that haven't been sent to the underwater prison yet. If they do, bring one over immediately.
Sengoku felt a lot more reassured. From Luohao's actions, he could tell he was sincere.
I must remind you, just like the same medication can have different effects on different people, the Hashirama cells are no different. Generally speaking, the stronger the body, the better the effects. Thinking of Whitebeard's nearly perfect compatibility with the Hashirama cells, Luohao added this remark.
Then let's find someone with a stronger physique. Sengoku ordered immediately.
Wait, Marshal Sengoku. The Hashirama cells were exchanged for precious high-level devil fruits by the world government.
If its effects are real, then wouldn't this just be giving a death row inmate a free gift? One of the masked couriers said suddenly. Sengoku was caught in a dilemma.
Indeed, 1 tube of Hashirama cells could be exchanged for 1 high-level devil fruit. Even though this particular tube was a personal gift from Luohao and did not require an additional fee, using it on a prisoner still made him feel a bit reluctant.
Let me handle it.
Before we set off, the Gorosei instructed us that if we need to test the authenticity of the Hashirama cells, it should be done by us.
The masked courier insisted. All right. Sengoku knew the identities of these people who brought the devil fruits.
They were from the world government's intelligence agency, serving directly for the celestial dragons. With a flourish, the masked courier removed their mask, revealing short golden hair and a beautiful face, then took the tube of Hashirama cells and injected it into their arm without hesitation.
Stussy?
Luohao instantly recognized her as Stussy upon seeing her remove her mask. It seemed that the allure of the Hashirama cells was far too great for those old monsters in the world government, even prompting Stussy, one of the Dark Emperors of the New World who had always hidden her identity, to expose herself for the sake of obtaining the Hashirama cells.
It's me.
The moment Stussy revealed her identity, not only did Luohao recognize her, but both Whitebeard's crew and the Marines were also taken aback, surprised to find that the underground emperor of the Dark World, Stussy, was actually a member of the world government.
Hokage-sama, I am CP0 Stussy, nice to meet you.
After injecting the Hashirama cells, Stussy's beautiful face flushed slightly. Despite the pain coursing through her body, she smiled brightly at Luohao.
Don't be nervous, that's just how the fusion process feels. With your strength, I believe you'll complete the fusion soon.
However, how well you integrate with the Hashirama cells will depend on your luck.
Luohao could easily see Stussy's thoughts.
Although my strength isn't on par with Whitebeard's, I have my own place in the Grand Line. I believe the Hashirama cells should work well for me, Stussy said meaningfully, clearly hinting that if the effects of the Hashirama cells on her fell short of expectations, the deal could very well fall through.
Well, that depends on your luck, Luohao shrugged, thinking to himself that while it would be great to finalize the deal, he had other ways to achieve his goals even if this one didn't pan out. It must be said that Stussy's strength was indeed far inferior to Whitebeard's.
In the Grand Line, those who could establish themselves were all incredibly powerful, especially someone like Stussy, who was well versed in the Navy's 6 powers as a member of CP0, boasting a physique that was exceptionally robust. The fusion process of the Hashirama cells in her was remarkably smooth, with a very short integration time. This, initially tortured by the intense pain in her body and growing increasingly skeptical of the Hashirama cells' effects, Stussy quickly realized the remarkable nature of the cells. She felt as if her seemingly youthful body, which was actually showing signs of age, was experiencing a second spring. Previously, she had relied on Life Return to maintain her youthful appearance, but with the successful fusion of the Hashirama cells, she was shocked to discover that even without Life Return, her face was as youthful and delicate as a girl in her 20s.
The effects are showing.
Sengoku and the others, who had been sensing Stussy's aura with their observation haki, suddenly looked delighted.
Although Stussy's appearance showed no changes, they could all feel a long-lost vitality emanating from her.
I feel nearly 20 years younger. Most importantly, I can sense that all the hidden injuries in my body have disappeared. Stussy suppressed her overwhelming joy and spoke of the Hashirama cell's effects on her body. As a member of CP0, her physical techniques and haki were incredibly powerful, but the intense physical training had left her with terrifying hidden injuries. Accumulated to a certain extent, even Life Return, which could finally control her internal organs and hair, could hardly repair them.
It's worth it.
Upon hearing Stussy say this, Carp, Sengoku, and even the Gorosei in the Mariewa office felt excitement. If Stussy could achieve such effects, there was no telling what might happen for those stronger old monsters.
Since everything is fine, can we proceed with the transaction as planned?
At this moment, Luohao's voice suddenly came through.
No problem. Sengoku placed a box of high-level devil fruits onto the ice. Old man, do you have a devil fruit encyclopedia? Luohao asked Whitebeard. Fu. Hokage-sama, asking that will stump Whitebeard. He came to Marineford today specifically to fight the Navy. How could he bring a devil fruit encyclopedia? Before Whitebeard could speak, Don Quixote da Flamingo strutted over with an air of familiarity. Don't have it? Whitebeard looked at Marco. We do have one, but the ship carrying the devil fruit encyclopedia was burned by a kainu with magma. As soon as Marco finished speaking, everyone's gaze focused on a kainu. What's wrong? Want to fight? I burned that ship. Come at me if you want. Akainu shouted back at Marco, unperturbed by the collective eyes on him. Just as Akainu's bravado faded, Luohao's palm erupted with dazzling lightning. Wait, we have a devil fruit encyclopedia. Sengoku quickly tied Akainu with a leash. He could tell that not many here were dog lovers, especially someone like Akainu, who was a mad dog. If he wasn't restrained, he would likely be beaten to death on the spot. Fufufu, I believe you don't trust the Navy's devil fruit encyclopedia, Hokage-sama. How about this? I have a copy of the devil fruit encyclopedia here as well. You can compare it with the Navy's to see if there are any discrepancies. Doflamingo said, pulling out a devil fruit encyclopedia. His words made many of the Marine generals break out in a cold sweat. You have a good eye, no wonder you can run such a massive business, Luohao commented, glancing at Doflamingo before taking the devil fruit encyclopedia to compare it. To receive the praise of Hokage-sama is my honor. If you have the time, you must come visit my country. Although I don't have the wealth of the world government and navy, I do have some things they don't, Doflamingo said with a radiant smile upon hearing Luohao's compliment. As a fallen celestial dragon, he had risen from nothing to his current status through both strength and intellect. Clearly, he had seized an opportunity, becoming the only one among the Shichibukai to connect with Luohao. Alright, I'll definitely visit when I have time, Luohao nodded without looking up, then thoroughly compared the two devil fruit encyclopedias before returning them to Sengoku and Doflamingo. The devil fruit encyclopedias are fine, we can begin the transaction now. As soon as Luohao's words fell, Carp and the other high-ranking Marines let out a sigh of relief. They had genuinely worried that Sengoku would make a foolish mistake at a critical moment and use a flawed devil fruit encyclopedia to deceive Luohao. One hand for the Hashirama cells, and the other for the devil fruits, no problem, right? Luohao took out 10 tubes of Hashirama cells from his storage scroll. Sure, Sengoku replied cautiously. This transaction was significant, and if anything went wrong, his position as a Marine Admiral could be at stake. Here you go. Luohao handed 1 tube of Hashirama cells to Sengoku while taking a high-level natural-type devil fruit from Sengoku's hands. Doctor, please inspect this. After receiving the first tube of Hashirama cells, Sengoku did not proceed with the transaction. Instead, he passed it to a masked man in a white lab coat standing next to him. Doctor? Luohao turned his head slightly, and he couldn't help but think that the person Sengoku treated with such seriousness and referred to as a doctor could only be one individual, the scientist who had been ahead of the world by 500 years, Dr. Vegapunk. This is the same substance as the Hashirama cells that Miss Stussy injected earlier. The man, presumably Vegapunk, carefully examined the tube of Hashirama cells. Soon enough, he provided his answer. Hokage-sama, please forgive my rudeness. This transaction is just too big, and I'm just an employee. If something goes wrong, I can't bear the responsibility, Sengoku said with an air of apology. The Marine headquarters didn't have anyone like the Konoha Pot King to take the blame for him. If something went wrong, he would have to shoulder it alone. I understand, Luohao nodded. After all, not everyone was as lucky as he was. In his career, he was the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and he had the Konoha Pot King to share the blame. In love, he had married Tsunade right from the start, and even as a married man, he still had other female ninjas like Kurenai who were infatuated with him. Let's continue. With the first successful case, Sengoku appeared much more at ease. He exchanged 5 high-level devil fruits for 5 tubes of Hashirama cells from Luohao. After Vegapunk inspected the Hashirama cells one by one to confirm their authenticity, he boldly waved his hand and handed over the remaining 4 devil fruits to Luohao. Old Vegapunk, are these Hashirama cells all good? As soon as the transaction concluded, Carp anxiously asked Vegapunk, and his use of the name confirmed for Luohao that the Dr. Sengoku referred to was indeed Vegapunk. I can't say for certain if there are any problems, but if you ask me whether these 10 tubes of Hashirama cells are the same as the ones Miss Stussy injected, I can affirm that they are indeed the same substance. As soon as Vegapunk finished speaking, Carp snatched a tube of Hashirama cells from Sengoku's hands and injected it directly into his arm. Whitebeard, your luck has run out. The Navy is about to turn the tide. Carp grinned at Whitebeard after removing the empty tube. He had long been dissatisfied with the old man. Why should Whitebeard be able to act recklessly on his turf just because they were both over 70? Now that he had injected the Hashirama cells, it was the perfect opportunity for him to vent his frustrations. I'm waiting for you. Whitebeard shot Carp a disdainful glance and continued to study the wood release scroll. He understood that this technique required time to fully unleash its potential. This time would be just right for him to brush up on his skills. Having just escaped the illiteracy stage, he didn't expect to learn all the techniques on the scroll in a short period. He just wanted to specialize in 1 or 2 to deal with Carp and Sengoku's golden combination. Hokage-sama, since the transaction is complete, shouldn't you uphold your promise and withdraw from the war between us and the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku glared at Carp but didn't scold him. After all, to counter Whitebeard, who had injected the Hashirama cells, the Navy needed someone else to do the same, preferably one of the 2 of them. As for Akainu and the other admirals, even if they injected the Hashirama cells, it wouldn't matter much. The 3 admirals were already at their peak, and even an injection wouldn't significantly enhance their strength. The miraculous cells needed to be used on him or Carp to have their maximum effect. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll withdraw from the Marineford War, I will, Luohao nodded. That's great. The Gorosei have already prepared for your arrival at Mariewa. If you wish to continue watching this war, you can also move over there to eat while watching. Sengoku seemed anxious to resolve the situation and, seeing that Luohao didn't oppose, immediately wanted to send him to Mariewa, leaving the Gorosei to deal with the aftermath. As the chat group members witnessed Luohao successfully execute the deal with Sengoku through the livestream, the entire chat exploded with excitement. Each member was left dizzy by Luohao's audacious sales tactics, and the prospect of the enormous income generated from a cross-world live commerce event made them all envious. Jang Chulan exclaimed, 10 tubes of those nearly ubiquitous Hashirama cells actually traded for 10 high-level devil fruits. I feel sorry for the Gorosei. Whitebeard commented, Billion, why do you pity others? Once he's done reaping the Gorosei, you'll be next on his chopping block. Esther added, technically, it's all of us in this chat. Aizen Sasuke remarked, clearly, this is setting the stage for a major profit. Jang Chulan asked, Luo, do you need more people in your Hokage livestream? Calculating the profits Luohao was raking in from traversing the pirate world, Jang Chulan gasped. First,
He harvested 10 high-level devil fruits from the navy, then got 5 more from Rley, and now he had the power systems and treasures from 4 worlds for merely 16 tubes of those increasingly mundane Hashirama cells. Not just Jang Chulan, even the shrewd Aizen Sasuke regretted not focusing on the deal with Whitebeard earlier when realizing the earnings Luohao was pulling in from this live commerce event. If he had been more proactive, it could have been him running the livestream instead of Luohao. I must set up my Shinigami livestream soon, otherwise, Hokage-sama will monopolize the live commerce era. At this point, Aizen, Jang Chulan, and the others finally recognized that the chat group had entered a brand new era, the era of live commerce pioneered by Luohao. If they wanted to stand out, they needed to become live commerce streamers themselves. Don't rush, I still have something to finish. Once I'm done, I can leave. Facing Sengoku's enthusiastic invitation, Luohao continued to enjoy the fervor in the chat while declining. What is it? If it's something the Navy can help with, I'll do it right away, Sengoku said, clearly anxious to ensure that Luohao, this formidable ally, left Marineford safely, even if it meant running errands for him. No need, I can handle it myself, Luohao replied, then suddenly raised his right hand and slapped the air. Crack! With the sound of shattering glass, the spot he struck instantly broke open, creating rifts in space. The sea, frozen by Akiji, shattered into countless massive ice shards, and the entire marine headquarters began to tremble violently. Great fissures, like colossal serpents, twisted and coiled across the land of Marineford, quickly splitting the vast headquarters into 4 parts. Not only that, but after the tremors subsided, a tremendous shockwave erupted and rushed toward the center of Marineford. Hokage-sama, is this what you call withdrawing from the war? It seems you're deliberately trying to help Whitebeard destroy our marine headquarters. Sengoku roared, a mix of anger and fear. With just this one blow, the marine headquarters was nearly on the brink of destruction. Damn it! I can't believe he noticed. This suddenly appearing man is terrifying. Luohao ignored Sengoku and quietly observed the area pushed aside by the shockwave. Just when Sengoku was about to lose his temper, a cacophony of shouts suddenly erupted from the center of Marineford. Ha! Upon hearing the commotion, Sengoku forcefully suppressed his anger and turned to look, only to find a massive silhouette nearly covering the entire marine headquarters. This is the giant battleship, St. Juan Wolf. Wasn't he imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down? This is bad, something happened in Impel Down. Sengoku wasn't the only one sensing the danger. Many marine officers stood there in shock, staring at the suddenly appearing St. Juan Wolf in the marine headquarters. Blackbeard. When Carp finally recognized the figures emerging from the smoke, his expression turned icy. If he weren't currently reminded by his marine coat that his priority was to deal with Whitebeard, he would have already rushed forward to strip Blackbeard alive. Ha ha ha. You're the one who can shake the Navy and Whitebeard by yourself, the 4th Hokage. I'm Marshal D. Teach, nice to meet you. Blackbeard dusted himself off and casually greeted Luohao. Blackbeard, huh? Just in time, I have something I need your help with. Luohao called out to Blackbeard from a distance. I didn't expect someone of your stature would have heard of my name. What do you need my help with? Though I might not necessarily help you, Marshal D. Teach sneered, revealing a few of his teeth. Luohao spread his right hand, and a white energy shield immediately enveloped it. Gravity fruit. Upon seeing this, Teach's eyes nearly overflowed with greed. He had been scheming for this war to not only eliminate Whitebeard but also to obtain the gravity fruit. But now? He hadn't even begun to act when he found that Whitebeard's gravity fruit was already in Luohao's hands. This realization filled him with shock, anger, and more importantly, a sense of helplessness. Having watched Luohao's terrifying strength from the sidelines, he knew that even the hero Carp struggled to withstand 3 of Luohao's attacks. He certainly didn't believe that he could handle Luohao with just the yami no mi. Do you want it? Luohao asked with a smile, observing Blackbeard's greedy expression. Although Blackbeard was desperate to snatch the gravity fruit from Luohao, a shred of remaining rationality kept his greed in check. No need to get so excited, this is a simple matter for you. I just want to borrow something, Luohao replied lightly. What do you want? Martial Teach's eyes were fixated on the white energy shield in Luohao's palm, and at that moment, he could see nothing else.
I'd like to borrow your head. Luohao stepped forward, inadvertently kicking Ace, who was kneeling in his way. Ah!
Ace was sent soaring into the air like a soccer ball kicked with great force, and even the hockey cuffs binding him shattered into powder.
Stop him! Capture Fire Fist Ace! Sengoku yelled, his eyes wide with fury toward Luohao.
But before he could glare in that direction, Luohao had already vanished from in front of him. Recognizing Luohao's strength and the importance of Fire Fist Ace, Sengoku could only suppress his urge to confront Luohao and turn to shout at Kizaru.
Ace! Kizaru moved quickly, but the Whitebeard pirates were already prepared. Just a second before Ace was accidentally kicked away by Luohao, Marco had already launched into the sky, and Whitebeard, who had been hurriedly preparing, had secretly begun forming seals.
Would release, Birth of the Tree World. Having consumed the hero's water, injected a massive tube of Hashirama cells, and achieved nearly perfect integration, Whitebeard exhibited incredible power. He didn't bother with any of the typical wood-release techniques focused on construction or greenery. Instead, he straight up started using the first Hokage's signature jutsu, Birth of the Tree World. With a loud crash, the ground of Marineford and the sea frozen by Akiji cracked open, and towering trees brimming with life and seemingly possessing wisdom burst forth from the ice and soil.
In an instant, a large portion of Marineford transformed into a forest. What the hell?
Just as Kizaru prepared to turn intangible and flash away, tree trunks like giant serpents lashed out from all directions, forcing him to a halt.
Carp!
The scene of Ace being rescued nearly made Sengoku's eyes bulge with rage. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on Carp, who had injected the Hashirama cells. Although it felt a bit underhanded to have Carp capture his own grandson, he couldn't afford to think about that now. After all, the Gorosei were watching the battlefield, and if he didn't take action, it wouldn't just ruin him, it would also ruin Carp. He at least had to symbolically yell at Carp a couple of times. Stop yelling, that old soldier still has a way to regain his youth.
Whitebeard stood proudly atop a giant tree, his face beaming with satisfaction and pride.
Having used the Hashirama cells, he understood the fusion process and time required very well.
Damn it, Whitebeard, you wait. In a few minutes, I'll personally throw you into the underwater prison.
Carp, despite his desire to take immediate action, could only stand there with a red face, as he felt his body reaching a crucial stage of integration with the Hashirama cells.
Meteor Volcano.
While Carp hesitated, Sengoku had no choice but to loosen the leash on Akainu, allowing him to rush out and attack. Although he didn't expect Akainu to hurt Whitebeard, he could only rely on this mad dog.
Gurarara, my wood release isn't afraid of your mere magma.
Whitebeard laughed sinisterly, then clapped his hands together, clearly preparing to use another wood release technique.
His mastery of wood release, which allowed him to execute the jutsu with just a clap or two, was thanks to the first Hokage's techniques. Otherwise, with his clumsy hand-sealing speed, he would probably still be stuck forming seals while his sons were already beaten to death. As soon as Whitebeard clapped his hands together, Sengoku and the others tensed up, their eyes darting around cautiously. Whitebeard, do you think I'd be afraid of your flashy tricks?
Sengoku and the others remained vigilant, carefully watching for Whitebeard's next move. However, Akainu had different thoughts. As an admiral, his mindset was straightforward: attack. Seeing Whitebeard prepare to unleash a powerful move, Akainu launched a massive wave of magma fists toward him without any hesitation.
A mere grain of sand dares to shine? Let me show you what true terror is.
Whitebeard roared, and everyone standing in Marineford felt the sky suddenly darken. When they looked up, a massive wooden dragon, stretching over 100 meters, coiled through the sky above the Marine headquarters.
Wood release, wood dragon technique.
The gigantic wooden dragon swung its claw, extinguishing the magma spewing from Akainu as if it were a mere matchstick. At the same time, another claw descended like a mountain.
Great eruption. Akainu's expression changed drastically, but the virus within him left no room for retreat.
He braced himself, and with a firm stance, he was slammed into the ground along with his magma fists by the descending claw.
Akainu? Great eruption? Is that all you have?
Whitebeard leaped and landed atop the wooden dragon, embodying the aura of the world's strongest man at that moment.
Aizen Sasuke commented, "It seems our faction just gained another master showing off."
Esther added, "From this day on, Whitebeard's nickname should change, the most ostentatious man in the world." Watching Whitebeard showcase his raw, powerful strength without any pretense left the members of the chat in awe. Aside from slightly undermining the fiery emperor with his words, everything else was impeccable.
"Whitebeard, Marineford is not a place for your recklessness."
Just as Whitebeard was reveling in his newfound recognition as the show-off king by Aizen, a thunderous voice rang in his ears.
"Here we go?"
Whitebeard appeared calm on the surface, but upon hearing that familiar yet commanding voice, his heart grew tense.
"Carp, how long has it been since we teamed up?"
Under Whitebeard's gaze, two figures soared into the sky, firmly landing atop two towering trees. One was Admiral Sengoku, and the other was Carp, both looking youthful and vigorous.
"Since the Golden Lion incident."
Carp chuckled, then performed a long-forgotten gesture, tossing aside the marine coat draped over him. "It's been so long I can hardly remember." Sengoku did the same, flinging his admiral coat aside.
"They're back." That familiar move. The iconic heroes are returning.
The Marines who had witnessed Carp and Sengoku's epic battle against the Golden Lion all had shining eyes.
They would never forget how Carp and Sengoku used underhanded tactics to overwhelm the Golden Lion in a 2-on-1 fight. That familiar motion.
That familiar tone, it was the same formula of showmanship, unchanged after all these years.
"Don't call us underhanded. You know this is our usual tactic," Sengoku glared at Whitebeard.
"This is a sign of our acknowledgement of your strength. Not everyone is qualified to receive such treatment." "You, Whitebeard, are one of them," Carp added, showing no shame. The biggest difference between the Marines and the pirates was that most kings valued one-on-one combat. They would always choose to suppress their enemies with their own strength when conditions allowed. They weren't foolish, rather, their confidence in their own abilities made them disregard everything else.
Even the notoriously underhanded Don Quixote da Flamingo adhered to this principle.
But the Marines were different, they would never fight alone. This difference in mindset forged a world where pirates were filled with kings, while the Marine forces had only Carp and Sengoku as true kings, with the other admirals merely being commanders without a hint of royal presence. "I've waited so long for this opportunity." Whitebeard's eyes sparkled as he listened to Sengoku and Carp, and instead of feeling angered by the prospect of being outnumbered, he nearly burst into laughter. He had been itching to show off ever since he watched Luohao.
"I won't call you underhanded."
Whitebeard crossed his arms, looking down at Carp and Sengoku with an arrogant gaze.
"Sengoku, this line sounds a bit familiar."
Carp felt a shiver run through him. "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this."
Sengoku muttered. "A 2-on-1? Now that's something I can work with."
Whitebeard raised a few fingers, seemingly struggling to form a seal like Zhang Fei stitching flowers.
"This is what a 2-on-1 looks like."
"Don't call me underhanded, for you are the legendary Carp and Sengoku." As he spoke, four massive wooden figures emerged beside him. Before long, these wooden figures transformed into lifelike replicas of Whitebeard, making it hard to differentiate between them.
"He can do that too." Carp and Sengoku's hearts sank at this sight.
No wonder it felt so familiar. It turned out this was the same trick Luohao had just pulled.
But that familiarity bred caution.
They vividly recalled how Luohao had used shadow clones to chase them down.
If Whitebeard's clones possessed similar prowess, the outcome of the skirmish was uncertain.
Jang Chulan cheered, "Old man, dance to your heart's content."
"I'll hold down the coffin lid for Madara."
Esther said, "It looks like I need to find an opportunity to show off like this as well." Aizen Sasuke remarked, "No wonder he's on par with me, even Whitebeard can't resist getting in on the act." Watching Whitebeard so adeptly utilize Uchiha Madara's lines, even Luohao, who was usually indifferent to such things, felt a twinge of guilt towards Uchiha Madara.
After all, no matter how you put it, Whitebeard's transformation into Senju Whitebeard, then Uchiha Whitebeard, was all thanks to him.
"Carp, Sengoku, how do you like the gifts I've prepared for you?" Whitebeard swept his gaze over the four wooden clones, which immediately split into two groups to confront Carp and Sengoku.
"Aren't they just 4 pieces of rotten wood? I could take them out with 2 punches." Carp said defiantly. Rotten wood?
That raises a question for you, Whitebeard smiled coldly.
What? Sengoku felt that ominous sensation deepen. Do you think my wooden clone should use wood release or not? Which would be better?
Whitebeard had seemingly become a vessel for Madara, seizing this opportunity to show off, determined not to stop until he had fully embraced Madara's style.
Surely not? Carp felt his heart sinking deeper. Could these clones also use abilities? Sengoku's face darkened considerably.
If these wooden clones could use all the abilities of the original like Luohao's shadow clones, they would have no chance in a brawl. It would be entirely normal for Whitebeard to turn the tables and overpower them.
Marines re-engaging with the Whitebeard pirates could clearly hear Whitebeard's words.
Even though he hadn't yet clashed with Carp and Sengoku, his mere presence was already sapping the morale of the Marines.
Can't decide? Let me help you choose.
A glint of amusement appeared in Whitebeard's eyes as the four wooden clones clapped their hands together.
Wood release, wood dragon technique.
Instantly, four smaller wooden dragons appeared in the sky above Marineford. However, smaller was relative. Each of these smaller dragons was over 50 meters long, soaring above Carp and Sengoku like towering mountains, exuding immense pressure.
We can't delay any longer. Sengoku keenly sensed the change in Marine morale.
We must take down those 5 wooden dragons. Carp and Sengoku exchanged glances, and this brain trust immediately reached a consensus before unleashing their conqueror's haki, shaking the very skies and capable of altering the weather.
Come on. Let's hurt each other.
Facing the two's conqueror's haki, Whitebeard remained unfazed. He unleashed his own conqueror's haki in response. In an instant, the 3 waves of haki collided like 3 missiles exploding in the sky, creating shockwaves that reverberated with the might of kings.
The once clear sky darkened under the pressure, and the already tremored Marine headquarters swayed precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse. The violent, intangible winds transformed into a fierce tempest, sweeping across the battlefield. What's going on with Whitebeard? After losing the gravity fruit, his strength hasn't decreased, it's actually increased, and his aura has become even stronger?
Carp was shocked to see Whitebeard stand against the conqueror's haki from both him and Sengoku without being completely overwhelmed. If it had been before, Carp wouldn't have been surprised if Whitebeard could withstand their haki, considering that he had regained his youth, and naturally, his kingly aura would be stronger than theirs, who were aging.
But now, both Carp and Sengoku had also returned to their youthful states. Carp, look! Sengoku suddenly shouted, pointing at Whitebeard's face. He's getting younger again. Carp squinted, realizing that under the influence of their conqueror's haki, Whitebeard's appearance was gradually transforming back into that of a young man.
If he had looked like a middle-aged man before, he now resembled a full-fledged youth.
It must be that 4th Hokage helping him cheat. Carp quickly deduced. Whitebeard's further rejuvenation was definitely aided by Luohao. It's effective. Whitebeard felt the changes in his body.
Besides Luohao, no one knew that he had also injected himself with Hashirama cells while Carp and Sengoku were doing so, and this was his second dose. After injecting the second tube, it seemed he had broken through a certain threshold.
Come on. Carp, Sengoku. Today, I just want to either beat you two to death or be killed by you. With the further transformation of his wood release in Sage Mode, Whitebeard felt an immense surge of confidence.
Without waiting for Carp and Sengoku to act, he immediately controlled the 4 wooden clones to launch a fierce assault on them.
Whitebeard, your fate is to be thrown into impelled down by us. Carp and Sengoku exchanged glances, realizing that their conqueror's haki couldn't intimidate Whitebeard anymore, so they decided to unleash their own signature moves. Each of them threw a punch, transforming into a giant Buddha, simultaneously attacking Whitebeard's 4 wooden clones. Just as Whitebeard was engaged in a heated battle with Carp and Sengoku, Luohao had already teleported in front of Marshal D. Teach after kicking Ace away and reigniting the flames of war. Dark Hole. Marshal D. Teach was startled when Luohao suddenly vanished. Fortunately, he had witnessed Luohao's uncanny speed earlier. Almost the moment Luohao disappeared, black darkness emanated from him, capable of absorbing everything even light could not escape. Luohao, approaching with the Flying Thunder God technique,
was engulfed in darkness.
Ha ha, how does it feel to be in my dark fruit's grasp? No matter how many abilities you have, they won't work against me.
Marshall D. Teach laughed maniacally, relieved to see Luohao caught by the power of his fruit.
Really?
Luohao's eyes flashed with disdain. Even a feeble Whitebeard could suppress Teach with a mere gesture after acquiring the dark fruit. How could he, Luohao, not handle it?
Do you dare to look down on me?
Marshall D. Teach's face twisted into a snarl as he raised his right hand, attempting to pull Luohao closer with a surge of dark water.
Feel that? No matter how many abilities you have, you can't use them in front of me.
Marshall D. Teach boasted, but before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning pierced through his abdomen.
Ah! How can you still use your abilities?
Marshall D. Teach stared at Luohao in disbelief, his eyes wide.
Who told you I'm a devil fruit user?
Luohao withdrew his hand, gripping Raikiri once more and stabbing it into Teach's belly.
No!
Marshall D. Teach screamed in terror, desperately trying to use the dark fruit to absorb the damage.
However, the absorption ability had its limits. If the injury exceeded the rate at which the dark fruit could absorb damage, even its user would face death.
Clearly, Luohao's 2 strikes with Raikiri made Marshall D. Teach, who would later become a notorious emperor, sense the impending approach of death.
Do you think someone like you can replace Uchiha Whitebeard?
Humph. Even without the gravity fruit, Whitebeard remains the world's strongest man, while you, once your dark fruit fails, are merely a loudmouth fool. Luohao tightened his grip on Raikiri, striking down on Teach's wrist where he was summoning the dark water.
Sizzle! Ah!
Raikiri in Kakashi's hands could cut through the very thunder in the sky, and in Luohao's grip, its power was astonishing. Facing his Raikiri, Marshall D. Teach's wrist shattered like tofu, and a complete hand fell to the ground in an instant.
My hand!
Marshall D. Teach cried out in pain, raising his severed arm and wailing incessantly.
Isn't your hand right here?
Luohao glanced at the severed hand on the ground before dispersing the Raikiri from his palm.
Please, spare me.
Marshall D. Teach panicked, showing no signs of the bravado expected from a villain. Instead, he knelt before Luohao, just as he had when Whitebeard had overwhelmed him.
Running away? Forget it.
After experiencing the Flying Thunder God technique, he didn't believe for a second that he, with his big belly and multiple wounds from Raikiri, could escape Luohao.
I'm not Whitebeard, begging won't work on me. A smirk of disdain appeared on Luohao's lips. I can call you father and recognize you as such, just like Whitebeard. I still have the dark fruit, which can help you capture devil fruit users and seize their powers. With me at your side, you can definitely create the strongest crew of devil fruit users in the Grand Line. Marshall D. Teach pleaded, his face contorted with flattery. Just as I thought, we're on the same page. Luohao grinned.
So you're Marshall D. Teach felt a moment of relief, thinking Luohao would spare him, but then he saw a white energy shield erupt from Luohao's palm, a light that filled him with both greed and fear. The gravity fruit is your favorite, dying under its power should leave you without regrets. Luohao declared as he struck down hard on Marshall D. Teach's head. In a single blow, Teach's skull, along with his entire head, exploded, and he didn't even have the chance to scream before becoming a headless corpse. Though I could accept you calling me father, you're not qualified yet.
In less than half a second, Luohao returned, now holding the formidable fighter Van Augur of the Blackbeard pirates.
The rest of the Blackbeard pirates, including the strongest member, Shiryu of the Rain, were already lying in pools of blood.
What are you going to do to me? Van Augur snapped back to reality after Luohao seized him.
He hadn't expected his captain, Marshall D. Teach, to be so weak in Luohao's hands. It had taken only 5 seconds from action to death. To fulfill what your captain promised me, Luohao said, extending a finger to dab in Marshall D. Teach's blood.
What did my captain promise you? Van Augur was stunned. Hadn't Marshall D. Teach just been killed by Luohao's blow?
No matter what he had promised, he wouldn't have the chance to fulfill it now. Your captain promised me that he would capture devil fruit users and create a crew of devil fruit users.
Now that he's dead, as his crew member, shouldn't you help fulfill his last wish? Luohao glanced at the darkness dissipating with Marshal D. Teach's death, then formed seals with his left hand, placing his right hand on Van Augur's head. Impure world reincarnation. Ah! Hearing Luohao's words, Van Augur was suddenly engulfed in panic and fear. A mass of material that resembled paper and dust enveloped him, transforming him entirely. In the blink of an eye, under the guise of the dust-like substance, he became Marshal D. Teach. However, unlike the living Teach, this version was lifeless, resembling a mere corpse. What happened? The resurrected Marshal D. Teach found himself under Luohao's control the moment his will awakened. Didn't you just kill him? Marshal D. Teach glared at Luohao, struggling to force out words through clenched teeth. Yes, you were indeed killed by me. However, since you didn't get to fulfill your promises, I brought you back to life. Luohao's words filled Marshal D. Teach with terror and disbelief. Who the hell are you? This isn't the ability of a devil fruit. Marshal D. Teach wasn't an idiot. The way Luohao disregarded the dark fruit and the current state of his resurrection made it clear that Luohao was not what everyone thought, a mere devil fruit user. You don't need to know that. All you need to do is complete what you promised me but failed to do, Luohao said, pressing a finger to the back of Teach's head. A seal entered his mind, completely erasing his consciousness. Go ahead, Blackbeard, make good use of your last moments. Luohao patted Marshal D. Teach's shoulder, and with a thought, he was sent flying out from the enveloping darkness. Many marine officers who had been partially focused on the confrontation between Luohao and the Blackbeard pirates gasped as the darkness dissipated. Apart from the blasted Marshal D. Teach, all the other pirates were dead. Is this all the Blackbeard pirates are worth? Just this? It can't be. The giant battleship, the tyrant Queen Katarina Devon, and Baskerville were all notorious criminals locked away in Impel Down's 6th level. How could such a notorious crew, gathered from so many ruthless criminals, not even last 10 seconds against the 4th Hokage? How strong is that man? Many high-ranking Marines, who had been worried about the pirates escaping from Impel Down, now couldn't help but express their astonishment. Is it just that bastard Blackbeard left alive? This 4th Hokage has finally done something good. Sengoku, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, also felt a sense of relief upon sensing that, apart from Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard pirates had been completely wiped out. As all the Marines and pirates watched, Marshal D. Teach, who had been blasted back to the center of the battlefield, stood up again, but instead of fleeing, he raised his right hand toward Luohao once more. Teach is looking for death. Diamond Jozu and others, including Kizaru, couldn't help but sneer as they watched Marshal D. Teach daringly attempt to attack Luohao again. In their eyes, Teach was already a dead man walking. But no one expected that this man, whom both the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines regarded as dead, would suddenly perform a shocking feat. Dark water! Marshal D. Teach shouted as he raised his right hand, a swirling vortex of darkness erupting from it. What the hell is this? In a surprising turn of events, his dark water was not directed at Luohao. Instead, it shot straight toward Kizaru, who was engaged in combat with Marco and was still taunting him. Caught off guard by Marshal D. Teach's sudden ambush, Kizaru was instantly drawn toward the dark water. Did his devil fruit ability disappear? At that moment, Kizaru's face, which had been swollen from Whitebeard's earlier blow, went pale with shock. I told you to shut up. Marco, seeing this opportunity, immediately took flight to strike at Kizaru. Get away! Despite being the most reliant on his devil fruit among the 3 admirals, Kizaru's strength was not to be underestimated. Whether it was swordsmanship, physical techniques, or hockey, he ranked among the best in the Grand Line. When Fire Fist Ace faced Blackbeard's dark water, he had been thoroughly beaten. Now, with Kizaru's initial shock over losing his powers, he quickly regained his composure. Sensing Marco's murderous intent charging at him from behind, he decisively raised his hand and struck Marshal D. Teach's left arm with powerful Busashoko Haki, bursting a hole through Teach's left chest. Do you think you can stop me? Kizaru smirked, confident. In the Grand Line, he was the one who stopped others with his light fruit abilities. He had never been on the receiving end. But the next second, his smile froze. Despite having his left chest punctured by Kizaru's Busashoko Haki, Marshal D. Teach seemed unfazed.
He used his dark water to firmly grasp Kizaru's body while his other hand unleashed a storm of darkness that ensnared Kizaru completely.
Good luck, Kizaru. Marco, arriving just in time, didn't immediately attack Kizaru.
Instead, he took advantage of Kizaru's moment of vulnerability and threw 2 sea prism stone handcuffs to lock around Kizaru's neck.
This is bad. Kizaru's expression changed drastically.
Being trapped by dark water meant he could not use his light fruit abilities, but being bound by sea prism stone made him feel an overwhelming sense of weakness and helplessness. Even as an admiral, facing the debilitating effects of sea prism stone left him with only a fraction of his strength.
Kizaru.
The sudden turn of events stunned everyone on the battlefield. However, Admiral Akiji quickly reacted and rushed to rescue Kizaru.
Not so fast.
Just freed, Ace, although slightly embarrassed by the joint operations of Marshal D. Teach and Marco, recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Kizaru and immediately held Akiji back.
Akainu. Faced with Ace's relentless pursuit, Akiji found it difficult to defeat him instantly.
The first thought that crossed his mind was to call on Akainu, who had been released from Sengoku's leash. However, when he glanced over at the deep pit left by the wooden dragon's claw, he found Akainu still sound asleep like Sleeping Beauty, showing no signs of waking up. Feeling a wave of despair, he couldn't help but curse inwardly, that bastard Sakazuki is usually so tough, but why is he slacking off at such a critical moment? If you don't get up soon and Kizaru ends up dead, I'll hold you responsible for it. If Akainu had sensed Akiji's blame at that moment, he would have jumped up to shout, Kizaru can die if he wants, but I refuse to take the fall for this.
From the beginning of the battle, I've been taking the highest damage and dealing the most output. How can I not withstand being sent back to the fountain now and still be blamed for Kizaru's death? Sengoku, save him.
Carp, engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, sensed Kizaru's perilous situation and immediately called out to Sengoku. Even though he had regained his youth and could contend with the Whitebeard empowered by the Hashirama cells and Uchiha Madara's prestige, defeating Whitebeard was not something that could be done in an instant.
Got it.
Sengoku was just about to pull away from the battle to help Kizaru when Whitebeard, standing atop a wooden dragon, swiped down with a claw.
Get out of the way. Sengoku roared in anger as Whitebeard obstructed him from reaching Kizaru.
His massive Buddha form expanded to over 20 meters, and he raised his hand to unleash a powerful shockwave infused with Busashoku Haki. The shockwave engulfed both Whitebeard and the wooden dragon.
Something's off.
Carp felt a surge of unease at this scene. Though he didn't fight Whitebeard as frequently as he did against Gold Roger, he was somewhat familiar with Whitebeard's style. He was an extremely headstrong fighter who favored brute force.
What on earth is Whitebeard doing? Even Carp sensed something was wrong. Naturally, Sengoku, Whitebeard's old flame, would have noticed it too.
As Sengoku watched the shockwave strike Whitebeard, his eyes fixed intently on the center where the wave had hit. When the wave dissipated, all that remained was a battered wooden dragon and a piece of broken wood placed atop its head, with Whitebeard nowhere in sight.
This is bad. Sengoku suddenly turned to look in Kizaru's direction.
What he saw made his heart drop.
A giant tree next to Kizaru began to tremble, and to Sengoku's horror, Whitebeard's hulking form emerged from the trunk. Kizaru.
Whitebeard flashed a grin at Sengoku and Carp from afar before, in front of a terrified Kizaru, he raised his supreme blade, the Tsongyun Xie, and swung down with fury.
Stop! Carp and Sengoku rushed over, desperate to intervene, but even though they were fast, they lacked the space-time ninjutsu and Kizaru's speed. No matter how quick they were, they couldn't outpace Whitebeard's strike. No, Whitebeard, get away!
Kizaru, looking up at the descending Tsongyun Xie, struggled with all his might. But the effects of the Sea Prism Stone, combined with Marco and Teach's desperate hold on him, left him kneeling like a condemned prisoner, helplessly watching the executioner's blade descend toward his neck. With a thunderous crash, the blade flashed, and the ice beneath it was split in two. Though Whitebeard was not a master swordsman, he possessed terrifying strength and Busashoku Haki that surpassed that of great swordsmen. The force of this strike rivaled that of any legendary sword master. Despite having activated his Busashoku Haki to form a tangible defense, Kizaru's Haki was as thin as paper against Whitebeard's Tsongyun Xie.
Crack! Sengoku was stunned, and Carp fell silent.
The sounds of cannon fire, clashing swords, and the chaos of battle fell eerily quiet, overshadowed by the sight of Kizaru's head rolling at Whitebeard's feet.
Did Admiral Kizaru just die? No way. Maybe he's just playing with his enemies. Right, that's a tactic Admiral Kizaru often uses against pirates. The marine officers, including Anamaru and others, stared in shock at Kizaru's dismembered body.
At this moment, they desperately wished it was just Kizaru toying with them, like when he captured pirates, hoping to be bisected and then used the light fruit to instantly recover. But after staring at Kizaru's lifeless body for several seconds, all they saw was a pool of blood, and there was no sign of him standing up again. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of the officers sank, and they realized that the legendary Admiral Kizaru was truly gone for good.
Zihahaha. Kizaru's ability is now mine. Just as everyone was shocked by Kizaru's death, Marshal D. Teach suddenly let out his trademark laugh. You reckless fool! What do you want to do with Kizaru's corpse? You're not even human! Today, I, Sengoku, will make you pay for Kizaru's death. The fourth Hokage? Sengoku, who had raised his hand to unleash a shockwave at Whitebeard, was momentarily taken aback. He never expected Luohao, the fourth Hokage, to step in at such a critical moment and assist the Marines. But with Luohao's next action, Sengoku realized that Luohao wasn't helping him, he was helping himself. Thank you, Blackbeard. After kicking Marshal D. Teach away, Luohao immediately vanished into the black cloth. Unlike Teach, who clumsily dove into it, Luohao used the Flying Thunder God technique to leap through the space. Ah! My light fruit! As Teach got back up, he let out a mournful wail, a sound that could bring tears to anyone's eyes. What's wrong? Isn't the light fruit Kizaru's ability? The Marines and pirates who had been engaged in battle looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend Teach's sudden reaction. They couldn't grasp why he would act this way. Even if Kizaru was dead, he had no claim over the light fruit. Only a few perceptive individuals, having heard Teach's earlier laughter, began to piece things together. Could it be? Sengoku's eyes widened as he stared at the black cloth, as if he had come to an important realization. At that moment, he even felt an impulse to unleash a shockwave at the black cloth. But just as that thought arose, he suppressed it. He knew better than to act recklessly in front of the vigilant Whitebeard and Marco, and considering Luohao's displayed abilities thus far, he had no confidence he could inflict significant damage. Sengoku, what should we do? Carp, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sengoku, couldn't help but ask. Like Sengoku, he had caught on to Teach's sudden attack on Kizaru and understood what it meant for Luohao to step into that black cloth. Before Sengoku could reply, Luohao, who had just used the Flying Thunder God to disappear, reappeared before everyone's eyes. At the same time, the black cloth covering Kizaru's body vanished into thin air. Kizaru remained in his fierce position of death, his head and body separated. There was no visible change from before, but Sengoku and the others sensed that Luohao had become even more terrifying. Damn it! You bastard not only destroyed my pirate crew and stole my gravity fruit, but now you've also taken my light fruit. Marshal D. Teach glared at Luohao with the ferocity of a beast, his face twisted with rage. Exactly. That black cloth's function was to help someone steal the abilities of fallen devil fruit users. What a pity, Teach had it all planned out, only to have not just the gravity fruit but also the light fruit taken by Luohao. Hearing these words, Sengoku, Carp, Akiji, and the others fully confirmed their suspicions. They believed that Whitebeard and Marco's collaboration with Marshal D. Teach was due to this reason. Whitebeard aimed to kill Kizaru to reduce the Marines' high-end combat power, while Teach was solely after Kizaru's abilities to combat Luohao. I truly appreciate you, Blackbeard. You've just gifted me the most supreme power among the natural-type devil fruits. Luohao glanced at Marshal D. Teach, delivering an impromptu acting lesson to the members of the group chat. Jang Chulan, Blackbeard really carries this pot well. Esther, is the pirate world about to give birth to the King of Pots? Aizen Sasuke, wherever the Hokage goes, the King of Pots is sure to follow. Whitebeard, Blackbeard, safe travels. In terms of carrying pots, I'd call you the strongest. As they marveled at Luohao's self-styled display of power, they also felt pity for Marshal D. Teach, who lost the gravity fruit, had his crew annihilated, and was killed himself. Even worse, after dying, he was resurrected by Luohao to become a mere tool. Although Teach ended up earning the title of the second king of pots in the pirate world, the struggles he faced behind this title brought tears to Jang Chulan and the others. That bastard. I never expected that after all my battles, I would keep falling into your hands. Marshal D. Teach glared at Luohao, his face dark with frustration, as he subtly began to back away. Sengoku, if I fight him, does that count as interfering in the Marineford War? Luohao ignored Teach, turning to the furious Sengoku beside him. You're in the clear. Sengoku recalled Luohao's earlier act of kicking Ace away. He had almost lost his temper, but considering they had just lost the formidable Kizaru, engaging Luohao at this moment would only worsen the Marine situation. After contemplating various scenarios, he chose to endure, watching Luohao and Marshal D. Teach clash. That's good to hear. Luohao smiled as he looked back at Marshal D. Teach. Teach, have you decided how you want to die? This gaze made Marshal D. Teach tense up all over. What have I done to offend you? I've already died once, do I have to die again? Inside, he was screaming in panic. Dying twice in a single day was too much to bear. Fortunately, apart from the members of the group chat, no one else knew about it. Otherwise, whether Teach could leave a mark in the history of the Grand Line would be questionable, especially with the fact that he died twice in one day, which would surely become legendary. I'm a user of the dark fruit, no one can kill me. Not even you, fourth Hokage. Regardless of his thoughts, Teach maintained his facade, playing along with Luohao's final act. That's not necessarily true. Luohao raised his right hand, slowly closing his 5 fingers into a fist. Am I going to die again? Seeing this gesture, Marshal D. Teach began to panic. He knew that after being used as a tool, he would be discarded. Although he had already died once, facing death again still terrified him. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain. Just as Teach heard this voice near him, he was engulfed by a storm of golden fist shadows, making it impossible for him to hear the second part of the sentence. Because the process from life to death is but a moment. Luohao slowly lowered his fist. As the golden light and smoke cleared, Marshal D. Teach, the king of pots, seemed to have been pulverized by Luohao's punch, leaving no trace behind. This punch, or rather, these countless punches, left everyone in shock, including Sengoku and Carp, who stood at the pinnacle of the Grand Line. Is that really the light fruit? I couldn't see how he threw a punch. I only saw him clench his fist, and then Teach was covered by countless golden fist shadows. Could Kizaru's light fruit have been a counterfeit? Not just Sengoku and the others, even Mihawk and the other warlords of the sea were wide-eyed in shock. They recognized the light fruit and acknowledged it as a top-tier natural-type devil fruit. Carp, did you see that? How many punches did he throw in just 1 second? Sengoku couldn't help but ask Carp, who was also stunned. I can't see it. Against him, I can only use Kenbunchaku Haki to predict and dodge in advance. If I were to take it head-on, I'd just have to endure. Carp forced a bitter smile. After regaining his youth, he had thought he might spar with Luohao, but witnessing Luohao's punch extinguished that thought. Though he could still overpower Kizaru as a fellow light fruit user, facing this newly emerged user of the light fruit, he found it impossible to muster any desire to fight back. This is simply unfathomable. I just realized today that the light fruit can be used like this, Sengoku said in disbelief. I even started to suspect that Kizaru might have eaten a fake light fruit. Carp shook his head. In reality, both of them knew that Kizaru's light fruit was undoubtedly genuine. The significant difference in performance was purely due to the abilities being wielded by a different individual. The lightning-fast punch speed and frequency, combined with Luohao's incredible physique and martial arts, created those stunning lightspeed punches that dazzled the Grand Line. It was as simple as that. However, it was precisely because it was so simple that Sengoku and the others were left in shock. Old man, what kind of martial art is that? Marco stared at Luohao for a moment before turning to ask Whitebeard with difficulty. In response to Marco's question, Whitebeard remained silent but quietly opened the group chat. Whitebeard, Luohao Wu, What kind of martial art is this? Luohao, Pegasus Meteor Fist. Take note. Jang Chulan, the righteous battle method, Lightspeed Punch. Luohao Tai, tell me honestly, did you visit the world of Saint Seiya before crossing into the Naruto world? Aizen Sasuke, what is Saint Seiya? Jang Chulan, it's a group of monsters that can move and battle at light speed, and their standard configuration includes the Lightspeed Punch. Esther. Jang Chulan, for example, they can unleash millions of lightspeed punches in an instant using their fingers or fists. That's the Golden Saints. Aizen Sasuke, holy crap. Jang Chulan's clear explanation made everyone in the chat realize the terrifying nature of the Saints and deeply appreciate the horror of Luohao's punch. He's always had his sights set on the light fruit. No wonder he invited the supporting character Blackbeard to participate in this grand performance that he wrote and directed himself. It turns out he had already thought of using the light fruit in this way. Witnessing Luohao's punch through the livestream, Jang Chulan shook his head in dismay. He knew that after this battle, Luohao's status as the number one in the group chat would likely be unshakable. There was no denying that Luohao could utilize the light fruit to reach a level of mastery comparable to the seventh sense in the small universe, making him invincible. In his view, not even Aizen with the Hogyoku or the Sage of Six Paths could defeat Luohao. With 5 elements ninjutsu, spacetime ninjutsu, the gravity fruit, and the light fruit, the gap is widening. I need to move faster, not just with the Hogyoku, but also in the development of the group chat. Not only Jang Chulan felt disheartened, even the resolute Aizen Sasuke frowned, realizing that the more he learned about Luohao, the greater the distance felt between them. Especially during this journey to the pirate world, it had further widened the gap. Alright, I've completed what I needed to do. You all should get back to what you were doing. After using the abilities of the light fruit to deliver a Saint Seiya-style righteous battle method and instantly take down the resurrected martial D, Teach, Luohao stretched lazily before addressing the dazed Sengoku and the others. Why are you all staring at me? Go back to your fights. Hearing this, Sengoku snapped back to reality, reminded of Kazara's death, and immediately erupted in anger. Whitebeard. At this point, he no longer cared to delve into the complexities of the situation or think about how Luohao could simultaneously possess both the gravity fruit and the light fruit. With his focus regained, he immediately grabbed Carp and transformed into the Golden Giant Buddha, unleashing a powerful Great Buddha's impact towards Whitebeard. It was no surprise that Sengoku was so furious. For a long time, the Marines had tirelessly promoted the 3 admirals. After years of marketing, they had managed to create a widely recognized image: Marine admirals equals the highest combat power of the world government. But now, the pinnacle of their power had been killed in front of everyone, and the admiral's golden reputation would undoubtedly lose countless followers. In Sengoku's view, the only way to salvage such a massive impact was to take down Whitebeard. Jang Chulan, you really can't be kept alive any longer, Whitebeard. Not only Sengoku, but even Carp, who usually had a carefree demeanor, wore a grim expression, clearly understanding the monumental implications of an admiral's death for the Marine headquarters and even the world government. Gorarara. If you want to fight, then come at me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Upon hearing of Kazara's death and seeing Carp's anger, Whitebeard only coldly chuckled. This is war, do you think it's a child's game? Whitebeard strode forward, swinging his left hand with the Tsun Yun Xie to meet Sengoku's Great Buddha's impact, while his right hand transformed into wood to counter Carp's iron fist. The 3 forces collided, immediately generating violent shockwaves that rippled throughout Marineford. The already trembling Marineford suddenly split into 4 island-like segments, drifting apart with the ocean currents, gradually forming 4 separate islands. Whitebeard, Carp, and Sengoku, who had momentarily paused their battle due to Kazara's death and Luohao's powerful punch, once again raised the banner of the team fight. On the battlefield, with a few exceptions like Mihawk and Don Quixote da Flamingo, who were merely observing, everyone else was fighting with full intensity. Even Crocodile, who had just escaped from prison and initially aimed to ambush Whitebeard but ended up being pinned down by Whitebeard's clone, found himself unexpectedly facing the Marines. Strangely enough, as he fought against the Navy, he seemed to recall some haunting past and unleashed an unprecedented fighting spirit. Compared to Whitebeard and his crew, Crocodile fought even more fiercely, single-handedly holding back Marines like Spider, Weasel, and Fire Mountain, who were all vice-admirals. From his determined appearance, one might think he was Whitebeard's adopted son. The San fruit seems pretty good too. Seeing Crocodile showcasing his skills on the battlefield, Luohao, who was idly watching the top war, couldn't help but take notice. But Blackbeard just got turned into dust by me. What if he revives now? As he watched Crocodile summon sandstorms and create a desert diamond sword, a thought began to brew in Luohao's mind about taking matters into his own hands. Jang Chulan, Luo Lao Tai, are you eyeing old San's abilities again? Luohao, do I seem like such a greedy person? Esther, you do. Luohao, even if I were, I can only look, after all, I already possess 2 devil fruits. Jang Chulan, who knows if you, as a traveler, have a unique constitution that allows you to hold 3 devil fruits. Aizen Sasuke, you could use the Bitianshin technique to claim Crocodile's abilities for yourself. Luohao, to be honest, I rushed out this time and forgot to bring the Bitianshin. Just as Luohao was discussing with the members of the group chat while secretly pondering whether to resurrect Blackbeard and then go after Crocodile, a sinister laugh suddenly reached his ears. Ufufu, Hokage-sama, weren't you invited by Whitebeard to lend a hand? Why do I see that you seem indifferent to Whitebeard's fate? He looked up to see Don Quixote da Flamingo striding over, acting as if he had no ties to anyone. Aren't you also a Shichibukai forcibly summoned by the Marines? Aren't you just slacking off? Luohao replied, noticing da Flamingo wasn't fighting hard or taking responsibility but instead coming to chat with him. I would love for the Marines to lose. But you're different. Look, Whitebeard is starting to fall into the sunset, da Flamingo remarked, glancing at Whitebeard, who was gradually being suppressed by Sengoku and Carp. You're quite direct. But with your slacking off, aren't you afraid Sengoku will come after you later? Things are different now. The youthful Sengoku not only stands tall but also has more weight in the world government. If he's determined to deal with you, your status may not protect you anymore, Luohao said, regarding da Flamingo with an amused expression, almost curious about what tricks he was playing. So I'm here looking for an organization that can shelter me. Da Flamingo's eyes momentarily darkened. Luohao's words reminded him of someone, Don Quixote Rocinante. Sengoku's adopted son, and also his brother. Oh? Luohao looked at da Flamingo with interest, seemingly eager to hear what he would say next. At this moment, Luohao fell silent. He knew that no matter how much he explained to the members of the group chat that he hadn't brought Bitianshin to the pirate world, no one would believe him. After all, it was Don Quixote da Flamingo who knew nothing about the Hidden Leaf Village who uttered the words protecting Konoha. Hokage-sama, you don't believe what I'm saying? Seeing Luohao's silence, da Flamingo thought he was doubted. He hadn't even agreed yet, but now he was directly calling himself Hokage-sama. With that address, whether he believed him or not seemed irrelevant, his innocence was overshadowed by that title. After a long pause, Luohao finally spoke up, I don't know him. What about Uchiha Shursui? Luohao, unwilling to give up, asked again. Never heard of him. I know my request is a bit abrupt for Hokage-sama, and it may be hard for you to believe, but I truly wish to join Konoha and become a glorious leaf ninja, da Flamingo emphasized once more. Upon hearing this, Luohao helplessly covered his forehead. Great, not only had he never heard of Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Shursui, but this also ruled out the possibility of anyone from the Naruto world, including Shursui and Itachi, crossing over into the pirate world and using Bitianshin on da Flamingo. Now, this fourth Hokage was going to bear the blame for casting Bitianshin on da Flamingo. Hokage-sama, please give me some time. After the war between Whitebeard and the Marines ends, I will prove that everything I said is true and not just empty boasting. Da Flamingo left those words with conviction before returning to the battlefield, launching his strings into the fray. It was clear to any observer that his strings were causing far more casualties among the Marines than Whitebeard's crew. He was clearly determined to pledge himself to the Hokage and serve the fourth Hokage. Jang Chulan, you still say you haven't used Bitianshin on da Flamingo. Jang Chulan, look at him, he's slashing through the Marines mercilessly, cutting straight from the southern part of Marineford to the north. Esther, so you secretly plucked out Uchiha Shirsue's eyes and brought them here too? Aizen Sasuke, so Bitianchan is not only effective on those from the Naruto world but also works on those without chakra in the pirate world. Whitebeard, Luo kid, go ahead and use your Bitianchan, but don't accidentally hit my allies.
Watching the conversation among the group chat members, even Whitebeard had said something like that. After years of engaging with the group chat, Luohao found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? Should he tell them that he didn't know why Doflamingo had suddenly pledged loyalty to him? He was sure that if he said that, even Billion, who was familiar with Doflamingo, wouldn't believe him, let alone Aizen Sasuke and Esther. Meanwhile, after Whitebeard replied in the group chat, he had no chance to speak again. Faced with the increasingly fierce attacks from Sengoku and Carp, he found it extremely difficult to withstand their onslaught. This is bad, old man might not hold on much longer. Marco, though engaged in combat with Akiji, kept an eye on Whitebeard's situation and grew anxious as he saw Whitebeard in trouble.
Old man, should we retreat for now?
Ace has already been saved, there's no need to clash with them head-on, Diamond Jozu suggested after barely withstanding a strike from Mihawk.
Yeah, Whitebeard. Why not listen to your good son's advice and just run? Sengoku chimed in sarcastically, seeing Diamond Jozu and the others urging Whitebeard to retreat.
After all this time in the battle, the Marines had suffered heavy casualties to gain the upper hand, and if Whitebeard managed to escape, they would incur a massive loss.
Exactly. Now that we've saved the person, it's time to go.
At most, I'll just pretend I didn't hear that line about "I just want to kill you both or be killed by you," Carp added mockingly. Clearly, he could accept Ace being rescued, but he couldn't bear to watch Whitebeard escape unscathed after so many Marines had died. As a Marine hero, he had to give the fallen Marines an explanation.
Damn it! They're really pushing the old man.
Marco, Diamond Jozu, and the others all thought this was bad.
Sure enough, the next second, they heard the words they dreaded most. Zillalalala. Sengoku, Carp, you two old fools, don't goad me. I never back down on what I've said.
Whitebeard laughed furiously, slamming his hands together, causing the ground beneath their feet to shake violently.
This guy has a new trick? Carp noticed Whitebeard's iconic movement and felt a strong sense of foreboding.
He knew that whenever Whitebeard made this gesture, it meant that the thousand-hand Whitebeard was about to make an appearance. If I don't reveal my trump card, you won't know what true terror is. Prepare to receive my attack. With Whitebeard's roar, a massive wooden figure towering over 100 meters, taller than the highest building in Marine headquarters, rose from the ground. This wooden figure is impressive. Carp stared at the wooden giant with a serious expression.
Stay calm. It's just a wooden figure, right? We managed to smash the wooden dragon earlier, how could we fear this mere wooden man? Sengoku quickly reassured Carp.
At this crucial moment in the battle, maintaining composure was essential. There should be no recklessness, no cowardice, and no panic.
A wooden man?
The thousand-hand Whitebeard scoffed, his expression cold. Without any further action, the wooden giant raised its enormous but swift arm and swung down at Sengoku.
Great Buddha impact. Sengoku prepared to unleash his full power, ready to shout Great Buddha's impact at any moment. Get down.
Facing the overwhelming shockwave erupting from Sengoku's palm, the wooden giant's punch suppressed it, and then, with Sengoku's astonished gaze, the wooden giant's fist covered his upper body. With a tremendous bang, the explosive impact surged outwards, resembling a missile explosion, instantly sweeping away nearby Marines and pirates who had no chance to defend themselves, all of them blown away.
Sengoku!
Carp saw Sengoku being flattened by the wooden giant's punch, quickly leaping into action and striking the wooden giant with his iron fist, which, although normal-sized, contained the force to pierce through the atmosphere. While the wooden giant created with wood-release chakra had strong defenses, Carp's punch shattered half of its body instantly. Whitebeard, you're finished. Sengoku thought quickly and activated the awakened ability of his great Buddha form. Just a moment ago, he had been battered by the wooden giant's punches, causing the golden paint of his Buddha form to chip away, but now, he stood up rapidly, shaking his muscles, and his body regained its golden luster as if freshly painted. Your trump card has been exhausted. Unfortunately, I haven't experienced what true terror is. Carp grinned as he stepped closer to Whitebeard.
Wait. This isn't how the script goes.
This wooden giant is supposed to take them out with one punch.
Although Whitebeard appeared calm on the surface, he was actually in a panic inside.
Before the battle, Luohao had told him that as long as he helped kill Blackbeard and obtained Kizaru's light fruit, he would be able to pin down both Carp and Sengoku, even if they teamed up. But now, the storyline was diverging drastically from the script Luohao had written.
Isn't it just about smashing my wooden figure? You don't think this is my strongest trump card, do you? I can create one wooden giant, so I can create a second or third one.
Whitebeard thought anxiously as Sengoku and Carp closed in, especially noticing Sengoku radiating with Buddha light, ready to show him what Great Buddha's impact meant.
He felt even more urgency. Despite his bravado, the wooden giant technique had already drained his chakra.
Now, he could hardly muster enough strength to create another wooden giant, let alone a wooden dragon.
Whitebeard remains so calm? Does he really have another trump card up his sleeve? Sengoku momentarily halted his steps, causing his poised Great Buddha impact to be temporarily withdrawn.
I can't be careless. Ever since he regained his youth, this old man has changed a lot. The previous Whitebeard was an honest man who only knew how to be stopped. When has he ever been the one to stop others? Yet he just took down Kizaru. Not just Sengoku, but Carp also surveyed the surroundings warily, fearing that Whitebeard might suddenly strike from behind again, just like he did to Kizaru. They had gained a significant advantage, and they needed to be even more cautious. If Whitebeard managed to turn the tables again, their reputations would be at stake.
Phew, I finally managed to bluff them.
I almost revealed my true self and the fact that my blue bar was running low.
Seeing the two of them hesitating, Whitebeard let out a sigh of relief.
If Sengoku had really come forward to unleash a great Buddha impact, with the might of the world's deities and the Buddhas, even if he was human, he would still have a hard time avoiding exposure.
However, a bluff can only last so long. Knowing that Carp and Sengoku were both steady and unyielding, Whitebeard took advantage of his remaining intimidation to keep them at bay.
He quickly reopened the previously closed world chat group and decisively sent a private message to Luohao, who was standing off in the distance, watching the show while enjoying some snacks.
Whitebeard, Luo Xiaowu, I'm about to be beaten to death by them, and you're still over there munching on snacks? Whitebeard, don't pretend you're confused. Is this what you meant by guaranteeing I'd pin them down? It looks like they're about to pin me to the ground instead. Luohao, didn't you learn the last technique from the wood release scroll?
Whitebeard, I did, but my blue bar is too low. I've already slapped my hands together a lot, I still can't get that wood release technique to come out.
Luohao, then I can't help you.
Whitebeard felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Luohao's message in the chat.
Ha! Is this old man trying to bluff us?
Both Sengoku and Carp exchanged a knowing glance before rushing toward Whitebeard, especially Sengoku, whose great Buddha impact was barely held back, making Whitebeard's heart race.
They're coming. Quickly think of a way out.
Whitebeard urged.
Luohao, I've already given you the ninjutsu. If you can't learn it, what does it have to do with me?
Whitebeard, I don't care.
Anyway, I killed Blackbeard for you and got you the light fruit.
If you dare to act like nothing happened, I'll immediately take my crew and join Aizen's Death God livestream.
Luohao, then go ahead.
I also need to deliver some goods to Rley on Superiority Archipelago.
Whitebeard. Seeing Luohao unhesitatingly letting him leave the Hokage livestream, Whitebeard's face turned green.
It seemed he really couldn't shake off this guy.
In a life and death situation, Whitebeard ultimately chose to be submissive in the private chat while acting tough in front of the pirates. If he admitted defeat in private, who would know besides Luo?
But if he embarrassed himself in front of Carp and Sengoku, he would have no way to continue living in the Grand Line.
Whitebeard, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please help me show off and take me flying. Luohao, alright, I won't tease you anymore. I never expected you to learn that last wood release technique from the beginning. Given your blue bar, even if you did, you wouldn't be able to use it. Whitebeard, the hero's water refill? Luohao, sure, let's refill your last cup in life. Whitebeard, so what should I do? Seeing Whitebeard truly cornered, Luohao realized that if he didn't act soon, Whitebeard's invincible image would be shattered.
He stopped playing games with him and, while appearing to still be a bystander, quietly transformed his spirit into an ethereal form, swiftly entering Whitebeard's spiritual world.
What the hell, how did you get in here? Whitebeard was startled, almost unleashing his conqueror's haki to blast Luohao's spirit away.
In any world, the mental realm is a forbidden zone and the most crucial place. If someone invaded and destroyed your consciousness, no matter how powerful you were, you would inevitably meet your end.
I brought you a blue bottle. Luohao's words made Whitebeard suppress the haki that was about to erupt.
Great! Stuck with insufficient blue bars and unable to use his last trump card, Whitebeard's mood instantly lifted at the mention of a refill.
Are you ready? Luohao asked in the spiritual world. Bring it on. I'm ready to refill my blue bars anytime.
As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, he felt a torrent of chakras surge through his empty meridians, reminiscent of a roaring waterfall. This sudden influx not only filled his blue bar to the brim but also left him with an overwhelming sensation of power.
What the hell? What kind of blue bar does this kid have? This isn't chakra at all, this is clearly Latan. As Whitebeard sensed his blue bar refill, he felt blissful but couldn't help but curse Luohao for being a freak. It was as if he carried a blue reservoir with him. The chakra was so immense that it was terrifying. What would happen if he included the chakra stored in his physical body? Truly just a bluff. In the pirate world, Sengoku watched as his great Buddha impact was about to descend upon Whitebeard, yet the latter remained unresponsive. His eyes suddenly lit up with realization. At that moment, he was certain Whitebeard was merely bluffing. Stop pretending, Whitebeard! Carp scoffed, his right fist striking out. His attack wasn't as flashy as Sengoku's, but it carried the essence of a one-punch superhero. Each punch, though plain, held the power to shatter meteors. As he struck, the atmosphere within hundreds of meters compressed to the limit, merging with his punch to create a tremendous shockwave. Hey, I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to receive your suspicion. Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. After remaining silent for so long, Whitebeard suddenly sighed, then slightly closed his eyes and clapped his hands together. Boom! Centered on his body, a chakra capable of shaking the sea erupted like a storm, waves of nearly visible pressure rolling outwards in all directions. The sky, the earth, and the sea trembled as if they were entering a state of cosmic upheaval. Senjutsu would release, True Thousand Hands. Just as Sengoku and Carp's attacks were a few meters away from him, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing his serpent-like pupils, and at that moment, a massive figure with 3,000 arms shot up from the ground. Before Carp and Sengoku could strike Whitebeard, this colossal figure casually crushed their attacks. It's larger than the previous wooden dragon and the real thing. Carp gazed up in shock at the towering thousand-hand Buddha. Is Whitebeard not just pretending? He actually has such a trump card. Sengoku's face darkened considerably. Just by looking at the thousand-hand Buddha, he could sense an overwhelming pressure, not to mention his Kenbunchaku haki was continuously warning him of how terrifying this Buddha was. The shock from the thousand-hand Buddha didn't just affect the two of them, even the marines and pirates engaged in battle on the battlefield, as well as the group chat members watching the livestream, were stunned by the sudden appearance of the true Thousand Hands. Jang Chulan, what the hell, he actually summoned the true Thousand Hands. Esther, the scale of this thing is a bit frightening. Aizen Sasuke, truly terrifying. Jang Chulan, Luo Lao Tai, you really set this up perfectly for the old man. Whitebeard, what do you mean by setting it up for me? Am I someone who likes to rely on external forces? This is my personal strength at work. Luohao, don't blame Billion, I didn't expose you. Whitebeard. After Whitebeard silently closed the group chat, he immediately began to curse in his heart. Damn group chat livestream, damn group chat cameras. Capturing the process of Luohao refilling his blue bars was one thing, but how could they also record the moment he refilled his blue bars in the spiritual world? Sengoku, Carp. Having failed in his attempt to act tough and feeling a bit embarrassed, Whitebeard vented his frustration on his old flame Sengoku and the third party, Carp. Under his control, the thousand-hand Buddha began to advance, shaking the ground with each step, causing cracks to form,
and the distant sea to rise in waves several meters high.
Watch out, the world's strongest man is about to show his might. After showcasing his old flame's power to Carp, Sengoku immediately took a defensive stance.
This massive wooden figure is going to be a challenge. If we're not careful, Sengoku and I might really be beaten to death by Whitebeard.
Carp looked at Whitebeard, who was suddenly furious, feeling a bit dazed yet apprehensive. After all, the man who could pin Sengoku to the ground was now dwarfed by the thousand-hand Buddha. Great Buddha impact.
As Sengoku's gaze sharpened, a powerful wave of golden Buddha light erupted from his body, shaking the atmosphere and instilling fear in all who beheld it. In that moment, it felt as if the deities themselves were empowering him, making even the Tathagata Buddha tremble as he unleashed his might.
Fist bone, meteor. At the same time, Carp also made his move.
Just as Sengoku transformed into the giant Buddha and launched his great Buddha impact at Whitebeard, Carp quickly positioned himself behind the thousand-hand Buddha statue and struck at its back.
Want to hit me with your great Buddha impact? Sensing their movements with his Kenbunchaku haki, Whitebeard sneered.
Without any visible action, he leaped from the head of the Buddha statue directly in front of Carp, kicking him away. Simultaneously, Whitebeard brought his hands together, creating a powerful clap that not only stirred up a cloud of dust but also shattered one of the 4 islands formed from the split of Marineford.
Sengoku. Vice Admiral Carp.
The marine leaders fighting against Whitebeard's crew on the other 3 islands looked on with concern at this scene.
What are we going to do?
Carp, battered and bloodied, helped Sengoku to his feet beneath the cascading dust clouds.
The current Whitebeard is much harder to deal with than the former Golden Lion.
Sengoku wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression grave. Fortunately, he was a Zoan-type mythical beast user, and his awakened recovery abilities were nearly unkillable.
Is that all you've got? Do you want me to give you a hand?
After easily suppressing both of them, Whitebeard felt a wave of relief wash over him, even the frustration from earlier with the group chat dissipating.
Don't get too arrogant. We've only just begun. Sengoku yelled in exasperation. Is that so?
I see you two working hard to please me, so I was going to let you keep your 2 hands, but it seems you won't need them. With the infinite chakra support from Luohao, Whitebeard felt revitalized and, sensing a slight advantage, he became increasingly cocky. Carp's face flushed in anger at Whitebeard's mockery.
Are you really going to let us keep our 2 hands? You're serious? Before Carp could fully voice his anger, he found himself surprisingly calm. Of course. I'm Whitebeard.
Whitebeard laughed proudly.
Fine, I'll see how you defeat us while letting us keep our 2 hands.
If you can do that, I, Sengoku, will avoid you like the plague from now on.
Sengoku spoke firmly. Crack.
Just as he finished speaking, the thousand-hand Buddha statue emitted a sound of cracking wood. 2 colossal wooden arms came crashing down into the sea with a thunderous splash, sending waves soaring several meters high.
All right, I've let you keep your 2 hands. If that's not enough, just say the word. I can spare a few more.
Whitebeard declared, having removed 2 arms from the thousand-hand Buddha to address Sengoku and Carp. Sengoku quietly glanced at the remaining 2,998 arms behind the thousand-hand Buddha, falling into silence.
Carp clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling. He felt the urge to curse, but he found no words appropriate for Whitebeard at that moment. He was infuriating. What did it mean to let them keep their 2 hands?
The statue had a total of 3,000 arms. Even if he let 2 go, there were still 2,998 left.
What difference did that make? Come on. Keep dancing. Keep trying to please me.
Whitebeard stood atop the head of the thousand-hand Buddha, looking down at Carp and Sengoku. Without any further words needed, Carp and Sengoku silently began to fight again. This time, they radiated a killing intent that indicated they were determined to take down Whitebeard.
What kind of etiquette is this? I've let you keep your 2 hands, yet you're still so rude. Whitebeard scoffed, then clapped his hands again, transformation into Buddha.
With that, the enormous thousand-hand Buddha statue began to move like an insurmountable mountain, its arms swinging down in a barrage of fists, raining down with the ferocity of artillery. Facing the onslaught of fists from the thousand-hand Buddha, Carp's iron fists and Sengoku's great Buddha impact could only destroy a few hundred arms before they were overwhelmed by the thousands of fists crashing down upon them, mercilessly pounding them into the ground. In an instant, the splintered Marineford was engulfed by a rising cloud of dust that shot up like a mushroom cloud. Under the dust cloud that enveloped the fragments of Marineford, no one could see what was happening on Whitebeard's side. However, the continuous thunderous roars and the waves sweeping across the area confirmed to everyone that the top Navy commanders, Sengoku and Carp, were likely being pinned down and mercilessly attacked by Whitebeard. Yet the swirling dust still obscured everyone's view, preventing them from grasping the true state of the battle. Admiral Sengoku, the hero of the Navy. A massive stone block the size of a small island bore witness as Whitebeard stood atop the thousand-hand Buddha, looking out over the nearly destroyed Marineford with a scornful expression. "You've truly disappointed me. After letting you keep your two hands, you still..." Just as Whitebeard was about to revel in his triumph, a glimmer of golden light pierced through the dust, appearing faintly in his line of sight. No way? After taking over 2,000 punches, these two old men are still not defeated by my true thousand hands? How can they hit so hard and not back down? Whitebeard's expression tightened as he quickly focused his slightly fatigued spirit and released his Kenbunchaku haki. Upon sensing, he immediately discovered that Sengoku and Carp were still alive, albeit much weaker than before, even less than during their aged times. They're really not dead. Whitebeard felt a pang of concern. Despite his overwhelming appearance, his chakra had been drained from using the hero's water, and the true thousand hands were only barely summoned with Luohao's support. Though he hadn't sustained significant injuries, his cells were being drained by the hero's water, combined with wave after wave of wood release techniques, leaving him nearly depleted of chakra. At that moment, he was merely a shell of his former self. "Whitebeard, are you done with your punches?" Carp's voice cut through the dust from afar. "I've taken on 2,998 punches for you." Carp's words were followed closely by Sengoku's voice. "Damn it, I should have just kept my mouth shut." Though he wouldn't admit it to the group chat, Whitebeard regretted his earlier bravado. If he had another chance, he would definitely not have removed those two wooden arms. "There's no chakra left to create more arms for the thousand-hand Buddha," Whitebeard quickly began to form hand seals. But the next second, his heart sank. The energy stored in his cells had long been drained by the hero's water. If it weren't for Luohao giving him a massive supply of Hashirama's cells, plus his own substantial reserves, at this moment, he would have struggled to even stand, let alone refine chakra. What should I do? Am I really going to have to grovel to that kid again? Whitebeard felt conflicted. After all, he was a person of stature in the group chat. Even Billion, who was also a member, was willing to recognize him as a father. As the world's strongest man, how could he kneel before the same person twice in one day and in the same place? "Whitebeard, Luo Xiao Wu, refill my blue bars." "Whitebeard, so does that mean I'm doomed?" "Luohao, who told you to act so tough earlier and remove those two arms before the fight even started?" "Whitebeard, is there really no way out?" "Luohao, chakra doesn't work like haki in Kenbunchaku. If you exhaust your haki, you'll just be tired, and after a rest, you'll be fine. But if you run out of chakra, it could lead to death. Whitebeard, if you give me another supply of Hashirama's cells and a bottle of hero's water, I promise I won't act tough again." "Luohao, I still have Hashirama's cells, but the hero's water is all gone." "Whitebeard, I'm doomed." "Luohao, actually, it doesn't necessarily mean you're done for. You can pick up the two arms you removed and see if you can reattach them to the thousand-hand Buddha." "Whitebeard, is that something a man would say?" "I'm Whitebeard. If I said I'd let them keep their two arms, how could I go back on my word?" After angrily closing the private chat, Whitebeard took a deep breath and gazed calmly in Sengoku's direction. Then, swiftly, he moved from the head of the thousand-hand Buddha down to the ocean, taking advantage of Carp and the others not yet approaching, picking up one wooden arm in each hand and reattaching them to the thousand-hand Buddha. Under the mushroom cloud-like dust created by the true thousand hands, Whitebeard's subtle maneuvers went unnoticed by both the pirates and the marines. However, the members of the group chat watching the livestream saw everything clearly. After all, the cameras in the world chat group could even capture Luohao after using his ethereal technique, let alone the mere obstruction of dust.
Luohao, Jang Chulan, Esther, Aizen Sosuke.
Witnessing Whitebeard's antics, especially as he reattached the two wooden arms floating on the sea back to the thousand-hand Buddha, left not only Jang Chulan and the others speechless but even Luohao, who had suggested the idea, was at a loss for words.
Was there no dignity left?
The world's strongest man actually pulled off such a classic maneuver.
This truly left every member of the group chat in awe. Esther, Billion, is this what you meant when you said to act tough while doing the most cowardly things? Jang Chulan, this old man, while I generally think dignity isn't worth much, couldn't you have at least asked Luo to turn off the stream before pulling off such a stunt? Aizen Sosuke, Whitebeard has awakened. He realizes that dignity and face are the biggest obstacles on the road to victory. Luohao, earlier, Whitebeard and I discussed something in private, but I'm not sure if I should mention it. Whitebeard, shut up. Luohao, a supreme great knife.
Before the other members could eagerly question Luohao, Whitebeard had already used a supreme great knife to silence him.
What an international joke.
It was already embarrassing enough to reattach the wooden arms he had cut off. Even so, his prestige and image were still intact. Esther and the others would only find it amusing, perhaps teasing him a bit before laughing it off. But if Luohao exposed what he had said in their private chat, he would likely end up with a label like Jang Chulan's not shaking billion.
Clap.
Just as Whitebeard bribed Luohao, a heavy set of footsteps suddenly reached his ears.
These two old fools. I've sacrificed my face today to deal with them.
Upon hearing this, Whitebeard closed the chat and turned to the source of the sound. As his gaze pierced through the thick smoke, two indistinct figures soon emerged.
Whitebeard, have you finished showing off?
Moments later, Sengoku and Carp, both covered in blood and lacking their former luster, stepped through the smoke hand in hand.
They looked up at Whitebeard as they spoke. Damn! How are there still two arms left?
Carp exclaimed, shocked to see that the thousand-hand Buddha still had two arms.
Didn't he just lose 2,998 arms? Sengoku's expression darkened, his face as grim as could be.
After enduring over 2,000 punches, he had barely managed to hang on, only to see the thousand-hand Buddha sprout two more arms. Although they were just two, it was still disheartening. Even if the arms were few, their presence was daunting. Both of them were in no condition to fight. They had exhausted all their haki just to withstand the onslaught of the thousand-hand Buddha's punches, and now they could barely stand against even a Kainu or Kizaru.
They just grew back.
Whitebeard said expressionlessly.
Grew back? Sengoku, known for his intelligence, suddenly had a lightbulb moment.
He quickly began to look around, but he couldn't find the two wooden arms Whitebeard had previously removed.
Where did those arms go?
Carp, not being foolish, noticed Sengoku searching and realized something was off.
They probably got smashed when I was pounding on you two earlier.
Whitebeard said, a hint of nervousness in his tone, though he maintained a facade of calm.
Do you think I'm an idiot? Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins, his anger palpable. Whitebeard, do you have any sense of dignity left?
Carp was also furious, feeling betrayed by Whitebeard's earlier promises of letting them keep their two arms.
Whitebeard looked at the enraged Carp with confusion. Do you even know what you've done? Don't pretend you're clueless when you're fully aware. Sengoku pointed an accusing finger at Whitebeard, roaring in frustration. Stop trying to act tough. If you can't beat me, just admit it instead of whining about it.
Whitebeard scoffed, disdainful. He would rather die than admit he had reattached the wooden arms. With Whitebeard's bravado, the tension in the air was palpable. He had no intention of backing down from his pride, even if it meant facing the wrath of Sengoku and Carp. The battle between legends was far from over.
We can't beat you? Carp retorted, how about we step aside and settle this one-on-one?
Whitebeard scoffed at the suggestion.
You're beyond infuriating. Carp's face turned beet red with anger. What could he do? In a one-on-one fight, he genuinely couldn't take on Whitebeard right now.
After enduring over 2,000 punches, he had barely managed to edge out a win against Whitebeard, and now, with Whitebeard having quietly reattached the two wooden arms he had removed, that slight edge was completely gone.
Whitebeard, I'm telling you, today I'm going to take you down. Even if I lose, the fourth Hokage won't save you.
As the saying goes, enduring for a moment only fuels more rage, taking a step back only leads to greater loss. After taking over 2,000 punches, even someone as thick-skinned as Carp could no longer hold back his temper.
Today, it's you or us. There will be no mercy for anyone, not even the 5 elders.
Unable to contain himself, Carp exploded with anger, and Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, could hardly remain silent either. The actions of Whitebeard had completely enraged the two, and they unleashed their conqueror's haki, filling the air with a palpable tension that cleared the surrounding dust in an instant.
Come on. Do you really think I'm scared of you too?
Even a mud man has a bit of fire in him, let alone the world's strongest man. Being insulted by Sengoku and Carp ignited Whitebeard's anger, and he felt his earlier nervousness transform into rage.
Boom!
Just as the 3 elderly men, who collectively exceeded 200 years in age, prepared to escalate their verbal spat into a physical confrontation, a powerful wave of Conqueror's haki intervened with an overwhelming presence.
The 4 forces clashed, unleashing bolts of terrifying black lightning.
The successive waves of haki surged across the battlefield, scattering the dust and knocking many pirates and marines to the ground. Only the marine elites at the vice admiral level and pirate captains could withstand the force of this overwhelming haki.
The chaotic battlefield fell silent in an instant under the pressure of the 4 Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki? Who is it? Who could intervene in the fight between the old man and the others?
The sudden appearance of this Conqueror's haki not only halted the chaotic brawl, but also drew the attention of those who had not been knocked unconscious, including Marco and the others, who looked around for the source of this powerful presence.
After all this fighting, even the Marine headquarters has been obliterated. I think it's time for you guys to stop.
Just as everyone searched for the owner of the haki, a voice filled with authority resonated across the battlefield like a tidal wave.
Hiss! It can't be.
Red Force.
The 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks has arrived? Is he here to help Whitebeard?
As a distinctive pirate ship with a dragon figurehead cut through the thick smoke, everyone recognized the identity of the newcomer who had suddenly intervened in the battle.
Jang Chulan, he's here, he's here. The legendary man, red-haired Shanks. He's finally brought his speaker and face fruit with him.
Aizen Sosuke, face fruit?
That sounds impressive. Is it a top-tier paramecia devil fruit?
Esther,
so, the speaker he's carrying must also be a powerful artifact in the pirate world, right? Luohao. Jang Chulan.
Aizen Sosuke, you don't need to say anything, I understand.
Hokage-sama.
Aizen Sosuke, you're not intervening in the top war, but you're not leaving either. Besides wanting to watch the show, you're probably interested in that face fruit belonging to someone named red-haired Shanks, wanting to seize that power for yourself. Esther, the ability of the face fruit must be comparable to that of the tremor fruit if it's worth waiting for.
Luohao.
Looking at the chat messages from Aizen Sosuke and Esther, Luohao and Jang Chulan could only open their mouths, ultimately unable to say anything. Especially Jang Chulan, who hadn't expected his offhand remark would spark such discussion.
Does no one want to reveal the ability of the face fruit?
I'd like to learn more about it. It seems more complex than I initially thought.
Otherwise, Hokage-sama and Chulan wouldn't need to hide its abilities in the group chat.
Aizen Sosuke's gaze remained fixed on the livestream, his eyes glinting behind his glasses. Given that even Tianshin, which could modify consciousness, as well as the tremor and light fruits, had their powers revealed without hesitation, it seemed odd that information about this face fruit was being withheld. He couldn't help but grow wary of the unprecedented capabilities this face fruit might hold.
What, you think we can't beat you? Carp shot back, how about we step aside and settle this one-on-one? Whitebeard dismissed the idea with a scoff. You're incredibly infuriating.
Carp's face was flushed with anger.
What could he do? In a one-on-one right now, he genuinely couldn't take on Whitebeard.
After taking over 2,000 punches, he had barely managed to hold his ground against Whitebeard, and now, with Whitebeard having quietly reattached the 2 severed wooden arms, that slight advantage had completely evaporated.
Whitebeard, today I'm determined to take you down. Even if I lose, the 4th Hokage won't be able to save you.
As the saying goes, enduring a moment only leads to more anger, taking a step back only results in greater losses. After taking those 2,000 punches, even someone as thick-skinned as Carp could no longer hold back his temper. Today, it's either you or us. There will be no mercy for anyone, not even the 5 elders. Unable to restrain himself, Carp exploded with rage, and Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, couldn't remain silent either. The actions of Whitebeard had completely enraged the two of them, and they unleashed their conqueror's haki, filling the air with a palpable tension that instantly cleared the surrounding dust.
Come on. Do you think I'm scared of you too?
Even a mud man has a bit of fire in him, let alone the world's strongest man. Being insulted by Sengoku and Carp ignited Whitebeard's anger, and he felt his earlier nervousness transform into rage. Boom! Just as the 3 elderly men, who collectively exceeded 200 years in age, prepared to escalate their verbal spat into a physical confrontation, a powerful wave of Conqueror's haki intervened, displaying an overwhelming presence.
The 4 forces clashed, unleashing bolts of terrifying black lightning.
The successive waves of haki surged across the battlefield, scattering the dust and knocking many pirates and marines to the ground. Only the marine elites at the vice admiral level and pirate captains could withstand the force of this overwhelming haki.
The chaotic battlefield fell silent in an instant under the pressure of the 4 Conquerors' haki. Conquerors' haki? Who is it? Who could intervene in the fight between the old man and the others?
The sudden appearance of this Conqueror's haki not only halted the chaotic brawl but also drew the attention of those who had not been knocked unconscious, including Marco and the others, who looked around for the source of this powerful presence.
After all this fighting, even the Marine headquarters has been obliterated. I think it's time for you guys to stop.
Just as everyone searched for the owner of the haki, a voice filled with authority resonated across the battlefield like a tidal wave.
Hiss! It can't be.
Red Force.
The 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks has arrived? Is he here to help Whitebeard?
As a distinctive pirate ship with a dragon figurehead cut through the thick smoke, everyone recognized the identity of the newcomer who had suddenly intervened in the battle.
Jang Chulan, he's here, he's here.
The legendary man, red-haired Shanks.
He's finally brought his speaker and face fruit with him.
Aizen Sosuke, face fruit?
That sounds impressive. Is it a top-tier paramecia devil fruit?
Esther, so, the speaker he's carrying must also be a powerful artifact in the pirate world, right?
Luohao. Jang Chulan.
Aizen Sosuke, you don't need to say anything, I understand.
Hokage-sama.
Aizen Sosuke, you're not intervening in the top war, but you're not leaving either. Besides wanting to watch the show, you're probably interested in that face fruit belonging to someone named red-haired Shanks, wanting to seize that power for yourself. Esther, the ability of the face fruit must be comparable to that of the tremor fruit if it's worth waiting for.
Luohao.
Looking at the chat messages from Aizen Sosuke and Esther, Luohao and Jang Chulan could only open their mouths, ultimately unable to say anything. Especially Jang Chulan, who hadn't expected his offhand remark would spark such discussion.
Does no one want to reveal the ability of the face fruit?
I'd like to learn more about it. It seems more complex than I initially thought.
Otherwise, Hokage-sama and Chulan wouldn't need to hide its abilities in the group chat.
Aizen Sosuke's gaze remained fixed on the livestream, his eyes glinting behind his glasses. Given that even Tiantian, which could modify consciousness, as well as the tremor and light fruits, had their powers revealed without hesitation, it seemed odd that information about this face fruit was being withheld. He couldn't help but grow wary of the unprecedented capabilities this face fruit might hold.
What's going on with those 3? Why do they look so young?
Red-haired Shanks stood at the bow of the Red Force, glancing at Whitebeard and the others, and his heart trembled. The sight of Whitebeard and the others regaining their youth shocked even him.
Are you here to intervene in our war, red-haired?
Sengoku fixed a piercing gaze on the approaching Shanks, clearly ready to take action if Shanks dared to say yes.
On the contrary.
I'm here to stop this already meaningless war. Shanks quickly suppressed his shock, recalling the purpose of his visit. In an instant, he flashed forward, appearing as if he had teleported right in the middle of Whitebeard, Carp, and Sengoku. Whether it's meaningful or not isn't up to you to judge.
Sengoku scoffed. There was a distinct difference between him now and his older self. He stood straighter and spoke with more confidence, showing no fear even when facing 2 emperors. You've arrived at just the right time. You led my dear grandson Luffy down the wrong path to piracy. I intend to settle that score with you today. As Carp thought of his once obedient and lovable grandson Luffy, who had been whisked away by Shanks and was now shouting about becoming the Pirate King, his pent-up frustration erupted. Whitebeard, give me some face and let's end this. Instead of acknowledging the angry Carp, Shanks turned to Whitebeard and activated his Devil Fruit ability. Red-haired, give me some face, and let's team up to take down Sengoku and Carp. Whitebeard said, secretly relieved that he had prepared for Shanks's face fruit ability. Otherwise, if he fell under its sway, he would have to give Shanks that face. I'm sorry, but I can't give you that face. Shanks' lips twitched slightly. He never expected his face fruit ability would fail. Indeed, even the rejuvenated world's strongest man was no easy opponent, and using the face fruit was not so simple after all. Then you have no business here. Step aside, I'll take care of these 2 old men first, then I'll explain it all to you. While Whitebeard had managed to reduce the 1,000-hand Buddha to just 2 arms, he showed no signs of retreating. He had already backed down several times in front of Roger and had had enough. Facing Carp and Sengoku, his fellow countrymen, he would never concede defeat, even if Shanks tried to use his face fruit. Both of you. Whether you're willing to admit it or not, you've already lost this war. From the moment Ace was saved by Whitebeard, the outcome was sealed. Stop this. Too many lives have already been lost. Give me some face and end this war. Seeing Whitebeard's stubbornness and that even the face fruit couldn't sway him, Shanks felt both a headache and helplessness, prompting him to shift his focus. After failing to activate his ability on Whitebeard, he decided to use the awakened power of the face fruit. He aimed to get both Sengoku and Carp to give him face. Alright. Since you, red-haired Shanks, have spoken, I'll give you some face. You come over and team up with us to take down Whitebeard, and from now on, we, the Marines, will acknowledge you as the leading 4 emperor. When Sengoku first mentioned giving face, Shanks had a smile on his face, but as the rest of the statement unfolded, his smile froze and turned into confusion. What was going on? Why was everyone acting out of character? Was his face fruit not as effective as he thought, or was the speaker he brought malfunctioning? What was truly happening here? It seems you're all determined to continue this pointless war? After a moment of silence, Shanks took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly turned cold, clearly furious. As a wielder of the face fruit, having personally activated his ability only to have both sides refuse him was a slap in the face. Isn't it obvious? We've already destroyed Marineford. Why would we stop just because of your words? Sengoku shot a glance at Shanks, angering him further. Since he had eaten the face fruit, Shanks had become increasingly arrogant. If he were older, he might still have some respect for Shanks, especially since even Aizen feared the face fruit, but now, bolstered by Hashirama's cells, he truly had no fear of Shanks's devil fruit powers. I still stand by my words. Today, I intend to either knock them down or be knocked down myself. Whitebeard glanced at the 1,000-hand Buddha statue, speaking with utmost confidence. Even if it only had 2 arms left, he firmly believed that after taking over 2,000 punches from him, Carp and Sengoku must be at their limit. With just 2 more punches, even if they didn't die, they would be too weak to continue fighting. It was with this confidence that he steadfastly refused to back down. He had invested too much to completely defeat Carp and Sengoku. Not only had he conceded multiple times in front of Roger, but he had even reattached the arms of the 1,000-hand Buddha statue under the gaze of his crew. Come on. Let's see who can knock whom down. Carp said, his conqueror's haki brewing ominously within him. Sengoku immediately transformed back into the golden Buddha, but due to the over 2,000 punches he had just endured, his golden form appeared dull and bloated, with an increased waistline. Enough! Seeing the 3 completely ignoring his presence and about to engage in battle again, red-haired Shanks suddenly shouted, drawing his beloved griffin with a clang. If any of you can give me some face, then that person will be my friend. But if anyone insists on continuing this fight, then I'll take him on myself. Shanks' gaze hardened, and the renowned conqueror's haki surged forth from him like a tidal wave. After being repeatedly rejected and not given face, he finally got serious. Not only did he activate his face fruit's awakened ability, but he also combined it with his conqueror's haki. This was the most powerful move he could make, combining his devil fruit power with his haki. Jang Chulan, here it comes. After being denied so many times, red-haired Shanks can't hold back any longer. Luohao, he's unleashing the ultimate ability of the face fruit. Esther. Aizen Sasuke, so this is the face fruit you've been talking about?
Jang Chulan, exactly. Wherever red-haired goes, he's always given face, which is why he's known as the face fruit user.
What else would it be?
Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that.
Jang Chulan, sorry, Captain Aizen. Luohao, Captain Aizen, don't blame him, it's my fault for not being clear earlier. Damn Billion. Damn fourth Hokage. Focus target asterisk. For Emperor, red-haired Shanks. Devil fruit, face fruit, the ability the fourth Hokage longs to obtain. Danger level, suspected to be higher than Whitebeard. What have I gotten myself into? Aizen Sasuke covered his face in anguish. Because of Billion's earlier remarks, he had not only placed red-haired Shanks on the focus list but had also been meticulously observing Shanks through the livestream. From the moment he appeared, he recorded every word and action. And what was the result? After all that serious observation and analysis, the so-called face fruit turned out to be just a gag. The thought of him making remarks in the group chat about Luohao wanting to seize the face fruit nearly caused him to click into the world chat group and leave it. My prestige, my image as the king of prestige. It's all gone, everything is gone. After painstakingly maintaining my image for hundreds of years, finally shaping a reputation that spans the multiverse, it's completely shattered. How can I face anyone in the group chat in the future?
Aizen Sasuke slumped back in his chair, his face filled with despair and pain. Although he hadn't lost to Ichigo yet, he could confidently say that losing to Ichigo would be far less painful than having his prestige shattered. In the world of Akane Ga Kill, as Esther returned to the capital after burying hundreds of thousands of northern tribesmen, she suddenly stopped.
General Esther? Is something wrong?
Levi rushed over, noticing her sudden halt.
Yes.
Esther's expression was impassive, giving off an aura that forbade intrusion.
Please command. Levi inquired respectfully. Dig up the hundreds of thousands of northern tribesmen I just buried, and bury them again. Esther's command left Levi stunned. Who had offended this general? Could it be the northern tribes? But that didn't make sense.
They had just been buried alive.
Red-haired, what do you intend to do?
Whitebeard glared at Shanks, who had drawn his sword and assembled everyone in the center of the battlefield. His eyes narrowed, and a dangerous killing intent began to permeate his gaze. This scene seemed to signal to Jang Chulan and the others that the comical old man they had seen earlier was no more. At this moment, the world's strongest man had fully awakened.
It's just as it sounds.
If the three of you insist on continuing this battle, then it will be my red-haired pirates who will face you, Shanks replied, his gaze icy and his tone filled with an unyielding authority.
Are you sure about that? Sengoku's expression remained stoic as he shifted his focus to Shanks.
With a snap, Carp clenched his fist tightly, producing a chilling cracking sound.
Absolutely. Shanks declared, each word deliberate.
None of the three, Whitebeard, Carp, or Sengoku, had given him face today, so he had no choice but to step in himself to demonstrate the consequences of that lack of respect.
Whitebeard, Sengoku said, looking up at him.
First, we take him down, then we can settle the scores. Whitebeard and Sengoku exchanged determined glances, speaking in unison. As their words fell, three overwhelming waves of Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted, distorting the very air around them with their sheer force.
Captain, this doesn't feel right. Ben Beckman's expression tightened.
Despite being the vice-captain of a Yonko crew, facing the Conqueror's haki of two of the world's top powers left him feeling unsettled.
This situation is quite dire. Jesus Burgess gripped his rifle, unsure of whom to aim at. Captain, are you sure you want to engage them?
Lakiro swallowed hard, realizing the reality of the situation. The once unyielding stances of Whitebeard, Carp, and Sengoku had suddenly united against them, intent on eliminating the red-haired pirates. Something's off, Shanks maintained a facade of calm and contempt, but internally, he felt lost. Had that star guy tricked him again? He had been promised that the face fruit would allow him to dominate the Grand Line, that it would grant him face even from the Whitebeard pirates, and that even stubborn figures like Sengoku and Akainu would respect him. Why was it that upon reaching the Marineford War, no one was giving him any face? It seems I may have dug my own grave, Shanks thought anxiously, glancing at the fierce expressions on the faces of Whitebeard, Carp, and Sengoku. He had come to mediate, speaking courteously, merely seeking the usual respect from Sengoku and the others, but why did they all want to fight him instead? Luohao, I don't know why, but I feel a bit bad for red-haired. Jang Chulan, well, you should feel bad. Your 3 tubes of Hashirama's cells caused the face fruit user to stumble. Esther, after destroying Marine headquarters, if he could stop the war with just a word, that would be strange. Because of the face fruit, both Aizen Sasuke and Esther were extremely dissatisfied with Shanks. If it weren't for that damned face fruit, they wouldn't have made such a fool of themselves in the group chat. Especially Aizen Sasuke, who was secretly plotting to cross into the pirate world and take down red-haired Shanks, the one who demanded respect from everyone. Captain, what should we do? Are we really going to face them head-on? Under the pressure of the 3 waves of Conqueror's Haki, even Ben Beckman began to sweat. Fight! Shanks calculated that the 3 old men were likely at less than half their peak strength after enduring this much, and with determination, he uttered that single word. As a prominent user of the face fruit, he wouldn't let anyone disrespect him, otherwise, how could he maintain his reputation in the new world? Just as the 4 were about to unleash their Conqueror's Haki, a sudden laugh broke the tension, causing the 3 waves of Haki to dissipate as if they had never existed. This abrupt change left Shanks feeling as if he had just punched air after preparing for a grand battle. Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. Luohao, standing on the surface of the sea not far away, waved his hand with a smile. He hadn't intended to laugh, but watching red-haired Shanks, who had come in with a speaker in the face fruit, repeatedly face setbacks, failing to prevent the war and instead digging his own grave, was too amusing. It was eye-opening to see such a powerful man as Shanks fail at showing off. From a certain perspective, Shanks' failure to activate the face fruit was also related to the Hashirama cells he had given to Whitebeard. Why are you here? Carp regarded Luohao with caution. Lord Hokage, you're not planning to intervene in the Marineford War, are you? Sengoku asked, suddenly shivering. No, I just came to watch the show. It's just that my seat got destroyed by you all, so I have to stand here now. Luohao pointed towards the shattered remains of Marineford, which had turned to rubble. Is that so? Sorry for destroying Lord Hokage's seat, that was our fault, Sengoku sighed in relief, realizing Luohao wasn't there to help Whitebeard. Hey, Kuzan! Stop fighting for a moment, we destroyed Lord Hokage's viewing seat. Come over and help him with a seat. He called out to Akiji, who was engaged in battle with Marco and Ace. You all heard that? Akiji glanced at Ace and Marco. Go ahead, we promise to wait right here for you to return. Marco waved his hand. We won't attack a single marine, Ace added. Wait up. Akiji nodded in satisfaction and leaped over to Luohao. Without waiting for him to speak, he plunged his hand into the ocean, instantly freezing a vast area of water into a snowy plain, and from where Luohao stood, an ice throne rose from the ground. Please, take a seat. Akiji had created an excellent viewing environment and a VIP throne with a simple wave, politely gesturing for Luohao to sit. Thank you, Akiji. Luohao gladly took his seat, completely shedding the brash demeanor he had upon arriving at Marineford. It's no trouble at all. If you need anything, just let me know. Looking at Luohao's bright smile, Akiji's expression twitched slightly. He wouldn't forget that this seemingly harmless guy had just hit him in the face with a fire release, spiraling shuriken. Alright, you can get back to it. Luohao waved his hand dismissively. Akiji forced a stiff smile before returning to the battlefield. Captain, who is that divine figure? Jesus Burgess stood by, dumbfounded, as he watched Luohao command the Marine Admiral Akiji, chatting casually with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, asking him if his seat was comfortable.
"It seems you don't have this treatment either," Lakiro remarked, stunned. Here they were, the captain being a Yonko and a user of the face fruit, arriving at Marineford, and not even getting a cup of tea poured for him, yet here was Luohao receiving such treatment. Is he the new pirate king? Ben Beckman's mind was boggled. The disparity in treatment between red-haired Shanks and Luohao was simply too great, leaving him unable to comprehend it. While the Grand Line was vast, very few could match Shanks's status and worth. Red-haired Shanks opened his mouth, but he found himself struggling to find words. "Oda, I want to sue. It's this man who has taken the face fruit you granted me." "Shanks, while Sengoku and the others are distracted, you should slip away. They won't give you any face." Mihawk, the greatest swordsman, quietly approached Shanks, carrying his black sword. "Eagle Eye, who is this guy? Why are Sengoku and Akiji ignoring Whitebeard and all focusing on him? Even the 5 elders don't receive this kind of treatment, do they?" Upon seeing Mihawk, Shanks hurriedly asked. He was truly confused. He didn't understand why he, who came with a speaker in the face fruit, ended up being targeted while Luohao merely stood aside, smiling, and was treated like royalty by Sengoku and Akiji. Deep down, he felt a twinge of envy. This was the ultimate treatment he had always sought, the respect due to a face fruit user, where everyone gave him face wherever he went. If you can single-handedly defeat the 3 admirals and Hero Carp one by one, and do it in just 2 or 3 punches each, then you'll naturally enjoy such treatment. Dracul Mihawk said, glancing at red-haired Shanks with a peculiar look. "Everyone has been through the underworld, yet here you are, red-haired, trying to rely on a background score and your so-called face to settle disputes? How naive. You think everyone is like me, willing to give you face?" On the contrary, that Luohao came to the Marine headquarters without saying a word and immediately displayed his strength, using exceptional physical attacks to make the entire Marine headquarters submit. That's why even the 5 elders had to give him face. Hiss. Hearing Mihawk recount Luohao's deeds at Marineford, Shanks and the others felt their scalps tingle, gasping in disbelief. So that's why Sengoku and the others gave Luohao such respect. It was because he had impressed them with his physical prowess, whereas their captain had merely come in with a speaker in the face fruit. Why would Sengoku and the others care about him? With this realization, Ben Beckman felt his mindset balance out considerably. When it comes to showing off, I only bow to the Hokage. Shanks fell silent. It wasn't that his face fruit had been taken from him, rather, it was that his development of the fruit's abilities was lacking. Reflecting on Luohao's dramatic and impressive lines when he danced at Marineford, he suddenly felt that his speaker and face fruit weren't as important anymore. If you truly intend to stop this war, then he will be your only opportunity, Mihawk advised. Shanks was one of the few friends he had on the Grand Line, and he couldn't bear to see him end up with his speaker smashed by Whitebeard and the others. "Thank you, Hawkeyes." Shanks' eyes lit up with determination as he acknowledged Mihawk and then unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, striding forcefully toward Luohao. Oh no! Mihawk had intended to remind Shanks to understand Luohao's temperament and manner of speaking, but upon seeing Shanks' familiar gait and the overwhelming presence of his Haki, he couldn't help but think trouble was brewing. "Lord Hokage, hello. I am red-haired Shanks. May I ask for your face to help stop this war?" Shanks approached Luohao, exuding his Conqueror's Haki, just as he had when he boarded the Moby Dick to stop Whitebeard from fighting the Marines. Whitebeard, Carp, and Sengoku looked on in confusion. I knew it would come to this. Mihawk turned away, unable to watch what was about to unfold. "Esther, I have something to attend to, I'll be right back." After saying this, Esther closed the World Chat group and turned to Levi, who had just unearthed and reburied the northern tribesmen. "Dig them up again and bury them once more." Levi looked utterly bewildered. Nyo and Deidasi were equally at a loss. The northern tribesmen trembled in fear. "Your Majesty, please grant us a swift end." "Red-haired, huh?" Luohao sat on the ice throne crafted by Akiji, holding his spoon as if ready to eat, while his other hand was empty. After a moment of silence, he glanced down at the half-watermelon that had been shattered by Shanks' Haki and then silently set down his spoon. "Indeed." Shanks raised an eyebrow, realizing that this man had heard of his reputation. It seemed that his face fruit might finally work. With this thought, a hint of joy crossed his features. "What did you just say?" "I was wondering if you could give me some face and intervene to stop this war," Shanks reiterated. "Sure." Luohao regarded Shanks for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Then I'll leave it to you," Shanks replied, his face lighting up with relief, thinking that his face fruit was finally working. It wasn't that his abilities were underdeveloped, he had simply chosen the wrong person to approach earlier. Luohao was clearly someone who recognized value. Elated, he was about to express his gratitude, but before he could finish his words, a lightning-fast hand slapped across his face, then pressed his entire face down onto the ice. "Why are you acting all tough with your conqueror's hockey? Didn't you see I was busy enjoying my watermelon? You show up and shatter it right when I'm in the groove." Luohao pressed Shanks' face into the ice, grinding it down as he gritted his teeth. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lakiru exclaimed, seeing their captain being pressed into the ground. Jesus Burgess, who was usually quiet, raised his rifle, but before he could fire, Ben Beckman had already restrained the gun's barrel. "I'm not just going to hit him, I'll take you on too." Just as Jesus Burgess shot a confused look at Ben Beckman, Luohao made a swift grab. By the time everyone reacted, they saw both Lakiru and Shanks experiencing the same fate, their faces being rubbed against the ice as if they were scouring steel wool. "Hiss, Vice Captain, you really know how to read the room." Jesus Burgess felt a chill run down his spine. If he had fired, witnessing the fate of Shanks and Lakiru would have terrified him to the core. Their captain often embarrassed himself, and the crew had grown accustomed to it, but he couldn't bear the thought of being publicly humiliated like this on live broadcast. What a foolish captain! Ben Beckman bit down on a cigar, exuding an air of frustration. "I knew it would turn out like this. That guy isn't just any pirate." Shanks approached him with his usual style of diplomacy, flaunting his hockey, which wasn't respectful but rather provocative. "And he shattered the Hokage's watermelon, why wouldn't he retaliate?" Mihawk shook his head. "Was that watermelon expensive?" "We could just buy him another," Jesus Burgess suggested. "I heard it was sent by the 5 elders through CP0 for the Hokage, a fruit specifically offered to the celestial dragons, and only the celestial dragon leader is allowed to eat it. Such fruit can fetch up to 1.5 million berries on the black market," Mihawk revealed, clearly someone familiar with the subject, indicating he had likely robbed ships carrying such fruits in the past. "Is it really that extravagant? Where are we supposed to find such fruit right now?" Ben Beckman frowned, contemplating. "Why don't we just offer to pay?" Jesus Burgess proposed. "Money? 1.5 million berries, do you have that?" Ben Beckman shot a glare at Jesus Burgess. Their crew, being the odd one out among the 4 emperors, had little territory, fewer members, and most importantly, even less money. They were notoriously poor, with some members even having their clothes stripped from other pirate crews. "Not a single berry." Jesus Burgess checked his tattered pockets but found nothing. "Hawkeyes, can you lend us some?" Ben Beckman turned to Mihawk, hoping for assistance. As a close friend of their captain, he surely wouldn't let him down. Out on the field with just a black sword, everything's acquired through robbery. Mihawk maintained his stoic demeanor, gripping the black sword knight at his back, silently wishing Shanks good luck. "Is the captain doomed?" Jesus Burgess asked anxiously, watching Shanks' face turn red from being ground against the ice. "Now all we can do is see how he handles it. But I think the Hokage will give him some face. He should cool off after a while," Ben Beckman muttered after a moment of silence, saying something that would shatter Shanks' heart. Wait, Lord Hokage, I have something to say." Shanks managed to squeeze out a phrase with great difficulty. Just as he spoke, Luohao pressed harder on his right hand, causing the ice beneath him to crack and sending his head submerged into the water. When he opened his mouth, only bubbling sounds emerged, he couldn't produce any coherent words. "Kid, how about we call it a day? You can let me off the hook and just hit me for half an hour instead?" Whitebeard, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of pity. They were all 4 emperors, after all, and seeing red-haired Shanks humiliated this way was painful,
even for the foremost among them.
Half an hour?
Shanks' face, which had turned pale from struggling to breathe, darkened immediately.
Whitebeard, how could you say that? Are you certain I'll survive another half hour of this torture? Alright, I'll give you that face.
Luohao pondered briefly before accepting the half-eaten devil fruit that Shanks had painstakingly retrieved from his pocket. Having taken someone's possession, he naturally had to help out. He generously decided to overlook the incident with the shattered watermelon.
You're clearly only deciding to back down because you accepted a gift from Red-Haired. And you talk so grandly about giving me face?
If Shanks hadn't handed over that devil fruit, I'd probably have my head underwater right now, Whitebeard cursed inwardly as he watched Luohao skillfully take the devil fruit that Red-Haired had offered.
I'll give you face, and we'll call it even for the watermelon you destroyed, Luohao said, sealing the fruit into a scroll before releasing his grip on Shanks' head. Thank you, Lord Hokage.
Shanks immediately pulled his head out of the ice hole, having experienced the terrifying power of Luohao as a new emperor of the sea.
Now can I speak?
He asked with a smile, eager to express his intentions after regaining his freedom.
Go ahead. Luohao nodded.
Having taken someone else's devil fruit, he could allow them to say a few words.
All right. Lord Hokage, may I ask you for a favor?
Shanks began, but before he could finish, Luohao shot him a look that made him quickly retract his request for face.
Lord Hokage, could you help me by intervening to stop this conflict with Whitebeard?
Shanks quickly shifted his approach, clearly hesitant to use his face fruit again.
No.
Luohao shook his head as he looked at Shanks.
Why not? Isn't Whitebeard your friend?
You should realize that continuing this fight is extremely detrimental to him. If it goes on, he'll be in danger, and the ace you fought so hard to rescue will fall back into the hands of the Marines, Shanks urged desperately, hoping that Luohao would agree to help after accepting his devil fruit. Precisely because Whitebeard is my friend, I won't interfere with his will. If he wants to fulfill his responsibilities as a father and seek justice for his bullied son, I'll support him in that. Luohao explained, idly rubbing his thumb and index finger together, as if counting something or waiting for something. But Shanks was about to argue again when Ben Beckman suddenly approached and whispered something in his ear.
Captain, did you notice the way the fourth Hokage is rubbing his fingers?
I think there's something significant about that gesture. If you can understand it, it might help you achieve your goal, Beckman said, recognizing the importance of Luohao's actions.
Something significant?
Shanks focused his attention on Luohao's right hand. As he concentrated, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind.
I get it!
Shanks exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he turned back to Luohao. Lord Hokage, I'll be frank with you.
Today, I'm laying it all out.
Besides being one of the 4 emperors dominating the New World, I have connections with Whitebeard and the 5 elders. My former captain was the late pirate king Gold Roger, and my first mate is the Dark King Rley, who is hiding in the Superiority archipelago.
My background is quite strong, isn't it? I'm no ordinary person. The expressions of Ben Beckman and the others changed dramatically upon hearing Shanks flaunt his background and identity in front of Luohao. I didn't mean it like that. Beckman thought in dismay.
He hadn't expected his captain to interpret his advice as a means to intimidate Luohao by showcasing his identity.
Quite a strong background indeed, no wonder you're so bold in demanding respect and have managed to rise to the position of a Yonko, Luohao remarked as he cut open another watermelon with his Ryujin, scooping out some flesh as he asked, since you already know my identity, I assume you know what you should do next?
What do you want me to do? Luohao asked, his mouth full of watermelon as he glanced at Shanks.
I'll give you one last chance.
Please give me face and accept this. Shanks declared, unleashing a powerful wave of Conqueror's Haki as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a box. This contains a devil fruit that my late captain brought back from Laugh-Tale.
It's not even listed in the current devil fruit compendium. This is just a deposit.
Later, I will also provide you with my insights on mastering the 3 Haki types and swordsmanship. As for after this, I believe that the invention of artificial devil fruits aligns perfectly with your character, Lord Hokage.
Do you think this will earn you some face?
As Luohao accepted the devil fruit he offered, Shanks whispered, "Please, just give me face.
Helping others brings joy." "Alright, I'll take it."
Under Shanks' eager gaze, Luohao nodded slowly and placed the devil fruit into his pocket.
Indeed, helping others is the essence of happiness.
Meeting a hero like Lord Hokage, who is so willing to assist others, truly is a great joy in life, red-haired Shanks replied with a beaming smile.
Now, about this war. I've given it some serious thought, and I find that you have a point. If this continues, regardless of the outcome, Whitebeard will most likely lose his life.
As his good friend, I really should advise him against watching his sons fall into peril. Luohao sighed and stood up from his ice throne before Shanks could finish.
What a good person. Truly a hero. With a friend like you, Whitebeard's life has been worthwhile. Shanks exclaimed, excitedly patting his thigh. Jang Chulan, could it be that he became a Yonko by using such methods? Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, tell me, how did this man, red-haired, lose his arm?
Jang Chulan, I believe it was bitten off by the legendary Sea King.
Esther, the Sea King? That's quite a powerful name.
It seems this Yonko isn't just for show, he truly has some skills.
Jang Chulan, of course. After all, red-haired is known as the strongest conqueror in the world. I'll tell you, that battle with the Sea King is one of the most famous and talked about achievements of this Yonko. Luohao. Whitebeard. Aizen Sasuke, so who dealt with the Sea King in the end?
Jang Chulan, red-haired glared at it and said, "Get lost." The face fruit activated immediately, and the Sea King was scared off.
Aizen Sasuke, what? Esther.
Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, honestly tell me, if that Sea King were in my world, what level would it be?
Comparable to a captain-level Shinigami?
Jang Chulan, I think a mere seated officer could handle it easily.
Aizen Sasuke, Whitebeard, give me some face and let me visit the pirate world. Esther, Whitebeard, give me some face and let me personally cut down this Shanks.
The other Yonko were unknown to them, and they were curious about how they had become Yonko, but they felt that there was a lot of fluff surrounding red-haired. Thinking back to how he had once made red-haired Shanks a focus of attention, considering his face fruit one of the most dangerous abilities, and taking extensive notes, Aizen Sasuke felt a burgeoning desire to visit the pirate world, to befriend red-haired and discuss life.
In contrast to Aizen Sasuke's subtlety, Esther, the queen who had buried and exhumed the northern tribesmen, was much more direct. Captain, it's a good thing you have keen insight.
I was worried you'd misunderstand my intent. You have no idea, I was about to consider looking for other options, and I thought I might have to serve under Whitebeard as a vice-captain, he admitted, recalling the moment he looked at Shanks as if he were a dead man. He had even contemplated what would happen if red-haired died, whether he should join another crew or start anew.
Yeah, Captain.
Please give flowers.
I was thinking the same thing. It seems like there aren't any formidable snipers on Whitebeard's side.
If you died, I wouldn't be able to take revenge for you, so I'd have to survive and carry on your legacy, Jesus Burgess chimed in.
I was thinking the same.
Since Whitebeard and the 4th Hokage are good friends, I believe that as long as we join him, the 4th Hokage won't hold our past against us, Lakiru, who had just been pressed into the ground by Luohao, added, showing he had learned his lesson.
I'm not dead yet, and you're all thinking about switching sides? Also, Beckman, do you think I'm that stupid? Even Carp was pinned down by him in 3 hits, do I not know my own weight? Shanks, both angry and amused, slapped Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lakiru, burying them in the ice. Hawkeyes, is he really capable? If he's not as strong as you say and can't stop the war, I'll be at a huge loss. That devil fruit was specifically saved for me by the captain. I can't forget it after all these years. Shanks said as he cast a glance back at Luohao, who was walking toward Whitebeard and the others. Then just write Pirate King into your family tree if you can't forget. As for whether he can or can't, I know you definitely can't. Dracul Mihawk said, though he felt uncertain himself. Despite Sengoku and the others being so attentive to Luohao, it was only because he was powerful enough to bring significant benefits to the Marines and the world government. That's right. Helping others is indeed the essence of happiness.
Meeting a hero like Lord Hokage, who is so willing to assist others, truly is a great joy in life, red-haired Shanks said with a broad smile.
Now, concerning this war. I've thought it over seriously, and I find that you have a point. If this continues, regardless of the outcome, Whitebeard is likely to lose his life.
As his good friend, I really should advise him against watching his sons fall into peril, Luohao sighed, rising from his ice throne before Shanks could finish.
What a good person. Truly a hero. With a friend like you, Whitebeard's life has been worthwhile. Shanks exclaimed, excitedly patting his thigh. Jang Chulan, could it be that he became a Yonko by using such methods? Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, tell me, how did this man, red-haired, lose his arm?
Jang Chulan, I believe it was bitten off by the legendary Sea King.
Esther, the Sea King? That's quite a powerful name.
It seems this Yonko isn't just for show, he truly has some skills.
Jang Chulan, of course. After all, red-haired is known as the strongest conqueror in the world. I'll tell you, that battle with the Sea King is one of the most famous and talked about achievements of this Yonko. Luohao. Whitebeard. Aizen Sasuke, so who dealt with the Sea King in the end?
Jang Chulan, red-haired glared at it and said get lost. The face fruit activated immediately, and the Sea King was scared off.
Aizen Sasuke, what?
Esther. Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, honestly tell me, if that Sea King were in my world, what level would it be?
Comparable to a captain-level Shinigami?
Jang Chulan, I think a mere seated officer could handle it easily.
Aizen Sasuke, Whitebeard, give me some face and let me visit the pirate world. Esther, Whitebeard, give me some face and let me personally cut down this Shanks.
They were uncertain about the other Yonko, but in their eyes, red-haired seemed to have a lot of fluff surrounding him. Thinking back to how he had once made red-haired Shanks a focus of attention, considering his face fruit one of the most dangerous abilities, and taking extensive notes, Aizen Sasuke felt a burgeoning desire to visit the pirate world, to befriend red-haired and discuss life.
In contrast to Aizen Sasuke's subtlety, Esther, the queen who had buried and exhumed the northern tribesmen, was much more direct. Captain, it's a good thing you have keen insight.
I was worried you'd misunderstand my intent. You have no idea, I was about to consider looking for other options, and I thought I might have to serve under Whitebeard as a vice-captain, he admitted, recalling the moment he looked at Shanks as if he were a dead man. He had even contemplated what would happen if red-haired died, whether he should join another crew or start anew.
Yeah, Captain.
Please give flowers.
I was thinking the same thing. It seems like there aren't any formidable snipers on Whitebeard's side.
If you died, I wouldn't be able to take revenge for you, so I'd have to survive and carry on your legacy, Jesus Burgess chimed in.
I was thinking the same. Since Whitebeard and the 4th Hokage are good friends, I believe that as long as we join him, the 4th Hokage won't hold our past against us, Lakiru, who had just been pressed into the ground by Luohao, added, showing he had learned his lesson. I'm not dead yet, and you're all thinking about switching sides? Also, Beckman, do you think I'm that stupid? Even Carp was pinned down by him in 3 hits, do I not know my own weight? Shanks, both angry and amused, slapped Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lakiru, burying them in the ice. Hawkeyes, is he really capable? If he's not as strong as you say and can't stop the war, I'll be at a huge loss. That devil fruit was specifically saved for me by the captain. I can't forget it after all these years. Shanks said as he cast a glance back at Luohao, who was walking toward Whitebeard and the others. Then just write Pirate King into your family tree if you can't forget. As for whether he can or can't, I know you definitely can't. Dracul Mihawk said, though he felt uncertain himself. Despite Sengoku and the others being so attentive to Luohao, it was only because he was powerful enough to bring significant benefits to the Marines and the world government. Why all the chatter? Luohao said, slightly furrowing his brow. Is this better? He glanced at Sengoku, who looked so frightened that he barely dared to breathe. After hesitating for a moment, Luohao finally dispelled the white barrier of light from his right hand that had been causing an almost tangible pressure in the air. Phew, Sengoku let out a long breath as the powers of the Gura Gura Nomi and the Rumble Rumble fruit faded, leaving only Luohao's hand resting on his shoulder.
There was no helping it, Luohao's unpredictable temperament was truly terrifying, especially given the stark example before them. Carp had been sunk to the ocean floor just for saying the wrong thing. Sengoku had thought that even if Carp couldn't defeat Luohao, he could at least hold his own, but the harsh reality was like a loud slap to his face, waking him up. Both he and Carp, even if they regained their youth and fought side by side, would amount to nothing in front of Luohao. Enough. After catching his breath, Sengoku managed to calm himself somewhat. Sengoku, you need to think carefully. The future, dignity, and status of the Navy are all in your hands right now. At that moment, Carp, who had been knocked into the deep sea, climbed back up. I understand. Sengoku nodded solemnly. As the fleet admiral, he knew very well how significant his response would be for the Navy. Don't be nervous. I'll say it again, whether or not you give me this favor, I won't interfere in this war, Luohao reassured him. Lord Hokage, thank you for keeping your promise. Sengoku was visibly shaken by Luohao's understanding. He hadn't even spoken yet, and Luohao had already taken the initiative to comfort him, giving him the courage to express his true feelings. No need for thanks, it's what I should do. Now, you can give me your answer, Luohao said, shaking his head. Lord Hokage, please forgive me for my offense. Sengoku took a deep breath and bravely met Luohao's gaze. The admiral is going to refuse him. Truly, the Admiral Sengoku, even facing a powerhouse like the fourth Hokage, he can still uphold his sense of justice. To maintain absolute justice, one must not retreat even in the face of the fourth Hokage. The Navy officers who had not been overwhelmed by Luohao's conqueror's haki were shaken by Sengoku's response. Sengoku's insistence on justice in front of Luohao invigorated the Navy leaders like they had been injected with adrenaline. In that moment, inspired like never before, they forgot Luohao's immense power and began to shout in unison, absolute justice. What will you do now, fourth Hokage? Red-haired Shanks, Dracul Mihawk, and the others remained silent, casting curious glances at Luohao, eager to see whether he would keep his promise or tear up the agreement and lash out in anger. Everyone, quiet down. Sengoku raised a hand, and the Navy members who had been shouting for absolute justice fell silent. Though they stopped their cries, each one looked at Sengoku with renewed determination and courage, as he defended the absolute justice the Navy had always upheld, giving them the courage to fight even if it meant sacrificing their lives to protect their sense of justice. Lord Hokage, I've thought it through clearly. Your request is indeed a bit excessive for me and the Navy. As the fleet admiral, I must give you this favor. This is what Sengoku says, even the five elders cannot stop it. With the fervent gazes of the Navy officers upon him, Sengoku stood tall and declared his response to Luohao with an undeniable determination. The group of Navy leaders, led by Akiji and Akainu, were momentarily stunned, while the Shichibukai, including Dracul Mihawk and Don Quixote da Flamingo, were left speechless. Jang Chulan, nice. Even the celestial dragons are backing down. Esther, using the harshest words to say the most cowardly things. Aizen Sasuke, Lord Hokage, I don't know why, but I feel like the live broadcast might be a bit off, can you adjust it? Luohao, is it? Let me take a look. Jang Chulan, I didn't notice it until you mentioned it, but now that you mention it, it seems like the camera really is a bit off. Esther, pull back a bit, zoom in a bit, don't give the whole shot to Sengoku and the others. At least capture the background and other supporting characters in the video. In response to the requests of the group members, Luohao adjusted the live feed, which initially focused solely on Sengoku. After a few adjustments, not only did it capture the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo, but it also clearly presented the scene around Sengoku, encompassing hundreds of meters, in the live broadcast for the group chat. In the previous group chat live video, the footage was extremely limited, showcasing only the figures of Sengoku, Luohao, Whitebeard, and Carp, with the entire screen focusing solely on these four. There was no sight of Red-haired and the others, nor any view of the battlefield. However, as Luohao adjusted the camera, when Jang Chulan and the others redirected their attention to the live video, their expressions immediately became fascinating. Initially, the confrontation was between Luohao, Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Carp, who had just climbed up from the ocean floor. But now, behind Luohao, a vast array of identical heads appeared, numbering at least 3,000. Most importantly, these sudden appearances were all clones of Luohao himself. What left Jang Chulan and the others dumbfounded was that all these more than 3,000 clones were now coldly staring at Sengoku.
And you, Carp?
After Sengoku nodded to give him face, Luohao immediately shifted his gaze to Carp. As Luohao's eyes moved, the thousands of clones behind him also turned to look at Carp. Although these clones did not move, the overwhelming invisible pressure they created was crashing against Carp's mind like a tidal wave. Old man, just as Carp was about to blurt out "I won't give you face," he suddenly noticed that these clones, which had been still and silent, all made the same synchronized movement, as if rehearsed countless times. The moment Carp opened his mouth to say "old man," the 3,000 clones simultaneously raised their left and right hands. The left hand burst forth with a golden light akin to the sun, while the right hand was enveloped in a white barrier. Instantly, the pressure that came rushing in was hundreds of times more intense than before, and even Carp, a battle-hardened king with conqueror's haki, felt goosebumps all over.
Carp, will you give me my face or not?
Luohao maintained a calm smile, and despite the imposing presence of the 3,000 clones behind him, his expression would make anyone think he was chatting with a long-lost friend.
Since you've put it this way, as a friend, how could I bear to refuse?
Carp closed his eyes weakly, struggling to squeeze out 3 words, "I'll give it." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 tears streamed down his cheeks onto the ice below. This poignant display of emotion was perfectly captured by the live video feed, causing a strong visual and emotional impact on Jang Chulan and the other group members. "Let's go, bring your son back home for a banquet," Luohao said as he flashed and placed his hands on Whitebeard's shoulders.
Why didn't you even ask me first? Did I say I would give you face?
Whitebeard grumbled, feeling miffed. While Luohao had taken the time to ask Carp and Sengoku for their opinions symbolically, he had completely skipped that courtesy with Whitebeard, which was hard for the world's strongest man to swallow. The world's strongest man truly lives up to his name.
Indeed, this is the kind of spirit a king should possess.
To say he won't give you face and then not give you face.
With Sengoku and Carp's excellent performances preceding him, Whitebeard's refusal of Luohao without even furrowing his brow made the onlookers secretly cheer. Not surprisingly, he's the one who can be named alongside the captain.
In the end, he was indeed the hardest to deal with.
Even red-haired Shanks, who specifically asked Luohao to help end the war, couldn't help but admire Whitebeard's royal demeanor upon witnessing his reaction. So you mean you don't want to give me this face?
Luohao gently patted Whitebeard's shoulder and then turned to walk away. Hey. I didn't say I wouldn't give face, I just want you to give me a way out. At least you could have asked me symbolically. Whitebeard exclaimed, watching Luohao briskly walk away, his heart racing. Sensing something was off, he immediately initiated a private chat with Luohao to explain, but before he could send the message, the 3,000 clones had already surrounded him.
What are you looking at? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Surrounded by the 3,000 clones, Whitebeard struggled to swallow.
What did you say? Luohao, hovering in midair, glanced at Whitebeard with a nonchalant expression.
Come on. What will it matter if you hit me and I hit you? In the end, it'll still be me giving you face. Whitebeard exclaimed, raising his weapon, the Murakumajiri, as if ready to fight.
However, halfway through his sentence, his tone suddenly changed, and the intimidating posture he had taken transformed into one of surrender.
Luohao nodded.
At this gesture, the 3,000 clones, which had begun to form hand seals, immediately ceased their actions.
Phew!
Seeing the 3,000 shadow clones finally stop forming hand seals, Whitebeard heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, watching Sengoku and Carp shrink back under the gaze of the clones, he had secretly mocked them. But now that it was his turn, he found it hard to laugh, especially when the clones were forming hand seals right in front of him. He felt as though his own conqueror's haki was too intimidated to be released. Thankfully, I'm not the most embarrassed.
Sengoku felt a sense of balance return as he observed Whitebeard's reaction.
Initially, he had thought that as the fleet admiral, being the first to show fear would make him the most embarrassed. But seeing Carp and Whitebeard displaying even more fear than he did, he felt that his pride was not completely lost.
Hey, Luo kid, are you putting away these shadow clones? Whitebeard cautiously asked Luohao. What's wrong? Aren't you the big boss of the new world? Is this little scene enough to scare you?
Luohao snapped his fingers, and with a loud pop, the 3,000 shadow clones transformed into 2 clouds of white mist.
Don't say such ominous things. Who are we to each other? We're good buddies. Of course I'll give you face.
Whitebeard stepped closer to Luohao, putting on a friendly demeanor.
Hey, there are a lot of people here. Especially with my sons watching from the side, can you give me some face and not embarrass me again today?
I've been looking at Germa's tech products, the clone soldiers look pretty good, I'll get you a copy later. However, aside from Jang Chulan and the other group members in the live broadcast who could hear him, no one else caught the low murmurs as Whitebeard put his arm around Luohao's shoulders.
Look at you, so nervous. Who are we? We're famous friends in the group chat. How could I possibly let 3,000 shadow clones use ninjutsu on you? I just thought the atmosphere on the battlefield was a bit tense, so I was joking with you.
Luohao's face lit up with a bright smile as he too draped his arm around Whitebeard's shoulders.
So he was just playing around with Dad. I knew it, how could Dad not give him face? So they were just joking.
Standing far away, Marco and Ace sighed in relief upon seeing the two laughing together. They had genuinely worried about a conflict between Whitebeard and Luohao because they all knew that aside from his love for good wine, their dad was also very proud. Jang Chulan, a friendship maintained by wealth is truly moving.
Esther, is this how the big bosses of the new world are? Aizen Sasuke Chulan, how did Whitebeard manage to build such a massive pirate crew? Jang Chulan, I think it's probably because of the sun fruit. Aizen Sasuke, the sun fruit? Just one devil fruit can attract so many powerful followers who are willing to lower their status and call him dad? Is that the ultimate paramecia-type devil fruit? Upon hearing Jang Chulan mention that Whitebeard was a double devil fruit user, Aizen Sasuke quickly flipped to the page in his notebook that recorded Whitebeard's information. Name, Whitebeard.
Identity, one of the 4 emperors of the pirate world, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, member of the multiverse chat group, number 1 subordinate of the 4th Hokage.
Ability, Gura Gura no Mi, Lost, Sage Body, would release. Danger level, 2nd in the chat group.
After glancing at the notes, Aizen Sasuke immediately reached for his pen to add another item under abilities, Sunfruit. Jang Chulan, while the Sunfruit may not possess the destructive power of other high-level paramecia-type devil fruits, it's an incredibly unique and terrifying ability.
Esther, what kind of ability is it?
Jang Chulan, look at that guy named Ace on the screen, his background is impressive.
He's the biological son of the former pirate world boss, Gold Roger. Aizen Sasuke, pirate world boss? Are you saying this Gold Roger has a status equal to that of Lord Hokage? Jang Chulan, you hit the nail on the head.
The name of the pirate world is largely due to Gold Roger.
Esther, so, you're saying Whitebeard effectively cuckolded Gold Roger? Aizen Sasuke, what? The sun fruit is such a terrifying ability?
As Aizen Sasuke was taking notes, he saw the conversation between Jang Chulan and Esther, causing his hand to tremble with the pen. However, he didn't notice that Luohao, watching their chat from the pirate world, wore an amused expression, while Whitebeard, with his arm around Luohao, had a dark expression on his face. Who would have thought that the seemingly honest Whitebeard would possess such an evil and terrifying ability? No wonder he's over 70 and still unmarried, it seems he must remain single to fully utilize the power of the sun fruit, Aizen Sasuke thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he realized the true nature of the world's strongest man. It was no wonder he was hailed as the strongest. Not only did he cuckold the pirate king Gold Roger, but he could also steal someone else's son. The devil fruits of the Grand Line are far more bizarre than the imperial artifacts. I originally thought that only the more destructive devil fruits were truly frightening, but now I see that abilities like the sun fruit are the most peculiar and troublesome. Esther reminded herself that if she ever had the chance to visit the pirate world, she must be especially careful of Whitebeard's sun fruit. After all, she was still a young lady and had no intention of becoming a mother anytime soon, nor did she want anything to do with the user of the sun fruit, especially since she had recently developed a desire to date and was looking for someone who perfectly met her standards. Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, tell me more about the sun fruit's abilities.
Jang Chulan, sure. The sun fruit can only be matched by Shanks' face fruit on the grand line. Just like the face fruit requires the user to say give me some face, the sun fruit requires the user to say be my son. Esther. Aizen Sosuke. Jang Chulan, just think about it. From the sheer number of people in the Whitebeard pirates, you can imagine how many ignorant youths he must have said be my son to over the years. Whitebeard, Billion, be my son. Luohao, calm down. You can't entirely blame Billion, he's just as classic as red-haired. One wants others to give him face, and the other wants others to be his son. Whitebeard. Aizen Sasuke silently ripped apart the notebook in his hands, then pulled out another notebook labeled Kill List, and promptly added two new names, red-haired Shanks and Jang Chulan. On the other side, after leaving the burial ground of the northern tribes, Esther issued another command, everyone, listen up. Dig out the northern tribesmen from the pit and rebury them. Before Esther could finish speaking, Levi had already volunteered and commanded his troops. He now understood that this method of burying and exhuming was a new trick devised by General Esther. No need to dig them up, go to these tribesmen's lair and wipe them out completely. Esther ordered with a smile, issuing the most brutal and bloody command. Originally, she had thought of keeping the northern tribesmen alive for another battle next year, but she changed her mind and decided to eradicate them entirely. After all, the northern tribesmen had slaughtered her entire family when she was a child, so now it was time to avenge her deceased family. After comforting the visibly upset Whitebeard, Luohao approached red-haired Shanks. Lord Hokage, this is your item, I've prepared it for you. Red-haired Shanks quickly brought over a notebook that was as tall as a person. It was surprising that a pirate would carry a notebook with him. You're quite impressive. Whitebeard has been a pirate for over 70 years and can't even read, while you, in your 30s or 40s, can write. Look at your handwriting, it's quite remarkable. In terms of education, you're at least 6 or 7 levels above Whitebeard, Luohao said, taking the notebook from Shanks and opening it. His eyes lit up upon seeing Shanks' handwriting, which, though slightly messy, exuded a kingly aura. In just a few words, he filled an entire page, truly remarkable. No wonder it took such a large notebook to write down even a little of his insights on conqueror's hockey and swordsmanship. Lord Hokage flatters me, I'm just doing what I love. In this fiercely competitive pirate industry, one must master several professional skills to stand out, red-haired Shanks said shyly. Indeed, Lord Hokage was someone who recognized talent, immediately noticing the value in his handwriting and seeing he was much more promising than Whitebeard. Good eye. You can hand over the remaining research data on the artificial devil fruits to Whitebeard. Luohao sealed the tall notebook into a scroll and patted Shanks on the shoulder. Indeed, anyone who could rise to the rank of Yonko in the competitive pirate industry was a talent. Whitebeard, the user of the sun fruit, who asks everyone to be my son, and Shanks, the user of the face fruit, who asks others for some face. As for the yet-to-be-introduced Kaido and Charlotte Lin, they were not to be underestimated, each with their own specialties and strengths. Understood. Red-haired Shanks nodded. Lord Hokage, since this war has ended, would you have time to stay for a meal? The 5 elders and I would love to have a deeper discussion with you. At that moment, Stussy and Sengoku, who had just finished issuing a series of post-war commands, walked over. Miss Stussy, I appreciate the invitation, however, I have a delivery to make, so I'll have to pass on the meal. Please extend my gratitude to the 5 elders for their kindness, Luohao said, shaking his head as he noticed Stussy speaking so close that her autumn-like eyes were filled with affection, almost as if her face had Lord Hokage, would you like to take a ride? Written all over it. However, he had to turn down the chance for a post-meal joyride, considering he had just acquired a new high-performance car waiting for him to break in. Not to mention that Rley, the Dark King, had recently placed an order in his Hokage live broadcast room. He had to prioritize serving his first customer, especially since Rley had ordered 5 tubes of Hashirama cells. In that case, I won't keep you, Lord Hokage, to avoid delaying your important business, Sengoku said, feeling a jolt of realization as he almost forgot about the business with Rley. Having already used the Hashirama cells, he understood well that they were truly exceptional, indeed remarkable. The 5 tubes of Hashirama cells mean that at least 5 members of the Roger Pirates need to regain their youth, so preparations must be made for their return. Sengoku thought, feeling a surge of pressure.
Compared to the so-called supernovas of the New World, the legendary pirates who were once old and obsolete were truly terrifying. Just bringing out any member of Roger's crew, even if they were in their 70s or 80s, would still enable them to take on all the current supernovas single-handedly.
Let's call it a day here, Sengoku. Just as Sengoku was feeling overwhelmed, Luohao suddenly spoke. Alright then, Lord Hokage, safe travels. Sengoku temporarily pushed down his worries and waved goodbye to Luohao.
Once everything is gathered, send it over again, Luohao nodded to Whitebeard, then stepped forward and vanished without a trace. In the Grand Line, without ships, without permanent pointers, it was nearly impossible to move. Yet Luohao, who had never been to the pirate world, managed to cross the sea between Marineford and Tsunade archipelago all by himself, without a ship, permanent pointer, or navigator. With the power of the Glimmer Fruit and the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with his perception that exceeded even that of Hashirama Senju, all the disasters and weather of the first half of the Grand Line were rendered meaningless before him. Setting off from Marineford, in less than 3 minutes, he had already arrived at Tsunade archipelago. Thanks to his powerful perception, as soon as he arrived at Tsunade archipelago, he accurately sensed Rley's location. Hokage delivery, cash on delivery. Mr. Rley, could you please come out to receive your package? Luohao announced loudly as he reached the entrance of a bar. So fast. Is this the speed of space jumping? Silent and ghostly. It's even more terrifying than the speed of the Glimmer Fruit. With this kind of speed, even if one's observation haki senses it, it's useless, the body can't react in time. Unless one has trained their observation haki to the point of predicting the future, otherwise, many people would be helpless against him and just wait for death. Rley, who was drinking in the bar, was shocked by Luohao's words. He had faced Kizaru before and had even defeated him in his youth, so he was familiar with the abilities of the Glimmer Fruit. Thankfully, as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, he was a significant figure. He quickly calmed his startled heart and got up to leave the bar. It's quite a hassle for Lord Hokage to run this errand for this old man, he thought. In his 20s, he probably wouldn't have even been worthy to carry Luohao's shoes. It's nothing. Customer service comes first. Just because you, Mr. Rley, are the first customer to place an order since my Hokage live broadcast opened, I must make this trip personally, Luohao said, his attitude being exceptionally good as he regarded it as a business opportunity. Rley couldn't help but give him a 5-star rating. Here. This is the 5 tubes of Hashirama cells you ordered remotely. Mr. Rley, please check it. If everything is in order, could you please sign and pay here? Luohao said as he took out the 5 tubes of cells from the scroll. Let's skip the inspection, Rley said with a smile, shaking his head. What kind of problem could there be with something personally delivered by the Hokage? He took the 5 tubes of Hashirama cells and casually handed Luohao a package in return. Luohao opened the package and saw 5 boxes inside. Having memorized the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, he quickly confirmed that these 5 fruits were either not high-level Logia or Paramecia types, but rather Zoan-type mythical beasts. Clearly, Rley was being straightforward about this matter. By the way, Mr. Rley, Luohao had intended to leave after Rley completed his payment, as he had been out for a while. I'm not mentioning the upcoming war with the Cloud Village and the Hokage world, but I need to get back to test drive that new performance car I just bought. Otherwise, if I let it sit too long, my driving skills will inevitably decline. You want to know what ability the devil fruit that Shanks gave you has, right? Rley noticed that Luohao was busy and didn't invite him to drink. Exactly. Luohao nodded. On this pirate journey, I've collected several high-level devil fruits, but the one Shanks gave me is said to have come from Laugh-Tale, and it's not even recorded in the encyclopedia. As for that, I can't help you either, Rley shrugged. That devil fruit was found by Roger when he reached Laugh-Tale. You know, our crew wasn't particularly fond of eating devil fruits, and Roger was gravely ill at that time, so he definitely wouldn't have eaten it. Eventually, it ended up with Shanks. Oh, I see, Luohao sighed inwardly. I didn't expect that even someone as knowledgeable about secrets as you wouldn't know the ability of that devil fruit. It's a pity that Roger has passed away. If he were still alive, he might have been able to help you find out the ability of that devil fruit, Rley said.
Listening to the voices of all things?
Luohao paused for a moment before realizing.
Correct. Rley nodded. Should we go find Momonosuke and kill him while we're at it?
Luohao thought to himself, considering that Momonosuke drove even more recklessly than he did.
That guy deserved to be punished. After all, having one person speeding was enough.
However, he quickly discarded the idea, not because he didn't want to kill him, but because it wasn't necessary to make a special trip for it. Whether it was unraveling the mystery of the devil fruit or taking out Momonosuke, it wouldn't require much effort. He could just tell Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had been affected by Killer Bee, and he'd probably see Momonosuke dismembered in a few days. It's really unfortunate that I can't help you clear up that doubt, but I believe that anything produced from Laugh Tale is still quite remarkable and worth having, Rley said, shaking his head apologetically.
It's fine, I've already thought of a way to figure out what that devil fruit is, Luohao smiled.
He still had the newly appointed pirate, Blackbeard, in his hands.
When he returned to Konoha, he could easily find an enemy ninja to consume the devil fruit, solving the problem.
If the ability turned out to be strong, he could use Edo Tensei to bring Blackbeard back to help him seize it. If the devil fruit was just coincidentally found in Laugh Tale and didn't have any terrifying abilities, then it was just a matter of 100 million berries. He could afford that. Then congratulations to you, Rley glanced at Luohao, unable to help but wonder if he also had the ability to listen to the voices of all things.
Considering Luohao's seemingly endless display of abilities during the Marineford War, he was no longer surprised. Alright, you've signed for the delivery, so I should be on my way.
After figuring out how to deal with the devil fruit from Laugh Tale, Luohao waved at Rley and opened the multiverse chat group. Just as he was about to activate the passage back to the Hokage world, he heard a ding sound near his ear.
A newcomer has joined the group?
Luohao, recalling the new member Jang Chulan, was momentarily taken aback before quickly coming to his senses.
Luohao, stop lurking, come out and say hi.
A new member is about to arrive, let's welcome him.
Aizen Sasuke, after Chulan, is the chat group finally welcoming a new friend? Whitebeard, is this the 6th group member?
Esther, I wonder who it is.
Jang Chulan, whoever it is, at least I won't have to be the little brother in the chat anymore. I can finally be a senior.
Under the watchful eyes of Luohao, Whitebeard, and the other group members, the chat group that had been vibrating violently finally returned to normal.
Soon after, they noticed a familiar yet unfamiliar avatar appear in the chat window. Unaware of the new member's identity, Whitebeard and the others proactively welcomed him before he could say anything. Whitebeard, newcomer, welcome to the group. I'm Whitebeard, from the pirate world. Esther, I'm Esther's, from the Akane Ga Kill world, you can call me your majesty. Aizen Sasuke, I'm Aizen Sasuke, captain of the Gotei 13.
Welcome to the multiverse chat group family. If you have any questions, feel free to private message me.
Mutewo, chat group? Is that something humans created? Mutewo, I'm leaving the group. Only lowly, weak Pokémon would associate with you humans.
I, Mutewo, disdain to live among you.
Esther. Whitebeard. Aizen Sasuke.
Faced with the newcomer who insulted the old group members right after joining, Aizen Sasuke and the others were momentarily stunned, but that quickly turned to anger.
Whitebeard, you're the newcomer called Mutewo, right? Mutewo, are you referring to me as a newcomer? Whitebeard, yes, and I've never seen such an arrogant newcomer before. Mutewo, then today, you're seeing me. Whitebeard, how about you come out for a duel? I'll immediately open a passage for you to the pirate world. Mutewo, interesting. This is the first time I've encountered such a weak human daring to challenge me. Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, what's the background of this newcomer named Mutewo to be so confident?
Jang Chulan, Mutewo comes from the Pokémon world and is renowned as a legendary Pokémon.
Aizen Sasuke, legendary Pokémon? Just hearing the name sounds impressive. Whitebeard, am I not more impressive?
Whitebeard sent a short video, duration 30 seconds. In the Pokémon world, Mutewo, who had developed a dislike for Sakaki and had already seen through human nature, was preparing to leave to seek the meaning of his existence. To his surprise, a voice silently entered his mind, despite his powerful psychic powers. With a mix of surprise, curiosity, and wariness, Nutuo temporarily suppressed the thought of leaving Sakaki and clicked into the multiverse chat group.
Arrogant.
Just as Nutuo was about to accept Whitebeard's challenge, he saw that Whitebeard had sent a short video to the group.
Curiosity piqued, he clicked to open the video. Legendary Pokémon, huh? Am I not just as legendary?
In the video, Whitebeard held his Bicento and gently waved it toward the sea, creating a massive fissure that stretched for 1,000 meters. Just when he thought it was over, he formed a hand seal, and a 100-meter-tall version of himself stepped onto the sea. With his arms wrapped in armament haki, he delivered a powerful punch to the ocean, creating a massive wave that shot up into the sky, generating a shockwave far more terrifying than a missile explosion that enveloped a 1,000-meter radius. When the towering wave fell and the ocean returned to calm, a terrifying deep pit in the sea reappeared before his eyes. After watching the short 30-second video, Nutuo fell silent for a moment before reopening the chat.
Whitebeard, please acknowledge me as the world's strongest man. Nutuo, as a human, I recognize you, you're a strong individual.
Only strong beings are worthy to coexist with me, Nutuo.
Nutuo, as for the others, either leave the group or submit to me.
Esther sent a short video, duration 30 seconds.
Aizen Sasuke sent a short video, duration 30 seconds.
Luohao sent a short video, duration 30 seconds.
More.
Seeing 3 consecutive group members send videos, Nutuo's heart tightened, and a sense of unease washed over him. However, being a legendary Pokémon, although inexperienced, he still had the audacity to challenge the others, so he opened the videos one by one.
Bow down and call me your majesty.
In the video, Esther appeared with an arrogant expression, seemingly looking down on him from afar in the Pokémon world. Before he could get angry, Esther in the video pressed her hand to the ground, and with a crack, the massive lair of the northern tribesmen was completely frozen over, turning the area into a world of ice and snow for miles.
Nutuo silently turned off Esther's video and then opened Aizen Sasuke's video. Hello, legendary Pokémon. I am Aizen Sasuke. You may call me Captain Aizen from now on.
In the video, Aizen stood in a deserted wasteland, clearly having traveled from the Soul Society to Hueco Mundo specifically for this video shoot, showcasing his dedication.
Nutuo, what is this? Is this the quality of humans? Aizen Sasuke, you're about to understand.
With each video that Nutuo watched, his confidence began to waver.
Bokuto number 99, Goryu Tenmetsu.
After finishing his introduction, Aizen Sasuke displayed the demeanor of a Soul Reaper king. He stood with his hands behind his back and began to chant softly, his voice resonating powerfully. As he chanted, the endless desert in the video began to tremble. Suddenly, 5 gigantic dragons, larger than mountains and exuding terrifying spiritual pressure, soared into the sky, hovering above Hueco Mundo. Just as Nutuo thought everything was about to end, these 5 dragons descended like meteorites, crashing into the desert with a thunderous roar, sending massive clouds of sand soaring into the sky, completely obscuring it. At the same time, a pillar of spiritual pressure that devoured everything connected the desert to the sky and began to expand outward, engulfing everything in Hueco Mundo in its void. So, from now on, when you talk to me, you must call me Captain Aizen. After the destructive power of Goryu Tenmetsu turned the Hueco Mundo desert upside down, Aizen Sasuke no longer maintained his pose but instead reached up to gently remove his glasses, slicking back his hair with some gel. The humble appearance transformed, revealing the true form of the Soul Reaper King. After watching the video, Nutuo expressionlessly closed Aizen's video and hesitantly clicked on the last one with his slightly trembling fingers.
Little New, have you heard of love and justice?
As soon as he opened the video, he saw Luohao standing quietly above the vast ocean.
Love and justice? Nutuo was taken aback.
Compared to the previous 2 members who were either incredibly imposing or arrogantly cool, Luohao's demeanor felt so gentle and elegant that it was almost endearing. I suppose you haven't heard of it, considering you've lacked love since childhood. But it's alright, please pay attention to the following video, and you'll understand what love and justice are, Luohao said as if anticipating that Nutuo wouldn't know. After finishing his speech, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers coming together to form a fist. For the peace of the sea, to protect love and justice, burn bright. My little treasure, joie. With familiar lines, a passionate BGM played, and Luohao's fist erupted with a brilliant golden light. As he shouted his fiery lines, his right fist shot forward, and the roaring golden light nearly blinded Mutuo's small eyes. Thankfully, even though the light was dazzling, the camera of the multiverse chat group captured everything clearly. No earth-shattering explosions or extravagant effects occurred. Instead, the vast ocean was split in two, and several islands floating on the surface disappeared into thin air, while the heavy clouds in the sky completely shattered. After watching the 3 short videos and calming his almost racing heart with his psychic power, Mutuo remained stunned for a while before finally letting out a long sigh. After enduring the social slap from the 3 veteran group members, Mutuo felt revitalized. He quickly reopened the multiverse chat group. Mutuo, hello everyone, I'm the new member, Mutuo. You can just call me Little Mew. Whitebeard, a teachable child. You seem quite impressive, be my son. Mutuo, old man. Luohao. Esther. Jang Chulan. Aizen Sasuke, were. Whitebeard, good son, come here, let me introduce you. Jang Chulan, why does my status remain unchanged even with a new member joining the group? Luohao, since everyone is here today, let's all show our videos, including you. Jang Chulan, can I skip it? Esther, let me help you. Seeing this, Mutuo clicked on the video, and immediately the screen showed Jang Chulan trying to show off in front of Zhang Lingyu, only to be chased and beaten by Feng Baobao. Clearly, Esther was still holding on to the embarrassing incident from when Zhang Chulan mentioned the face fruit and sun fruit, so she had taken the time to cut the footage of his earlier blunder during the live broadcast and shared it in the group chat. Looks like there's someone in this group I can actually beat. After watching the video, Mutuo felt no disdain for Zhang Chulan. Instead, he was filled with delight and began chatting with him. Mutuo, Billy and brother, everyone, meet me. You can just call me Brother Chow. Zhang Chulan, speechless, in front of others, your little Mew, but here, your Brother Chow. Mutuo, you've been in the group for so long, yet you can't even beat this little newbie, so not letting you call me Grandfather Chow is already considering we both have the same life. Zhang Chulan, your majesty, you've ruined my image. Esther, this time, I'm just settling the score for the face fruit, I haven't even accounted for the sun fruit yet. Esther, you'd better pray that the multiverse chat group doesn't introduce a forced feature to enter other members' worlds, or even if you seal your virginity, I'll make you a lifelong Zhang virgin. Suddenly, just as Zhang Chulan was about to plead with Esther to spare him, the multiverse chat group popped up a message. The usually quiet group suddenly displayed this message relating to the competition for the group administrator, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Whether it was the veteran members like Luohao or the newcomer Mutuo, they all eagerly awaited the identity of this administrator. Administrator? Does that mean a position to manage all group members? If that's the case, even a newbie like me can participate in the election, right? Mutuo thought, his eyes lighting up. If he became the administrator, this new title of Little Mew would instantly elevate his status. Even Luohao, the top guy in the chat, would have to respectfully address him as Grandfather Chow. Though I wonder what the requirements for being an administrator are? If it's based on strength, then both Billy and I are out. But if it's based on knowledge, technology, or intellect, I won't lose to any of these humans in the chat. Mutuo thought to himself. Although he was merely a Pokémon created by humans, his potential for growth exceeded their expectations. In terms of power, he was born at the pinnacle of Pokémon, possessing strength comparable to legendary Pokémon. In terms of intelligence, even the smartest humans would seem foolish in his presence. In terms of technology, he had secretly studied advanced human scientific knowledge since birth, even surpassing the top scientists in the Pokémon world. Just as I expected. The multiverse chat group indeed has an administrator position. I just don't know if it's selected by the system or by ourselves. Even if I can't become the administrator, I absolutely can't let Luo and Aizen become it. Mutuo wasn't the only one eyeing the administrator position. Aizen Sasuke had already sensed that the multiverse chat group should have an administrator or even a group leader. Aizen Sasuke, administrator? Who do you all think is most qualified? Whitebeard, I've managed the largest pirate crew in the Grand Line. When it comes to experience and management, I'll take second place. No one here would dare claim they're better.
Luohao, you can't even read. Whitebeard, confused expression. Jang Chulan, has anyone considered that it might be a vote?
If it's a vote, I think we should seriously discuss who to cast our votes for.
Esther, whoever it is, it won't be you, a weakling who won't even shake Billion's hand. You don't qualify to lead us. Jang Chulan, helpless expression. Aizen Sasuke, how about me, Aizen?
In terms of knowledge and education, I'm a senior teacher at the True Bug Spirit Academy. In terms of management, I'm the captain of the Gotiei 13, managing a squad of Soul Reapers without a single error for over 100 years. And in terms of image and presence, when I apply my hair gel, who can match me? Lastly, in terms of strength, while I can't say I'm the top guy in the chat, I'm certainly among the best. At this point, I can't help but wonder if I was born to be the administrator of the multiverse chat group. Luohao, looking at Aizen's lengthy self-introduction, which thoroughly covered why he should be the administrator, it's impressive that you can say all that, Captain Aizen. Clearly, Aizen Sasuke was pulling out all the stops to become the administrator of the multiverse chat group, even putting aside his image as the Soul Reaper King. Whitebeard, hey, Luo, everyone else is out here campaigning, why are you so quiet?
Jang Chulan, you're not telling us you don't want to be the administrator, right? Mutwo, I think Lord Hokage is the recognized top guy in the chat, so there's hope. Aizen Sasuke, Lord Hokage, what do you think about me taking this administrator role? Esther, why don't you compete for it?
Seeing several group members inviting him to compete, Luohao felt a slight stir in his heart. He was somewhat interested in the position, at least he didn't want to be governed by someone else.
Luohao, I'm a bit interested in this administrator position. Jang Chulan, I knew Luo wouldn't settle for mediocrity. Aizen Sasuke, are you competing too, Lord Hokage? For me, you are indeed the strongest competitor.
Whitebeard, Luo, since you're also interested in the administrator position, let's see what you've got.
What makes you capable of being my administrator? Esther, if it's based on strength, I'd still defer to you as the administrator. Jang Chulan, Your Majesty, you immediately cast your vote for Luo, don't you want to be the administrator yourself? Esther, he's a strong one, a stronger individual than me. If he becomes the administrator, I have no purpose.
Aizen Sasuke, General Esther, I only admire talent.
I've just been keeping a low profile. Esther, how about you challenge the fourth Hokage?
If you win, I won't oppose your candidacy.
Jang Chulan, brilliant. Your Majesty, you effortlessly get Luo and Aizen to clash.
Esther, Billion, if the administrator has the power to forcibly traverse, then whoever makes me forcibly traverse to your world, I'll vote for as administrator.
Jang Chulan, black line expression. Luohao, alright, everyone, stop arguing. Esther, silent. Whitebeard, silent. Jang Chulan, silent. Aizen Sasuke, silent. Mutwo, silent.
Seeing Luohao treat the candidacy for administrator like a meeting in his own world, adopting an extremely strong posture to pressure everyone, even Esther, who respected strength and believed in the supremacy of power, was at a loss for words.
Is this really a candidacy for an administrator, requesting us to vote for you, not just you walking through casually? Do you think the multiverse chat group is your Konoha village? Can you just mess around as you please? And you think the multiverse chat group is your father? Regardless of our opposition or support, you can oversee everything?
Just as all the group members fell into silence due to Luohao revealing his cards, the multiverse chat group displayed another message.
Administrator selection completed. Congratulations to member Luohao for becoming the multiverse chat group administrator. As soon as this message appeared, it stirred up a storm in the chat. Esther, shocked. Jang Chulan, shocked. Whitebeard, shocked. Mutwo, shocked. Aizen Sasuke, shocked. How is this possible? Is the multiverse chat group really run by Luohao? Can he do whatever he wants? Was this so-called administrator selection merely a formality for the other group members? Otherwise, why did Luohao just say he wanted to be the administrator, asking for support or opposition, and the system immediately endorsed him?
They hadn't even decided whether to support or oppose, and the multiverse chat group system promptly confirmed it and nailed it down. What a farce! It would have been better to announce from the start that Luohao was the designated administrator. Why was he chosen as the administrator? In terms of looks, style, and dialogue, isn't Aizen Sasuke better than that Luohao in every aspect? After a moment of stunned silence, Aizen Sasuke clutched his chest in his quarters, appearing as if he were in agony. He had put in extensive effort to become the administrator, preparing a large stack of self-introductions and custom-made strategies for the role on his desk, all crafted in the moments preceding his introduction. Yet, just as he began to introduce himself, the results of the administrator selection were already in, leaving him completely dumbfounded. The system's eyes are indeed sharp. The multiverse chat group respects the strong. Compared to Aizen, who was nearly crying and contemplating despair, Esther maintained a positive attitude. On the contrary, seeing Luohao elected as administrator further solidified her belief that only powerful strength could dictate everything. It didn't matter if it was within the multiverse chat group, the strong had the final say, while the weak, like Billion, could only boast and engage in petty tricks behind the scenes. Only the strong could act brazenly like Luohao, doing as he pleased, whether in his Hokage world, Whitebeard's pirate world, or even during the competition for the administrator position. Ah! Why does Luohao get to join the multiverse chat group while a talented Pokémon like Naruto is here? In the Pokémon world, Naruto leaned against a tree, looking disheartened. He hadn't read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but at that moment, he felt a similar sentiment to that of Jouyu. He thought Naruto was born a legendary Pokémon, with wisdom surpassing all Pokémon and even humans, a true tyrant among them. Yet, after entering the group, I immediately faced hostility from many members and was subjected to social ridicule. Finally, when I thought I had a chance during the administrator election, it all turned out to be in vain. It seems I'm destined to be a failure this lifetime. It's clearly a good brother's rise to power while I'm stuck here with nothing to show for it. Why can't I be happy? Look at me, Whitebeard too, with my illustrious name. Am I destined to be forever number 2? In the pirate world, I have Roger above me. Even though he's gone, his son is still with me. And in the multiverse chat group, I have Luo above me. He's not dead and won't die anytime soon. He could very well outlive me. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the damaged Moby Dick, gripping his Bicento, his eyes gazing into the Grand Line, reflecting endless weariness. When would this eternal number 2 finally become number 1? Was he truly born to be forever number 2? Oh no, it's that super old schemer Luo who became the administrator. I think I might have offended him while campaigning for the position earlier. Jang Chulan, who had been extracting chakra at the company, froze, his face filled with despair. His internal chakra nearly went berserk, threatening to spiral out of control. Phew! I hope the administrator's powers aren't too excessive. Otherwise, my life will truly be over. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jang Chulan silently prayed. With the administrator position now a reality, he had no choice but to accept it. All he could hope for was that the multiverse chat group wouldn't go overboard. They could appoint Luohao as the administrator, but he hoped the powers wouldn't be too great. After all, this appointment had crossed his bottom line. If the administrator's powers were expanded further, Jang Chulan would undoubtedly draw his blade and prove his defiance with his own blood. Congratulations to member Luohao for becoming the administrator. You have received the following permissions. Permission 1, Forced Kick. You can directly kick any member out of the multiverse chat group without the need for voting or trial. Permission 2, Missing Content for Permission 2. Permission 3, Forced Traversal. You can forcibly traverse to another member's world without their consent. Traversal Time, Missing Content for Traversal Time. Luo, you know I'm always your most loyal little brother. You're my big brother, forever my big brother. Jang Chulan silently lowered the long knife resting on his shoulder and quietly initiated a private chat with Luohao. Billion, what are face, dignity, and all that worth? Drawing my blade in despair? Forget it. It's better to keep my useful body to contribute to the multiverse chat group. The privileges of this administrator position are even greater than I imagined.
And every power is enforced, totally at the administrator's discretion.
Honestly, he felt more joy than surprise about becoming the administrator. It wasn't misplaced confidence. Among all the members in the chat, he was essentially at the pinnacle in every aspect. When it came to being cunning and shameless, he could outdo Billion. In terms of bloodthirstiness and combativeness, he was at least equal to Esther. When it came to showing off, he had mastered the art of it and could easily overshadow Aizen Sasuke. As for the sun fruit, he could simply step into Konoha and say, "Be my son." It was likely that over 80% of Konoha would suddenly have the surname Luo. He could certainly snatch up sons with more ferocity than Whitebeard. So, who else was fit for this administrator position if not him? Oh, and he almost forgot about little Mew. But that newcomer Mutwo could easily be overlooked. After all, he was just a little Mew. The name itself implied he was destined to be a little brother. He didn't even need a Pokemon or Pokeball, a single finger could teach him how to be a Pokemon. Clearly, Luohao had secretly set his sights on Mutwo, thinking about when he could recruit this newcomer to become his little Pokemon. Although many of these powers might seem useless and not very applicable. Just the abilities to forcibly kick members, forcibly traverse, and forcibly silence are enough for me to have fun. Looking at his name in the group chat now sporting an administrator badge, Luohao couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, as the administrator of the multiverse chat group, he could oversee protagonists, side characters, and villains from countless worlds. Even if the scale of the multiverse chat group was small for now, with only 6 members, given the speed at which they were recruiting, it wouldn't take long to grow. He estimated that within a year or so, dozens of protagonists, antagonists, and others would come under his jurisdiction. Most importantly, the worlds of these group members would open wide for him, allowing him to race freely. With that, life as the 4th Hokage would become much more interesting. At least it wouldn't be as dull and flavorless as before, where he could only look for a ninja village to destroy for fun.
Whitebeard, Luo, do you remember? I've treated you to a meal before.
Esther, in the chat, your powers are even greater than that of an emperor. Aizen Sasuke, congratulations, Lord Hokage, on becoming the administrator of the multiverse chat group.
Aizen Sasuke added, as I predicted, you were born to be an administrator, Lord Hokage.
Aizen Sasuke, from today on, you're the recognized administrator of our chat family, we'll all rely on you to lead us forward.
Luohao, silent. Jang Chulan, silent. Esther, silent. Whitebeard, silent. Mutwo, silent.
Truly, only someone capable of being a Soul Reaper captain could think this fast and adapt so well. Just minutes ago, Aizen was proclaiming that he was born to be the administrator. And now, just minutes later, he was saying Luohao was born to be the administrator. Indeed, the captain of the Gotei 13, who thrived in the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, excelled in various workplace skills. At least the group members couldn't reach such heights, they needed time to adjust their mindsets. It was no easy feat to shift from the mindset of wanting to be an administrator to that of being an administrator's little brother in the public chat. Even Billion only dared to adjust her mindset when chatting privately with Luohao. To change from seeing oneself as an administrator to being a little brother in a public chat like Aizen did was something few could manage, even the proud Billion found it challenging.
Mutwo, Lord Hokage, do you have any interest in becoming a trainer of legendary Pokémon? I, Little Mew, am ready to come over with my Pokeball and become your Pokémon anytime.
Mutwo, I believe that someone as great as you, Lord Hokage, should definitely be a trainer. Mutwo, since you're a trainer, your Pokémon must start with a legendary Pokémon, I think that suits your great status perfectly.
Luohao, speechless.
Aizen Sasuke, complex feelings.
Jang Chulan, helpless expression.
Esther, silent.
Whitebeard, confused expression.
Well, it's clear that being part of the multiverse chat group definitely requires some skills. Just moments ago, it was Aizen who was praised for his adaptability and mindset, but within seconds, a more formidable character emerged. The legendary Pokémon Mutwo, self-proclaimed Little Mew, not only acknowledged himself but also brought a Pokeball to become Luohao's Pokémon.
Is there any law or principle left? Is it really true that being an administrator means one can do whatever they want?
Mutwo, I know.
With someone as outstanding as you, Lord Hokage, how could you possibly have only one legendary Pokémon? You should at least start with 6. Mutwo, which legendary Pokémon do you have your eye on? Just let me know. I'll immediately go catch them all with my Pokeball. Luohao, silent. Aizen Sasuke, uneasy internally.
Jang Chulan shakes head helplessly.
Whitebeard, shocked expression. Can you get any more audacious? You've already captured yourself and offered yourself as a legendary Pokémon to Luohao, but you're also not letting any other legendary Pokémon from your homeworld off the hook. If Luohao really takes you up on that offer, wouldn't you end up capturing every god Pokémon from the Pokémon world? It turns out this newcomer Mutwo is truly a formidable character, perhaps even surpassing Aizen.
Aizen only lowered his dignity and pride, mastering various workplace survival skills. But Mutwo is the kind who would sell himself and all his fellow legendary Pokémon together.
This is the same proud, defiant Mutwo I know, one who wouldn't submit to any human and couldn't be captured by anyone.
Having returned to the Hokage world from the pirate world, Luohao couldn't help but laugh at Mutwo's antics in the chat.
Honestly, he was quite enjoying it.
There was a time when he had a youthful dream, a familiar dream of being a Pokémon trainer.
Capturing all kinds of legendary and mythical Pokémon, no one could rival him wherever he went.
Although reality was a bit harsh, with that dream, he could only become the 4th Hokage. But now, as an administrator, he had the chance to realize that dream.
Damn it! I actually overlooked a fierce character like Little Mew, thinking he was just a mere Pokémon, not worth mentioning.
I didn't expect him to be my biggest competitor.
No, I must defeat him.
The position of the top under the administrator can only belong to me, Aizen Sasuke. The number 1 under Lord Hokage can only be me, Aizen Sasuke.
Aizen's expression turned grim.
He realized he had underestimated Mutwo and had been too complacent, placing him at the bottom of the hierarchy. Now, witnessing Mutwo's capabilities far exceeding his own, he quickly recalibrated his perception of Mutwo's threat level and pulled out a new notebook to document everything related to Mutwo. He ranked Mutwo as the highest threat, surpassing both Billion and Whitebeard.
Everyone says I'm unshakable like Billion. But Mutwo's realm completely exceeds my capabilities.
It wasn't just Aizen who felt wary of Mutwo, Billion was starting to get anxious too. After all, he had managed to thrive in the chat with his mediocre strength solely because he didn't shake Billion's hand.
But now, Mutwo was even more ruthless and proud.
He could only sell his dignity and pride, crossing his bottom line at crucial moments.
But Mutwo? He outright sold himself and his fellow legendary Pokémon. How ruthless and proud must one be to accomplish that? Mutwo, are you not familiar with the market in our world?
Mutwo, don't worry, I have almost a complete set of data on all legendary Pokémon. If you don't know which legendary Pokémon technician to choose to serve you, I can give you a detailed introduction to each of their strengths.
Luohao, Little Mew, I've realized you have quite a strong obsession. Mutwo, Lord Hokage, who gave you such keen insight? Actually, I only have one obsession, and that is to provide you with the best all-around service. Mutwo, if you don't fancy the legendary Pokémon, that's fine. We also specialize in producing joy and nurse joy.
Mutwo, as long as you like, I can modify the Pokeball so it can capture not only Pokémon but also joy and nurse joy.
Luohao, helpless smile. Jang Chulan, speechless. Mutwo, I understand, Lord Hokage.
While I may not be an experienced driver, I've seen enough to know how things work.
Luohao, as long as you understand, let's hear about the legendary Pokémon. Mutwo, alright.
Including myself, I've carefully selected a total of 6 legendary Pokémon that embody beauty, strength, prestige, and potential, tailored just for you, Lord Hokage.
Jang Chulan, Brother Chow, you're really something.
You're a legendary Pokémon and a member of the Multiverse chat group. Seeing Mutwo's performance, even Billion couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. It truly surpassed his capabilities. Although he wouldn't admit it, he secretly wished to have such treatment. Jang Chulan, even though our rank is lower than Luo, you should still have your own dignity and bottom line. If you act too much like a lackey, Luo will look down on you. Whitebeard, little Mew, as your father, I can't help but give you a word or two. Have some pride as a legendary Pokémon.
Newtwo, Billion, and you too, father, I'm afraid I can't agree with your views. A lackey has to know how to be a lackey. Newtwo, what's wrong with being Lord Hokage's Pokémon? Isn't it great?
Whitebeard, speechless.
Jang Chulan, silent. Your reasoning is so sound that neither of us can refute it. Is this the difference between Pokémon and humans?
Even as a legendary Pokémon, there's still an innate desire to be captured by humans.
It seems I've inadvertently acquired an incredible legendary Pokémon.
To all the legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon world, I wish you happiness. Luohao thought as he sat on the Hokage chair with Tsunade, feeling a wave of emotion. It was truly considerate and understanding, fulfilling his childhood dream and always preparing new vehicles for him. Such a legendary Pokémon, if missed, would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Newtwo, Lord Hokage, here is the list of legendary Pokémon I've prepared for you. I've tentatively selected 6.
If you find any inconvenient to use, just let me know. The legendary Pokémon I provide come with unlimited, no reason returns.
Luohao, let's hear it.
Newtwo, Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Mew, plus myself.
Together, these 6 legendary Pokémon can provide you with comprehensive service across land, sea, and air. Luohao, then let's go by the list you provided. Newtwo, alright.
Little Mew will take care of that right away. After glancing at the list of legendary Pokémon Newtwo provided, Luohao felt quite satisfied. They had beauty, prestige, power, and cuteness all covered, prepared exceptionally well. Even he, as a picky and hard-to-please leader, couldn't find any flaws.
Being a leader is great. Why wasn't the position of administrator mine?
I want such a considerate legendary Pokémon too.
Jang Chulan, Aizen Sasuke, and Whitebeard watched with envy.
They also wanted such treatment and such a little brother. Clearly, Luohao hadn't done anything or said anything, he simply became an administrator, and immediately, group members were rushing to present him with generous gifts.
Rayquaza, my dream of being a Dragon Knight. And Ho-Oh, Lugia, now you're all going to leave me forever.
Especially Jang Chulan, who was familiar with each of the legendary Pokémon on Newtwo's list, felt jealousy and envy bubbling over.
Which one should I catch first?
These legendary Pokémon may not be as intelligent as I am, but their power is definitely not inferior.
To catch them, I'll have to rely on my wits.
In the Pokémon world, Newtwo, now a competent little brother, was busy drafting a plan titled Legendary Pokémon Capture Strategy. The data on these legendary Pokémon came from Team Rocket's years of research. With his superior intelligence, he had mastered all the scientific knowledge from Team Rocket and used that technology to access information on these legendary Pokémon from their computers. Newtwo, Administrator Luohao is initiating a voice chat with you.
Do you accept?
Just as Newtwo pondered which legendary Pokémon to target from the list, the chat group suddenly vibrated, and a chat window popped up in his view.
Accept. Newtwo paused for a moment, then quickly consented. What kind of joke is this? As a competent little brother, he was always on standby.
Especially for a voice call from the administrator, he couldn't let the other party wait more than 3 seconds. Lord Hokage, little Mew is at your service.
Please feel free to ask for anything you need. What is professionalism? What is dedication?
These 2 words were perfectly embodied in Newtwo at that moment. Even Luohao, who was known for being demanding and hard to please, couldn't help but give Newtwo a thumbs up in his heart.
Newtwo, there's nothing I need your service for. I just wanted to give you something for being so thoughtful. Luohao silently praised Newtwo's dedication and professionalism before speaking. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass.
And what he had was not a horse, but a legendary Pokémon with exceptional intelligence. For Newtwo, the first member to approach him since he became the administrator, he felt generous.
Newtwo, no need. No merit, no reward.
Once I handle the legendary Pokémon for you, Lord Hokage, then you can reward me. Upon hearing this, Newtwo felt tempted but managed to suppress the urge to accept the generous offer. After all,
this was a gift from the administrator. From the video he had seen of Luohao, he understood that anything given by him would turn into treasure, even if it was worthless in someone else's hands. Luohao, take it. This is not just a reward for your proactive performance, these items will also help you capture legendary Pokémon. As Luohao spoke, he sent a red envelope. Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check it. Newtwo, then I'll shamelessly accept it. His manners were impeccable, proving he was indeed a newbie who had endured the beatings from the senior members since joining the group. Now, he had accurately grasped his position in the multiverse chat group, a newcomer. Luohao, make good use of what I've given you. You're the best-looking member in the chat. After giving Newtwo a slight encouragement to show his appreciation, Luohao ended the voice chat. Indeed, being Lord Hokage's Pokémon is delightful. I just joined the group and already received a red envelope. It won't be long before I, Little Mew, catch up to or even surpass the other senior members. From then on, besides Lord Hokage, everyone will have to respectfully call me Grandfather Mew. Newtwo sighed contentedly as he opened the red envelope Luohao had sent. You have opened Administrator Luohao's red envelope. You received Shadow Level Training Guide by Luohao ×1, Nagato's Peak of Life ×1, Legendary Pokemon Guide ×1. Chakra Sizzle. This is actually a training guide personally written by Lord Hokage. Newtwo gasped in astonishment upon opening the Shadow Level Training Guide. This guide documented everything a newbie needed to cultivate their chakra to the shadow level, covering everything from form changes to nature transformations, and even detailed records on ninjutsu and genjutsu. What shocked Newtwo the most was the information on genjutsu, which seemed tailor-made for a psychic-type legendary Pokémon like him. The Legendary Pokémon Guide actually records numerous locations where legendary and mythical Pokémon can be found. Truly, Lord Hokage knows his stuff. He's even aware of details from my world. After marveling at this, Newtwo opened the last scroll titled Nagato's Peak of Life. As he read about Nagato and the various deeds of pain, he became captivated and finished the scroll in one breath. He realized he had discovered a path to break the inequality between Pokémon and humans. I finally understand. There was such hidden wisdom. I merely glanced at it once and comprehended the method for Pokémon and humans to coexist peacefully and equally. At that moment, Newtwo was thoroughly impressed and in awe of Luohao. If he had previously been willing to be Luohao's Pokémon because of the administrator's status, now it was purely because of the 3 gifts Luohao had given him. There was no denying it, being Lord Hokage's Pokémon was simply too enticing. Since Lord Hokage treats me this well, I must complete the capture of legendary Pokémon as soon as possible. After contemplating for a moment, Newtwo had already sketched out a complete plan for capturing legendary Pokémon. After deciding on his first target, he concentrated, and his powerful psychic energy roared forth like a hurricane, shattering the armor that suppressed and controlled him, which had been placed there by Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni. Broken again? What a headache! Giovanni immediately sensed the armor's destruction. Newtwo, where are you going? Newtwo wore a proud expression, and his demeanor radiated a formidable arrogance befitting a legendary Pokémon, seamlessly transitioning from being a submissive little brother to the proud grandfather Mew. Are you trying to leave me? Giovanni's narrowed eyes flashed with a cold light. He had worked tirelessly and spent countless resources to develop Newtwo, and now that he had finally grasped Newtwo's power, how could he let him go? Do you have a problem with that? Newtwo's gaze turned icy, and a blue light began to rise around him. Being a psychic-type legendary Pokémon, he could sense Giovanni's malice the moment it arose. Newtwo, we had a deal. I help you control your power. Giovanni's words were cut off as Newtwo interrupted him. I can control my own power just fine. Newtwo declared, floating into the air, preparing to leave. It seems you intend to tear up our cooperation agreement. Giovanni glared at Newtwo with a dark expression. Don't make it sound so nice. You only see me as a weapon to use for capturing Pokémon. Newtwo looked down at Giovanni from above. You were created by me, so what's wrong with using you for my purposes? That is your value. Giovanni said in a low voice. My value is not for you to define. Giovanni's words struck a chord with Mutuo.
Despite appearing timid in the multiverse chat group, he had undergone multiple social beatdowns after joining and had not yet crossed his bottom line with Luohao and others. But this was the Pokémon world, not the multiverse chat group. Here, he was Grandfather Mew, not Little Mew. What a pity! I originally wanted to coexist peacefully with you, but all I received was your arrogance and betrayal.
Fine, I'll play along. Giovanni's expression twisted into a snarl. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree or not, you are mine.
As soon as he finished speaking, countless mechanical claws shot toward Mutuo, attempting to bind him forcibly.
Weak humans like you have no right to possess me. You aren't even qualified to use a regular Pokémon.
Mutuo's eyes erupted with blue light, and his raging psychic power twisted reality, releasing a terrifying wave of energy. In an instant, the incoming mechanical claws exploded into heaps of scrap metal.
What? Giovanni was taken aback. He hadn't expected the weapons he had prepared to suppress Mutuo's rampage to be completely ineffective.
Although I was created by you humans, my growth has long surpassed your understanding.
Mutuo focused his mind, unleashing an overwhelming psychic force on Giovanni. Oh no! Giovanni's expression changed drastically.
Although a Jengar emerged to protect him, it was like a small boat in a tsunami before Mutuo's psychic power.
With a loud crash, Giovanni and his Jengar were sent flying. Pokémon should not be enslaved by humans. The status of humans and Pokémon should be equal.
Mutuo's voice suddenly resonated throughout the Team Rocket base.
I've always wondered. Why can you humans wantonly enslave and manipulate us Pokémon, even using us for live experiments? It wasn't until just now that I finally understood.
As Mutuo conveyed his thoughts with an unfathomable depth of psychic power to every Team Rocket member's mind, he slowly ascended into the sky.
Mutuo, what are you planning? Giovanni looked at Mutuo floating gracefully in the sky like a deity and suddenly felt an inexplicable fear.
You humans have always been accustomed to looking down from above, never feeling the pain you inflict on Pokémon, which allows you to treat us so cruelly. Today, I will make people like you, Giovanni, experience the pain of those Pokémon you have ruthlessly tormented. Mutuo ignored Giovanni's roaring and began to chant, "How many floors must a bag of rice be carried?
How many floors must a bag of rice be carried? How many times must a bag of rice be washed? Each grain has dirt. Who gave you a bag of rice, oh spicy Tiansen?" His voice sounded like the pronouncement of a death god, like a countdown to doom.
When Mutuo's last line echoed in everyone's ears, an overwhelming wave of psychic energy surged through the entire Team Rocket base. With a thunderous roar, the vast Team Rocket base was ravaged as if struck by a missile. The violent psychic energy formed shockwaves that obliterated everything in seconds, turning the base into a desolate wasteland. Except for the Pokémon that Mutuo had previously lifted into the air for protection, over 95% of the Team Rocket members lay unconscious in the ruins, eyes rolled back.
This is the pain of Pokémon.
The torment inflicted on their bodies and minds by you humans. Those of you who have felt, considered, accepted, and understood this pain should learn the importance of peace between humans and Pokémon. After glancing down at the ruins, Mutuo turned and left with the Pokémon he had rescued, soaring into the sky. After declaring war against Team Rocket due to a bag of rice and destroying their base with a single spicy Tiansen, Mutuo first relocated the Pokémon captured by Team Rocket to his hometown, New Island, before heading towards the Hoenn region. Although Mutuo had joined the group as a newbie and had suffered several social beatings, his strength was anything but weak. He could easily take down Billion with a snap of his fingers.
Even a newly joined Esther wouldn't necessarily be his match.
Departing from the Kanto region, he reached the ozone layer of the Hoenn region in no time, showcasing just how terrifying his power was as a psychic-type legendary Pokémon.
The territorial instinct of Rayquaza is so strong.
If it's really patrolling the ozone layer, it should discover me as an intruder soon, Mutuo thought as he hovered in the ozone layer, expanding his psychic perception in all directions. Unlike other legendary Pokémon, Mutuo's abilities allowed him to gather external information not only through his 5 senses but also through psychic awareness, making it nearly impossible for him to be ambushed. Just as Mutwo was floating in the ozone layer searching for Rayquaza's presence, a furious roar echoed from the distance.
Here it comes! Mutwo's eyes lit up.
There were very few Pokémon capable of surviving in the ozone layer, and even fewer that could produce a voice with the thunderous intimidation of this one.
Before Mutwo could clearly see the newcomer, a massive orange beam shot towards him from afar. What an uncultured legendary Pokémon!
No wonder there are so many powerful beings among Pokémon, yet they've been subject to human slaughter for millennia. Mutwo frowned slightly as he casually raised 3 fingers on his right hand. A blue protective shield appeared out of nowhere, effortlessly nullifying the incoming orange beam.
Roar!
At that moment, Rayquaza's form emerged from the ozone layer, revealing its massive green dragon body, large dragon horns, and sharp teeth. Everything about this green Pokémon confirmed its identity to Mutwo.
Calm down. I have no intention of being your enemy.
I'm here to discuss an important matter regarding the future of Pokémon. Mutwo communicated directly with Rayquaza through telepathy.
Unknown legendary Pokémon, leave this place immediately. Rayquaza paused momentarily.
Whether it was due to Mutwo's telepathy enabling a heart-to-heart exchange or because he recognized Mutwo's strength, he chose not to attack again but to drive Mutwo away from the ozone layer instead.
My name is Mutwo. Give me 3 minutes. Mutwo held up 3 fingers. Are you provoking me? Rayquaza's gaze turned cold. As an ancient legendary Pokémon that had survived countless years, his arrogance and dominance were apparent.
Had it not been for Mutwo's ability to communicate and demonstrate comparable strength, he would have already obliterated Mutwo with a destructive beam.
Either we fight, or you give me 3 minutes. Mutwo remained unyielding.
He had come to help Luohao capture Rayquaza, and if Rayquaza refused to communicate, he would resort to a more forceful method of capture. Had it been before joining the multiverse chat group, he might have been wary of Rayquaza. However, after a private chat with Luohao and learning the Hokage's training system, he no longer feared any legendary Pokémon of equal rank. The chakra and genjutsu from the Hokage system had greatly aided him, opening a door to a whole new world.
Are you Mutwo? Speak your story, but I only give you 3 minutes. When the time is up, if you do not leave, I will treat you as an invader. Rayquaza's eyes flickered.
Although he couldn't communicate with all things like Mutwo, it didn't mean he lacked wisdom. Surviving for countless years had sharpened his intellect.
Okay.
As Mutwo prepared to employ the talking technique he learned from Nagato's Peak of Life, a thought suddenly struck him. He recalled the time he had been humbled by Luohao, Aizen Sasuke, Esther, and Whitebeard, and how the 4 small videos had left him completely stunned as a newcomer.
Just showing off isn't something only you can do. After being influenced by Nagato's Peak of Life, I've mastered this essential skill for conversations in group chats. With that, he opened the multiverse chat group and activated the live broadcast feature. Group member Mutwo has initiated a live video stream. Sensational Mutwo captures Rayquaza live. Live streaming was no longer a rare occurrence in current group chats.
For many group members, ordinary streams had lost their novelty. However, it was quite unusual for a legendary Pokémon like Mutwo to dive into the streaming world, which drew the attention of numerous group members. Especially for Mutwo, a legendary Pokémon with exceptionally high intelligence, he knew how to create new tricks to catch people's attention. When initiating the livestream, he didn't forget to add a big title to his streaming space: Sensational Mutwo capturing Rayquaza live. As soon as this title appeared, it shot to the trending list of the multiverse chat group.
Jang Chulan, holy crap! Times have changed, now even Pokémon are getting into live streaming. Mutwo, what's wrong with Pokémon?
I, your brother Mew, have even mastered cloning techniques.
Can you do that? Jang Chulan, silent. Luohao, little Mew, aren't you supposed to be capturing legendary Pokémon? Why are you taking the time to livestream?
Mutwo, Lord Hokage, I'm just trying to make sure you don't go back to the boring life of a Hokage, so I thought I'd provide you with some entertainment.
Whitebeard, what's this sensational nonsense? Esther, aren't you a male? Jang Chulan, doesn't that make you a transvestite instead of a Pokémon? Mutwo, no. Once I choose a gender, I'm stuck with it.
You can understand it as us legendary Pokémon having the freedom to choose our gender. Right now, I'm like a blank canvas where the color determines my gender, and once that color is applied, it cannot be changed. Jang Chulan, being able to choose your gender sounds pretty advanced.
Mutwo, in theory and practice, I'm definitely a level above you, Chulan. Jang Chulan, speechless. Being looked down upon by a legendary Pokémon, even someone with Belian's thick skin felt a flush of embarrassment.
But when he thought about how Mutwo surpassed him in knowledge, intelligence, and strength, he felt deflated. It turned out that after joining the group for so long, his status hadn't improved at all. Instead, he was falling behind, with the newcomer Mutwo openly looking down on him.
Mutwo, Lord Hokage, let me present an unprecedented livestream of capturing Rayquaza.
Mutwo, even though you can't come personally to capture it, of course, a mere legendary Pokémon isn't worth your trip, but I can live stream it for you, giving you a first-hand experience of capturing a legendary Pokémon.
Luohao, roll it. Mutwo, alright.
It was indeed true that the name of this livestream was so catchy that it made the trending list. Even Aizen Sasuke, who usually didn't pay much attention to the so-called legendary Pokémon from the Pokémon world, sat in his quarters, thoroughly enjoying the show Mutwo was putting on. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, Esther, and others who were interested in new things were glued to the livestream video, eager to see what battles between legendary Pokémon look like, having never witnessed such events before.
Sending a legendary Pokémon to help me capture another legendary Pokémon?
Since becoming an administrator, my life has truly become more decadent and fallen. Even the act of capturing legendary Pokémon has turned into something I can't do in person. I just have to sit back and let my mouth do the work to capture 6 legendary Pokémon. It seems like being an administrator is just as dull and flavorless as being Hokage. In the Hokage office, after finishing a high-speed drive, Luohao shook his head and focused his attention on the livestream video of Mutwo.
At that moment, he hoped Mutwo could bring him some entertainment and joy in his otherwise monotonous life as an administrator. Rayquaza, do you wish to join the Akatsuki and become the Azure Dragon of Dawn? Mutwo extended his right hand, adopting an inviting tone. The Dawn? Azure Dragon? What is that? Rayquaza was instantly confused.
After being a legendary Pokémon for so many years, he had never heard of such a thing. The Dawn is an organization I established, composed entirely of legendary and mythical Pokémon, aimed at bringing permanent peace to all Pokémon. Mutwo, having fully absorbed the teachings from Nagato's Peak of Life, exuded an aura of superiority as if he were embodying the very essence of pain from the series.
An organization made up entirely of legendary and mythical Pokémon? You want to lead us? So that's why you're here today, to capture me.
Forgive Rayquaza, after all, his intelligence could only lead him to this conclusion. Having never read Nagato's Peak of Life or experienced the trials of carrying a bag of rice up a building, he couldn't comprehend Mutwo's grand vision.
No, I don't want to capture you. I just hope you can join the Akatsuki.
Only by uniting the powers of all legendary and mythical Pokémon can we create a peaceful era without suffering and war for the Pokémon, Mutwo said without hesitation, employing the persuasive techniques he learned from Nagato's Peak of Life.
Rayquaza, in the end, you just want to capture me. Rayquaza was clearly convinced that Mutwo was there to subdue him.
No matter how Mutwo tried to talk his way out of it, he remained unmoved.
Indeed, you legendary Pokémon have decayed. After millennia of being high and mighty, you've become arrogant.
As a legendary Pokémon, you should know that this power is meant to protect other Pokémon. Since you don't understand this, you're unworthy of being a god among Pokémon. Only I, who have experienced pain and risen from the endless cycle of suffering, am qualified to call myself a god. Mutwo spoke grandly, but internally he thought, as expected. To increase the success rate of his persuasion, he first needed to soften Rayquaza.
Roar! Sensing Mutwo's hostility, Rayquaza's eyes turned cold.
He severed their telepathic communication and unleashed a destructive beam that pierced the clouds.
Spicy Tiansen.
Mutwo calmly raised his right hand, and a torrent of psychic energy erupted forth, repelling all nearby energy and matter. Not only that, but he also used his powerful psychic ability to redirect the destructive beam back at Rayquaza.
Roar! Taken by surprise, even a powerful being like Rayquaza couldn't help but let out a painful roar as he was hit by his own attack. All things attract. Mutwo smirked slightly. Although his verbal persuasion had failed, he was not without his skills learned from Nagato's Peak of Life. The abilities like Spicy Tionsen and All Things Attract had benefited his high intelligence immensely. Especially with the shadow-level training guide Luohao had given him, he had plenty of ways to deal with Rayquaza, whose intellect and strength were completely mismatched. Just as Rayquaza was recovering from the pain, he was shocked to find that his body was being uncontrollably pulled towards Mutwo. Destructive Beam. Although Rayquaza was startled, he had lived for countless years and had ample combat experience. As Mutwo drew him closer, he immediately unleashed a destructive beam towards Mutwo. Humph! Mutwo snorted coldly and suddenly vanished from his spot. Let you feel the pain of the Pokémon. Just like how your kind of legendary Pokémon have allowed them to suffer for thousands of years. After using instant transmission to blink to Rayquaza's side, Mutwo raised both hands, transforming his powerful psychic energy into solidified blue light waves. Spicy Tionsen! He shouted, spreading his hands as vast psychic energy surged outward, creating a shockwave more powerful than the one that had destroyed the Team Rocket base, crashing down upon Rayquaza. Roar! Just freed from the pull of All Things Attract, Rayquaza felt like he had been struck by a meteor from the heavens. With a piercing roar of pain, its massive body plummeted like a comet toward the ocean below, crashing into the water and sending waves soaring hundreds of meters high. The impact of the Spicy Tionsen shockwave combined with Rayquaza's weight sent it hurtling down from the ozone layer. Even this exceptionally resilient legendary Pokémon felt pain throughout its body, and dizziness washed over it. This is the pain of the Pokémon. Mutwo gleamed with blue light, hovering above the ocean surface. After reading Nagato's Peak of Life, he felt as if he had opened a new door. Although he didn't possess the Rinnegan, his extraordinary intelligence allowed him to simulate all kinds of ocular techniques similar to the Rinnegan using his psychic power. The signature Spicy Tionsen and All Things Attract were his latest creations. Luohao, now that's impressive. He even used Spicy Tionsen. Jang Chulan, Brother Mew, has the Akatsuki branch opened in the Pokémon world? Does Nagato know about this? Mutwo, that man named Nagato ultimately fell, he abandoned his own will. But that's alright, I will inherit the will of the gods. From now on, I am the heavenly path Mutwo. Jang Chulan, Lord Hokage, what exactly did you feed Brother Mew? Luohao, nothing much, just gave him a book called Nagato's Peak of Life to ponder over. Jang Chulan, then what about his Spicy Tionsen and All Things Attract? Luohao, those were simulated using psychic power, or rather, telekinesis. Jang Chulan, is that even possible? I thought you secretly took Nagato's eyes and gave them to Mew. Mutwo, the wisdom of mortals is truly foolish. Jang Chulan, speechless, so you're not just embodying the heavenly path pain, you've also become Chuxian as well. Lord Hokage, are you sure you only showed him Nagato's Peak of Life and not Infinite Terror? Jang Chulan, you talk so big, let's see you perform the Earth Explosion Star. If you can pull that off, then not just Brother Mew, even Grandfather Mew would acknowledge you. Mutwo, prepare to call me Grandfather Mew. After replying to Jang Chulan and the multiverse chat group, Mutwo refocused his attention on Rayquaza. Being a legendary Pokémon, even after taking a hit from a destructive beam and the Spicy Tionsen, and plummeting from the sky, it only took a moment for Rayquaza to recover. With a hissing sound, Rayquaza burst out of the water, opening its mouth to unleash another destructive beam at Mutwo. It seems the pain you felt is still far from enough. Mutwo thought, instantly using instant transmission to appear beside Rayquaza. Before Rayquaza could release its destructive beam, Mutwo's right hand had already gripped a wave missile and slammed it down onto Rayquaza's head. With a thunderous boom, the wave missile detonated, its overwhelming force forcing Rayquaza's mouth shut. At the same time, the destructive beam it had been charging erupted, sending Rayquaza's body flying. Lord Hokage is still watching my livestream, I must capture Rayquaza in style, Mutwo thought, his eyes suddenly glowing with brilliant blue light. Darkness Technique. Just as Rayquaza, still reeling from the previous destructive beam and now dizzy from the blast, realized that its vision had abruptly gone dark. Its light had been ruthlessly snatched away. Although Rayquaza was a legendary Pokémon, it was not a psychic type, making its vision crucial for gathering external information. Now that its sight had vanished, panic set in. It's time to wrap up this livestream of capturing Rayquaza. After all, it seems Lord Hokage is preparing to go to war with other ninja villages. I can't let him personally handle the annihilation of a mere ninja village, can I? Newtwo murmured softly, watching Rayquaza, now blinded and spraying destructive beams wildly like an injured beast. Coincidentally, his loyal murmur was captured by the livestream system of the multiverse chat group, allowing every viewer to hear it clearly. Luohao, I feel somewhat touched, but for some reason, I feel a bit guilty towards Newtwo. Jang Chulan, incredible. Truly incredible. Aizen Sasuke, when it comes to being a sycophant, Aizen Sasuke, am left in the dust. Esther, when it comes to adopting sons, Esther, would call you Whitebeard the strongest. Whitebeard, what sons have I even adopted? I thought a gem like Billion was hard to come by, but I never expected in this ordinary multiverse chat group, I'd find both a sleeping dragon and a phoenix. Even more astonishing is that I managed to adopt them both. Luohao, isn't that great? By adopting both the phoenix and the sleeping dragon, your future is secured. Whitebeard, speechless. In the Pokémon world, after skillfully buttering up Luohao through the livestream, Newtwo's body gradually emitted a dazzling blue light. As he extended both hands forward, streams of blue light gathered at his fingertips like tiny divine dragons. In a matter of moments, a blue orb radiating terrifying attraction quietly formed, as if it could pull in all matter, energy, and even psychic power. Earth Explosion Star! Newtwo shouted, throwing the blue orb high into the sky above Rayquaza. Immediately, an overwhelming gravitational force erupted with a tremendous roar. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the water began to flow backward, and the sky showed signs of disturbance. Nearby islands began to crack and lift off the ground. The currents of the sea, the islands, and even the marine life were all drawn towards the blue orb, creating the appearance of a mini-Earth hovering above Rayquaza's head. What have you done to me? In the end, even as Rayquaza wildly sprayed destructive beams at the ocean surface, it was pulled into the blue orb. The endless seawater and the rocks formed from the shattered islands sealed Rayquaza's body inside, leaving only half of its mouth exposed. Submit to the god and heed the will of the god. You too can transcend endless suffering and become a part of the divine. Want to capture me? Dream on. Rayquaza remained defiant and proud. Then I shall banish you to the stars, letting you experience endless darkness and solitude, Newtwo stated slowly. His words made the proud Rayquaza tense up. Being eternally sealed within the Earth Explosion Star, having its light snatched away and spending its life in such a manner was something even a legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza could hardly accept. Despite being a solitary creature that rarely interacted with others, it didn't mean they desired to face endless darkness and loneliness alone. Newtwo, so, would you prefer to remain in the starry sky, facing eternal darkness and solitude, or join the Akatsuki and atone for your past indulgent behavior as a legendary Pokémon? He looked down at Rayquaza from a position of superiority. Rayquaza, what exactly would joining the Akatsuki entail? Rayquaza's expression was dark and uncertain. He had no idea what the Akatsuki was. After millennia of living a solitary life, he had become wild and loved his freedom. He had never followed anyone, let alone an organization. Newtwo, you will obey the will of the god and serve the great administrator, Luohao. He is the transcendent being who rules over all legendary and mythical Pokémon, guiding them towards peace with every word and action. Newtwo declared himself a god, claiming to inherit the will of pain, and established a branch of the Akatsuki in the Pokémon world, naturally placing the administrator Luohao at an equal or higher rank than himself, capable of ruling all legendary and mythical Pokémon, including Newtwo. Rayquaza thought to himself, if even a powerful legendary Pokémon like Newtwo submits to him, what kind of being is this administrator, Luohao? Could he be stronger than Arceus, who gathers all the tablets? This thought birthed a flicker of reverence in Rayquaza for the unseen Luohao. In the Pokémon world, strength was revered, and Rayquaza's title of legendary Pokémon was not due to its scarcity but because of its power that surpassed ordinary Pokémon and even other legendary beings. Rayquaza, who is this administrator, really? After pondering for some time, Rayquaza finally couldn't help but ask. Newtwo. Upon hearing this, Newtwo didn't respond verbally but allowed his eyes to glow blue once more.
At the same time, Rayquaza saw images appearing in his mind: Whitebeard cleaving the sea, Esther freezing the land, Aizen Sasuke raising towering sands with a wave of his hand, Jang Chulan, who was always at the bottom, and finally, the loyal servant of the administrator, Newtwo.
Each of these members had been brought into the multiverse chat group under the leadership of Luohao. Newtwo, so, what do you think? Rayquaza, Brother Mew, no need to be so formal. Just call me Little Ray.
Rayquaza quietly observed Newtwo. At this moment, the light taken from him by the darkness technique had returned, and upon getting another look at Newtwo, the icy demeanor in his dragon-like eyes no longer held any hostility.
Luohao, I feel like I've inadvertently captured an extraordinary legendary Pokémon. Jang Chulan, speechless. Esther, Whitebeard, besides the legendary Newtwo and the Phoenix Billion, now we have Little Ray as well. Are you interested in adopting another son?
Whitebeard, silent.
Aizen Sasuke, are all legendary Pokémon in the Pokémon world this remarkable? If a few more like this come along, wouldn't I, Aizen Sasuke, be at the bottom of Lord Hokage's esteem? Aizen couldn't sit still.
He had never anticipated that the Pokémon world, which he had previously dismissed, would be so full of talent. He had thought that finding a legendary Pokémon like Newtwo was a rare occurrence, but now there was another one named Little Ray.
Though not a member of the multiverse chat group yet, if Little Ray became Luohao's legendary Pokémon, wouldn't that put him on equal footing with the group members? At the very least, the benefits enjoyed by the group members would also be afforded to Rayquaza by Luohao, the administrator.
Aizen, the competitive pressure is increasing. It seems that once I obtain the Hogyoku, I must make a trip to the real world. Only there can I significantly enhance my workplace skills.
Newtwo, Little Ray, huh? Not bad.
You're a raw gem worth polishing. I originally thought you were just a stubborn stone, but it turns out you're an unrefined jade.
Great. Newtwo observed how quickly Rayquaza adapted, placing himself humbly among the group.
He felt a wave of satisfaction, realizing that his efforts to guide Rayquaza had not been in vain. Although Rayquaza had initially seemed like a hopeless case, under Newtwo's guidance, he was quickly becoming a great asset. With a sycophant like Rayquaza by his side, becoming Grandfather Mew in the multiverse chat group was only a matter of time.
Rayquaza, the path I can take today is all thanks to your guidance, Brother Mew. Newtwo, well said. From today onward, you are part of an organization.
I, in the name of Heavenly Path Newtwo, officially confer upon you the position of Azure Dragon of the Akatsuki. Newtwo's eyes flashed blue, and a massive dragon ring inscribed with the character appeared out of thin air, then slipped onto one of Rayquaza's claws. From the specially crafted ring for Rayquaza, it was clear that Newtwo had made thorough preparations. Establishing a branch of the Akatsuki in the Pokémon world was not a mere whim. He had meticulously arranged all the necessary items. In addition to the ring, Newtwo produced a black robe with fiery red clouds designed specifically for Rayquaza. This uniform was tailored using high-tech equipment from Team Rocket, combined with Newtwo's own psychic abilities, ensuring a perfect fit and an extraordinarily stylish design. For Rayquaza, who had been a naked legendary Pokémon for countless years, wearing it was not only comfortable but also quite enjoyable.
Newtwo, I'll send you over to Lord Hokage.
I still need to capture other legendary Pokémon for him. He can't be without legendary Pokémon serving him.
Newtwo's dedication and professionalism were evident, and his workplace skills reached their peak. His series of actions left Aizen Sasuke in awe, and he couldn't help but take notes, hoping to learn a thing or two from Newtwo's data. Rayquaza, Brother Mew, which legendary Pokémon are you going to capture next?
Newtwo, aside from your fellow countrymen Kyogre and Groudon, I also plan to go after Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Mew.
Rayquaza, I can't help you with Ho-Oh, Lugia, or Mew, as that's not my territory. But I know Kyogre and Groudon well. I often intervene when they fight. Let me guide you. With me around, I can guarantee you'll save a lot of effort. Rayquaza appeared confident, eager to sell out his fellow legendary Pokémon.
Mutwo, but Lord Hokage is preparing to go to war with the Cloud Village, and he doesn't have a single legendary Pokémon by his side.
Mutwo hesitated, considering the situation.
In his view, Luohao, as the administrator, held a prestigious position.
Even for the sake of entertainment, he shouldn't personally handle the annihilation of a Cloud Village. At the very least, the legendary Pokémon should be the ones to deal with it. Rayquaza, is that so?
After hearing Mutwo's concerns, he realized the merit in his reasoning. Even without Rayquaza's help, Mutwo could capture Groudon and Kyogre. It would only take a bit more time. However, if he were absent and the ninja from the Cloud Village offended Luohao, it would be a significant loss. Luohao, Mutwo, I just asked Rikuji, the preparations will take another hour.
Mutwo, an hour?
Luohao, Little Ray, Lord Hokage just messaged me saying there's still an hour until the Cloud Village annihilation plan starts.
Do you think we can make it? Rayquaza, 10 minutes.
He raised a claw confidently.
Mutwo, alright, I believe you.
This is your first task after joining the organization, so don't let me down. Seeing Rayquaza's determination, Mutwo set aside his previous plan to send him to Luohao immediately.
Rayquaza, let's go watch the show. He picked up a tooth made of rock and nonchalantly began to clean it while flying with Mutwo towards the distant sea.
10 minutes later, Mutwo slowly descended onto an uninhabited island on the border of the Hoenn region.
Mutwo, did you all remember what I said?
He scanned the three colossal figures before him, colored green, red, and blue.
Rayquaza, all who stand in the way of Lord Hokage's will are my enemies. Rayquaza perched in the air, his tone unwavering.
Groudon, where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall never cease, the flames will continue to illuminate the village and bring forth new growth.
I, little Groudon, am the inheritor of the will of fire. Groudon stood tall, embodying the spirit of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mutwo, excellent.
Little Groudon, you've grasped the essence of the will of fire.
And you, little Kyogre? Kyogre, I, little Kyogre, will always be the treasure of the Leaf Village.
Floating atop the ocean, Kyogre answered with a strong and steady voice, reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi's conviction.
Rayquaza, see, Brother Mew?
My two little brothers are not bad.
Rayquaza nodded proudly, having spent considerable time ensuring that Kyogre and Groudon understood and inherited the will of fire.
Mutwo, they have great potential. Given time, they will become formidable. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Mutwo's eyes.
Within just 10 minutes, Groudon and Kyogre had made impressive progress.
With these three, green, red, and blue, constantly by Lord Hokage's side, Mutwo no longer needed to worry about his status being shaken by Aizen Sasuke and the others.
Luohao, I didn't expect the will of fire, modified by Sarutobi, would work so well.
In the Pokémon world, no one dares to defy it.
Jang Chulan, as expected of Brother Mew. This isn't even the peak of their potential yet? They're not going to skyrocket, huh? Mutwo, what did you just call me? Jang Chulan, Grandfather Mew, not Brother Mew. Esther, Whitebeard, are you interested in these three sons of green, red, and blue? Whitebeard, get lost. Aizen Sasuke, now I have two more competitors. These ancient legendary Pokémon are all quite impressive.
Mutwo, Lord Hokage, the three legendary Pokémon you ordered are ready on my end. Please prepare to receive them.
Compared to Aizen Sasuke's seriousness and wariness, Luohao was utterly impressed by Mutwo. Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check. Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check. Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check. Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check. Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check.
None of them expected that there was such a generous benefactor hidden in the group chat.
Jang Chulan, holy crap. 5 red envelopes.
Esther, the man who became an administrator is different, even his every move exudes a certain nouveau riche vibe. Aizen Sasuke, as expected of Lord Hokage, his generosity is truly exceptional.
Whitebeard, Lord Hokage, are you still collecting legendary Pokémon? I, Whitebeard, the first legendary Pokémon of the pirate world, am here. Luohao, speechless. Jang Chulan, Dad, where's your dignity?
Jang Chulan, is it just 5 red envelopes that make you sell your character, your dignity, and act so shamelessly?
Are you still the world's strongest person I, Jang Chulan, respect? Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check. Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check. Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check. Administrator Luohao has sent a red envelope. Please check.
Jang Chulan, Lord Hokage, my father's legendary Pokémon Illinois, can even take down the Great Vortex Spider with your help.
Wish Akainu happiness, he'll be gasping for breath soon. Jang Chulan, the world's strongest legendary Pokémon, Jang Chulan, is here. Luohao, speechless. Whitebeard, silent. Mutewo, speechless. Esther, silent. Aizen Sasuke, speechless.
Billion's antics had long ceased to surprise Luohao and Esther, but he never expected Whitebeard would join in as well.
The behavior of this father and son duo transforming into legendary Pokémon left the group members dumbfounded.
Indeed, dignity and reputation crumbled before the allure of red envelopes. If 5 weren't enough, 10 would surely sweep everything away.
Mutewo, these bastards.
They dared to steal my spotlight.
Mutewo snapped back to reality, infuriated, and unleashed his psychic power, lifting the entire small island beneath Groudon's feet into the air. Rayquaza, calm down, brother Mew.
Seeing the usually composed Mutewo lose control, Rayquaza quickly flew over to comfort him.
Mutewo, phew, I'm going to send you all to Lord Hokage right now.
Remember, you must perform well. As you grow, our opponents are also honing their skills, and their tactics are becoming increasingly ruthless.
So you must fully utilize the workplace skills I've taught you.
We absolutely cannot let Whitebeard and his crew steal our sycophant positions. Mutewo ignored the 10 red envelopes Luohao had sent him and immediately used a dream ball to pack up Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, then stuffed them into an envelope.
Group member Mutewo has sent a red envelope. Please check. Group member Mutewo has sent a red envelope. Please check. Group member Mutewo has sent a red envelope. Please check. In the Hokage office, Luohao opened the 3 red envelopes sent by Mutewo. You have opened group member Mutewo's red envelope. You received Rayquaza X1.
You have opened group member Mutewo's red envelope. You received Groudon X1.
You have opened group member Mutewo's red envelope. You received Kyogre X1. As soon as the envelopes were opened, 3 Dream Balls, specially crafted by Mutewo to accommodate even legendary Pokémon, immediately appeared on the Hokage's desk. Tsunade, who had just finished a high-speed drive with Luohao and was tidying up her appearance, looked at the 3 Dream Balls that had suddenly appeared in front of her and asked angrily, "What are these?" Luohao picked up the 3 Dream Balls and lightly tapped them, causing them to shrink to the size of his finger. You can think of them as 3 newly captured summoning beasts. Summoning beasts? You've always had high standards for summoning beasts, demanding both looks and strength, not to mention status. Even the Great Serpent didn't meet your expectations, Tsunade remarked, her curiosity piqued. She knew that Luohao, the experienced driver who often took her for thrilling rides, not only had excellent driving skills but also held very strict requirements for his summoning beasts. When Orochimaru taught Luohao the summoning technique, he had outright refused to form a contract with the Great Serpent, claiming it was too ugly, too weak, and unworthy of being his summoning beast. This had infuriated the Great Serpent, prompting it to confront Luohao, and had it not been for Orochimaru's intervention, the Great Serpent would have likely met its end long ago. When Rikuji and the others finished their preparations, and the plan to crush the Cloud Village can fully commence, you'll find out, Luohao said mysteriously. Tsunade, if you're not going to tell me, then forget it. Although she said this, her eyes kept glancing toward Luohao's waist, clearly eager to know what kind of summoning beasts could satisfy her demanding driver. Although her new car had just been brought home by Luohao, she had seen him grow from a novice driver to an experienced one, so she was well aware of how particular he was about aesthetics and requirements. Take her own case, for instance,
Konoha had 3,000 brand new luxury cars, but only a few had caught Luohao's eye, with the only one he married being her car with its exceptionally bright headlights. Choosing a summoning beast may not be the same as buying a car, but the standards were certainly not any lower.
Alright, stop worrying about my summoning beasts. I've got something good prepared for you.
After returning from his journey through the pirate world, Luohao naturally hadn't forgotten about his new car at home. Upon returning, he not only cleaned it thoroughly but also prepared luxury car accessories for Tsunade.
Tsunade, what is it? Luohao, do you remember this?
He spread his right hand, and a white energy shield instantly enveloped it. Although he did nothing, the moment the white shield appeared, the surrounding air began to tremble.
Tsunade, I remember, what's going on? Her cheeks flushed slightly at the memory of the night Uchiha Obito wreaked havoc in Konoha, unleashing the Ninetales. They had spent their wedding night together, so how could she forget Luohao's tremor fruit?
Luohao, this isn't a new technique I developed, it's a power I obtained from a treasure of the sea called the devil fruit. I ate the tremor fruit, which grants me the ability to generate vibrations at will. As he spoke, he produced 2 devil fruits.
Tsunade, so, you mean if I eat them, I can gain abilities similar to the tremor fruit?
Her eyes sparkled with excitement. As one of the legendary Sannin who had survived the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, she didn't shy away from the powerful abilities of items like the tremor fruit. Instead, she yearned for such strength, especially since it was a gift from Luohao.
Luohao, you're correct.
However, generally speaking, a person can only eat 1 devil fruit.
Eating a second will cause death.
Only a few exceptional individuals can consume a second devil fruit. He explained that Blackbeard was one of those rare exceptions, and he himself was among the rarest, capable of consuming a 3rd devil fruit. Such individuals were virtually non-existent in the ninja world.
Tsunade, what abilities do these 2 devil fruits possess?
Her mind, which had been slightly hazy with excitement, became clearer. Initially, she had thought to eat both devil fruits at once, but now that she knew she could only eat one, she felt torn about which one to choose.
Luohao, this devil fruit can perfectly meet your needs. He pushed a green, pineapple-shaped devil fruit toward Tsunade. Tsunade, could this be the devil fruit that allows me to use wood release? Her eyes lit up.
She was aware of Luohao and Orochimaru's experiments with Hashirama's cells and didn't feel anger about it since they had resurrected the first Hokage with the help of the reanimation jutsu after getting her grandfather's approval. Even the first Hokage himself had supported this project, so she naturally wouldn't oppose it. However, the research on Hashirama's cells, while successful, had only improved the physical condition of over 90% of Konoha's ninja, doubling their chakra but not granting them the ability to use wood release.
Luohao, exactly. This fruit is tailored for you.
Tsunade's excitement grew as she realized the potential of the fruit in her hands, envisioning the power it could grant her.
As for the remaining 10% of Konoha ninjas who fused with Hashirama's cells, they did not disappoint Orochimaru. Among them was one ninja whose chakra surged several times over and even awakened wood release. The proliferation of wood release had once made Orochimaru and the Konoha higher-ups excited and frantic. These wood release ninjas later proved their worth by joining the Konoha construction team led by Kakashi, contributing to Konoha's landscaping and building projects. Fortunately, these wood release ninjas ultimately accomplished something significant, otherwise, if they had ruined the prestigious wood release brand, Orochimaru might have resorted to drastic measures against them. Considering these circumstances, and coupled with her identity as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade had refrained from using Hashirama's cells. Luohao, this is a superior nature-type devil fruit, the wood fruit. After you eat it, you will not only be able to freely manipulate the element of wood but also have the ability to transform into wood itself. Aside from a few abilities like Busashoku Haki, fire release, and sage techniques that can harm you in your transformed state, you can basically ignore all physical and energy attacks. Once you fully develop the wood fruit to the point of awakening, combined with the sage mode you learned from the wetbone forest, you will surely revive the prestige of wood release. Since Yamato established the wood release construction team, the prestigious wood release brand that the first Hokage had painstakingly built had been effectively shattered. For this, Tsunade had caused no small amount of trouble for Orochimaru.
Even Senju Hashirama himself, curious about how his cells had been researched, had been resurrected by Luohao through Edo Tensei. Upon learning that Konoha didn't gain an army of ninja gods but instead a wood-release construction team, he had suspended Orochimaru and given him a good thrashing.
Tsunade, what about this one? Is it also a nature-type devil fruit? Hearing Luohao's explanation, she was on the verge of devouring the wood fruit right there.
Luckily, years of training kept her from giving in to that impulse, remembering that Luohao had presented her with 2 devil fruits.
Luohao, no, it's a Zoan type. Tsunade, eating it will turn me into an animal?
She pushed the Zoan-type devil fruit away with a disdainful look.
If it turned her into an animal, would she still be human? How would she continue to drive with Luohao? Luohao, are you sure you don't want it?
He looked at her teasingly.
Tsunade, what's wrong with it? She hesitated, asking weakly.
Luohao, when a person eats a Zoan-type devil fruit, they will indeed turn into an animal.
But this devil fruit is a mythical Zoan type, the human fruit, angel form.
He looked at her with a half-smile.
Tsunade, eating it will turn me into an angel?
Her eyes brightened.
There were many movies and myths about angels in the ninja world.
If it was an animal, she would naturally stay away from it, but if it was an angel that combined beauty and purity, that was a different story.
Luohao, you're absolutely right.
Unlike typical Zoan-type users, eating this mythical Zoan devil fruit not only grants you the ability to transform into an angel but also allows you to wield a special ability called Holy Light. Once the fruit's powers are developed to the awakening level, it will significantly enhance your recovery abilities and combat strength.
He pushed the angel-formed devil fruit back toward Tsunade. Tsunade, which one should I choose? She frowned slightly.
Choosing between these fruits was a difficult decision. Both options had their merits and drawbacks. If there had only been the wood fruit, she would have devoured it without hesitation, but with the presence of the mythical Zoan angel-formed devil fruit, she hesitated.
Luohao, take your time, there's no rush.
After all, there are still several minutes before the war with the Cloud Village begins.
He lightly tapped the table and didn't rush Tsunade.
To him, the amusement of annihilating the Cloud Village was only taken seriously by Nara Shikaku and Hataki Tsukumo. He wouldn't even care if someone died.
Tsunade nodded, deep in thought. Gradually, time passed, and it wasn't until Nara Shikaku burst into the office that Tsunade finally made up her mind.
She reached out and picked one of the devil fruits, promptly swallowing it.
Tsunade, ugh!
Her face turned pale, and she nearly retched.
Shikaku, hiss. Congratulations, 4th Hokage.
Guy, you don't need to go for the Cloud Village destruction plan.
Nara Shikaku's words left Might Guy stunned.
Guy, why?
As a man, I can't back down in my youth. Shikaku, because you have a more important plan than obliterating the Cloud Village.
Lord Hokage's new car, no, his wife is pregnant. Nara Shikaku elaborated, word by word. Might Guy stood there in shock, his face blank.
What? Tsunade-sensei is pregnant?
Wow, the 4th Hokage is truly impressive.
Just a few days after bringing home the new car from Konoha, and he's already upgraded it? Nara Shikaku replied solemnly, you know what happened with Kushina, right? She was attacked by Uchiha Obito during childbirth.
Now that Tsunade's belly is, well, we're heading out to battle, and we can't be sure those schemers won't make a move. He genuinely cared, after all, this was the bloodline of his good friend.
Don't worry, Lord Shikaku. I will protect Lady Tsunade with my life. Might Guy declared passionately, ready to unleash his 8 gates, transforming into a force of nature. Boom! 10% my foot. I just got married a few days ago, how could I be pregnant? As a medical ninja, I should know. Tsunade, finally recovering from the taste of the devil fruit, landed a perfectly aimed punch on Nara Shikaku, sending him to the emergency room in Konoha. Ah! Might Guy was once again stunned. Wait, so it was fake? Did I just unleash my ultimate technique for nothing? Don't mind him.
Your sensei just ate something unpleasant and felt like throwing up, Luohao said, shaking his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was well aware of the taste of that devil fruit, it was memorable in all the wrong ways. Thankfully, the second fruit's ability came from Blackbeard's dark fruit, otherwise, he might not have had the courage to eat the second devil fruit.
Oh. Might Guy sounded a bit disappointed.
He had been thinking of teaching Tsunade's child everything he knew, hoping to raise another passionate, energetic man like himself.
Where's Shikaku? Didn't I ask him to notify you that the vanguard is ready to deploy against the Cloud Village?
Just then, Kakashi Hatake arrived. He's been busy with the Cloud Village collapse plan and overworked himself, so I had Tsunade send him to the hospital for recovery.
He won't be on the front lines for this operation, Luohao explained.
After a full day of preparation, he felt a rush of excitement. For most ninjas, the Great Ninja War was a nightmare of despair and cruelty. But for him, it was merely a show to entertain himself.
Is that so? Kakashi found it a bit odd. Just a few minutes prior, Shikaku had seemed completely fine. But with the imminent battle, he decided to let it go for now.
Meanwhile, sitting at his desk, Luohao thought about the imminent execution of the Cloud Village collapse plan. He opened the multiverse chat group to inform his friends, ensuring they wouldn't be searching for him later.
Luohao, the Cloud Village collapse plan is about to begin. You all chat among yourselves, do not disturb. Jang Chulan, holy crap. Are we really going to start the fourth Great Ninja War?
Whitebeard, livestream.
It must be live streamed.
Mutewo, Lord Hokage, I will definitely deliver the remaining 3 legendary Pokémon to you before you annihilate the Cloud Village.
Aizen Sasuke, Lord Hokage, how can we miss the clash of the 2 great powers in your world? Esther, let me see just how much the Cloud Village, equal to your Konoha, has to offer.
Since everyone was eager to watch the live stream of the Cloud Village collapse plan, Luohao decided to start the broadcast. Administrator Luohao has initiated a video livestream, Cloud Village collapse plan.
Let's set off.
After starting the livestream, Luohao immediately extended a finger, sending chakra threads to bind Tsunade, Might Guy, and others' wrists. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared in front of the gates of Konoha. Surprisingly, they were the same people who had just been in the Hokage office. Around the gates of Konoha, numerous ninjas stood ready as the vanguard for the expedition to the Cloud Village.
Each participating ninja was at least an elite Chunin. 4th Hokage.
As Luohao arrived, all the ninjas present, as if rehearsed, knelt down in unison.
His name echoed like a wave, shouted by every Konoha ninja, audible even in the heart of the village. Get up!
Luohao surveyed everyone, his voice clear and resonant. All of you here should know what we are setting out to do.
War. And it may well be the 4th Great Ninja War.
His words sent a chill through everyone, yet not a single Konoha ninja showed signs of fear or aversion to battle. Instead, they stood tall and proud, filled with an indomitable spirit.
This will be different. In the 1st and 2nd Great Ninja Wars, Konoha was invaded by the 4 major ninja villages. But this time, it will not be the same. Konoha will not endure such cyclical warfare again.
Because this battlefield is led by me, and after this battle, the landscape of the ninja world will be rewritten by us. The Cloud Village and even the Land of Lightning will be erased from the map of the ninja world.
Henceforth, there will no longer be 5 great ninja villages, only one will remain, and that is Konoha.
This will not be the only war. After the Cloud Village, we will turn our sights on the other villages, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure.
You will join me as the pioneers of a new era.
Luohao's words opened a new door for every Konoha ninja present, allowing them to see a path toward peace in the ninja world and a new era of ninjas. I am willing to serve the 4th Hokage with all my might. At this moment, not just the vanguard troops knelt before Luohao. Even those setting out with him, including Kakashi Hatake, Minato Namikaze, Might Guy, and even Orochimaru, who was the teacher of the 4th Hokage, all knelt in respect. The only ones still standing were Luohao and his luxury car, his wife Tsunade. But even she took a small step back, allowing Luohao to become the absolute center of attention, the focal point in the eyes of all the Konoha ninjas.
Everyone, we face no enemies ahead. Luohao raised his hands, signaling everyone to stand. We face no enemies ahead.
Upon hearing this, Kakashi and the others felt a surge of pride and energy rush through them, an indescribable exhilaration enveloping their minds and bodies. The Konoha ninjas felt as if they had received a blessing of confidence from Captain Aizen in the world of Bleach, standing tall and proudly shouting to the sky.
Jang Chulan, silent. Aizen Sasuke, silent. Esther, silent. Whitebeard, silent. However, unlike the charged atmosphere of excitement and defiance among Luohao's group, the members of the multiverse chat group watching this rally fell into silence one by one. Especially Aizen Sasuke, who was eating while watching the livestream, suddenly found his meal completely unappetizing. He couldn't explain why, but ever since he heard Luohao's declaration, everyone. We face no enemies ahead, he felt weak and tired, as if he had lost all energy and appetite. Aizen Sasuke, Chulan, I don't know why, but the food in my mouth suddenly tastes like wax. Jang Chulan, I understand, Captain Aizen. Esther, no wonder Lord Hokage didn't plan to live stream this great ninja war event from the start. Whitebeard, that brat Luohao is at it again. Aizen Sasuke, Aizen, suddenly regret allowing Lord Hokage to stream the Cloud Village collapse plan. Aizen Sasuke, I don't know why, but after I finish watching the entire Cloud Village collapse plan, I feel like I don't want to live anymore. Esther, you'd better take this time to read more and think of some new lines. Jang Chulan, Captain Aizen, you should listen to Her Majesty the Queen. Boss Luo has already started quoting your lines even before he set off. Imagine how much more he'll show off when he gets to the Cloud Village and starts fighting. Whitebeard, Luohao, you're about to take off. Jang Chulan, I can already envision Luohao completely outshining Captain Aizen, leaving him with no more lines to say. Aizen Sasuke, Lord Hokage, perhaps you should take a break. I think it would be better if I personally helped you deal with the Cloud Village collapse plan. After hearing Jang Chulan's words, Aizen suddenly entertained the thought of crossing into the Naruto world himself, participating directly to help Luohao annihilate the Cloud Village. Although he would be a free laborer, serving as Luohao's ace fighter, this way, he could legitimately reclaim his lost prestige. If Luohao continued to steal the show during the Cloud Village collapse plan, Aizen was sure that what Jang Chulan had said would come true. His own prestige would be overshadowed, and he would find himself with no reputation left in the Bleach world. Bang! In the Raikage's office, the burly fourth Raikage, resembling a giant brown bear, slammed his fist, sending Karu crashing into the wall, creating a scene reminiscent of the Lord as a painting. Where are the Tsuchikage and Samui? Why have you returned alone? The fourth Raikage roared like an enraged bear, his hair standing on end like steel needles. Tsuchikage-sama has fallen. Before I left Konoha, I saw his body hung at the entrance of the Huga clan, displayed by Hinata Hizashi. As for Samui, I heard she was thrown into Konoha's prison by Narashikaku. Karu spat out blood but did not dare to slack off. Facing the furious fourth Raikage, he immediately recounted the details of his mission to Konoha. Since the Byakugan incident has been exposed, how could you still come back? The fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The reason the ninja world allowed me to return is that I was to deliver this to you, Lord Raikage. Struggling to detach himself from the wall, Karu cautiously handed over a letter. A declaration of war. The fourth Raikage's expression changed drastically as he recognized the letter. He was all too familiar with such missives. His father, the second Raikage, had frequently sent similar letters to Konoha during the second and third Great Ninja Wars. Tenjin wants us to go to war? Darui, who had recently been appointed as the fourth Raikage's bodyguard, looked shocked. Was this really the Konoha they knew? Since the first Hokage, Konoha had always been the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages, but under the influence of the first Hokage's will of fire, Konoha had never actively declared war, even during its peak. Is it really just because of the Byakugan incident? The fourth Raikage found it hard to believe. He knew Konoha's way of doing things all too well. In his eyes, with Sarutobi Hiruzen in power, Konoha would only lose its kingly title. How could they take the initiative to declare war? Now that the Hokage has passed to Luohao's generation, why had their methods changed? What Tenjin means is that he is declaring war on us, accusing us of betrayal and unilaterally tearing up the peace treaty. Karu nodded, his face pale.
The punch from the fourth Reikage had been enough to send him to the ICU afterward.
Are you sure it's a declaration of war, not just a demand for an explanation?
The fourth Reikage was dumbfounded. In his memory, Konoha was best known for protesting to other ninja villages.
They wouldn't go to war unless absolutely forced. I'm sure.
Moreover, Tenjin personally said that if you do not go to Konoha to present a letter of surrender, he will come to visit you in the Cloud Village himself. Karu spoke cautiously, lowering his head. He was prepared to be carried off to the Cloud Village hospital because he knew all too well the fourth Reikage's temper.
What about my good friend Sarutobi Hiruzen? Isn't he our most loyal ally? Didn't he come out to stop Tenjin? To Karu's surprise, the fourth Reikage's first response was not to hit him, but to calmly inquire.
With the third Hokage's card in hand, he felt confident. As long as the third Hokage was alive, he wasn't worried about Konoha truly going to war. According to Mabui, the third Hokage, Danzo, and the other old Konoha leaders seem to have been sent to the ICU by Tenjin's punch. They just recently got out of critical condition, so I doubt they can stop Tenjin.
Karu relaxed slightly as he continued. Injured that badly?
The fourth Reikage's expression darkened. If the situation weren't so dire, he would have wanted to visit the third Hokage. After all, he was a good friend of the Cloud Village. Lord Reikage, since the third Hokage has been sent to the ICU, I think Konoha's declaration of war is very likely to be genuine. We in the Cloud Village should also prepare for battle.
Darui reminded him. Tenjin.
The fourth Reikage's mind conjured the image of Luohao, a godlike figure who was nearly unbeatable.
After all, even the third Reikage had been defeated at the gates of the Cloud Village by Luohao.
Though the Cloud Village had the strength to fight, it lacked leadership. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen not called Luohao back, he feared he would have been left out of the picture entirely. Notify everyone, the ninja village is to enter a state of war readiness.
The fourth Reikage took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the nightmarish image of Luohao.
Yes. Darui nodded, preparing to leave to relay the orders.
Not good. Lord Reikage.
The sensory team just reported that they detected a large amount of chakra about 100 kilometers east of the village, estimating at least 1,000 individuals. Just as Darui was about to leave the Reikage's office, a Cloud Village Jonin rushed in.
What? The fourth Reikage sprang to his feet, shock written all over his face.
They arrived so quickly. The declaration of war was just delivered, and their vanguard has already shown up.
No wonder they are known for their lightning-fast tactics.
After all these years, with his abnormal talent, his strength is likely far beyond what it was when he defeated the third Reikage.
Darui's heart sank.
During the Third Great Ninja War, Luohao had taught the four great ninja villages a lesson, demonstrating what a lightning war truly was, traversing 4 battlefields in 2 days and defeating the cloud, sand, mist, and rock villages with unparalleled speed.
Quick, activate the barrier!
The fourth Reikage nearly shouted. He was far too familiar with Luohao's combat style, even after all these years of caution, constantly having people patrol the area around the Cloud Village to ensure no flying thunder god marks were left behind. He still felt uneasy. He knew very well that even without the flying thunder god, Luohao's physical speed was unparalleled. 100 kilometers was mere seconds to him.
Yes.
The Jonin who had come to report immediately rushed out the door.
Send someone to inform B.
Have him gather at the gates of the Cloud Village immediately. After issuing a series of urgent commands, the fourth Reikage quickly made his way to the gates of the Cloud Village, followed by Darui and a group of elite Jonin.
Wait for me here.
Meanwhile, on a high mountain about 100 kilometers from the Cloud Village, Luohao had instructed Minato Namikaze and the others to stop instead of continuing forward.
Are there enemies? I can't sense any chakra nearby. Minato pointed 2 fingers at the ground.
This mark is the closest I've left to the Cloud Village among the many flying thunder god marks I've placed in the Land of Lightning. The other 2,000 marks have likely been sealed by the Cloud Village's forces.
This means I can no longer teleport all of you here directly using flying thunder god like before.
If the fourth Reikage heard Luohao's words, he would be utterly dumbfounded.
The vanguard had nearly arrived in sync with the declaration of war.
It turned out they hadn't walked there, they had crossed space directly, bringing a 1,000-strong army to the land of lightning using Flying Thunder God.
Lord Hokage, why don't I accompany you? Minato suggested. No need, Minato. Your speed is too slow. Luohao's words left Minato feeling embarrassed. After all, he was known as the second fastest ninja in the world, yet Luohao had just labeled him as too slow. But the next moment, he understood why, despite having the Flying Thunder God technique, he was considered slow by Luohao. Wait a second. Before Luohao's voice fully reached their ears, he had already transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished. Half a second later, that golden light had not completely disappeared when he reappeared before them again. Hiss! Upon witnessing this, Minato's scalp tingled. Not just him, Kakashi and the others also looked utterly astonished, while Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had also consumed devil fruits, remained relatively calm. Luohao, was that light just now? Can you control the ability of light? Orochimaru asked, his gaze intense. Before they set off, Luohao had not only given Tsunade the devil fruit but also provided two to Orochimaru. As a scientist exploring the truth, he hadn't immediately consumed the devil fruits but planned to study them first. To be precise, I not only possess the ability to control light but can also transform into light. Luohao nodded, not hiding anything from Orochimaru, his teacher. No wonder I sensed your chakras suddenly appear 100 kilometers away and then instantly disappear. It was the speed of light. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. Over the years, he had been chasing after Luohao's footsteps. Though he had acknowledged and admired Luohao as the fourth Hokage, he had never given up pursuing him. However, in recent days, he had noticed that he was falling further behind Luohao. In the Cloud Village collapse plan, Luohao transformed into a streak of golden light, moving with a speed akin to light itself. Each ability he displayed filled Minato Namake's with an unprecedented sense of power. No wonder the Hokage said I was slow. If I were to face him again, he might not even need the Flying Thunder God technique, he could just transform into light and easily defeat me, Minato thought, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Especially when he considered the flash fruit in his hand, which, in Luohao's possession, was incomparable in both power and speed to the one in Kizaru's hands. Let's go! Before the others could recover from the shock brought on by his flash fruit, Luohao had already extended a finger, shooting out thousands of chakra threads that ensnared the wrists of every Konoha ninja. In an instant, the thousands of Konoha ninjas who stood on the mountain vanished, and at the same time, 1,000 Konoha ninjas appeared at the entrance of the Cloud Village. What? Has the barrier been opened? The fourth Raikage, who had just arrived at the gates of the Cloud Village, witnessed this scene and was nearly shocked to his core by the sight of Luohao using the Flying Thunder God to transport over 1,000 ninjas through space. Lord Raikage, the barrier has been opened, Darui replied, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Was this even human? Although he couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique, he knew that this spacetime ninjutsu consumed an enormous amount of chakra. The farther the distance and the more people involved, the greater the chakra consumption. The thought of jumping 100 kilometers with over 1,000 ninjas in an instant was terrifying. Not just him, but the thousands of cloud ninjas behind him were equally shocked. Luohao's swift use of the Flying Thunder God left them wide-eyed and drenched in cold sweat. It's been a while, fourth Raikage. The last time we met here was when I defeated your father, wasn't it? Luohao stepped closer to the entrance of the Cloud Village, separated from the fourth Raikage by just a barrier. Tenjin, what are you trying to do bringing all these people to block the entrance of my Cloud Village? The fourth Raikage's face twisted in rage, his hands clenched tightly. If it weren't for the fact that he had to prioritize the bigger picture after becoming Raikage, and knowing that he was no match for Luohao, he would have likely charged out to fight him. You've received my declaration of war, haven't you? But even if you hadn't, it doesn't matter. As you can see, I'm here to finish what was left undone during the Third Great Ninja War, Luohao said with a smirk, openly enjoying the sight of the fourth Raikage's twisted yet frustrated expression. This time, you won't be so lucky. Unlike last time during the Third War, I've learned my lesson. Before coming to the Cloud Village, I had already sent your good friend Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies straight to the ICU in Konoha, letting the village's ninjas help them recover.
To prevent a repeat of the incident during the Third War when 12 gold medals were used to summon Tenjin, I even made a trip to the Konoha hospital beforehand to personally care for Hiruzen and then came to catch up with you. His words caused the hearts of the 4th Raikage and the Cloud Ninjas to sink, but it also made Orochimaru, Tsunade, and other Konoha high-ranking officials awkwardly turn their heads away. They couldn't help it, their 4th Hokage was just that willful and domineering. Even while setting off to initiate the 4th grade ninja war, he didn't forget to pay a visit to the hospital and give Sarutobi Hiruzen a good beating while he was bedridden, euphemistically calling it before the team battle. Sarutobi offers himself up to the heavens, with boundless power. Regarding this, Orochimaru and the others could only smile bitterly and pretend they hadn't heard Luohao's words.
However, the other Konoha ninjas in the vanguard, though a bit embarrassed, felt a swell of satisfaction in their hearts regarding Luohao's thrashing of Sarutobi Hiruzen.
As veterans of the Third Great Ninja War who had followed Luohao to the gates of the Cloud Village, they had previously been under the administration of the Third Hokage, and no matter how much they had been frustrated or angry, they had to hold it in, otherwise, they would have faced consequences from Hiruzen.
This bastard is being way too ruthless. He's actually cut off our only escape route. The 4th Raikage knew that the greatest asset for the Cloud Village's survival was gone. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's banner fallen, no one could save him or the Cloud Village. Jang Chulan. Whitebeard, it's quite fitting for that kid Luo to have a second visit to the hospital.
Aizen Sasuke, it seems that Lord Hokage and I share the same perspective on this matter.
Truly, great minds think alike.
Aizen Sasuke, Lord Hokage, since we seem to be on the same page, could we perhaps discuss a little arrangement? I have no objections to you turning the Cloud Village to ashes, but could you do me a favor and not touch my lines?
Jang Chulan, Captain Aizen, if you want to stop Boss Luo from showing off, you might have to personally visit the Naruto world.
Aizen Sasuke, I'm considering it, but I can't leave my side just yet. In the world of Bleach, Aizen Sasuke had just exited the captain's office, his face displaying a rare expression of conflict. According to his original plan, he was supposed to pretend to be dead and then take action against the Central 46.
If he rushed into the Naruto world now, what would happen to his Hogyoku?
Caught between the Hogyoku and maintaining his persona as the king of the Shinigami, even Aizen, who was usually decisive and never hesitated, found himself at a standstill. Previously, he would have considered the Hogyoku to be the most important thing, but after joining the multiverse chat group, he realized that his prestige was rivaled only by the Hogyoku.
While Aizen wrestled with his dilemma between prestige and the Hogyoku, in the Naruto world, the Konoha vanguard led by Luohao and the 4th Raikage were on the brink of war.
Lord Raikage, what should we do? The 3rd Hokage has already been sacrificed to the ninja world, and our only escape route has been completely blocked off, Darui said, looking at Luohao and the group of Konoha ninjas at the entrance, his expression more serious than ever. Before coming here, I already dispatched messengers to the Mist, Rock, and Sand villages for reinforcements. With our Cloud Village in such a dire situation, once we fall, they will be next.
I don't believe they will just sit back and let Konoha dominate, the 4th Raikage declared.
Although he was reckless, he was also quite shrewd. Even though they hadn't even begun the first wave of battle, to be holed up in the high tower was rather unacceptable. But against the 5 strongest from Konoha, he dared not step outside.
Brother, are we really just going to be blocked at our doorstep, watching Tenjin running rampant outside? Karabi protested angrily.
Having been taught a lesson by Luohao before, he could hardly bring himself to rap in front of him now. During the Third War, he had tried to rap in front of Luohao, only to nearly have his tongue tied by the experience. Since then, the mention of Tenjin had left him unable to perform.
Why don't you go out and challenge him?
The 4th Raikage glanced at Karabi.
Let's forget I said that. Karabi immediately backed down. Not just him, but even the 8 tails inside him shrank back.
Though I don't want to admit it, I have to acknowledge that once we leave the protection of the barrier, even if Tenjin doesn't attack, we won't have it easy. The 4th Raikage continued, his gaze sweeping over Tsunade, Kakashi, Minato, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Shursui. Although the Konoha vanguard only numbered 1,000, just the 5 of them were already formidable enough to match 5 Kage-level fighters. On the other hand, the Cloud side had only the Raikage and Karabi who could put up a fight.
Karabi, we can only wait, Darui sighed helplessly. How long are we supposed to wait? Karabi asked, irritated. Until we receive reinforcements from Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure.
I refuse to believe that Tenjin can take on all 4 of the great ninja villages with just this 1,000-strong force. Until then, no one is allowed to step out of the barrier without my orders, the 4th Raikage said, stomping the ground in frustration, leaving a deep pit. Karabi found it hard to accept. During the Third War, they had already acted like turtles hiding in their shells.
Were they really going to just stand by and let Luohao show off outside again today? Of course not.
Although our Cloud Village hasn't developed as quickly as Konoha since Tenjin took the lead, we've also made progress.
We're prepared with tailed beast bombs. The 4th Raikage's cold gaze locked onto Luohao.
But the barrier, Karabi hesitated at the mention.
Don't worry.
This barrier has been improved over the years, and it's no longer what it was back in the day.
This time, we won't be like during the Second War, simply cowering in the barrier.
The 4th Raikage growled through clenched teeth. As the son of the 3rd Raikage, he had once watched helplessly as his father was beaten to death at the village gates by Luohao, a humiliation he had never forgotten.
Big brother, I've been ready to make a big move for a while now, just waiting for your words.
Karabi exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy.
Go all out, B.
Let Tenjin know that our Cloud Village is no longer the same as before, we won't be passively taking hits anymore. The 4th Raikage growled softly. Tailed beast. It's time to settle the score with Tenjin for what happened during the Third War. After communicating with the 8 tails within him, Karabi erupted in a visible torrent of blood-red chakra, instantly donning a tailed beast cloak. Not only that, but the number of chakra tails behind him also began to multiply.
This is getting a bit tricky.
Minato Namikaze observed Karabi's transformation, his pupils narrowing slightly. Lord Hokage, it seems the 4th Raikage hasn't been idle these past few years. After being beaten back to their doorstep during the Third War, they must have improved their barrier. Now, this barrier can not only protect them but also allow them to launch attacks from within, Kakashi Hatake stated as he unsheathed his white fan shortsword. A single slash from it could easily take the life of an elite jonin, but now, when it struck the barrier, it merely created ripples without inflicting any damage.
Relying on the barrier for protection and using the Jinchuriki as a cannon to launch attacks? This is definitely more troublesome than during the Third War. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glinted with caution.
Ignoring Luohao for a moment, although they had 5 Kage-level fighters among them, they couldn't compare in chakra to the 8 tails, which was second only to the 9 tails. If the 8 tails Jinchuriki truly sat inside the high tower as a cannon, they would be at a loss. After all, they could block 1 or 2 tailed beast bombs, but could they stop 100? With the 8 tails chakra, firing off over 100 tailed beast bombs in a day was no problem. It's a pity Kushina isn't here, otherwise, even if the Cloud Village resorted to such shameless tactics, we could still endure, Minato lamented. Enduring is useless, the 4th Raikage must have already sent for help from the other 3 ninja villages. If this drags on, we won't only face the Cloud Village but 4 ninja villages. Kakashi shook his head, then looked toward Luohao. Not just him, but all the Konoha ninjas present turned their gaze toward their 4th Hokage Luohao, who had achieved countless miracles during the Third War that everyone in the ninja world deemed impossible. They dared to launch a surprise attack on the Cloud Village's stronghold not because they had 5 Kage-level fighters like Minato but because they had the Tenjin, Luohao.
Xiaoying, you want to join the dance too?
Luohao suddenly smiled at the 4th Raikage, surrounded by the many Konoha ninjas. The 4th Raikage retorted, "You're not even qualified to play with me.
The one who will truly face you is him."
Luohao opened his palm, revealing a pokeball the size of his fingertip resting in his hand.
His summoning beast? Finally bringing it out? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with anticipation.
Earlier in the Hokage office, she had been curious about what kind of existence could be Luohao's summoning beast.
What is that?
The 4th Raikage felt a surge of vigilance. He had suffered at Luohao's hands before.
Go, Mega Rayquaza.
Luohao pulled a red cap from nowhere and put it on his head. He tapped the front of the pokeball with his left hand and then tossed the downsized Mega Rayquaza out.
Crack!
As the Pokeball opened, the stunning and powerful Mega Rayquaza appeared in a flash of white light above the Cloud Village, drawing gasps and astonishment from the gathered ninjas. Roar! Upon its appearance, Mega Rayquaza unleashed a thunderous roar that sent ripples through the air. Even the fourth Rayquaza's face darkened at the sight. Just one long howl and its impressive appearance revealed its incredible power. What the hell is that? The fourth Rayquaza glared at Mega Rayquaza, his expression grave. Surprised? You're going to be in for a shock later. Luohao replied with a grin, watching the fourth Rayquaza's face darken further. What do you mean by that? The fourth Rayquaza felt an inexplicable unease grow within him. Just what it sounds like. Luohao's smile widened, hinting at something ominous. Let's dance, Mega Rayquaza. Upon finishing his sentence, Mega Rayquaza let out another skyward roar. Surrounded by a dazzling array of colors, its already massive body grew even larger, and its form began to change. When the colorful light enveloping Mega Rayquaza dissipated, its appearance had transformed dramatically. The dragon horns on its head became even larger and more imposing, while 4 golden whiskers sprouted from the tips of the dragon mouth and horns, radiating a brilliant glow. Compared to its previous form, the Mega Evolution had significantly enhanced Mega Rayquaza's aura, size, appearance, and overall prestige. A monster! Where the hell did that bastard Tenjin get such a monstrous summoning beast? The fourth Rayquaza's expression darkened as he felt an oppressive pressure from Mega Rayquaza. Truly worthy of the Hokage. The Hokage has revealed another trump card. One trump card after another, he never seems to run out. In stark contrast to the heavy and oppressive atmosphere among the Cloud Ninjas, all the Konoha ninjas standing at the entrance of the Cloud Village were bursting with morale. They were all too familiar with this scene. During the Third War, Luohao had done the same, revealing a trump card one moment and then bringing out another to leave the 4 great ninja villages utterly helpless. That green dragon is impressive, don't underestimate it. Karabi, feeling a twinge of fear at the sight of Mega Rayquaza, had his 8 tails react as well. Before its evolution, he wasn't too worried about Rayquaza, but facing the Mega Rayquaza now, even he sensed the danger. Compared to Destruction and Chakra, who in the ninja world can rival us besides the 9 tails? Karabi seemed unconcerned about Mega Rayquaza, fully transformed into the 8 tails form. As he fully transformed, 2 immense, violent, and powerful chakras surged like a storm from his body, radiating outward. Even with the barrier in place, Minato and the others could still feel the terrifying chakra akin to an ocean. Here it comes, Jinchuriki! Karabi shouted in his heart. The massive bull mouth opened wide, gathering blue and red chakra at the forefront. In an instant, a tailed beast bomb that would send shivers down anyone's spine was formed and shot toward Luohao and his team. Here it comes! As Karabi's tailed beast bomb shot out, even Kakashi and the other Kage-level fighters took on defensive stances. Minato drew a flying thunder god kunai, ready to shift the tailed beast bomb away at the first sign of danger. Only Luohao remained entirely composed, with his hand casually in his pocket. Destruction Ray! Just as Karabi's tailed beast bomb approached, Luohao finally moved. Roar! Boom! The clash between the destruction ray and the tailed beast bomb sent the surrounding air into a frenzy, creating visible waves that spread out like a typhoon. The barrier protecting the Cloud Village bore the brunt of the impact, rippling from the forces of the legendary Pokémon and the tailed beast. Fortunately, the Cloud Village had its barrier up. Otherwise, the tailed beast bomb's explosion at such close range would have blown a significant part of the village apart. Simultaneously, the energy waves from the collision swept toward the Konoha ninjas. Konoha Construction Team. Earth Release Squad. Prepare defensive ninjutsu. Kakashi shouted urgently as the residual power from the Mega Rayquaza and 8 tails approached. The Konoha Construction Team, led by Yamato, quickly readied themselves, while the Earth Release Squad, led by Orochimaru, began forming hand seals. Don't be so hasty, it's not your turn to dance yet. Just as Yamato and the others prepared to cast their defensive jutsu against the incoming wave, Luohao leisurely produced a second Pokeball. Another one? The sight of Luohao's actions shocked Kakashi and the others. They hadn't expected that a summoning beast as powerful as Rayquaza would not be the only one.
While there were numerous summoning beast families in the ninja world, very few could stand against tailed beasts. The most well-known were the three great sage families: toads, snakes, and slugs. Even those could only hold their own against the weakest of the nine-tailed beasts for a brief period. Against the eight tails, only a legendary sage like the Great Toad Sage could suppress it. No way! There can't be 2 or 3 beasts of this caliber in the ninja world. The fourth Reikage also noticed the Pokeball in Luohao's hand. He clearly remembered that the Mega Rayquaza had emerged from that very ball. Interesting, isn't it, fourth Reikage? Luohao said, amusement dancing in his eyes as he saw the Reikage's face darken. Don't puff up your chest. Don't think you can intimidate me just by pulling out another ball. There's no second green monster like that in the ninja world. Even if you do have another summoning beast in that ball, it can't possibly rival the tailed beasts. The fourth Reikage roared, clenching his fists tightly, his tone resolute. Really? Upon hearing the fourth Reikage's confident words, a more pronounced mockery spread across Luohao's face. Darui, standing nearby, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Looking at the second Pokeball in Luohao's hand, he felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Since the Reikage has said so, what are you waiting for? Come forth, Groudon. As soon as Luohao finished speaking, the Pokeball in his palm opened instantly. Accompanied by a dazzling white light, a Pokémon with red and black armor-like skin, covered in spikes on its head, torso, and tail, and resembling a dinosaur, Groudon, suddenly appeared in everyone's view. His arrival caused the fourth Reikage and the other Cloud Ninjas to change their expressions dramatically. Although Groudon's aura was not as powerful as Rayquaza's, it was only a step behind. Whoosh! After Groudon appeared, controlling earth, light, and heat, it unleashed a fiery beam of sunlight directly at the tailed beast bomb that Karabi had launched. Originally, the tailed beast bomb and the destruction ray were evenly matched, but with Groudon's fiery sunlight joining the fray, a loud explosion rang out, and Karabi's tailed beast bomb shattered like a balloon. Another one. Luckily, it's not as strong as the one flying in the sky. Karabi's eyes reflected no hint of underestimation anymore. He had already struggled against the Mega Rayquaza. Now, facing a Groudon that was slightly weaker than the Mega Rayquaza, he felt a shadow looming over him. Reikage, I have a question for you. Luohao turned to the fourth Reikage, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom. Do you think Groudon can evolve into a mega form like Rayquaza? Before the fourth Reikage could respond, Groudon, standing at the entrance to the Cloud Village, erupted in dazzling flames. No way! The fourth Reikage was momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief at Groudon as he muttered to himself. An Ultra Beast inheriting the will of fire of the third Hokage, it's your turn to dance, Groudon. As Luohao's words fell, Groudon, imbued with the will of fire from Sarutobi Hiruzen, completed its evolution. Bathed in the glow of the will of fire, Groudon transformed into its primal form. Not only did it grow larger and more imposing, but its body also radiated a molten glow, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Another one. Seeing that Groudon could also undergo a mega evolution like Rayquaza, Karabi thought to himself, where did the Hokage get 2 such high-caliber summoning beasts? Each one can actually contend with a tailed beast. Unlike the Cloud Ninjas, who felt dread, the Konoha Ninjas standing behind Luohao were filled with surprise and delight. Having already been thrilled by the arrival of Mega Rayquaza, now they had a Groudon, which was only slightly weaker. Let's play with him. Luohao floated gently up and landed on top of Mega Rayquaza. Roar! At his command, the fully charged Mega Rayquaza and Primal Groudon attacked simultaneously, unleashing the destruction ray and the fiery sunlight toward Karabi. We can't let their attacks hit the barrier. The fourth Reikage shouted in agitation. While the defensive barrier masters of the Cloud Village were powerful, he wasn't too worried about the thousands of ninjas Luohao brought unleashing their jutsu at once. However, having witnessed the destructive power of Mega Rayquaza and Primal Groudon, his confidence wavered. Even Kage-level fighters fell short compared to the weakest tailed beasts. Leave it to me, big brother. Karabi immediately teamed up with the 8 tails, channeling his vast chakra to create several tailed beast bombs in one breath. Boom! However, these tailed beast bombs didn't bring him the surprise he hoped for.
Instead, when they collided with the destruction ray and the fiery sunlight from Mega Rayquaza and Groudon, they burst like balloons.
What?
The fourth Raikage and the others stood shocked, their hair standing on end. Fortunately, while Karabi's tailed beast bombs couldn't stop the attacks from Mega Rayquaza and Primal Groudon, the residual power, after the tailed beast bombs had absorbed some of it, only managed to shake the barrier protecting the Cloud Village. It wasn't enough to shatter it, leaving the fourth Raikage and Karabi with a sense of relief. With the 8 Tails Jinchuriki here, even with 2 summoning beasts, they can't break through the barrier in one go. Kakashi observed, slightly frowning. They were executing a lightning-fast strategy, and the longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation became. The only way to strike fear into the sand, mist, and rock villages was to swiftly erase the Cloud Village from existence.
Lord Minato, how about this?
When the 8 Tails Jinchuriki launches another tailed beast bomb, I'll use Susanoo to block half of it, while you shift the other half, Uchiha Shursui suggested, his 3 Tomo Sharingan glowing red as he prepared.
Okay. Minato's eyes lit up at that.
Although he couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique as well as Luohao, and couldn't teleport a 1,000-man army instantly from the gates of Konoha to the Land of Lightning, moving 1 or 2 tailed beast bombs was still within his capabilities.
What are you planning to do? Don't you see I'm having fun?
Just as Uchiha Shursui and Minato were about to join the fray, Luohao's voice flowed through the air like water, reaching their ears.
Having fun?
Minato exchanged glances with Uchiha Shursui, both of them unable to suppress their wry smiles.
Only someone like the 4th Hokage could utter such domineering words.
The village wars, which struck fear into all ninja, were merely a pastime for him.
Karabi, you're doing well.
You've improved a lot since the 3rd war.
Keep dancing for me. Give it your all to entertain me.
Luohao smiled, feeling a sense of joy. This war, planned and live-streamed by him, was merely an opportunity for him to stretch his muscles and play around a bit. Despite not being the one fighting directly, the thrill of commanding 2 legendary Pokémon was a unique experience that brought him joy.
Damn it! Do you see the Ninja World War as just a game?
The 4th Raikage's temper flared at Luohao's words.
You're absolutely right, Luohao nodded nonchalantly. You're too arrogant, Tenjin. Don't think too highly of yourself, you're just an ordinary ninja, not a god.
The 4th Raikage shouted angrily. No one is born a god, Luohao replied calmly, shaking his head in response to the Raikage's outburst. Just after finishing a meeting and preparing to go back to his quarters to implement his fake death plan and obtain the Hogyoku, Aizen Sasuke's expression turned extremely pale upon hearing Luohao's words during the livestream.
Aizen Sasuke, this is bad. Whitebeard, I can imagine Aizen's feelings at this moment. Esther, is this man going to start showing off again? Aizen Sasuke, at Hokage-sama, please show some mercy. You can't be this arrogant.
Aizen Sasuke, at Hokage-sama, listen to me, you can't afford to show off like this. While the others were busy helping Luohao tame the legendary Pokémon and didn't have time to pay attention to the chat, everyone in the multiverse chat group sent sympathetic looks toward Aizen Sasuke, especially Jang Chulan. The moment Luohao spoke, he could almost see the despair on Aizen's face and the tears in his eyes. Although Aizen had already tagged Luohao in the chat, Luohao had foreseen this and had muted the chat group notifications before heading to the Cloud Village.
Even if Aizen pressed the tag button repeatedly, he wouldn't receive any notifications.
Whether it's you, me, or even the Sage of 6 Paths.
No one is born a god, nor is anyone pushed onto a pedestal from birth.
But the vacancy of the throne of the king of the ninja world is coming to an end. From today onward, I shall stand at the top. Under Aizen's helpless and desperate gaze, Luohao stood atop Mega Rayquaza, casually brushing back his bangs with a hand, using chakra to style his hair into the iconic look of the king of Shinigami. He looked down at the 4th Raikage and all the cloud ninjas below.
This guy actually considers himself a god.
The 4th Raikage stared at Luohao with gritted teeth, but facing the dramatic scene transformed from the first in command of the Shinigami, he felt an icy chill creeping from his feet to his head. A sense of shock and horror flooded his mind.
Even someone as brash as him felt this way, what about the other cloud ninjas? Looking at Luohao, who was standing on the dragon's back and styling his hair, the Cloud Ninjas began to cast looks of awe, fear, and trepidation at him. Such gazes were reserved for deities untouchable and revered beings. As Luohao noted, since the Sage of Six Paths, there had been no gods in the ninja world, but now, that suffocating vacancy had ended. The empty throne of the king had been claimed by Tenjin Luohao. Aizen Sasuke, it's over. The best show has been stolen by the Hokage. Jang Chulan, take it easy, Captain Aizen. Jang Chulan, let me give you some advice, don't cling to this anymore.
In my opinion, Luohao is just getting started. There are even more explosive displays waiting for him.
Whitebeard, silent. Esther, silent. The fourth Raikage, so arrogant. You actually see yourself as a god. Do you think you're Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha? Luohao, the wisdom of mortals is truly foolish. What you see is merely Hashirama and Madara, but you fail to see the scenery above them, nor the one who stands above them. Luohao looked down at the fourth Raikage, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes, as if he felt sorry for the Raikage's limited perspective and the shallow reach of his vision. Before the fourth Raikage could respond, Luohao's hand opened again, revealing the third Pokeball resting quietly in his palm. It was like a knife, stabbing into the eyes of the fourth Raikage and all the Cloud Ninjas. Another monster?
Even the fourth Raikage's iron tower-like body trembled slightly, while the Cloud Ninjas behind him stood dumbfounded, their expressions vacant and astonished, as if witnessing a disaster unfold. Lord Zoyan, I'm not sure why, but I suddenly feel a bit of pity for the Raikage, Minato said after a few seconds of silence. He put down the flying thunder god kunai in his hand, realizing that as long as Luohao was in the game, they wouldn't have the chance to make a move. It's already overwhelming, just the three legendary Pokémon, each comparable to a tailed beast, are enough to send one into despair, Kakashi sighed, shaking his head.
After all, he's facing my man.
The Raikage's ability to hold on this long is commendable. If it were the Kage of another village, they would have probably lost it by now, Tsunade remarked, glancing at the fourth Raikage, who was beginning to tremble. Even without reading his mind, she could see that the Raikage's courage was gradually being worn down by Luohao. Even if he wanted to be reckless now, he couldn't muster the strength.
Tsunade, you're absolutely right.
I just tried to put myself in the Raikage's shoes, and I realized that if I were him right now, I'd probably have fled in despair, Orochimaru said in a slightly hoarse voice. He had a certain respect for the fourth Raikage's mentality. After all, Luohao had left an indelible shadow in the Raikage's mind since the Second War. In this context, the Raikage's ability to endure until now was indeed remarkable.
As Minato and the others listened, they first glanced at the trembling fourth Raikage, then at Luohao, and finally fell silent. Indeed.
Facing their fourth Hokage, known as Tenjin, managing to hold on until now was already impressive. Even though Luohao hadn't lifted a finger, his mere presence and the aura of power exuding from him were enough to leave the Cloud Ninjas, protected by barriers, on the verge of psychological collapse. Being able to easily tame three monsters comparable to tailed beasts. Is it possible that he has already reached the position of a god of ninjas?
No, is he standing even higher than the god of ninjas?
The fourth Raikage struggled to lift his head to look at Luohao. His small eyes could not fathom how high, wide, or vast the sky truly was.
How is that possible?
The first Hokage was the peak that ninjas could reach. How could you stand higher than him?
I refuse to believe it.
The fourth Raikage thought of the third Raikage who had died at the gates of the Cloud Village, and a surge of bravery surged within him. He shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the psychological pressure that Luohao had imposed on him.
You will believe it.
Luohao's expression became more playful as he observed the fourth Raikage, who was teetering on the edge of despair.
Once you break the barrier, then we can talk.
I won't hesitate to tell you that before you arrived, I had already sent word to the Sand, Mist, and Rock villages.
Their reinforcements will be arriving shortly.
Just as he finished speaking, the messages from the multiverse chat group, which he had muted, suddenly popped up.
At Administrator Luohao, group member Aizen Sasuke has sent you a pop-up.
A pop-up? I didn't expect Aizen to think of this method to bypass my muting. Seeing Aizen had sent a pop-up that broke through his mute, Luohao couldn't help but chuckle, especially when he saw Aizen had tagged him countless times in the chat, nearly wearing out the tag button.
The smile on his face grew wider. At that moment, he realized that Aizen's desperate attempt to reach out brought him more joy than the efforts of the fourth Raikage and the Cloud Ninjas to please him. Luohao, Captain Aizen, you're quite impressive, you even figured out how to use the pop-up feature. Aizen Sasuke, oh, it's nothing. I was just eager to see Lord Hokage. Aizen Sasuke, Lord Hokage, please hear me out. Jang Chulan, Captain Aizen, let me give you a piece of advice, stop with the pleading already. Even if you press that pop-up and tag him 100 times, you won't be able to call back an old man who's busy showing off. Aizen Sasuke, Lord Hokage, if you're going to destroy the Cloud Village, let me handle the dirty work. Leave these trivial matters to us, your loyal group members. I promise, I'll sweep away every speck of dust. System message, group member Aizen Sasuke has been forcibly muted by Administrator Luohao for 10 minutes. System message, group member Aizen Sasuke has been forcibly muted by Administrator Luohao for 10 minutes. System message, group member Aizen Sasuke has been forcibly muted by Administrator Luohao for 10 minutes. Esther, silent. Jang Chulan, silent. Whitebeard, silent. Mutewo, well done. Who does Captain Aizen think he is, interrupting Lord Hokage's moment of grandeur? Mutewo, in my opinion, muting him for just 10 minutes is too merciful for Lord Hokage. Well, aside from the professional sycophant, the century-old legendary Pokémon Mutewo, everyone else was just stunned by Luohao's display of authority. It seemed that being an administrator was truly impressive, those with admin privileges were like emperors. But was this really okay? This had to be an abuse of power, right? Jang Chulan and the others muttered cautiously to themselves, careful to keep their thoughts to a whisper. They were worried that among the various admin powers, there was one allowing Luohao to listen in on the members' thoughts. Aizen being forcibly muted, even if for just 10 minutes, demonstrated how terrifying the administrator's powers were. With Aizen's fate as a cautionary tale, they dared not speak out freely. In the past, Jang Chulan had relied on the protection of the multiverse chat group, thinking no one could touch him, so he would sometimes talk back. But now, seeing Aizen's fate, he was frightened enough to cover his mouth. Now, there shouldn't be anyone bothering me while I show off, Luohao thought to himself after using his admin powers to mute Aizen. Finally, he could indulge in his showmanship without interruptions. Indeed. Especially the satisfaction of showing off at the expense of others, leaving them with nothing to boast about, was an unparalleled joy that could not be shared with outsiders. Aizen was foolish to repeatedly jump in, trying to call him back. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Raikage, in your eyes, the sand, cloud, and mist villages are your saviors, but in my view, they're just 3 specks of dust. Without Aizen trying to prevent him from showing off in the chat, Luohao felt much more at ease. Stop spouting nonsense. Even the god of ninjas wouldn't view our 4 great ninja villages as mere dust. You, a Tenjin who can't even break through the barrier of my cloud village, what right do you have to say such things? The fourth Raikage glared at the second Pokeball in Luohao's hand. Although unease grew within him, he put on a dismissive facade. He knew he was the spiritual pillar for all the cloud ninjas, everyone could feel fear, but he could not. Even if he felt fear, he could only swallow it down. If he displayed even a hint of fear, it could make the cloud ninjas falter before the battle even began. After all, the Third War had not only brought him endless nightmares but had also become a nightmare for countless cloud ninjas. They had witnessed the second Raikage being brutally killed at their doorstep, right in front of them. That powerlessness, even years after the Third War, remained etched in the minds of all who had witnessed it. Do you know this, Raikage? To step over ants without crushing them is a tricky balance. I've been cautious not to crush you all at once to allow you to please me as much as possible, Luohao said with a sneer. The Pokeball in his hand suddenly expanded, then opened wide, enveloped in a burst of white light. An ancient legendary Pokémon resembling a blue and red whale, known as Kyogre, emerged into view. As soon as Kyogre appeared, the clear sky turned dark, thunder rumbled, and heavy rain poured down. The Cloud Village entrance, which had previously been surrounded by mountains, suddenly swelled with turbulent waves, transforming the area into an ocean. Amidst the colossal waves, Kyogre soared into the sky, its body enveloped in a radiant array of colors. In an instant, it underwent a transformation, achieving its primal form. He can actually control the weather and easily alter the terrain. The sight of Kyogre's abilities left both the 4th Raikage and Minato, along with the Konoha ninjas, astounded. It was no surprise to them that Kyogre could evolve into its primal form. After all, with Mega Rayquaza and Primal Groudon already in play, every ninja present started to recognize the power on display. When it comes to showing off, I can only bow to Uchiha Kyogre. As Kyogre unleashed its capabilities, the mountains and land previously submerged by the ocean began to rise, transforming the landscape around the Cloud Village. In an instant, the terrain shifted into a juxtaposition of turbulent seas on one side and towering mountains on the other. Not only that, but the sky also split in two, one side drenched in torrential rain while the other basked in bright sunlight. The 4th Raikage felt his scalp tingle in shock. What kind of immense power was this? Controlling the weather and altering the terrain was something even tailed beasts couldn't accomplish, let alone a mere Raikage. What about that green monster? If the red and blue one can control the weather and change the terrain, what about the green one? Its aura seems even more powerful than the red and blue ones. What kind of power does it possess? Darui's gaze was fixed on Mega Rayquaza, acting as Luohao's mount. While most were focused on the formidable presence of Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre, Darui immediately thought of the Mega Rayquaza, which was even stronger than them. Be careful, the volcanoes are about to erupt. And the ocean, whirlpools just appeared. As Minato and the others stood behind Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre, they suddenly realized that the mountains rising from the influence of Primal Groudon were actually volcanoes on the verge of eruption. Simultaneously, the artificial sea created by Primal Kyogre was experiencing various sea disasters, such as whirlpools and treacherous undercurrents. Just as Minato and the others were preparing to retreat to avoid being caught in the chaos caused by the two legendary Pokémon, the Mega Rayquaza hovering in the sky let out a powerful roar. An unknown force began to radiate outward. The ocean remained, but the terrifying whirlpools and undercurrents vanished. The volcanoes still stood, yet they ceased to erupt, allowing the Konoha ninjas to stand firm on the mountains and tread upon the flowing sea. Is this its power? Minato's eyes widened. It could quell the natural disasters caused by Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre with just a single roar. That's the difference between professionals. After Mutuo's training, these three have all mastered the art of showing off. Luohao couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he watched the display created by Mega Rayquaza and the others. Hey, Eight Tails, can you handle all three at once? Inside the barrier, Karabi's eyes widened as he asked the Eight Tails, the earlier bravado he had lost. Previously, he had thought that in a battle of chakra and tailed beast bombs, no one in the ninja world could match him except for the Ninetales Jinchuriki. But now, just a Mega Rayquaza had him feeling outclassed. With two others, Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre, who were slightly weaker than Mega Rayquaza, he began to feel intimidated, even though the three legendary Pokémon were still just showing off and hadn't fully engaged yet. Do you think I'm a god? Even against those three monsters together, not even the Ninetales could withstand it. The Eight Tails also felt apprehensive. He had never wanted to go against Luohao. If Karabi wasn't the Jinchuriki he acknowledged, he would have long since curled up inside the Jinchuriki, refusing to lend his power. Lord Karabi, let me help you. Just as Karabi shivered in fear, a bold voice suddenly rang out. Yumoto, step back. You're not yet a perfect Jinchuriki and can't connect with the Eight Tails consciousness. If you act recklessly and go berserk, it could destroy our barrier from the inside, the 4th Raikage admonished, frowning, not waiting for Karabi's agreement before dismissing Yumoto. Lord Raikage, we've reached a critical moment for the Cloud Village's survival. The barrier is our last line of defense. Before the three major ninja villages arrive, we cannot let the barrier fall. Do you really think Lord Karabi can handle those three monsters that can even control the weather? Yumoto stood his ground, showing no signs of backing down. But, Lord Raikage, I know I'm not a perfect Jinchuriki yet, but I can control tailed beast bombs with my will without going berserk. Please let me try. Before the 4th Raikage could finish, Yumoto interrupted, which was one reason why the Jinchuriki held a high status in the Cloud Village and was valued by the village's higher-ups. In other villages, a Jinchuriki wouldn't dare speak so boldly to a village leader, even if it was with good intentions, as they would likely face dire consequences. Brother, let her try. We don't have a better option now. The Eight Tails has already told me that he can't hold off those three monsters on his own. Karabi said as he noticed the fourth Reikage hesitating. Alright. The survival of the Cloud Village is in your hands. The fourth Reikage gritted his teeth as he spoke to Yumoto and the others. Tenjin may wish to destroy my Cloud Village, but he'll have to step over my dead body first. In just a moment, Yumoto completed her full transformation into the Two Tails, her appearance shifting from human to beast. Can you control it with your will? The fourth Reikage observed the fully transformed Yumoto. Although her eyes were filled with fury, there was also clarity, indicating that she had managed to control her fully beastified power with her will. Lord Karabi, let's fight side by side. Yumoto shouted. Okay. Karabi mirrored Yumoto's actions. The fully transformed Jinchuriki of the Two Tails opened her mouth wide, merging the chakra of the Two Tails and Three Tails to create a tailed beast bomb as massive as a mountain. In the Konoha camp, Orochimaru was somewhat surprised but felt no worry. Two Jinchuriki? It's a bit tricky, but the outcome is already decided, Kakashi said, glancing at Luohao, who stood atop Mega Rayquaza. He could already imagine the earth-shattering spectacle that would happen once Luohao decided to make a move. Primal Groudon. Uchiha Kyogre. Luohao remained unfazed as he faced the tailed beast bomb being condensed by the two Jinchuriki. Bring it down. As his words fell, Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre, already primed to unleash their devastating powers, released their energy. The moment the tailed beast bomb flew out from the barrier, blades of light and heat, resembling molten lava and flames, shot up from the ground. Each blade was as large as a small mountain, appearing like erupting mini volcanoes. Simultaneously, four azure orbs of light gathered in front of Primal Kyogre, transforming into four beams of blue light that soared into the sky. As the tailed beast bomb, powered by the two Jinchuriki, flew out of the barrier, it was forcefully pressed back against the barrier by the final moves of the two legendary Pokémon. Just two monsters managed to stop Lord Karabi and Yumoto's tailed beast bomb? And there's still one more. The fourth Reikage and the others noticed this and their expressions changed. They looked toward Mega Rayquaza, who had yet to make a move. If it joined the fight, the tailed beast bomb would have no chance of holding up. The first round of the Cloud Village's collapse plan should come to an end. Luohao suddenly turned to the fourth Reikage. Not good. The fourth Reikage and Luohao's eyes met in the air, as if they understood each other's intent. Now it's your turn, Mega Rayquaza. Luohao said with a light smile, crouching down and gently patting Mega Rayquaza's head. Dragon Starfall. Roar. Receiving Luohao's command, Mega Rayquaza finally unleashed its devastating power. It let out a roar and directed its mouth toward the sky, releasing a dazzling sphere of light infused with terrifying draconic power. As the sphere ascended, it exploded high above, scattering into hundreds of beams that fell like a meteor shower upon the barrier. Boom! Boom! The sky lit up with a series of dense explosions that almost engulfed the entire barrier of the Cloud Village. That green monster, Mega Rayquaza, hadn't shown its full strength until now. It was just toying with us. At that moment, the fourth Reikage realized what was happening, feeling a chill creep from his feet to his head. To merely toy with Karabi and show such destructive power comparable to the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was terrifying. What would happen if it truly went all out? If the fourth Reikage had known that an earnest Mega Rayquaza could obliterate an island with a snap of its fingers and overpower the combined forces of Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre in a matter of moments, he would be feeling not just shock but desperation. Lord Reikage, the barrier can't hold much longer. If that Mega Rayquaza attacks again, the barrier will collapse. At that moment, a terrified Jonin from the barrier team rushed over, shouting. Even if we can't hold on, we must endure. We can lose everything, but we cannot lose the barrier. The fourth Reikage pushed aside the Jonin in front of him and shouted, All Cloud Ninjas, prepare your ninjutsu. We don't need to block it completely, we just need to minimize the destruction as much as possible. As long as the barrier isn't destroyed in one blow, it can be repaired. With confidence in their village's barrier, which had been developed over decades, he rallied his troops. Cloud Ninjas, listen up. Prepare long-range lightning release ninjutsu. We must stop all of Mega Rayquaza's attacks outside the barrier.
At this critical moment, Darui, the fourth Rayquaza's bodyguard, stepped forward, commanding the incoming Cloud Ninjas while forming hand signs for his wind release.
Tsunade-sama, those Cloud Ninjas have joined the battle, should we make a move? Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan spun gently, ready to activate Susanoo and join the fight. Don't you see our Hokage is enjoying himself too much? Tsunade replied.
When Shirsue looked up, he noticed Luohao's smile growing increasingly radiant.
You want to hold on? No rush.
Once the barrier breaks, there will be plenty of opportunities. Besides, the Cloud Village collapse plan is about to enter its second phase, prepare yourselves.
As Tsunade spoke, Luohao's voice echoed across the battlefield. Dragon God Dive.
In an instant, Mega Rayquaza flickered and showcased an astounding flying speed, moving so quickly that everyone was left in awe. No one could imagine that such a massive creature could achieve such terrifying speed in the blink of an eye.
Not good.
The fourth Rayquaza's expression changed dramatically as he seemed to understand something.
Quick, bring it down.
Darui reacted just as quickly, but his words filled the Cloud Ninjas with despair.
It's too fast, we can't lock onto it at all. A Cloud Jonin said weakly. Damn it.
Darui flashed into action, standing atop the village gate.
Wind release, pressure damage.
He attempted to use a fast-moving wind release technique to intercept, but just as he began forming the signs, Mega Rayquaza had already soared above the Cloud Village, erupting with brilliant blue light, resembling a divine dragon as it crashed down upon the barrier.
Boom! Crack! Invisible fissures suddenly appeared at the top of the barrier, resembling shattered glass.
These cracks quickly spiraled out in every direction, encompassing the entire barrier. Ultimately, under the furious gaze of the fourth Rayquaza and others, the barrier they had relied on so heavily came crashing down.
With the barrier gone, the rushing seawater and rising volcanoes surged into the Cloud Village.
The Konoha ninjas hadn't even begun to act. The destructive powers of Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre had already wreaked havoc on the village.
Earth Release Team, block the water. The fourth Rayquaza leaped into the air, landing atop a gate in the Cloud Village.
While most Cloud Ninjas were skilled in lightning release, their village, being the most militarily focused of the 5 great ninja villages, had also trained proficient ninjas in other elemental changes.
Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall.
Thick earth walls rapidly rose, blocking the surging seawater, but the volcanoes continued to wreak havoc within the Cloud Village.
The lava spewing from the volcanoes incinerated many of the weaker Cloud Ninjas completely. It seems our Hokage has had his fun.
Orochimaru observed from atop a mountain created by Primal Groudon's power, looking down at the increasingly chaotic Cloud Ninjas.
Everyone, get ready. The real war is about to begin. Tsunade's gaze grew cold.
Although the situation looked favorable, it didn't change the fact that they only had 1,000 troops.
Prepare yourselves. The Cloud Village collapse plan is entering its second phase.
With a metallic sound, Kakashi drew the White Fang short sword from his back. Hearing this, the troops behind him steeled their resolve, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to plunge into battle. I've said it before, whether it's one speck of dust or two, the result will be the same. Luohao stood atop Mega Rayquaza, amusement gleaming in his eyes as he looked down at the fourth Rayquaza, who was frantically directing the Cloud Ninjas.
You bastard! What do you take the ninja village war for? What do you think our Cloud Village is?
The fourth Rayquaza glared fiercely at Luohao, his body radiating brilliant lightning as he activated his lightning release chakra mode.
If you ask about the Ninja World War, I can tell you it's a stage for me to dance on.
If you ask what I consider your Cloud Village, it's merely an object for my amusement, nothing more. Luohao replied calmly, despite the fourth Rayquaza's rage, which resembled a furious lion.
I can't believe you're this kind of person.
You must have worn this facade to become the fourth Hokage. The fourth Rayquaza gazed at Luohao in disbelief, realizing the extent of his cruelty. Even though their Cloud Village was known for its militaristic ways and often initiated wars, it was for the sake of acquiring resources for survival and growth. He held a certain respect for the lives involved in these conflicts.
I'm not deceiving you, it's just that you've never understood me. Luohao shrugged and glanced at the multiverse chat group. Jang Chulan, this Hokage, please continue your show-off. Whitebeard, Luo kid, keep on showing off. Esther, administrator, I'm just quietly watching you show off. Newtwo, Lord Hokage, your show-off skills are impressive. As Luohao saw the peaceful atmosphere in the multiverse chat group, especially relieved not to see Aizen's familiar figure popping up, he nodded in satisfaction. This enforced mute power was excellent, it effectively silenced Aizen, who often interrupted his moments of grandeur. Now, he could enjoy his time in the Hokage world without interruption. And what about the Konoha ninjas? Do you consider them objects to amuse you as well? The fourth Raikage's gaze flickered slightly. If that's how you interpret it, then I have no problem with that. To the Raikage's shock and anger, Luohao nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Did you hear that? The fourth Hokage you serve has always viewed you as mere pawns for his amusement. Do you still wish to serve such a Hokage? Is he still worthy of your recognition? The fourth Raikage shouted at the Konoha ninjas behind Luohao. To his astonishment, the Konoha ninjas seemed to ignore his words, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they focused on him. Ha, you must think only those who gain everyone's approval can become Hokage, right? Luohao looked at the fourth Raikage with pity. Isn't that the case? The Raikage began to feel a chill in his heart as he observed the reactions of the Konoha ninjas. The idea that you must earn everyone's approval to become a leader is suitable for someone like you or Hashirama Senju and the other Kage who can't rise without following so-called rules. But I have reached the end of those rules and become the one who sets them. The rules of Konoha, including those for becoming Hokage, are dictated solely by me. Luohao spread his right hand slowly, and 5 different elements of chakra rock, fire, lightning, storm, and water manifested on his fingers. In that moment, he resembled a god of the ninja world, establishing the rules for the ninja villages and the Kage. Madman. They're all madmen. A person who doesn't regard the lives of ninjas as valuable can actually become Hokage. A group of Konoha ninjas actually accepts someone who treats ninja lives as a joke as their Hokage. The fourth Raikage felt his worldview shatter. Their cloud village was already known for its strong-arm tactics and would sacrifice ninja lives to achieve their goals, but that was only in extreme cases, and they would never openly admit it. The audacity of Luohao, who could brazenly and shamelessly express such views, was beyond what he could fathom. If that's your evaluation of me, then I must respectfully disagree. Luohao shook his head gently. You can do it, so why would I be afraid to say it? The fourth Raikage mocked coldly. I do indeed view ninjas as objects for my amusement and see the wars between ninja villages as stages for my performance. However, that does not mean I will disregard the lives of Konoha ninjas, do not confuse the two, Luohao corrected him with a smile. What a joke! I admit that you, Tenjin, are incredibly powerful and can shatter the barrier we took decades to establish with just 3 summoning beasts, but no matter how strong you are, do you really think you can let everyone behind you survive? In this ninja world war, I've fought in at least 2 wars, and I've never seen a battle where no one dies. The fourth Raikage sneered. Thus, even the first Hokage was bound by the rules of ninjas and had to follow the laws of the ninja world. Yet I have reached the end of those laws and become the one who defines the rules for ninjas and ninja villages. After Luohao finished speaking, he clenched his fist, and the space beside him suddenly ruptured. Following that, a deep, seemingly all-consuming portal slowly appeared.